Chapter 1. The 3,000 Great Worlds. The Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo, the personal disciple, has trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the sect. According to sect rules, he should be expelled. Within the Grand Palace, a frail youth kneels in the hall. His appearance is not particularly handsome, yet possesses a charm that is quite pleasing to the eye. His name is Chu Luo, and he is one among the many who have traversed into this world. High above in the hall, several esteemed elders of the Forbidden Sect sit in solemnity. Among them, a white-haired elder gazes with icy disdain. A palpable aura of terror emanates from this elder, saturating the entire hall with an oppressive atmosphere. He is the second elder of the Forbidden Sect, Zhao Sheng, revered in the outside world as the ancient sage Lingxing. However, this second elder, Zhao Sheng, holds nothing but contempt for Chu Luo. Clearly, it was his voice that had just echoed through the chamber. Indeed, expel this troublemaker from the sect. I support the second elder. Exactly, this scourge should have been expelled long ago. This rascal has caused us enough trouble now. He dares to intrude upon the forbidden grounds. Even Elder Inya cannot save him this time. Indeed, even the elders face severe punishment for trespassing into the forbidden grounds. Behind Chu Luo, a group of core disciples displays expressions akin to that of wronged spouses. It seems they can hardly wait for Chu Luo to be cast out of the sect. Chu Luo turns his head, casting a disdainful glance at these core disciples. Then, addressing the distinguished middle-aged man at the forefront, he reveals a face of grievance, saying, "Sect leader, I did not intentionally trespass into the forbidden grounds. I was recently practicing an evasion technique and miscalculated my direction, inadvertently arriving in the forbidden area. I implore the sect leader to see reason." The middle-aged man at the forefront is none other than the sect leader of the Forbidden Sect, Lin Feng, second elder. After all, Chu Luo is the only personal disciple of Elder Inya. Elder Inya is currently in seclusion. The matter of expelling Chu Luo should be discussed upon his return. Lin Feng furrows his brow, recalling Elder Yinya's temperament, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. If Elder Inya emerges from seclusion only to find his cherished disciple expelled from the sect, chaos would surely ensue. Several other elders silently nod in agreement. Sect leader, this sect rule was established by our ancestors. Even if that old ghost Inya were here, he cannot alter it. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, snorts coldly, resolutely declaring, "Today he is determined to expel Chu Luo, this menace, from the Forbidden Sect." I say, "Second elder, is it not just because I recently visited your medicinal field and plucked a few youthful spiritual herbs? Is your grudge truly that deep?" Chu Luo can no longer contain himself, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. This old fellow is far too petty and vengeful. Silence. Do you dare to retort? Sect leader, we must expel this scourge from the sect immediately. Chu Luo's mention of the medicinal field instantly ignites Zhao Sheng's fury. He had painstakingly retrieved those spiritual herbs from the brink of danger, only to have them uprooted the very next day by this scoundrel. Who dares to expel my beloved disciple? Boom! At that moment, a booming voice reverberates throughout the expansive Forbidden Sect. Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng, and the other elders in attendance suddenly change color. They rise from their seats, each face awash with shock. For that familiar voice was imbued with an unparalleled divine might. Master, upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Luo's mood lightens, and a smile graces his lips. After crossing over, he was left orphaned, only to encounter his master wandering in the lower realms. After bringing Chu Luo back to the Forbidden Sect, his master had remained in seclusion. It has been over a decade since Chu Luo last saw his master. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the world transforms. Mountains and rivers tremble, and myriad phenomena manifest in the void of the 3,000 great worlds. Countless forces across the 3,000 great worlds are stirred. Gasp! A new emperor has emerged amidst the myriad phenomena. Good heavens! Which force has given rise to another emperor? That direction seems to be the Forbidden Sect. One of the Tani martial arts or techniques can be effortlessly mastered with just a glance. provided one's comprehension is fully developed. After extensive research by Chu Luo, it became evident that this system requires someone to advocate on its behalf in order to acquire guardian value. Within the system lies a marketplace filled with extraordinary elixirs, martial arts techniques, imperial weapons, and various divine bodies that have driven countless individuals to madness. However, all these treasures necessitate guardian value for purchase, which can also be directly utilized to elevate one's realm. Thus, upon being brought to the Forbidden Sect by his unreliable master, Chu Luo engaged in reckless endeavors, hoping to incite his master to emerge from seclusion and advocate for him, thereby obtaining guardian value. Unfortunately, upon his master's return, he immediately entered a deep seclusion. As a result of Chu Luo's various antics within the sect, he became a pariah, reviled by all. Realizing that no one was willing to come to his aid, Chu Luo, in his despair and deprived of guardian value, devoted himself to rigorous training. Before entering seclusion, Inquires secretly bequeathed him 1,000 forbidden techniques of the sect. With his comprehension fully developed, Chu Luo mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques in merely 2.5 years. He is now terrifyingly powerful. However, these forbidden techniques come at a great cost, each use demanding a sacrifice of lifespan. To this day, aside from Chu Luo, no one within the Forbidden Sect has managed to grasp the entirety of these forbidden arts. Chu Luo now wields an arsenal of forbidden moves. Boom! A vast and overwhelming imperial aura emanated from Inquires, saturating the entire hall. The core disciples present knelt in submission. Under this imperial pressure, all elders, save for the sect leader Lin Feng, bent their bodies, straining to muster their internal strength in resistance. Particularly, Zhao Sheng was forcefully brought to his knees before so many disciples, receiving no mercy. Your Majesty! Indeed, Lin Feng and the other elders were aghast. Elder Inquires had indeed ascended to the level of emperor. The Forbidden Sect had gained yet another supreme emperor. Countless core disciples prostrated on the ground, gazing at Chu Luo with envy. An emperor's direct disciple. Just the thought was enough to stir deep envy. It seemed they would have to tread carefully around this troublemaker from now on. Chu Luo was jolted from his daze by the overwhelming imperial presence of his master. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that his unreliable master would become an emperor. No wonder he had just received 1,000 guardian value. He chuckled to himself, realizing he would have to diligently seize opportunities to extract guardian value from his master. He said, "Old Zhao, wasn't it you old rascal, who just suggested sending my dear disciple away?" Inquires approached the steps, standing before Zhao Sheng with a teasing demeanor. It was well known that the second elder and third elder were frequently at odds, often trading barbs. However, Zhao Sheng could scarcely imagine that this old rascal, Inquires, would surpass him in breaking through to emperor status. The disappointment weighed heavily on Zhao Sheng, akin to losing a fortune. Sect leader Lin Feng sighed in resignation, gently advising, "Third elder, perhaps you should temper your aura. Otherwise, these disciples cannot bear your imperial pressure." Lin Feng understood that Elder Inquires had been considerate of his position as sect leader and had moderated his imperial might. Otherwise, everyone present would have been compelled to kneel. Even this ancient sage of unparalleled strength is included. Indeed, Master, my apologies. I was simply too exhilarated just now. Elder Inquires let out a strange chuckle, gradually retracting the oppressive aura that enveloped him. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened, bringing a sense of relief to the crowd. However, Elder Inquires' expression shifted as he pointed accusingly at the recently arisen Zhao Sheng, berating him vehemently. "You old scoundrel, are you addressing me? My dear disciple merely stumbled into the forbidden grounds of our sect. He did not trespass intentionally. Are you envious of his extraordinary talent, deliberately making things difficult for him? You old curmudgeon, when you traverse dark paths at night, you'd best be cautious around me. And when you sleep, keep at least one eye open, lest..." The assembled disciples, including Chu Luo, were left dumbfounded. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Sheng being reprimanded by his own master, Chu Luo's heart rejoiced. He thought to himself that after so many years without seeing his master, He was finally showing some reliability. You are so coarse. Elder Inya, do not presume that just because you have become an emperor, I am intimidated by you. The rules were established by our ancestors. Even as an emperor, you cannot alter them. Zhao Sheng was infuriated. How could this old fool humiliate him in front of so many disciples? Did he not care about his own dignity? If he showed weakness now, how could he maintain his standing before this group of disciples in the future? Aha! You 1,000-year-old relic, it seems you still refuse to submit. Do you? My expertise lies in winning people over with virtue. Shall we have a contest? Elder Inya rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Zhao Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words. His momentum instantly deflated, stripped of confidence, when they were of equal standing. He was no match for Elder Inya, and now, the latter was a bona fide emperor. Master, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in frustration. Look at him. He was seething, unable to retaliate or compete, feeling utterly aggrieved. The other senior elders stood by, hesitant to intervene. Elder Inya, Lin Feng, Chu Luo, the disciples. Lin Feng smacked his lips, contemplating. Ahem. Elder Zhao, as Chu Luo just mentioned, he was practicing a technique for evasion and inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area. It was not intentional, so let us consider this matter settled. What do the other elders think? He turned to the other elders. Noticing Elder Inya's gaze, the other elders nodded in unison, like chicks pecking at rice. Agreeing with Lin Feng's decision. Master, Zhao Sheng protested, our ancestors once declared that no one may breach this rule. If that is the case, then we must consult the ancestors. Zhao Sheng was determined to expel Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect today, seizing the best opportunity to rid himself of this little nuisance. Otherwise, with Elder Inya as a backing, he feared for the future of his medicinal fields, which might continue to be plagued. Curse you. Get lost, old fool. Today, I shall strike you down. Seeing Zhao Sheng persist in his attack on his beloved disciple, Elder Inya's anger flared, and he swung a fist at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was sent flying. And when he got up, the disciples could see a black eye forming on his face. To be fair, Elder Inya had shown restraint, considering they were both elders. Otherwise, that punch could have killed Zhao Sheng on the spot. Calm down, Elder Inya. The other elders rushed forward, restraining both Inya and Zhao Sheng. Oh dear. You Inya. You scoundrel. How dare you strike me? If you do, I will ensure that even the ancestors cannot save that little brat from expulsion. While being held back by two elders, Zhao Sheng continued to hurl insults, utterly disregarding the fact that Elder Inya was an emperor, nor did he care about his own status. The scene was chaotic. Lacking any semblance of decorum befitting the high-ranking members of a top-tier sect. The disciples, it appeared as if a group of old men were squabbling like shrews. If any outsider had been present, they would have laughed uncontrollably. Who would have thought that within one of the top powers, the Forbidden Sect, the high-ranking elders would behave in such a manner? Lin Feng was utterly speechless, feeling the weight of his duties as sect master. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the area in a force that isolated the disciples. Enough? As for how Chu Luo shall be punished, I will consult the ancestors now, Lin Feng declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's expression brightened. As long as he could rid himself of Chu Luo, the punch he had received would be worth it. Before Elder Inya could retort, Lin Feng vanished from the spot. Humph, if those old coots are as stubborn as ever, I shall personally enter the forbidden grounds and have a word with them. You, old scoundrel, had better pray that my dear disciple remains unharmed. Otherwise, I will find a way to ensure your precious disciple is expelled from the sect. Elder Inya snorted coldly, unfazed. You huff, but my disciple is well-behaved and sensible, a prodigy on the talent roster. How could your unruly disciple compare? If you dare to frame my disciple, the ancestors will not spare you. Seeing Elder Inya using his disciple as leverage, Zhao Sheng was incensed. The other elders holding them both could only exchange awkward smiles. How did their sect end up with such peculiar elders as Zhao Sheng and Inya? Soon, Lin Feng reappeared in the great hall, lifting the barrier. Chu Luo and the other disciples turned their attention to him. According to the ancestors, Chu Luo indeed trespassed into the forbidden area inadvertently. Thus, he is not guilty of intentionally violating the sect's rules and shall be pardoned for this unintentional act. Furthermore, the ancestors have conveyed that. Elder Inya, you are now the emperor of our forbidden sect and may ascend to the status of ancestor. Do you wish to enter the forbidden grounds? Lin Feng smiled slightly at Elder Inya. At this, Zhao Sheng deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing all vigor. With the ancestors' decree, it was clear that his intention to expel this little troublemaker was doomed to fail. With an old troublemaker and a little troublemaker, he would need to keep a close eye on his medicinal fields in the future. With this thought, Zhao Sheng fell silent, retrieving a pill to reduce the swelling around his black eye. After all, being struck by an emperor, the swelling was rather stubborn. Subsequently, he ignored Elder Inya, retreating to the side to tend to his injuries. Master, please extend my gratitude to the ancestors. As for ascending to the status of ancestor, I shall postpone that for now. Over the years, I have yet to properly instruct my dear disciple. Henceforth, I plan to personally guide him to prepare for the upcoming competition for the rankings. Additionally, I shall protect him on his path, allowing him to mature swiftly and bear the weight of our Forbidden Sect's younger generation. Elder Inya's declaration left the core disciples below envious beyond measure. The protection of an emperor is a privilege reserved for the deputy sect master or the top-ranked disciples of their Forbidden Sect. In those immortal imperial clans, only a scion of an emperor would enjoy such treatment. How could Chu Luo, as a direct disciple, be granted the protection of an emperor? Indeed, the comparison of fortunes was infuriating. A smile spread across Chu Luo's face, a warm current flowing through his heart. Although he had not seen Elder Inya for over a decade, from the moment he was taken in by him and brought to the Forbidden Sect, he regarded him as family. Report. A disciple entered. Addressing the sect master, the ancient sage Yanjun from the Crimson Flame Valley has arrived with a disciple. A disciple hurriedly entered the grand hall and clasped his hands in greeting before speaking. Upon hearing his words, everyone present was taken aback, including Chu Luo, who was equally perplexed. The Crimson Flame Valley, like their Forbidden Sect, was one of the top powers in the vast realm of the 3,000 worlds. Historically, the Forbidden Sect and the Crimson Flame Valley were adversaries, with constant skirmishes between the two formidable factions. What could the ancient saint of the Flame Monarch want by coming here? Are they looking for a fight? Upon learning that the ancient saint of the Flame Monarch had arrived, Lin Feng and the assembled elders wore solemn expressions, particularly the second elder Zhao Sheng, who sported dark circles under his eyes. Seemed to recall something, his expression turning grim. How dare the Crimson Flame Valley show their face at our Forbidden Sect? Do they wish to provoke war? Humph. Last time in a secret realm, the people from the Crimson Flame Valley were exceedingly overbearing. If it weren't for the timely arrival of our direct disciple, Brother Bai Yun, our junior brothers would have certainly suffered casualties. Speaking of Brother Bai Yun, it suddenly struck me. In that secret realm, the prodigy Han Wu Jie from the Crimson Flame Valley was defeated by Brother Bai Yun, and upon retreating, he vowed to return and challenge Brother Bai Yun personally. Could it be that this time, the ancient saint of the Flame Monarch has brought Han Wu Jie specifically to challenge our Brother Bai Yun? It must be. After all, Han Wu Jie is indeed the disciple of the ancient saint of the Flame Monarch. However, Brother Bai Yun just entered seclusion a month ago. Upon overhearing the discussions among the core disciples, Chu Luo suddenly understood he had heard of this matter as well. The direct disciple referred to, Bai Yun, was the treasured disciple of the second elder Zhao Sheng. Both Bai Yun and Han Wu Jie were prodigies listed on the prodigy ranking. The 3,000 worlds are vast and filled with myriad powers, where strong individuals abound and extraordinary talents emerge. The prodigy ranking is issued by the Tiangong Pavilion, one of the top powers, documenting the most formidable young prodigies of the current generation and ranking them accordingly. Those who make it onto the list are all exceptional beings. However, Chu Luo had never made the list. The reason was simple. Ever since he was brought to the Forbidden Sect by his master, he had never left the sect and seldom engaged in combat. Consequently, very few within the sect were aware of his true strength. How infuriating! Does the Crimson Flame Valley seek to be beaten? Sect Master, shall I go deal with the ancient saint of the Flame Monarch right now? I've long found him displeasing. Elder Inya cursed angrily, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he made a slashing motion across his neck. That it was evident to all that Elder Inya was not jesting. That it is known that the third elder, Inya, aside from being exceedingly protective of his own, was a notorious troublemaker outside. Anyone he deemed unworthy would be met with immediate aggression, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh and waved his hand, saying, "Third elder, hold your horses. Let us first ascertain what this old fellow intends before taking any action." If we strike without understanding the situation, it would greatly harm our sect's reputation. The other elders nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's words. Subsequently, Lin Feng instructed someone to invite the ancient saint of the flame monarch in. The gathered disciples did not disperse, and Chu Luo also chose to witness the unfolding spectacle. Soon, an elder clad in a crimson robe entered, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man with an extraordinary aura. The visitors were none other than the powerful figures from the Crimson Flame Valley, the ancient saint of the flame monarch, and Han Wujie. Indeed, it is Han Wujie. He has truly come to challenge Brother Bai Yun, but with Brother Bai Yun in seclusion, and the other prodigies either in seclusion or away, what shall we do? He is merely Han Wujie. Does he truly believe himself invincible? He dares to be arrogant on our territory. I shall be the first to challenge him, the assembled disciples whispered among themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Han Wujie. Upon hearing their murmurs, Han Wujie smirked disdainfully, his expression oozing arrogance. Chu Luo studied Han Wujie closely, feeling a hint of surprise from the faint aura he exuded. Chu Luo could gauge Han Wujie's strength to be at the 5th stage of spirit realm, at such a young age to possess the 5th stage of spirit realm cultivation. It is no wonder he is renowned on the prodigy ranking. Among the disciples present, there likely wasn't a single one who could match this individual, ancient saint of the flame monarch. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Forbidden Sect? Lin Feng, seated at the head, now radiated an imposing aura, his demeanor transformed from amiable to one of formidable authority. Reminiscent of an ancient deity, his voice, rich and filled with gravitas, resonated throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Chu Luo noticed that both the second elder Zhao Sheng, who had been wronged, and his own master, Elder Inya, had set aside their grievances, their expressions now gravely serious as they focused intently on the ancient saint of the flame monarch. Is this the true power of the higher echelons of the Forbidden Sect? Han Wujie, standing behind the ancient saint, felt the overwhelming pressure from the elders and was initially alarmed. However, he quickly steadied himself, his gaze resolute. The ancient saint of the flame monarch released his aura to shield Han Wujie from the oppressive force surrounding him, smiling lightly as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Sect Master Lin, my unruly disciple had previously made an agreement with your sect's prodigy Bai Yun to challenge him personally. I could not refuse this unruly disciple. So I brought him here in person, and I hope Sect Master Lin will not take offense." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing's expression darkened as he spoke. "Ancient saint, my precious disciple Bai Yun is still in seclusion. Since your disciple and mine have agreed to a challenge, I suggest you come back on another day." Learning that Bai Yun was still in seclusion, Han Wujie felt a pang of disappointment and reluctance. "Since Bai Yun is not present, may I ask, esteemed elders, if I could challenge any of your other prodigies?" Han Wujie stepped forward, bowing to Lin Feng and the other elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression soured slightly, and the faces of the other elders also darkened. It was unfortunate that among the 8 direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect, including Lin Feng's own, all but Chu Luo in the hall had recently entered seclusion to enhance their strength for the upcoming disciple selection. However, apart from Elder Inya, neither Sect Master Lin Feng nor the other elders believed that Chu Luo could stand against Han Wujie, considering Chu Luo's cultivation was merely at the 1st stage of the unfathomable realm. How could he possibly be a match for Han Wujie, who was at the 5th stage of spirit realm? "Unruly disciple, you're being foolish. Withdraw at once." The ancient saint of the flame monarch's anger flared as he rebuked. "Yes," Han Wujie replied, clearly reluctant, as he returned to stand behind the ancient saint. "It is of no consequence. Young one, your timing today is indeed not fortuitous. All the other direct disciples are in seclusion. If you wish to challenge them, please return another time." Lin Feng waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. While Lin Feng and the elders might not have cared, the core disciples below felt incredibly frustrated. The Crimson Flame Valley had come knocking, and they couldn't simply endure it. Thus, one core disciple stepped forward, clasping his hands and saying, "Sect Master, I wish to challenge Han Daoyu. I ask for your permission." "You? Just give it up. You are no match for me." Han Wujie glanced at the core disciple who had spoken, noting his cultivation at the 1st stage of spirit realm, and immediately lost interest. Scoffing derisively, "How infuriating. This fellow is so arrogant. Does he truly possess the strength to be so? I can no longer hold back. Sect Master, I too wish to challenge this Han Daoyu. I want to as well." The core disciples clamored, pleading with Lin Feng at the head seat. Chu Luo stood aside, appearing to be a mere onlooker. Very well, Lin Feng, seeing the situation, decided it would be a good opportunity for them to witness the stark difference between themselves and a true prodigy. I permit it. Go to the arena in the square and compete. Lin Feng had initially intended to dissuade the clamoring core disciples, but upon reflection, he thought perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing for these disciples to see the real disparity in strength. Third elder, I will trouble you. The venerable Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Hee, it's merely a trifling matter. Buzz, the ominous crow grinned broadly, and an overwhelming imperial aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. An emperor. The eyes of the ancient Saint Yin Jun narrowed in shock as his gaze fell upon Elder Enya, filled with trepidation and wariness. However, his expression soon regained its composure. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had actually broken through to the emperor realm. Trouble was brewing. Yin Jun's heart exclaimed in alarmed in the next moment. Han Wuji and the gathered disciples of the Forbidden Sect noticed the surroundings rapidly transforming to in the blink of an eye. They found themselves not in the grand hall, but inexplicably gathered at the edge of the arena. Is this the method of a powerful emperor? Truly terrifying. Fortunately, my master. In a corner, Chu Luo beamed with joy, his heart swelling with delight. With such an emperor as his protector, his future path in martial arts could be traversed with ease. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the core disciple who had previously declared his challenge to Han Wuji leaped onto the stage. Glaring fiercely at him, Han Wuji, come and fight. Han Wuji glanced at his master. Yin Jun, the ancient saint, smiled slightly and cautioned, impudent disciple, do not harm this young friend. Merely engage in a spar. Han Wuji nodded, then leaped onto the platform. I am Wang Hao, a disciple of the second elder's lineage. Please enlighten me. Wang Hao brandished a spirit sword in his hand, his demeanor icy, without sparing Wang Hao a glance. Han Wuji crossed his arms, stating dismissively, I have no interest in your name. Make your move. Infuriating. You are too arrogant. Boom. Wang Hao, seething with rage, was thoroughly provoked by Han Wuji's dismissal as he stepped forward. Thrusting his spirit sword, his form lunged toward Han W. In an instant, Han Wuji's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Wang Hao. Han Wuji sidestepped effortlessly, evading Wang Hao's sword, and retaliated with a swift punch. Before Wang Hao could even comprehend the situation, his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing down onto the ground. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. As Wang Hao struggled to rise, his expression was one of bewilderment and despair. Such terrifying speed. At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect finally regained their senses from the shock, all inhaling sharply. Lin Feng and the elders exhibited varied expressions, their thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, a smile crept onto Yin Jun's lips. It seemed that only a select few of the Forbidden Sect could stand against Han Wuji. Who else wishes to challenge? Han Wuji coldly surveyed the disciples below the stage. Damn it, I shall challenge you. Another core disciple, unable to endure further, leaped onto the platform. Yet, in the next breath, he too was sent flying by Han Wuji's single strike. Enough of this humiliation. I shall come forth for a challenge. After this disciple's defeat, more challengers stepped forward in succession. Yet, as expected, all the core disciples who ascended the stage met with defeat at Han Wuji's hands. Aside from Enya and Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng and several other elders wore grim and displeased expressions at times. They truly wished to summon their beloved disciples from seclusion to teach Han Wuji a lesson. His arrogance was unbearable. As more and more core disciples fell before Han Wuji, the morale of the onlookers plummeted, their spirits dampened. The disparity in strength between them and Han Wuji was insurmountable. Akin to a chasm, they were utterly incapable of standing against him. Seeing the despondence of his fellow disciples, Chu Luo, who had been watching from the sidelines, gazed at the haughty Han Wuji on the stage. His brow furrowing slightly. As a member of the Forbidden Sect, he could not stand idly by while Han Wuji humiliated his sect. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Chu Luo accessed the system. An attribute panel immediately materialized in his mind. Host, Chu Luo, cultivation, primordial 1 realm, lifespan, 2.5 years, comprehension, max level, physique, none, cultivation method, forbidden primordial art, 3rd layer. Guardian value, 10, 000. Martial arts, spatial shift, forbidden level, blood transfer rebirth, forbidden level. Great void palm, forbidden level. Note: following this, 997 names of forbidden level martial arts omitted. Gazing at the 10,000 guardian value, Chu Luo decisively opened the system shop. His immediate priority was to replenish his dwindling lifespan of merely 2.5 years. For he was currently armed with forbidden level techniques, and utilizing them would consume his lifespan that if he failed to replenish it, he might perish before Han Wuji even had the chance to strike. Shortly thereafter, Chu Luo discovered a spirit herb and elixir that could restore his lifespan within the system shop. In this vast world, whether it be cultivation methods, martial techniques, or heavenly spirit herbs and artifacts. They were categorized into mortal level, profound level, spiritual level, earth level, heavenly level, saint level, emperor level, and forbidden level. The Forbidden Sect maintained its status as a top-tier power among the 3,000 great worlds precisely due to its possession of 1,000 forbidden-level supreme techniques. With my current strength, I can only withstand the potency of spiritual-level items at most, Chu Luo mused, promptly searching for elixirs or herbs of spiritual level that could restore his lifespan. Before long, his gaze settled on an elixir named Lifespan Pill. This pill could restore 300 years of lifespan, but a martial artist could only consume it once in their lifetime. Repeated consumption would yield no effect. Furthermore, the Lifespan Pill required merely 300 guardian value. Without hesitation, Chu Luo made the purchase, secretly retrieving the Lifespan Pill from the system space. He held it tightly in his hand, boomed out on the stage, just as yet another challenger was sent flying after defeat. A figure swiftly dashed forth, catching the falling disciple. As the crowd beheld the individual who rushed onto the stage, they were all rendered speechless. "Is it you, the harbinger of disaster?" The rescued disciple could scarcely believe his eyes. Recognizing the person as Chu Luo, whom they had earlier wished to expel, Chu Luo grinned, assisting the disciple to his feet. "Are you all right, junior brother? Harbinger of disaster." "Puffed. Brother Chu. I am fine. Thank you." The disciple expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, apologizing for any previous offenses before retreating from the stage. At this moment, all eyes in the arena turned to Chu Luo. Why is this harbinger stepping up? Is he challenging Han Wuji? Isn't that courting death? Indeed, harbinger, come down, don't be reckless. If the opponent makes a misstep, you might lose your life. Even though we find you quite disagreeable, we wouldn't wish to see you die in such a manner. Please, step down and spare yourself the humiliation. Once our other esteemed brothers emerge from seclusion, we shall regain our honor. The disciples below the stage fervently urged Chu Luo. United in their concern as a fellow disciple, they could not bear to witness him being humiliated by an outsider. After all, no matter how inept he was, as a core disciple of the Forbidden Sect, he was not someone who could be bullied by outsiders. "Kid, hurry down. You should be grateful you weren't expelled. Do you dare to seek a beating now?" At that moment, Zhao Sheng, who had long sought to expel Chu Luo from the sect, also spoke up pensively. Chu Luo paused, turning around with a grin, confidence shining in his eyes that he was acutely aware that although Zhao Sheng harbored disdain for him, wishing to see him expelled, deep down, Zhao Sheng was a kind-hearted individual. Had it not been for his frequent visits to Zhao Sheng's medicinal fields, Zhao Sheng would not have been so antagonistic towards him. Moreover, had Zhao Sheng been a truly sinister and malicious person, the punch from his master Yin would not have been merely an act of intimidation. Hee, old Zhao, are you finally concerned for this emperor's beloved disciple? Have you not been possessed? With a mocking cackle, the shadowy crow teased. Go away, he is not my disciple. Why should I worry? I fear he might bring disgrace to our sect. Zhao Sheng grimaced, the throbbing pain around his eyes making him wish he could strike the crow. However, he found himself unable to act. The crow grinned widely, rising to address Han Wujiao on the arena. Young lad, since my cherished disciple wishes to challenge you, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crow's figure vanished without a trace. At that moment, Han Wujiao on the arena looked at Chu Luo with astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. This young man before him was, astonishingly, a disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor. This meant he was also a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Yet, how could he possess only the cultivation of the first stage of primordial beginning? This lad was actually a disciple of the Shadow Crow. Below the arena, the ancient Saint Yin Jun was equally taken aback. A flicker of unusual light passed through his eyes as he mentally noted Chu Luo's identity. You are a direct disciple of the Shadow Crow ancient saint. Han Wujia furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Luo intently. Chu Luo shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Of course. What? Do I not look like a direct disciple? With a disdainful smile, Han Wujia crossed his arms and scoffed. I am well aware of the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Each of your peers possesses superior cultivation and is renowned on the young talents ranking. How come I have never heard of you? You are no match for me. Better leave now. Otherwise, if I injure you, the Shadow Crow Ancient Saint will seek me out for retribution. The Shadow Crow Ancient Saint was notoriously protective of his own. With no scruples, even against juniors, Han Wujia had no desire to attract the attention of that old madman. Chu Luo flashed a grin, stretching his limbs as he discreetly gripped a longevity pill in his hand. Fear not. I assure you, even if you injure me, my master will not pursue you. Moreover, starting from today, you shall remember my name. After today, your ranking on the young talents list will likely vanish. His bold proclamation drew facepalms from the core disciples below. This troublemaker seemed oblivious to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. They could only hope he would not be too severely beaten. Humph, very well. I shall witness your prowess as a direct disciple. Make your move. Han Wujia, infuriated by Chu Luo's words, darkened his expression and extended a hand towards him as Chu Luo smirked, preparing to consume a pill to restore his longevity. An invisible wave emanated from the arena. Suddenly, the previously departed Shadow Crow reappeared on stage. Han Wujia jumped back in surprise. Master? Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, curious as to why his master had come up. He then noticed that his master was holding a vibrant green spirit herb that radiated a faint glow, exuding immense medicinal energy. That was a sacred herb. The ancient Saint Yin Jun below caught sight of the spirit herb in the Shadow Crow's hand and gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the spirit herb in Elder Shadow Crow's possession is a sacred herb, vitality grass. Exclamation point. Could it be? Elder Zhao's gaze fixated on the sacred herb in the Shadow Crow's hand. Seemingly recognizing it, he abruptly turned and hastily departed, heading straight for his mountain peak. Damn that old Shadow Crow. In the next moment, everyone present heard a heart-wrenching roar echoing from the distant peak. That it was evident to all that the sacred herb in Elder Shadow Crow's hand had a dubious origin. Hee, little one, if you wish to battle my cherished disciple, please wait. Dear disciple, consume this herb and restore your longevity first. The Shadow Crow tossed the vitality grass to Chu Luo. Chu Luo stared at the herb, brimming with astonishing medicinal power and vitality, gulping nervously. Master, do you think my mere 2.5 years of longevity is too much? This is a sacred herb. If I eat it, I just drop dead on the spot. At this, both Han Wujia and the ancient Saint Yin Jun below exchanged bewildered glances. Particularly, the ancient Saint Yin Jun realized that despite Chu Luo's youth, he had only 2.5 years of life left. Do not worry. Your master will extract the medicinal energy, leaving only the vitality to replenish your lifespan. The Shadow Crow placed a hand on Chu Luo's shoulder from behind. Chu Luo nodded, secretly stowing away the longevity pill. Had he known his master would provide a sacred herb to restore his lifespan, he would not have purchased the pill in the first place. Han Wujia, wait a moment while I take a pill to restore my longevity. Otherwise, if we engage in battle and I die, it would be unjust to blame you. Chu Luo chuckled, gnawing on the sacred herb in his hand. The core disciples below could only click their tongues in disbelief. This was a sacred herb. This troublemaker was consuming it like it was nothing. Such a waste. Boom. The moment Chu Luo swallowed the vitality grass, an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy flooded his entire being. He felt as though he might burst from the sheer force. At that moment, the Shadow Crow behind him slightly raised his gaze. The hand resting on Chu Luo's shoulder emanated a terrifying suction force, absorbing all the expanding medicinal energy within Chu Luo. That he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His previously dwindling 2.5 years of lifespan was instantly restored to a full 1,000 years. My cherished disciple, do not bring shame upon your master. Do not hold back. If you happen to defeat this lad, fear not. Your master will stand by you. The Shadow Crow patted Chu Luo's back before stepping away, reappearing beside Lin Feng in an instant. All right, master. I await this moment. Chu Luo grinned, turning to Han Wujia with a friendly warning. Friend, be careful. I am about to launch my attack. Humph, enough with the chatter. Make your move. Han Wujia stood firm, completely unmoved, utterly disregarding Chu Luo, who was at the primordial beginning stage. Boom! Chu Luo's body trembled, and profound spiritual energy surged forth from within him. The ancient Saint Yanjun and the elders of the Forbidden Sect below sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from Chu Luo and were momentarily stunned, feeling an immense surprise. What a profound spiritual energy! He receive this. Chu Luo coldly chuckled, swiftly forming hand seals to in the next instant. The eyes of the gathered disciples widened in shock. Before them, an endless expanse of starry sky materialized behind Chu Luo. Within the celestial phenomenon, the stars shifted and changed, only to be devoured by a black hole moments later. In the next moment, a terrifying force emanated from the black hole, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Following that, a colossal, star-filled phantom hand, imbued with immense power, surged forth from the black hole behind Chu Luo, descending upon Han Wujia with overwhelming might. Hiss! This is our Forbidden Sect's ultimate forbidden technique, the Great Void Covering Palm. Heavens, this was indeed a forbidden-level ultimate technique. How could this troublemaker have mastered it? It was rare even for the direct disciples listed on the young talents ranking to grasp a single forbidden ultimate technique. Oh no, this fool is being reckless. Why reveal his trump card right from the start? If this strike fails to defeat Han Wujia, this troublemaker is destined to lose, as the colossal starry palm bore down. The disciples present were all taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. None had anticipated that Chu Luo would wield the Great Void Covering Palm. Boom! Under the colossal grasp of the stars, the entire arena trembled violently. How is this possible? Han Wujia's face was a mask of shock that he never anticipated that this young man before him could unleash such a formidable ultimate skill. The speed at which the stellar giant palm descended was astonishingly swift. A fiery lance materialized in Han Wujia's hand, and immediately, torrents of blazing flames erupted from his body, soaring towards the heavens. The vast inferno surged skyward, incinerating the void. Boom! Before the gaze of all present. The stellar giant palm descended in an instant, sealing the entire arena. A terrifying explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward like ripples on water. Seal, Buzz. Two high-ranking elders from the Forbidden Sect acted promptly. The two elders stepped forward, pointing their fingers, and a powerful spiritual barrier enveloped the entire arena, sparing the surrounding disciples from disaster. Witnessing this scene, the expression of Yanjun gushing turned grim. He had underestimated Chu Luo. Simultaneously, he harbored a profound apprehension toward the Forbidden Sect's ultimate skills. Even a mere Wuxia realm practitioner could manifest such power. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and several elders from the Forbidden Sect were fixated on the arena, their expressions varied yet adorned with smiles. They had not anticipated that this young lad had actually mastered the Great Void Embracing Palm. Ha ha! Although this boy lacks a special physique, his talent appears commendable. No wonder the third elder took him as a disciple. It's no surprise that this lad, with only 2.5 years of life remaining, sought to cultivate the Great Void Embracing Palm. Lin Feng and the elders chuckled heartily. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Forbidden Sect began to reassess Chu Luo. The sect master said, "Just watch. My dear disciple will present even greater surprises." Enya grinned, speaking mysteriously. His beloved disciple had not merely mastered the Great Void Embracing Palm, but 1,000 forbidden ultimate skills. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting toward the battlefield as the smoke began to dissipate. Filled with anticipation, what other surprises could this young lad bring forth? Buzzed as the smoke gradually cleared, a fiery red flame erupted skyward. The surrounding temperature soared dramatically at that moment. The arena vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with rubble. Han Wujia was engulfed in flames, his eyes burning with uncontainable fury. Han Wujia was injured. Such a calamity. Ha! What calamity? That's our senior brother Chu. Ah, right. Look at my mouth. Senior brother Chu is amazing. Senior brother Chu, our Forbidden Sect is glorious. Some disciples on the scene noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Han Wujia's mouth, clearly indicating that he had sustained injuries from Chu Luo's Great Void Embracing Palm. All the disciples erupted in excitement. They understood that utilizing the Forbidden Sect's ultimate skills came with the price of lifespan. A person willing to sacrifice their lifespan for the honor of the Forbidden Sect deserves their respect. even if they had previously harbored disdain for Chu Luo. Young man, if only your realm were a bit higher. I would likely struggle to withstand your recent move. However, you have earned my full effort. Boom. Han Wujia's eyes blazed with fury, murderous intent rising within him. When had he, Han Wujia, ever suffered such a significant loss? He immediately leapt into the air. Following this, the flames surrounding Han Wujia surged upward, piercing the clouds and scorching the heavens. The terrifying heat rapidly enveloped the land. In the center of the battlefield. Chu Luo observed the melting rubble, which could not withstand the temperature, transforming into magma. Chu Luo couldn't help but become serious. Indeed, none of the prodigies on the genius ranking were ordinary. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the void above, intense fluctuations emanated from Han Wujia. Subsequently, an endless domain of fire materialized behind him. Within this boundless realm of flames, myriad fires blazed, piercing through the universe. The divine avatar, cloaked in sacred flames, descended upon the world, stepping upon the sea of flames. In his hand, he wielded a blazing spear imbued with divine fire. What terrifying power! Is this the strength of those on the genius ranking? Han Wujia possessed the sacred flame body, and this was the power of the sacred flame body. Senior brother Chu, you should quickly surrender. You have already demonstrated great prowess. Yes, senior brother Chu, hurry and yield. Don't engage in a life-and-death struggle with that fellow. He possesses a sacred body. Looking at this scene in the void, the disciples below began to worry for Chu Luo. Yanjun Gushing could not help but smirk. A cold laugh escaping his lips, he knew the outcome of this battle without needing to think. However, Yanjun Gushing was also prepared to intervene and save Chu Luo at any moment. After all, this was the Forbidden Sect's territory that if Han Wujia were to accidentally kill Chu Luo, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Inya. Young man, forcing me to unleash my sacred body is no small feat. You should take pride in that. Receive my strike, the flaming god-suppressing spear. Boom. Han Wujia roared in fury. The divine avatar behind him raised the spear, aiming it downward towards the arena. Chu Luo looked up, grinning widely, and proclaimed with a loud voice, "Come at me. I fear you not. I have declared that today, I shall bring you down from your pedestal on the genius ranking. Break." Boom. With a thought, Chu Luo secretly expended the remaining protective values to elevate his realm. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of all, Chu Luo's aura surged dramatically. Wusher second realm. Wusher third realm. Wusher sixth realm. Chu Luo utilized the last of his protective values, and his cultivation was boosted by the system, ascending 5 minor realms in one go. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Wusher realm. Everyone stared at Chu Luo in disbelief, their astonishment beyond measure. To break through 5 minor realms in one breath. Is he even human? Even Han Wujia was taken aback by this spectacle. Come fight. Blood-colored floating tower finger, 9 nether cold bone finger, soul-devouring evil god eye. Chu Luo leapt into the air, letting out a resounding roar. His powerful voice echoed throughout the entire Forbidden Sect. In the astonished gazes of Lin Feng, the high-ranking elders, and countless disciples, Chu Luo unleashed 3 forbidden ultimate skills from various sects in rapid succession. Boom! Before the eyes of countless spectators, 2 formidable avatars, one red and one white, rose behind Chu Luo. Additionally, a dark anomaly materialized behind him. Within this anomaly, a pair of enormous blood-red eyes swirled with intricate patterns, exuding an eerie aura that a powerful mental force emanated outward. Chu Luo's eyes transformed into those sinister eyes behind him, rendering him exceptionally alluring. Boom! The red and white avatars simultaneously extended a finger. 2 fingers, imbued with terrifying power, collided with the descending illusory spear of the flaming god, bringing forth an instant stalemate. What? How is this possible? Han Wujia struggled to believe the scene before him. A mere Wusher realm ant managed to thwart his attack. He was a prodigy on the genius ranking. He could hardly accept it. Damn it. Die. Ha! Han Wujia roared in rage, pushing his power to the utmost. In that instant, as Han Wujia summoned all his strength, Chu Luo's eyes narrowed. The patterns within his blood-red eyes shimmered. An astonishing force of soul, mingled with formidable devouring energy, erupted forth. Before Han Wujia could react, his body trembled violently. His eyes transformed into blood-red orbs, mirroring those of Chu Luo behind him. Immediately after, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed his entire being. Ah! Han Wujia cried out in agony, clutching his head as he wailed. the power within him dissipated in an instant. Boom! The divine avatar behind him, wielding the flaming god spear, vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the colossal fingers, imbued with terrifying power, tore through the remnants of the fiery void and struck directly at the plummeting Han Wujia. Disciple, Yanjun Gushing, consumed by an overwhelming fury, instantly reacted in a mere flicker. He materialized beside Han Wuji, effortlessly shattering the two attacks unleashed by Chu Luo with a swift motion. The moment Yanjun Gushing moved, Inya, Lin Feng, and a host of elders simultaneously vanished from their original positions, appearing beside Chu Luo to shield him from harm at that moment. The onlooking disciples of the Forbidden Sect were utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Chu Luo, now protected by their revered leader and elders, as if he were a monstrous entity. They could hardly fathom that the scourge they had all called for was, in fact, so formidable, capable of defeating even Han Wuji of the Soul Realm. As the crowd recalled the earlier events, they felt a surreal disconnection, as though trapped in a dream. Yanjun Gushing cradled Han Wuji as he descended, who, clutching his head, emitted a heart-wrenching wail. "Disciple, what has happened to you?" Yanjun Gushing was filled with urgent concern as he placed a hand on Han Wuji's wrist. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He discovered a peculiar spiritual force within Han Wuji, rapidly devouring his very soul. Without hesitation, Yanjun Gushing attempted to eradicate this strange soul force, only to find that his ancient saintly cultivation was incapable of dispelling it. What could this possibly mean? His expression darkened as he glared at Chu Luo behind Lin Feng, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. "Yanjun Gushing, your disciple has fallen victim to our sect's forbidden ultimate technique, the soul-devouring evil god eye. This technique is among the most formidable of all forbidden arts, and its victim's soul will be torn asunder and consumed, never to be reborn. Fortunately, Chu Luo's cultivation is relatively low, granting Han Wuji a slim chance of survival," Lin Feng explained evenly. "Then how can we rescue him and dispel this strange power?" Yanjun Gushing pressed for answers. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, replying, "Yanjun Gushing, I fear I must disappoint you. I too am at a loss for a solution. This forbidden ultimate technique has yet to be mastered by anyone in our sect, except for Chu Luo. Perhaps only the great emperor could intervene to resolve this." At this, Yanjun Gushing turned his gaze toward Inya, who smirked with malicious delight. "What are you looking at me for? What does this concern me? Hurry and take your useless disciple back to your Chiyuan Valley to seek help from those old relics of yours. If you lack the skill to compete, don't come challenging us at the Forbidden Sect." "You." Yanjun Gushing's face contorted in anger, yet he dared not retort. Inya was now a supreme emperor, and incurring his wrath could result in immediate obliteration. "Lin Sect Master, my Chiyuan Valley's prodigy has merely come to issue a challenge. We previously agreed to limit our confrontation, yet now this brat has gravely injured my disciple. You must provide an explanation to Chiyuan Valley," Yanjun Gushing declared solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the indifferent Chu Luo, whose demeanor was that of a spectator relishing the chaos. The murderous intent within Yanjun Gushing surged uncontrollably. Sensing Yanjun Gushing's lethal aura directed at Chu Luo, Lin Feng, Inya, and several high-ranking elders felt the atmosphere turn frigid. The temperature of the world plummeted, and the winds shifted ominously, cold as winter. "Ant, do you dare demand an explanation from us? This slap from me shall serve as our Forbidden Sect's answer to Chiyuan Valley." A boundless imperial might erupted from Inya, enveloping the heavens. He loomed above, gazing down at Yanjun Gushing as though he were but an insignificant insect. Yanjun Gushing suddenly shivered, realizing he had betrayed his murderous intent towards Chu Luo. He hastily concealed an explanation. "What if our Forbidden Sect chooses not to provide one? What can Chiyuan Valley do about it?" Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, his icy murderous intent utterly unmasked. The elders beside him mirrored his demeanor. Having witnessed Chu Luo's extraordinary capabilities, Lin Feng had long regarded him as a treasured asset of their Forbidden Sect. Should this old fool continue to be obstinate, Lin Feng would not hesitate to eliminate an ancient saint for the sake of entertainment. Chu Luo, sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng and the elders, shivered involuntarily. He had never seen his usually affable sect master exhibit such a demeanor. Ding! Protective points from the sect master, 5,000. From the great emperor master, 10,000 from the fourth elder, 5000 at that moment. A notification echoed in Chu Luo's mind. Observing the accumulating protective points, a smile nearly broke across his face. The sudden inspiration struck him. He realized how to quickly amass protective points. If he could reduce all the prodigies on the prodigy list to the state of Han Wuji, surely the elders would come to his defense with fervor. Once he challenged the prodigies on the list, he would undoubtedly garner their protection. How brilliant he was! Chu Luo resolved that once he became stronger, he would set his sights on those prodigies. You. Good. Lin Sect Master. I hope that when our Qian Valley's ancestor comes calling, you will still maintain such arrogance. Yanjun Guxing's face darkened as he seized Han Wuji and tore through space to depart. The onlookers scoffed at his words, as if the Forbidden Sect lacked ancestors of its own. Well done, my precious disciple. Elder Inya turned to his treasured prodigy, giving him an approving thumbs up, increasingly pleased with him. I never imagined you had such hidden depths. You've mastered 4 of our sect's ultimate techniques. However, be cautious. Although our Forbidden Sect's forbidden techniques are undeniably powerful, their potency will increase with your strength. And so will the cost, unless absolutely necessary. Refrain from using those techniques. Lin Feng regarded Chu Luo before him with great fondness. Their Forbidden Sect had unearthed yet another prodigious talent. Yes, Master, I shall bear that in mind. Chu Luo nodded earnestly, clasping his hands in gratitude. In truth, even without Lin Feng's admonition, Chu Luo had already gained insight into the matter. Using the Grand Void Embracing Palm at the first stage had cost him 50 years of lifespan. Yet employing 3 forbidden techniques had drained a staggering 100 years with each strike. At present, he had a remaining lifespan of 1,150 years, after advancing 5 minor realms. His original 1,000-year lifespan had increased by 500 years. Buzz, buzz, buzzed out as Chu Luo was lost in thought. The heavens trembled, and a golden light shimmered in the sky. Within the golden clouds, an ethereal ranking board emerged. This was the prodigy list. Chu Luo was no stranger to this phenomenon. Over the years, he had frequently witnessed the transformations of the prodigy list. At this moment, countless powerful figures across the 3,000 realms beheld the emergence of the prodigy list in the heavens. After 2.5 months, the prodigy list has undergone another change. I wonder which prodigy has been displaced this time. In the entirety of the 3,000 realms, there are only 200 prodigies who can make the list. The recent fluctuations suggest that extraordinary talents are emerging, heralding a golden era. Under the gaze of innumerable powerful beings and prodigies, they observe the name of Han Wuji from Qian Valley, ranked 150, gradually fade from the list, replaced by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Naturally, it was unsurprising that a prodigy from the Forbidden Sect would ascend. After all, it was the foremost power of the 3,000 realms. Second only to the 4 great imperial clans and 4 ancient families that resided in seclusion. Indeed, the 4 imperial clans and 4 ancient families, while yet to enter the world, might not necessarily rival the Forbidden Sect. However, the prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, was not a name anyone had heard of before. Indeed, could it be the newly emerged disciple? It is quite possible. Amidst the discussions of countless powerful factions, the list of prodigies gradually faded away. Within the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo was astonished to find himself occupying the position previously held by Han Wujia. Surely, this would bring him fame. This, too, aligned perfectly with Chu Luo's intentions. Once he gained notoriety, the prodigies on the list would undoubtedly seek him out for challenges, sparing him the trouble of searching for them across the world. He, said the Taoist friend, having lingered for so long. Isn't it time for you to reveal yourself? Must I, the sect master, personally invite you out? Just then, the disciples who were about to disperse suddenly noticed sect master Lin Feng and several elders gazing intently into the depths of the void. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback and instinctively looked up. Was Lu still lurking in the shadows? Ha! Congratulations, sect master Lin. The Forbidden Sect has gained yet another prodigy. An elderly, hearty laugh resonated through the air. Following that, Chu Luo beheld an elder clad in a colorful robe, his hair a striking white, descending from the abyss before him. Chu Luo recognized this elder. He was a senior elder from the Dan sect. One of the top-tier factions, Qing Dan Gusheng. The Dan sect maintained a cordial relationship with their Forbidden Sect, often engaging in exchanges. During his years within the sect, Chu Luo had encountered Qing Dan Gusheng on several occasions. Elder Qing Dan, I had already detected your presence long ago. I was just waiting for you to show yourself. But it seems I must draw you out personally." The ominous crow cackled, rubbing his hands together. "Ha ha ha. How could I possibly evade the discerning gaze of Inya Gusheng? Oh, wait. I should now refer to you as Inya Dadi." Qing Dan Gusheng laughed heartily. His attitude towards Inya was imbued with a sense of reverence beyond mere camaraderie. "Spare me the pleasantries. This is my talented disciple. You, old man, are skilled in alchemy, so promptly present my disciple with a welcoming gift. By the way, my disciple requires elixirs that can restore his lifespan." Inya cheerfully requested a gift from Qing Dan Gusheng on Chu Luo's behalf. This scene left Lin Feng and the elders utterly speechless. Even the third elder had become a Dadi, yet remained so shameless. Qing Dan Gusheng, well aware of Inya's temperament, immediately produced several vials of high-quality elixirs capable of reviving vitality and handed them to Chu Luo. Without hesitation, Chu Luo accepted the elixirs. Delighting in their acquisition, the elixirs granted by a revered alchemist such as Qing Dan Gusheng were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. "Thank you, Qing Dan Gusheng." Chu Luo expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Qing Dan Gusheng waved his hand dismissively, thoroughly appraising Chu Luo with a smile. He had witnessed the entirety of Chu Luo's battle against Han Wujie and found it hard to fathom that this young man could defeat a prodigy of the list. Surpassing 5 minor realms in one breath, the scene replayed vividly in his mind, leaving him awestruck. "Qing Dan Daoist, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Surely, you do not come without reason." Lin Feng inquired with a smile. "Ha! Of course, I have matters to discuss, and they are of great importance." Qing Dan Gusheng chuckled heartily at "Oh, what is it?" The elders were filled with curiosity, and even Chu Luo perked up his ears to listen. Qing Dan Gusheng sighed and replied, "Recently, there have been rumors that in the wasteland of the North Yuan realm, a secret realm belonging to a Dadi is about to emerge. According to reports from powerful investigators dispatched by our Dan sect, the owner of that secret realm is suspected to be a fallen Dadi ancestor from our ancient era. Soon, the news of the appearance of the Dadi secret realm will undoubtedly spread far and wide, causing a stir throughout the 3,000 great realms. Our fallen ancestor was once extraordinarily brilliant, having created 2 types of imperial elixirs. Unfortunately, he departed too suddenly, leaving no recipes for his creations within the sect. However, we are certain that he must have left behind some recipes. Thus, after much deliberation among the old-timers in the sect, I was sent to the Forbidden Sect to request the assistance of your prodigies to help our Dan sect disciples enter the secret realm and recover the lost recipes. As you know, our Dan sect disciples generally do not measure up to those prodigies on the list. Of course, we will not ask for your help without recompense. Afterward, the sect will offer 16 holy grade elixirs and 1 imperial elixir as a reward." Qing Dan Gusheng spoke with a hint of regret, acknowledging that despite being a top-tier faction, their younger generation fell short. Such is the case. However, it is a pity that with the emergence of the Dadi secret realm, all our direct disciples are currently in seclusion. Lin Feng lamented. The emergence of the Dadi secret realm represents a tremendous opportunity. Alas, our top prodigies are all in closed-door training and will miss this grand chance. He continued, feeling disheartened. "Don't worry, Sectmaster Lin. There is still one left," Qing Dan Gusheng remarked, glancing at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily surprised. He had merely hoped to eavesdrop on some gossip, yet found himself at the center of attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the elders brightened with realization. How could they have forgotten about this young lad? Although Chu Luo was only at the initial stage, they recalled the scene of him breaking through 5 minor realms in one breath, igniting their excitement that if this young man were to enter the Dadi secret realm and seize an opportunity, a breakthrough to the divine soul realm would be inevitable. At that point, even if he encountered the top prodigies on the list, he would possess the strength to contend with them, ensuring the Forbidden Sect would not miss this opportunity. "Chu Luo, would you be willing to lead the team into the Dadi secret realm?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. The Dadi secret realm holds countless opportunities, yet to compete for the sect's ranking, your current strength may not suffice. Besides the direct disciples in seclusion, there are several core disciples on the prodigy list. Do you believe you can contend with them at your present strength? Lin Feng turned to Chu Luo, his voice warm. Chu Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Feng spoke the truth. Despite the core disciples present being no match for Han Wujie, there were indeed prodigious figures among them. However, These individuals were also in seclusion, honing their strength for the ranking competition. The ranking competition was the most significant event within the Forbidden Sect, determining the candidates for the next sect master and high-ranking elders. My dear disciple, it would be wise to heed the sect master's advice. You must seize this opportunity. Inya pulled Chu Luo aside, speaking in a low voice. Then, Master, you must also accompany me. I fear I may be targeted. Chu Luo nodded, agreeing to lead the expedition into the secret realm. Yet, he truly wished to convey to his master that his overprotectiveness was, in fact, his greatest opportunity. Of course, who would dare target you? I shall crush them to dust. Inya reassured him, thumping his chest with confidence. Chu Luo nodded in agreement and turned to Lin Feng, saying, All right, Sect Master, I shall go. Qing Dan, may I inquire when we shall depart? Qing Dan Gu Sheng smiled lightly. With Chu Luo's participation, he felt a sense of relief. If you have no further matters, we can depart tomorrow. Excellent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qing Dan Gu Sheng took his leave from the Forbidden Sect and returned to his own sect. Following this battle, Chu Luo once again gained prominence within the Forbidden Sect, but this time, it was for a commendable reputation. His victory had preserved the honor of the Forbidden Sect, and disciples throughout the sect were abuzz with discussions about the thrilling confrontation between Chu Luo and Han Wujie. That night, Chu Luo returned to the mountain peak belonging to Inya, Ningxia Peak. Due to Chu Luo being the sole disciple of Inya, the Ningxia Peak was particularly desolate. Within the expansive courtyard, only Chu Luo remained. Over the course of the past decade, the nights were solely accompanied by the moonlight and fireflies. However, Chu Luo had long since grown accustomed to this solitude. Late into the night, upon noticing that his unreliable master had yet to return, Chu Luo retreated to his own quarters. After closing the doors and windows, he focused his mind and accessed the system. Upon examining his attribute panel, he discovered that his previously depleted protection value had surged to 35,000. Chu Luo initially intended to utilize this protection value to break through to the Divine Soul realm. Yet, he suddenly recalled the Flame Saint body that Han Wujie had demonstrated earlier that day. As far as Chu Luo was aware, within the sect, among the 9 direct disciples, he was the only one devoid of a unique physique. The other 8 possessed a form of extraordinary saintly body. Moreover, a significant portion of the prodigies listed on the prodigy rankings also boasted such unparalleled traits. Was the saintly body now so commonplace that everyone had one? No. If he wished to grow stronger, he too needed to acquire a saintly or divine body. Stroking his chin, Chu Luo resolved to explore the special physiques available in the system's marketplace. Upon opening the section dedicated to special physiques, he was instantly taken aback. The array of special physiques within the system's marketplace was dazzling, each one a formidable existence in its own right. Yet, the protection values required were exceedingly high. With his current 35,000 protection value, he could only afford the most inferior spiritual body. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to the 10 most prominent physiques listed in the column. These 10 physiques were legendary, renowned as the unparalleled bodies across the 3,000 great worlds. Chaos Divine Body, 5 million protection value Void Divine Body, 4 million protection value Ancient Saint Body, 3 million protection value Longevity Body, 2 million protection value. As he perused the list, Chu Luo was astonished to find that the system even included the legendary 10 physiques. Truly, it was a remarkable system. His gaze lingered on the Longevity Body, captivated by its allure. Could it be that those who possessed this physique were granted eternal life? Thus, he clicked on the Longevity Body to reveal its description, and he was instantly filled with excitement. Longevity Body. Those who possess this physique enjoy boundless lifespan, imperishable flesh, undying souls, and eternal youth. In just a few short phrases, Chu Luo was resolute in no matter what. He must gather enough protection value to exchange for the Longevity Body. Once he obtained the Longevity Body, would he not be able to unleash forbidden techniques without restraint? The drawback of forbidden techniques consuming lifespan would become entirely irrelevant to him. The terrifying power of these forbidden techniques fascinated Chu Luo. He had grown weary of ordinary martial skills. Even imperial-level martial arts no longer held his interest. Forbidden techniques represented the pinnacle of violent aesthetics. Some of these forbidden techniques were even beyond the comprehension of emperors that it seemed that in the future, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts to elevate his cultivation. With his determination solidified, Chu Luo exited the system and let out a sigh. From this moment on, he would diligently accumulate protection value. 2 million protection value was merely a matter of his master intervening on his behalf 200 times, hardly an insurmountable task. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Luo sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the forbidden primordial technique. Meanwhile, within one of the top-tier forces, the Crimson Flame Valley, deep within the sect, two figures stood respectfully before a moss-covered stone door. Should Chu Luo have been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished, for one of these individuals was Han Wujie, afflicted by the soul-devouring evil god's gaze at this moment. Han Wujie appeared pale. His aura weakened, his eyes flickering with hatred that he vowed that if given the chance, he would surely eliminate Chu Luo. Young one, the bizarre force within you has been eliminated by us by 80%. This power is quite peculiar. We have never encountered anything like it before. However, you are no longer in any danger. We have sealed the remaining strange force for you that we will return in due time. A voice imbued with supreme authority resonated from behind the stone door in front of Han Wujie. Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor. Han Wujie bowed deeply in gratitude. Ancestor, the Forbidden Sect has been excessively oppressive. Were it not for your intervention, I fear Wujie would have met his end today. I beseech you, Ancestor, to help us seek justice. The ancient Saint Yanjun, standing beside Han Wujie, wore a grim expression. His anger flaring at the mere mention of the Forbidden Sect. After a brief pause, the voice from behind the stone door spoke again. Now is not the time to confront the Forbidden Sect. However, the disciple of the Forbidden Sect who employed such a peculiar technique cannot be spared. To master such formidable techniques at such a young age poses a grave threat, if allowed to grow. The Forbidden Sect would become even more formidable. Whoosh! As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of light shot forth from the moss-covered stone door, piercing into Han Wujie's mind. Han Wujie was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with excitement. Within his mind, a new Imperial-grade combat technique materialized. This Imperial technique is bestowed upon you. The next time you encounter that disciple of the Forbidden Sect, be sure to slay him, the aged voice echoed once more. Thank you, Ancestor. The disciple will personally ensure Chu Luo is slain, Han Wujie proclaimed, cupping his fists coldly. Beyond the stone door, there was no further response. Soon after, Yanjun led Han Wujie away from the location. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to many, a piece of news reverberated throughout the 3,000 great worlds. In Beiyuan realm, within the desolate Tianzhou, a secret realm of an emperor was on the verge of manifesting. That night, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded across the skies of the 3,000 great worlds, captivating the attention of countless forces. In an instant, numerous factions dispatched their strongest members to hasten toward the Beiyuan realm. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, within the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo awaited eagerly beside a massive void ship. Soon after, a group of core disciples gathered, each bowing to Chu Luo. Exclaiming, "Brother Chu," no longer did they refer to him as a harbinger of calamity. Their demeanor now radiated respect. "Greetings, fellow disciples." Chu Luo responded with a gentle smile, returning their salutation. These core disciples were set to accompany him into the Emperor's secret realm in pursuit of opportunities. By the way, have any of you seen my master? Chu Luo suddenly recalled that his master had not returned the previous night and was still absent that morning. As the departure time drew near, the leading core disciples exchanged glances and shook their heads, cupping their hands. "Brother Chu, we have not seen the third elder either." Chu Luo was rendered speechless. Even his master, a great emperor, was so unreliable. At that moment, the group observed two beams of light descending from the depths of the sect, landing before them. Upon seeing the two figures, the core disciples hurriedly bowed. "Greeting, second elder, fourth elder." The second elder, Zhao Sheng, nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at Chu Luo. "Let us depart. This expedition to Beiyuan shall be led by myself and the fourth elder." "Yes." The core disciples leaped onto the void warship. Chu Luo finally regained his senses, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, feeling utterly disheartened. Approaching the fourth elder, he inquired, "Fourth elder, where is my master? Where has he gone?" The fourth elder, known as Qin Yi, appeared as a kindly old man. He chuckled. "Little one, your master had urgent matters to attend to and left the sect some time ago. Before leaving, the third elder specifically entrusted me and the second elder to protect you." Time is of the essence. We must set off. With that, Qin Yi and Zhao Sheng boarded the warship, leaving Chu Luo standing there, dazed. His esteemed master had once again stood him up. How utterly unreliable. What if Zhao Sheng harbored ill will towards him? At this moment, the only person he could rely on was the fourth elder. Kid, are you going or not? If you're not coming, we shall depart without you. Zhao Sheng impatiently reminded Chu Luo, who was lost in thought, that I'm coming. With a hint of irritation, Chu Luo retorted. He had been waiting for them here since early morning, yet they chose to arrive just in time. After boarding the void ship, it ascended, piercing through the void and vanishing into a rift in space. Within the dim turbulence of space, the colossal warship traversed swiftly. On board, Chu Luo sat alone at the bow. Commencing his cultivation, having stayed awake all night, he had been delving into the supreme technique of the Forbidden Sect, the Forbidden Mixed Origin technique. With the enhanced comprehension bestowed by the system, Chu Luo had already grasped the third level of this technique. He was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of the third level and entering the fourth. Chu Luo focused his mind and held his breath, golden starlight shimmering around him. A unique aura of Tao radiated from his being. At this moment, the disciples aboard the ship were drawn to the spectacle. Brother Chu has actually cultivated the Forbidden Mixed Origin technique to the third level. Impressive. Indeed, I have been stuck at the second level for over a decade, and now I've only just grazed the surface of the bottleneck. Wait? No. Brother Chu seems to be contemplating the fourth level of the technique. This cannot be true. I thought the Forbidden Mixed Origin technique only had 10 levels. That I heard our brother by only reached the third level before retreating. Surely Brother Chu is merely in the midst of his cultivation. It must be so, but Brother Chu is someone who has successfully mastered 4 forbidden arts. Given his comprehension, it is merely a matter of time before he steps into the fourth level. A dozen core disciples began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, behind these disciples, Zhao Sheng and Qin He had been secretly observing Chu Luo. To their astonishment, they realized the remarkable level of comprehension this young man possessed. He had reached the third level bottleneck of the Forbidden Mixed Origin technique and was now attempting to break through to the fourth. Such talent. We had previously underestimated him. Qin Yi's gaze fell upon Chu Luo, and he exclaimed, with his cultivation, it is evident that he is striving to break through the technique. Beside him, Zhao Sheng looked at Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. He had heard of Chu Luo's overwhelming victory over Han Wujia the previous day and had never anticipated that Chu Luo could defeat a prodigy from the prodigy rankings. He had preserved the dignity of their Forbidden Sect. Though Chu Luo had indeed committed many reckless acts in the past, Zhao Sheng could not help but acknowledge that Chu Luo had now earned the qualifications to become a prodigy of their sect. Suddenly, a powerful wave emanated from Chu Luo. Following this, a golden radiance enveloped him, transforming into shimmering golden runes that danced around him. As Chu Luo opened his eyes, these runes formed a golden halo behind him. Resembling the divine rings of a deity, break. Chu Luo formed a seal with his hands and uttered a low cry. Boom! In the next moment, the dozen core disciples were collectively struck with disbelief. They sensed that Chu Luo was operating his technique, voraciously absorbing the scant spiritual energy present in the turbulent space. This terrifying force of absorption made them realize that Chu Luo had indeed broken through to the fourth level of the technique. Yes, Brother Chu has truly broken through to the fourth level of the technique. Is he even human? My goodness, it seems as though for Brother Chu, breaking through to the fourth level is as easy as drinking water. But wait, hasn't he already succeeded in breaking through? What is he doing now? The core disciples felt the pulling force emanating from Chu Luo's body, a mix of shock and confusion overwhelming them. This lad, he is actually attempting to reach the spirit realm. The spiritual energy in the turbulent space is scarce. This boy is being reckless. Zhao Sheng quickly discerned Chu Luo's intentions and muttered a curse under his breath. Zhao Sheng was correct. Chu Luo was indeed attempting to break through to the spirit realm. He had sensed the thin spiritual energy in the turbulent space, which was not conducive for a breakthrough. However, he could no longer hold back due to the bottleneck in his cultivation. Chu Luo pushed his technique to the limit, fervently scavenging the sparse spiritual energy around him. Damn it, this is bad. If I fail to break through, I will have to rely on my guardian value to make it happen. Chu Luo felt a headache coming on. He still wanted to accumulate guardian value to exchange for an immortal body. Just as he was feeling troubled, and considering using his guardian value to break through. Zhao Sheng furrowed his brow and stood up, declaring, "Elder Qin, let us lend this lad a helping hand." Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Zhao Sheng in surprise before breaking into a smile. "All right." Buzz, with a wave of their hands, countless spirit stones flew from the storage rings of both men, landing beside Chu Luo. Upon seeing the ever-growing pile of spirit stones, Chu Luo was taken aback, turning to see Zhao Sheng and Qin continuously releasing the stones, utterly astonished. "Kid, why are you standing there in a daze?" "Breakthrough," Zhao Sheng barked, his tone irritable. "Thank you, elders." A warm current flowed through Chu Luo's heart as he bowed respectfully to the two men. Then, with a focused gaze, he urged his technique. Buzz, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The spirit stones littering the ground were instantaneously drained of their spiritual energy, reduced to powder. "Two elders, continue." "It's still not enough?" Chu Luo frantically refined the spiritual energy, reminding the two elders, "This lad is attempting to reach the spirit realm and requires such an abundance of spiritual energy." "What a peculiar creature." Zhao Sheng stared at the powdered remnants on the ground, unable to suppress his astonishment. The two of them had already released over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. The dozen core disciples were left utterly dumbfounded. Chu Luo had absorbed the spiritual energy of 1,000,000 spirit stones. How solid must his foundation be? As the spiritual energy surged, Chu Luo let out a long howl. Break. Boom. Spirit Realm, first stage. Spirit Realm, second stage. In front of everyone's eyes, not only did Chu Luo break through the shackles, but he also surged through to the second stage of the Spirit Realm in one go. The core disciples were left utterly numb. They remembered that just yesterday, Chu Luo had broken through 5 small realms, and today he had ascended to the Spirit Realm, even jumping 2 levels. Truly a monster. "Thank you, second elder." "Thank you, fourth elder." Chu Luo reined in his aura and respectfully bowed to Zhao Sheng and Qin. Zhao Sheng scoffed, his tone irritable. "No need to thank me. Just refrain from entering my medicinal fields in the future. Oh, and remember to return the spirit stones." Chu Luo's mouth twitched, but he soon broke into a smile and shrugged. "All right, the second elder can go ask my master for them." Zhao Sheng's expression darkened as he turned to enter the ship's cabin. Watching Zhao Sheng's retreating figure, Chu Luo still felt a sense of gratitude. "Ha! Kid, don't take it to heart. The second elder is just being contrary. He surely doesn't care about such trivial spirit stones." Qin jested. Chu Luo nodded, silently vowing to remember the kindness of the two elders today. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't find Zhao Sheng as disagreeable as before. As the two conversed, the void ship trembled and navigated out of the space. Upon emerging, Chu Luo beheld a magnificent array of buildings. Palaces with red walls and golden roofs towered into the clouds. Built against the mountains between the palaces, figures flew to and fro. Under this immense mountain range lay vast, boundless fields of spirit herbs, coming into view before Chu Luo. Within these fields, various grades of spirit herbs emitted a faint glow, and the rich medicinal essence permeated the air. This place was none other than one of the top powers of the 3,000 great worlds, the Pill Sect. The warship descended upon the grand plaza of a majestic palace. At that moment, a group of disciples clad in colorful robes awaited with bated breath in the square. Chu Luo observed that, in addition to the familiar figure of the celestial Dan ancient sage, there stood an elderly man with white hair, whom he had never encountered before. However, what piqued Chu Luo's curiosity more was the young boy at the forefront of the Dan sect disciples. The youth seemed to have caught sight of Chu Luo's gaze and abruptly looked up. Their eyes locked, and a flicker of hostility and resentment appeared on the boy's face. Taken aback, Chu Luo wondered if this individual harbored some hidden malady. Had he unwittingly offended this youth in any way? The boy's expression suggested he was not pleased with Chu Luo. It turned out that a disciple from the Forbidden Sect had arrived. Remarkably, the Forbidden Sect had dispatched several core disciples. "Look, that boy must be Chu Luo, the newly ascended prodigy of the heavenly prodigy ranking." They whispered in a it was said that his master was the ancient sage of the Dark Crow, who had recently broken through to the Emperor realm. No wonder. It was rumored that the Dark Crow ancient sage had attained the rank of Emperor. The core disciples of the Dan sect cast envious glances at Chu Luo. Murmuring amongst themselves, Chu Luo could only smile wryly at the sudden notoriety he had gained, having been obscured just a day prior. The young boy leading the Dan sect disciples furrowed his brow upon hearing the whispers of his peers. Directing an increasingly displeased gaze towards Chu Luo, stealing a glance at this irked youth, Chu Luo proceeded to follow the two elders to the plaza, accompanied by the other core disciples. Why are there only the two of you? Has the Dark Crow Emperor not arrived? The celestial Dan ancient sage stepped forward with his disciples, momentarily taken aback by the absence of the Dark Crow Emperor, filled with curiosity. Qin clasped his hands in greeting and explained. Celestial Dan, the third elder had an urgent matter to attend to and could not come, so I and the second elder are here to stand in for him. The celestial Dan ancient sage nodded in realization. That old fellow, the Dark Crow, has truly made strides. I had not anticipated that he would also step into the realm of the Emperor. I had hoped to spar with him during this event. It seems I must seek another opportunity to that moment. Another white-haired elder in colorful robes approached from behind the Dan sect disciples. The disciples parted respectfully for him. Chu Luo was taken aback. He sensed no aura emanating from this elder. His spiritual consciousness probing revealed that it was as if the elder did not exist at all. However, from the elder's earlier self-introduction, Chu Luo discerned that this venerable figure, like his own master, was indeed an unparalleled emperor. Having met the Medicine Ming Emperor before, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, the two elders, promptly bowed in reverence. So, he is the Medicine Ming Emperor. Chu Luo gasped internally. Curiously regarding the Medicine Ming Emperor, who had been renowned across the 3,000 realms millennia ago. Yet, after ascending to the Emperor realm, he had secluded himself, rarely engaging with worldly matters. Nevertheless, his deeds continued to be recounted throughout the 3,000 realms. Zhao Sheng and the other elders' eyes sparkled with understanding. The Dan sect's mobilization of the Medicine Ming Emperor indicated the significance of the two lost alchemical formulas to their sect. The Medicine Ming Emperor bestowed a gentle smile upon Chu Luo, his gaze shimmering with a unique radiance. Young one, are you the direct disciple of the Dark Crow? He inquired suddenly. Chu Luo snapped back to reality, nodding and clasping his hands in greeting. Yes, Junior Chu Luo. The Medicine Ming Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Astonished at that moment, he sought to perceive all of Chu Luo's secrets, but found himself utterly unable to penetrate the veil surrounding him. All of Chu Luo's mysteries were shrouded by an overwhelming force. If he attempted to forcefully deduce them, he would surely suffer a backlash from this great power, unbeknownst to the Medicine Ming Emperor. This supreme force stemmed from Chu Luo's system, which actively concealed all of his secrets. Young friend Chu, your talent is extraordinary, truly remarkable. No wonder that old rascal, the Dark Crow, chose you as his disciple. During this expedition into the secret realm, I would appreciate your assistance in guiding our disciples. Upon entering the secret realm, all shall heed the commands of this young friend Chu. The Medicine Ming Emperor regained his composure, smiling kindly as he instructed the gathered Dan sect disciples. Yes, ancestor. The core disciples of the Dan sect responded in unison. Only the leading young boy displayed a look of discontent. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly as he clasped his hands. Replying, Senior Emperor, I can only promise to do my utmost. That is all I ask. The Medicine Ming Emperor replied with a gentle smile, patting Chu Luo's shoulder. This scene only served to deepen the admiration of the dozen core disciples from the Forbidden Sect towards Chu Luo. Even the Medicine Ming Emperor held such high regard for Brother Chu. Ancestor, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it. At that moment, the leading young boy stepped forward, bowing his head as he spoke. The Medicine Ming Emperor paused, noticing the expression on the boy's face. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Luo, a smirk tugged at his lips as he asked, What is it? Ancestor, I wish to spar with this newly ranked prodigy from the Forbidden Sect. The disciple continued, I had initially intended to challenge Han Wujie to replace his ranking, but unexpectedly, this fellow from the Forbidden Sect beat me to it. Therefore, I wish to compete with him to ascertain whether this newly ranked prodigy possesses the true capability to lead us. Ding Qinzi, what foolishness are you speaking? You cannot possibly be a match for Chu Luo. The celestial Dan ancient sage interjected angrily, stepping forward to admonish him. He had witnessed the battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujie in its entirety, where Han Wujie had even resorted to his sacred body, yet was overwhelmingly defeated by Chu Luo. Elder, I am not being reckless. I have heard that Chu Luo is merely at the primordial stage, and I merely wish to verify whether he truly possesses the ability to lead us. Ding Qinzi retorted, casting a glance at Chu Luo as he clasped his hands. His words elicited knowing smiles from the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who were keenly aware that the Chu Luo of today was not the same as the one from yesterday. Ding Chunzi likely had no idea that just moments ago, Chu Luo had broken through to the spirit realm. With this realization, the core disciples grew increasingly eager, almost wishing for Ding Chunzi to challenge Chu Luo. Meanwhile, upon learning the young boy's name, Ding Chunzi, Chu Luo instantly understood why the boy had been so displeased with him. Ding Chunzi was the only prodigy from the Dan sect to be listed, ranked 151st, and was at the same cultivation level as Han Wujia, specifically at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. This fellow clearly harbored resentment towards accepting his authority. The disciples behind Ding Chunzi also grew excited, eager to witness the prowess of this newly ascended Chu Luo, to see if he was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Hee, young friend Chu, it seems Ding Chunzi does not accept your position. What do you think? The Medicine Ming Emperor smiled slightly, looking at Chu Luo. Clearly, he had taken an interest and tacitly approved of Ding Chunzi's challenge. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the celestial Dan ancient sage chose to remain silent. Chu Luo's face revealed a conflicted expression as he clasped his hands, saying, "Senior Emperor, I fear that should I strike, it may result in serious injury or even death. I worry about the potential consequences should I inadvertently harm him." Upon hearing this, Ding Chunzi's brows furrowed, a surge of indignation rising within him. He believed that Chu Luo was deliberately making such claims out of fear of being unable to match him, hoping to dissuade him from proceeding. What infuriated him further was the implication in Chu Luo's words that he was not a worthy opponent. You need not worry, my friend Chu. Should I happen to perish at your hands, it would merely be a testament to my inferiority. Ding Chunzi retorted, his expression cold like tea this moment. The Medicine Ming Emperor interjected. Young friend Chu, you need not fret. If any danger arises, I shall intervene. Just act with confidence. Very well, since the esteemed Yao Ming Da Di has spoken, Chu Luo felt it inappropriate to refuse any further. It appears that the only way to resolve this is to subdue him by force. Chu Luo strolled into the open arena, his expression one of resignation, and with a single finger, beckoned towards Dan Chunzi, saying, "Brother Dan, please make your move." This provocative gesture caused Dan Chunzi's blood pressure to surge, darkening his countenance that a spiritual sword materialized in his grasp. "Brother Chu, enlighten me." Boom. Dan Chunzi's body trembled slightly. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, whipping up a violent gale that nearly toppled the onlookers. Such formidable spiritual energy. It is no wonder that Dan Chunzi ranks just behind Han Wujia, his strength nearly on par with Han Wujia. Indeed, he is not a match for Brother Chu. That goes without saying. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect, sensing the overwhelming aura from Dan Chunzi, began to murmur among themselves. "Brother Dan, go for it." The disciples of the Dan sect rallied behind Dan Chunzi. Even Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This lad possesses remarkable talent. "Behold my sword." With a sharp shout, Dan Chunzi stepped forward, instantly vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, his indistinct figure reappeared before Chu Luo, a spirit sword enveloped in spiritual energy lunging towards Chu Luo's chest. Chu Luo was taken aback by Dan Chunzi's speed. Indeed, those who make it onto the celestial talents list are not to be underestimated. Yet, Chu Luo was no slouch either. He deftly sidestepped Dan Chunzi's thrust. Boom! A beam of sword light shot forth from the spirit sword, shattering the ground of the nearby plaza. Dan Chunzi continued to slash at Chu Luo with relentless strikes, yet every swing was expertly evaded by Chu Luo. Why isn't Brother Chu fighting back? The dozen or so disciples from the Forbidden Sect were filled with confusion. The previous battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujia had been nothing like this. Hearing the puzzled voices of his juniors, Chu Luo couldn't help but pondered. He was prepared to unleash a forbidden technique right from the outset. Could Dan Chunzi withstand it? What if he inadvertently caused his demise? His master was not present. Buzz, another fierce sword strike was effortlessly dodged by Chu Luo. Dan Chunzi, filled with indignation, coldly remarked, "Chu Luo, is evasion all you can do?" Upon hearing this, Chu Luo grinned and shook his head slightly. "Brother Dan, unleash your full power. If you don't, I truly fear I might accidentally kill you." "Hiss, how arrogant. Brother Dan, give him what he deserves." Brother Dan, show him your true strength and make him regret his words. The core disciples of the Dan sect watching from the sidelines were incensed by Chu Luo's audacity. Did he truly believe he could trample over Brother Dan with such ease? At this moment, Dan Chunzi's veins bulged as he seethed with rage. Very well, Chu Luo. If that is what you desire, then I shall oblige. Boom. Dan Chunzi leaped into the air, stepping into the void at a life-infused energy surged from his being. And from the ground, thick vines erupted, lunging toward Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo dodged repeatedly, the vines seemingly possessing a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. It is the wood spirit body. It is said that Dan Chunzi of the Dan sect possesses the wood spirit body. The rumors were indeed true. A core disciple of the Forbidden Sect remarked with a grave expression. Hiss, Brother Dan has unleashed his spirit body. If Chu Luo does not counter soon, he will surely face defeat. Heh, let him flaunt his arrogance. Look, is Brother Dan about to employ that technique? Just then, a familiar Dan sect disciple's expression changed dramatically, fixating on Dan Chunzi suspended in the air. Dan Chunzi formed intricate hand seals, a complex pattern materializing in his palm. The spirit sword hovering before him radiated a verdant glow, with eerie green runes dancing around its blade. Whoosh, buzz. Dan Chunzi pointed skyward, and the spirit sword shot into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. Immediately, a powerful force enveloped the surroundings, stirring up a tempest. The trees on the mountain of the Dan sect swayed violently. Unbeknownst to them, emerald leaves filled the sky, each leaf glowing green. Embodying the might of the sword's descent, boomed out a storm of green leaves ascended, merging with the clouds. Dan Chunzi's eyes shimmered with green light as he gazed downwards. An awe-inspiring force brewed from the depths of the sky. To think this young man has honed this technique to such a level, even Yao Ming Da Di could not help but look up, nodding in praise. Boom. Chu Luo countered with a palm strike, shattering the pursuing vines. Sensing something, he suddenly looked up, a smile gracing his lips. Chu Luo, is this move even permissible? Forest of the sword's might. Dan Chunzi roared to the heavens, then pointed at Chu Luo below. Boom. The gathered crowd witnessed a colossal sword, obscuring the sun, parting the clouds as if it had descended from the cosmos, imposing and grand, crushing downward. The phantom of the giant sword, adorned with green leaves, embodied the myriad phenomena of nature. The overwhelming sword intent surged through the heavens and earth, cascading from the skies as if this sword could quell demons and annihilate worlds. The disciples of both sects were collectively stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Come, then, let us battle. Boom. Chu Luo let out a hearty laugh, leaping into the air. At that moment, his fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited by Dan Chunzi's sword. In the next instant, onlookers beheld a powerful, profound surge of spiritual energy erupting from Chu Luo. He formed hand seals, his eyes glowing with an ethereal golden light. Buzz, in an instant, the world transformed, the entire sky cloaked in darkness. This lad, forbidden technique. Yao Ming Da Di was taken aback, seemingly recognizing something, his face reflecting astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the other core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were left dumbfounded. They realized that Chu Luo was employing a forbidden technique. However, the phenomenon produced by this technique was unlike anything they had witnessed the previous day. This meant that their brother Chu was unleashing a very new forbidden technique. How many forbidden techniques has this lad mastered? Elder Qin Yi could not help but exclaim in shock. Zhao Sheng inhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly. That it is worth noting that even he had only learned 3 forbidden techniques from the sect. These 3 techniques had become his ultimate trump cards. One can only imagine how challenging it is to master forbidden techniques. This lad, from yesterday to now, has demonstrated 5 forbidden techniques. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a vast array of celestial phenomena rose behind Chu Luo. Within this spectacle, the stars shifted, the sun and moon alternated, seasons changed, and the tides ebbed and flowed, depicting the cycle of the world that an ancient, primordial force coalesced from the phenomena. In an instant, an ethereal golden sword shadow emerged, descending with an overwhelming presence. Upon the appearance of this sword shadow, even the heavens and earth dimmed in its wake. The ancient severing sword. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi could not contain their exclamations. They had not anticipated that Chu Luo had even mastered this move. Eons ago, They had witnessed an ancestor from the Forbidden Sect employ it once. That sword strike from their ancestor had rendered the elite powers of the 3,000 great worlds speechless, although the power of the sword Chu Luo wielded now did not match that of their ancestor. It still left both elders in awe. The forbidden technique, the ancient severing sword. Chu Luo and Dan Zi simultaneously pointed their fingers. Two colossal sword shadows clashed fiercely. Boomed, and in the next moment, Dan Zi's face turned ashen. What? How is this possible? Under the incredulous gaze of Dan Zi, a colossal phantom of a sword, embodying the essence of myriad phenomena, appeared at the moment it collided with the golden sword phantom of Chu Luo. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering into oblivion. Puffed. Dan Zi suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, the golden sword phantom, having obliterated Dan Zi's own, continued to surge forward with formidable power, bearing down upon him with alarming speed. Dan Zi's pupils contracted sharply, and a look of despair emerged on his stunned face. This is bad. Chu Luo's expression also shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Dan Zi's strike would be so utterly ineffectual. Once a forbidden technique was unleashed, it was beyond his control. Dan Shixiao. The disciples of Dan Zong cried out in unison, some of the female disciples even covering their eyes, just as everyone believed Dan Zi was doomed. A towering figure suddenly materialized before him. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Luo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor, the disciples of Dan Zong exclaimed in astonishment. The person before them was none other than the formidable Emperor Yao Ming. Emperor Yao Ming extended a gnarled finger towards the oppressive golden sword phantom and gently tapped it. With a resonating hum, an invisible wave emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, the massive golden sword phantom dissolved into specks of starlight. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt a wave of calm wash over them. Subsequently, Dan Zi and Chu Luo returned to the ground, and cheers erupted among the dozen disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, Chu Xiaoyu is extraordinary. With you leading our disciples, this emperor feels assured. Emperor Yao Ming remarked with a gentle smile, nodding at Chu Luo. Chu Luo responded with a polite smile, but inwardly he mused, you may feel assured. But that last move cost me over 100 years of lifespan. Such a loss should never have occurred, all thanks to this meddling old man. Just as Emperor Yao Ming's words faded, he waved his hand, sending a vial of elixir soaring towards Chu Luo. That last technique must have drained a considerable amount of your lifespan, right? The use of forbidden arts always comes at a price. Chu Luo caught the vial and opened it to reveal a plump pill radiating a gentle glow. Thank you, esteemed Emperor. Chu Luo beamed, revealing his 8 pearly teeth in gratitude. He promptly consumed the pill, gradually restoring the 100 years of lifespan he had just lost. Observing the restoration of his lifespan, Chu Luo suddenly found himself thinking that this old man, Yao Ming, was rather kind-hearted. Little one, do you now recognize the prowess of Chu Xiaoyu? Do you still believe he is unworthy to lead you? Emperor Yao Ming turned to Dan Zi, who was still in a daze, and spoke earnestly. Dan Zi regained his composure, took a deep breath, and clasped his fists, saying, Disciple acknowledges his mistake. Chu Xiong, I have been disrespectful earlier. During this expedition into the secret realm, my fellow disciples and I shall follow your command, but when my strength increases next time, I shall challenge you again. I hope that next time, I can withstand one of your strikes. Dan Zi approached Chu Luo and sincerely apologized with a bow. Witnessing this, both Emperor Yao Ming and the ancient sage Qing Dan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Dan Zi had faced defeat, he did not lose his martial spirit. He dared to confront failure. This young man's future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Dan Xiong, you are too courteous. Next time you come seeking guidance, I shall certainly hold back and will not nearly allow you to face ruin as I did today. Chu Luo replied with a faint smile, also bowing respectfully to Dan Zi. It is my lack of skill, and I cannot blame Chu Xiong. Dan Zi chuckled in return. Observing this exchange, the disciples of both sects broke into smiles. That it is getting late. Let us set off. Emperor Yao Ming nodded slightly, glancing at the sky as he spoke. Yes, the disciples of both sects boarded the ethereal warship. With a wave of Zhao Xing's hand, the fabric of space was torn apart, and the warship entered the spatial rift, heading towards the Northern Plane realm. As the Northern Plane is situated at the edge of the 3,000 great worlds, it took Chu Luo and his companions a full month of travel aboard the warship to reach the Northern Plain realm. In the Northern Plain realm, amidst the desolate Tianzhou, lay the Falling Sky Gorge. The Falling Sky Gorge is one of the many perilous locales within the 3,000 Great Worlds, deep within the Falling Sky Mountain. Dangers abound, and even sages hesitate to venture alone. In ancient times, it is said that the Falling Sky Gorge was once a battlefield of antiquity, where a grand imperial war took place. Legends tell of emperors who fell in this very place. The present Falling Sky Gorge is a remnant of that imperial battle, shaped by the ravages of time. At this moment, above the Falling Sky Gorge, the celestial phenomena that had persisted for over a month were gradually fading. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Falling Sky Gorge, a spatial rift appeared, emanating a powerful aura. This rift was enveloped in a milky white luminescent membrane. Through the membrane, one could glimpse a mysterious world beyond the rift. This spatial rift is the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm. Outside the entrance, a gathering of powerful figures and sect disciples from the 3,000 Great Worlds had already formed, according to the strong individuals present. The entrance to the secret realm would soon stabilize. Buzz. Just as the powerful figures waited outside the secret realm for the entrance to stabilize, an invisible wave of spatial energy echoed from the heavens. A spatial rift opened. From within the rift, a colossal warship emerged. Observing this, the powerful figures on the scene had become accustomed to such occurrences. For over a month, various sects had been arriving daily. However, upon seeing this warship, the expressions of the gathered strong individuals began to shift. It is the warship of the Forbidden Sect. The strong figures of the Forbidden Sect have arrived. Oh, and there are disciples from the Dan sect accompanying them? How curious! Is it not strange? The Dan sect has always maintained a good relationship with the Forbidden Sect. However, it was peculiar that the Forbidden Sect only dispatched 2 elders, Zhao Sheng and Qini. Their exceptional disciples did not accompany them. As the crowd recognized the warship, a commotion ensued, and countless gazes converged upon it. Upon the warship, Zhao Sheng, Qin and the ancient sage Qing Dan descended at the entrance of the secret realm, accompanied by their respective disciples. As for Emperor Yao Ming, he had long concealed himself in the shadows. So this is the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm. It appears it is not yet very stable. Chu Luo mused, surveying the entrance before him. Elder Qini nodded slightly and explained, this secret realm is, in fact, the inner world of the fallen emperor. Upon ascending to the sage level, martial artists can open a realm within themselves. As their cultivation progresses, their inner world gradually perfects and expands. However, the secret realm before us has been set with restrictions, only allowing those beneath the nirvana stage to enter. Should anyone above the nirvana stage attempt to force their way in, the restrictions will trigger, leading to their annihilation. Ultimately, the secret realm will revert to chaotic spatial currents. In the next life, who knows when it will come, perhaps not until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Upon hearing Elder Qin Yi's explanation, Chu Luo and the gathered disciples were suddenly enlightened. No wonder the luminous membrane they encountered felt so unsettling. That moment, from the distant void, a series of spatial disturbances once again reverberated. Chu Luo was taken aback, sensing a familiar aura. Raising his gaze towards a certain direction in the void, he frowned and let out a cold laugh. The spatial fluctuations emanating from the void drew the attention of countless powerful beings present. Before their eyes, several spatial rifts tore open in the void, and massive void warships emerged with an imposing presence. Upon seeing the flags raised on the warships, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Strong warriors from other top-tier forces had arrived. Qiyin Valley, Tianji Pavilion, Lingqing Sect, Pu Hua Sacred Land, Yunyao Sacred Land, Jihuang Taoism, and the Undying Taoism. Strangely, why were the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families absent? What was so surprising about this? The 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families disdain the emperor's secret realm. This realm is merely the inner world of an emperor who has long since perished. The emperor in question is no more, lacking any inheritance, and it is not a royal tomb, so they naturally do not care to come. Chu Luo glanced at the several warships hovering above, and his gaze flickered. Among the top forces of the 3,000 Great Worlds, besides their own Forbidden Sect, Dan Sect, and Qiyin Valley, there were also Tianji Pavilion, Lingqing Sect, Pu Hua Sacred Land, Yunyao Sacred Land, Jihuang Taoism, Undying Taoism, Shangguan Imperial Clan, Ouyang Imperial Clan, Situ Imperial Clan, Morong Imperial Clan, the ancient Yi family, the ancient Zhang family, the ancient Wang family, the ancient Ji family, as well as the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Totaling 19 top-tier factions, the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, have always been enigmatic and seldom intervene in worldly affairs. Chu Luo's gaze swept across the warships of these top factions. He noted that each top faction had deployed at least 2 ancient saints, numerous great saints, and a group of young disciples. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly detected a hint of murderous intent. Instinctively, he turned his attention to the warship of Qi Yin Valley. On board, he recognized 2 familiar faces, ancient Saint Yin Jun and Han Wu Jie. At that moment, both Yin Jun and Han Wu Jie were staring at him. Their eyes filled with a chilling, murderous aura. It was that little beast from the Forbidden Sect. Ancient Saint Yin Jun's expression darkened, his gaze intensifying. Boom! That an invisible force surged towards Chu Luo in an instant. By the heavens, this old wretch! Chu Luo's hair stood on end, and he cursed inwardly. He had not anticipated that the old coot, Yin Jun, would act so unethically and dare to strike at him from the shadows. Boom. Old Yin Jun, do you seek death? How dare you attack a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? I have not fought in many years. Shall we exchange blows today? Just as Yin Jun's force approached stealthily, a familiar voice reached Chu Luo's ears. Immediately, a figure stood before him. This figure was Zhao Sheng. With a cold snort, Zhao Sheng effortlessly neutralized Yin Jun's force. His expression was frigid, his murky eyes glaring fiercely at Yin Jun and his entourage. At the same time, Qini stepped forward, pointing at Yin Jun and berating, "Old Yin Jun, a dignified ancient saint, how dare you attack a junior from the shadows? You claim to enjoy fighting. Come, let us spar." The commotion instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. Numerous powerful beings were left astounded. Qi Yin Valley and the Forbidden Sect had always been at odds, and everyone was aware of this. Typically, conflicts only arose between the younger generations of Qi Yin Valley and the Forbidden Sect. However, no one had expected that today, ancient Saint Yin Jun would actually strike at a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. The other top-tier forces were equally astonished, their gazes fixated on Chu Luo, who was shielded behind Zhao Sheng and Qini. Who was this young man? Why had he provoked Yin Jun to the point of attack? TSK, Qi Yin Valley truly has no shame. An ancient saint actually resorted to ambushing senior brother Chu. Indeed, it was this old coot who had brought along the useless Han Wu Jie to challenge my Forbidden Sect a month ago, only to be defeated by senior brother Chu, and he has since held a grudge. Haha. Qi Yin Valley has always been this shameless. The dozen or so core disciples behind Chu Luo voiced their grievances, mockingly whispering among themselves. Despite their low tones, many powerful beings overheard them, so it turns out that this young man is the newly emerged prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, who replaced Han Wu Jie just a month ago. No wonder I remembered that his name was Chu Luo. But why would an ancient saint intervene in the conflicts between the younger generation? Who knows? There must be matters we are unaware of. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, Yin Jun's actions were indeed quite despicable. Some voices among the assembled powerful beings reached Yin Jun's ears. His expression darkened, and facing Zhao Sheng and Qini, he quickly changed his tune, smiling. "Old Zhao Sheng, old Qini, I merely observed that this young lad, Chu Luo, seems to have made some progress in strength and wished to test him. I did not intend to harm him." Upon hearing Yin Jun's words, many powerful beings from the top factions rolled their eyes. Even Chu Luo inwardly shouted, "This old coot is shameless." However, at that moment, Chu Luo's heart was filled with joy. The instant Zhao Sheng and Qin stepped forward, his system alerted him. From Elder Zhao Sheng, protective value increased by 5,000. From Elder Qin, protective value increased by 5,000. Is that so? Hearing Yin Jun's words, Zhao Sheng and Qin sneered. Boom! In the next instant, the two ancient saint elders unleashed a palm strike at Yin Jun from a distance. Buzzed that in an instant, the world dimmed, and an overwhelming sacred might enveloped the entire area. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by the two ancient saints, all those weaker than them fell to their knees. The ancient saints from the other top factions changed their expressions and quickly released their sacred might to counter the pressure from the two elders, allowing their own sect's powerful beings to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Yin Jun was caught off guard by Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi's sudden attack. His expression shifted dramatically, turning ghastly pale. Yet he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a palm strike. An elderly figure in a red robe beside him also reacted swiftly. This elder was another ancient saint from Qi Yin Valley, Ming Yin Ancient Saint. The collision of four powerful forces unleashed an astonishing explosion. The void worship of Qi Yin Valley shattered in an instant. Several saints and great saints from Qi Yin Valley waved their hands, safely landing the disciples of Qi Yin Valley. After the blow, both Yin Jun and Ming Yin Ancient Saint staggered back a step, their eyes blazing with fury. Huh? How about that? I see your strength has also improved. We merely wish to test you. Do not be angry. Elder Zhao Sheng coldly remarked. From Elder Zhao Sheng, protective value increased by 5,000. From Elder Qin Yi, protective value increased by 5,000 after the two elders struck. Chu Luo's system chimed with alerts. He could hardly contain his laughter, wishing for Yin Jun to target him once more. At the same time, he looked at the two elders with warmth in his heart. Do you Forbidden Sect truly wish to engage in war with us, Qi Yin Valley? Yin Jun's face was as grim as one who had consumed excrement, his voice thunderous with rage. Humph, since you have said such words. Then today we shall first rid ourselves of you two old coots to set the stage for battle. This will also provide Qi Yin Valley with a pretext for war, Qin Yi sneered, rolling up his sleeves, conjuring a spirit sword in hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng revealed a bronze small cauldron. The spiritual artifacts in their hands radiated overwhelming Tao rhythms. A chilling murderous intent enveloped the vast expanse. And the temperature of heaven and earth plummeted dramatically. Everyone's expression turned to one of terror and disbelief. The battle of the ancient saints is on the verge of eruption. The atmosphere is thick with the sin of bloodshed. Observing the two formidable figures, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, exuding an overwhelming aura, the onlookers are both astonished and envious of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. It is said that the Forbidden Sect is fiercely protective of its own. Yet none anticipated such extreme measures. The elders of the sect are willing to engage in a fierce confrontation to defend their disciples, even at the risk of igniting a sect war. You dare to fight? Let us see what you are made of. With a thunderous roar, the ancient saints Yin Jun and Ming Yan's expressions turned unnaturally grim. They had not anticipated the audacity of these two elders from the Forbidden Sect, nor the situation escalating to this degree. Gritting their teeth, they too unleashed their formidable presence, in the presence of so many powerful beings. Retreat would imply that the 3,000 realms believe that the Scarlet Flame Valley has succumbed to the Forbidden Sect. Just as the crowd braced for the ancient saint battle to commence, an elder clad in a blue robe, with a kind demeanor, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Esteemed friends of the Forbidden Sect, since this young friend has not been harmed, and the esteemed friends from Scarlet Flame Valley have also taken a hit from you, let us consider this matter settled. There are many powerful beings here, and should the battle erupt, innocents will undoubtedly suffer. Such a conflict would only bring disaster to the 3,000 realms. Furthermore, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm is on the verge of stabilization." Chu Luo raised his gaze and recognized the elder as a member of the Lingqing sect, an ancient saint elder from that sect. Indeed, esteemed friends, Brother Lanqing speaks wisely. Let the grievances between your two factions be set aside for now. After the Emperor's secret realm, you may settle your scores as you wish. An ancient saint from the Ji Huang Dao Tong also stepped forward to mediate. Heh, you old fool Lanqing, your Lingqing sect and Scarlet Flame Valley are practically cut from the same cloth. Had it not been for my timely intervention, the prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, would have been harmed by that old wretch Yin Jun. Zhao Sheng, the elder, shot a frosty glare at the ancient Saint Lanqing. His eyes filled with disdain. Yet he quickly shifted his tone, dispersing his overwhelming aura. However, the words of the esteemed friend from Ji Huang Dao Tong hold merit. After the Emperor's secret realm, should Scarlet Flame Valley wish to battle, the Forbidden Sect shall accompany you to the end. Humph. Both Yin Jun and Ming Yin coldly snorted, retracting their formidable presence. Witnessing this scene, all the powerful beings present exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, accompanied by numerous disciples of Scarlet Flame Valley, moved toward the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo cast a glance at the disciples of Scarlet Flame Valley, just as their eyes met with Yin Jun and Han Wujie. He grinned widely and brazenly raised his middle finger in provocation. Then, he turned away, ignoring them completely. This audacious display did not go unnoticed by many powerful beings, who began to take interest in Chu Luo. You little beast, Yin Jun's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Is this the one who defeated you, junior brother Han? He hardly seems impressive. Beside Han Wujie stood two youths clad in crimson robes. One possessed fiery red eyes, seemingly swirling with molten lava, while the other had crimson hair, radiating a scorching aura. These two youths were named Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, both of whom were also prodigies on the prodigy rankings, holding the 120th and 148th positions, respectively. Facing their remarks, Han Wujie's expression darkened as he clasped his hands. Brothers, it is indeed him. His name is Chu Luo. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. Their gazes filled with contempt as they regarded Chu Luo's retreating figure. Du Sheng, Tianyu, do not underestimate him. This little beast has mastered several forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect, so be cautious. However, the elder has commanded that he must be eradicated at all costs. You must seize the opportunity when you enter the secret realm. Ming Yin cautioned the two that understood. The disciples assured the elder, we will ensure that this little brat meets his end without a trace. Brothers, I wish to handle this little beast myself when the time comes. The humiliation he has caused me shall be repaid 100-fold. Han Wujie declared with a cold expression. The two nodded in agreement. Their gazes filled with mockery as they once again looked toward Chu Luo of AT. This moment, Chu Luo felt a chill and turned back, just in time to meet the eyes of Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Chu, once we enter the secret realm, we must be cautious. Those two are Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from Scarlet Flame Valley. They hold the 120th and 148th ranks on the prodigy list. Dan Xinzi whispered to Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, Brother Dan. If they dare to cause trouble, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Chu Luo's mind began to concoct plans. If he were to eliminate all the disciples of Scarlet Flame Valley within the secret realm, would Yin Jun and Ming Yin fly into a rage? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Upon emerging, these two old fools would certainly not let it go so easily. Wouldn't that allow him to accumulate more protective value? With this thought, Chu Luo resolved firmly. If he encounters anyone from Scarlet Flame Valley, he would strike with lethal intent. Young man, once you enter the secret realm, should opportunities arise and you possess the strength, seize what you must. Do not fear, even if you have to slay their prodigies. After all, we two old fellows will be here to protect you. If we cannot keep you safe, you can only pray for your dead master to appear. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, Zhao Xing turned to him, earnestly advising him. Chu Luo was taken aback, a smile breaking across his face as he bowed respectfully to Zhao Sheng. Disciple thanks you, Elder Zhao. I apologize for any past offenses. I promise not to disturb your spiritual herb fields again. Humph, Zhao Sheng grunted lightly, turning away without further comment. Chu Luo rolled his eyes. Oh, this old man still has a temper. He had sincerely apologized. Yet, Chu Luo understood, as Elder Qin had said, that Zhao Sheng had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Buzzing, the entrance to the secret realm stabilized. Let us proceed. At that moment, a powerful wave emanated from the fissure in space, and the shimmering membrane began to grow transparent, still imbued with the might of an emperor. Countless powerful beings surged into the membrane at once. Some Nirvana realm and above experts attempted to force their way in, only to be instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of the membrane. Let us enter as well. Chu Luo prompted. He and Dan Xinzi led their respective disciples into the vast world beyond the shimmering membrane. Upon witnessing Chu Luo and his group enter the secret realm, the three prodigies of Scarlet Flame Valley exchanged sinister smiles and followed closely behind with dozens of their disciples. Just as Chu Luo and his remaining 6 core disciples stepped into the membrane, he suddenly noticed the surroundings shifting rapidly. Stunned, he instinctively glanced at his fellow disciples, only to find that the core disciples who had initially accompanied him had dwindled to just 6. Dan Xinzi and his fellow core disciples had also vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luo and the 6 core disciples found themselves amidst unfamiliar mountains. What is happening? Where are the others? We must have been separated upon entering the secret realm. The 6 core disciples looked back, realizing that their other companions were also missing. However, as core disciples of a top-tier sect, the 6 remained composed and began to analyze the situation calmly. All 6 turned to Chu Luo, with the leader among them speaking up. Chu Shixiang, what shall we do now? We will follow your lead. Chu Luo nodded slightly, intending to instruct several disciples to use the sect's token to contact the scattered members, when suddenly, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards him. Taken aback, Chu Luo looked around and discovered, beneath the nearby mountains, an astonishing field of medicinal herbs. Senior brother, it's a herb field. So many spiritual herbs, exclaimed one disciple. Noticing the high quality of the herbs, the 6 core disciples, also spotting the herb field, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Let us hurry. Chu Luo waved his hand grandly, leading the 6 core disciples to soar towards the herb field. Upon reaching the site, Chu Luo realized that the lowest grade of the spiritual herbs was at the spiritual level. This was indeed spiritual soil, sensing the abundance of spiritual energy within the field. His brow furrowed as he crouched down to grasp a handful of the soil, exclaiming in surprise. He was no stranger to spiritual soil, that on Elder Zhaosheng's main peak, there existed a minuscule patch of it, treasured like a precious gem. Yet here lay such a vast expanse of spiritual soil. Huh? Senior brother Chu, we are in luck. With such a large patch of spiritual soil, if we bring it back to the sect, we will never lack for spiritual herbs again. The disciples were immediately filled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Start digging. Let us unearth every last bit of this spiritual soil. Chu Luo snapped back to reality, his face alight with exhilaration, urging his disciples onward. Yes, the 6 disciples rolled up their sleeves, determined to clear the entire herb field. Ha! Who would have thought there was a herb field here? Oh, yet, to their surprise, someone had already arrived ahead of them, just as the 6 core disciples began to strip the herb field bare, leaving no patch of soil behind. Several figures suddenly descended from the distance, hovering above the field. Chu Luo looked up and saw 10 individuals, a mix of men and women, all clad in matching attire. It was evident that they belonged to the same sect. Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, landing on the young man leading them. Remarkably, this young man was at the 1st realm of Taichu, among the other 9, for were at the 1st or 2nd realm of Shimpa, while the remaining 5 were all at the Wuxia realm. Humph, we are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. We discovered this place first. Hurry and leave. As the 6 disciples of the Forbidden Sect were rummaging through the herb field, they turned icy gazes towards the 10 hovering above. The 6 released powerful auras simultaneously. All 6 core disciples were at the Shimpa realm. Although most of the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were also at the Shimpa realm, they couldn't make it onto the talented individuals list, as some of them were several centuries old. The overwhelming presence of the 6 Shimpa realm disciples stifled the approaching group. Forbidden Sect. The 10 individuals looked at the sect robes worn by Chu Luo and his companions, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and aggression. The other 9 turned to the young man leading them. This young man, named Lu Feng, was ranked 118th on the talented individuals list and hailed from the Tianmen sect of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Though the Tianmen sect was not on par with the Forbidden Sect, it was still a considerable force in the realm, rumored to have a great emperor ancestor overseeing it. Furthermore, Lu Feng was the young master of the Tianmen sect. You all should leave. The treasures of my Forbidden Sect are not for the taking. Even if you manage to steal our spiritual herbs, do you think you can take them back? Outside the entrance to the secret realm, 2 ancient elders from my sect are on guard. Chu Luo smiled, offering a kind warning. Young master, the disciples of the Tianmen sect turned to Lu Feng. They were not unfamiliar with Chu Luo, as the previous encounter outside the secret realm nearly led to a conflict between the Forbidden Sect and the Qian Valley, a memory that lingered vividly in their minds. That is spiritual soil. Lu Feng suddenly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the herb field radiating with rich spiritual energy, just as he was about to abandon the idea of confrontation. One of his fellow disciples exclaimed in shock at the sight of the spiritual soil. Chu Luo furrowed his brow, squinting his eyes, as he quickly formed seals with his hands hidden in his sleeves. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that it was indeed spiritual soil, such a rarity, considered an invaluable treasure. He never expected to find such a vast expanse of it here. A glint of greed flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. Everyone, are you not leaving? Chu Luo grinned, hands still concealed within his sleeves. Addressing the group, as he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the 6 disciples, who immediately understood and resumed their search through the herb field for spiritual herbs and soil. Lu Feng quickly made a decision. He leave. The spiritual soil is for all who behold it, unless your Forbidden Sect is willing to relinquish half of it. We shall not depart, Lu Feng sneered, fixing his gaze on Chu Luo. And what if we refuse? Chu Luo's eyes narrowed, a seemingly harmless smile gracing his lips. Then you shall meet your demise. Lu Feng's expression turned cold. a tremendous force emanating from his being, suppressing the atmosphere. The 9 disciples from the Tianmen sect immediately released their auras, enveloping the scene. Taichu realm. The 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect halted their actions, drawing their weapons in preparation for battle. You dare to rob from us, the Forbidden Sect. Do you wish for your lives to be cut short? Chu Luo smiled casually, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hee, I know you. You are Chu Luo, correct? If we eliminate all of you here, even if the Forbidden Sect tries to protect you, they will remain oblivious to our actions. You all deal with those core disciples. I will handle this brat and then assist you, Lu Feng declared, stepping forward towards Chu Luo. Yes, young master. Boom. The other 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect charged towards the 6 disciples in the herb field. You seek death. The 6 core disciples leaped into action, engaging in combat with the Tianmen sect disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Feng approached Chu Luo with a menacing grin on his face. Chu Luo feigned fear. But as Lu Feng prepared to strike, the supposed terror vanished from his visage, replaced by a wide grin. Forbidden absolute technique. God-slaying poison. Boom. Chu Luo's eyes glimmered with a haunting green light. His hand shot out from within his sleeve, surrounded by a faint green glow entwined with peculiar runes. In that very moment, the grass beneath him withered instantly. Chu Luo's palm collided with Lu Feng's, resulting in a thunderous crash. Chu Luo was sent staggering back several steps, his arm tingling with a surge of energy, blood surging within him. What immense power! Chu Luo inhaled deeply, shaking his hand in disbelief. Ah, what have you done to me? Lu Feng's anguished scream echoed through the air. Chu Luo looked down at Lu Feng, who writhed on the ground, clutching his arm. Strange green patterns crawled up his limb. Chu Luo approached Lu Feng, gazing down with a wide, innocent smile. This forbidden absolute technique, God-slaying poison, activated silently, producing no fluctuations in aura or signs. Moreover, it was inescapable and insidiously lethal. Within 10 breaths, the afflicted would be reduced to a pool of blood. At Lu Feng's current level, even a peak Taichu realm expert would have no chance of survival. It was the perfect ambush tactic, such a cruel and forbidden ultimate move. Among 1,000 taboo techniques, there exist countless others. Chu Luo harbored deep skepticism regarding the creators of these vicious arts. Undoubtedly a group of cunning individuals. Ah, save me, Chu Luo. I realize my mistakes. Please help me detoxify. Lu Feng could not muster any spiritual energy throughout his body. The pain radiating from his arm penetrated into his very soul. A hand grasped Chu Luo's shoe, pleading for mercy in agony, completely devoid of the demeanor of a youthful prodigy. Chu Luo shrugged his shoulders, a wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, I am afraid I cannot assist you either. You might as well lie here and wait for death. His words plunged Lu Feng into despair, his eyes brimming with resentment, but a fierce expression crossed his face as his other hand gripped his poisoned arm and yanked forcefully. Lu Feng brutally tore off his own arm. Yet, at the moment he severed it, the blood gushing from the wound was not red, but green. In the next instant, Lu Feng's entire body became adorned with bizarre green patterns. Subsequently, his flesh began to dissolve. Filled with regret, Lu Feng's consciousness gradually faded, life slipping away. Young master. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect, engaged in battle, noticed Lu Feng, now reduced to a pool of blood. They were all struck with horror. The momentary distraction of the 9 allowed the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect to seize their chance, still daring to lose focus. Die. Boom. Ah. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect were slain by the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Chu Xixiang. Impressive. After eliminating several foes, the 6 core disciples approached Chu Luo. Upon witnessing Lu Feng, transformed into a mere puddle of blood, they collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes towards Chu Luo, filled with admiration. Their Chu Xixiang had annihilated a prodigy of the Taichu realm with merely the cultivation of the 2nd stage of the divine soul. If this were to spread, surely no one would believe it. Basic skills, no need to be coy. Let us hurry, or more will come. Chu Luo instructed the leading disciple. Just moments ago, employing the god-slaying poison had astonishingly cost him 300 years of lifespan. All right, the disciple entered the medicinal field and swiftly returned with 3 herbs rich in vitality. Chu Luo seized the herbs and began to consume them directly. The others continued to scour for more medicinal plants, skillfully digging through the soil. Their movements were deft, clearly indicating that the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were no strangers to such endeavors, just as Chu Luo directed the disciples in their excavation. Unbeknownst to them, the list of prodigies outside the secret realm reappeared, buzzing. The illusory list of prodigies manifested in the sky. The powerful figures of various factions waiting outside were taken aback, hastily looking up. They saw that in the 118th position of the prodigy list, the name Lu Feng of the Tianmin sect had vanished, replaced instead by the name Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. How could this be possible? Wasn't Lu Feng of the Tianmin sect a Tai Chu realm expert? My heavens, could it be that Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect is actually a Tai Chu realm powerhouse? TSK. Within a month, this Chu Luo has caused 2 prodigies to fall from the rankings. Indeed, among the 200 prodigies, only around 180 remain on the list now. To re-enter the rankings, one must await the next prodigy tournament. Countless powerful figures were left astonished, reflecting deeply. How could this little brat achieve such a feat? The ancient Saint of Flames, upon seeing Chu Luo's name in the 118th position, was rendered utterly speechless. Among the 3 great prodigies who entered the secret realm, the strongest, Du Sheng, was ranked alongside Lu Feng at 120th. At this moment, the ancient Saint of Flames felt a sense of foreboding. There's no need for excessive concern. Perhaps Lu Feng encountered another prodigy, and the little brat merely took advantage of the situation. The ancient Saint of Ming Yin consoled. The ancient Saint of Flames nodded slightly, convinced of this reasoning. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, upon observing Chu Luo's name at the 118th position, wore expressions of bewilderment. The 2 elders were genuinely curious about how this young man had managed to defeat Lu Feng. A Tai Chu realm expert. Could it be that he employed forbidden techniques once again? Feng. At that moment, a voice filled with despair drew everyone's attention. They beheld a man clad in a white robe, his face etched with sorrow, holding a shattered life token in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. This man was none other than Lu Daoyuan, the sect leader of the Tianmin sect and Lu Feng's father. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged glances, instantly comprehending everything. It turned out that this young man had not merely defeated Lu Feng but had taken his life. Forbidden Sect. Provide me with an explanation. Lu Daoyuan glared at Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, his voice filled with fury, resonating throughout the heavens. A tremendous aura surged upwards. What nonsense are you barking? An explanation. What do we? The Forbidden Sect? Oh you. If your skills are inferior, you should keep your shameful self hidden. That being said, your son was indeed quite the failure, a Tai Chu realm expert. Yet he was slain by our Chu Luo. With him gone, do you old folks think you can step forward? Humph. Sect leader Lu, if you have time to bark here, it would be better spent trying to conceive another. Zhao Sheng shot a derisive glance at Lu Daoyuan. The numerous top-tier powerhouses present could not help but twitch their lips, shaking their heads in disbelief. Zhao Sheng's words were undeniably harsh. You. Lu Daoyuan was incensed, struggling to suppress his fury, his face flushed. What do you mean? If you seek a battle, the 2 of us old fellows are more than willing to oblige. 1 against 2. If you win, you'll gain a victory, but if you lose, you'll leave your life here. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves and drew his spirit sword once more. Humph. Forbidden Sect, I hope when my ancestors from the Tianmin sect arrive, you maintain your arrogance. Lu Daoyuan, filled with grief and rage, swept his robe aside and departed the scene. Humph. Every family has a few old geezers, Zhao Sheng muttered, closing his eyes to meditate, awaiting the return of Chu Luo and the others. A surge of protective value. 5,000 from Elder Zhao Sheng. A surge of protective value. 5,000 from Elder Qin Yi. What just happened? Having just finished scouring the medicinal field with several disciples, Chu Luo suddenly received a system notification. He was left in a state of confusion. The unexpected surge in protective value intrigued him. What had the 2 elders been up to outside? Nevertheless, Chu Luo was quite pleased with the increase in protective value, as it brought him 1 step closer to redeeming the longevity body. Chu Luo glanced back at the medicinal field, quite satisfied. The earlier field had completely vanished, leaving only a large pit behind. They had truly dug the entire medicinal field down to its core. The 6 core disciples behind him wore expressions of contentment. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy emanated from behind the distant mountain. Chu Shixiang, someone is battling, exclaimed a disciple beside Chu Luo in astonishment. Chu Luo stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with interest. The Emperor's secret realm is brimming with opportunities. They had barely entered when they encountered rare spirit soil. With strong figures fighting ahead, It was undoubtedly a contest for opportunities. A thought crossed his mind, and Chu Luo smiled broadly, intending to join the fray. Let us go. We'll sneak over to take a look. Chu Luo led the 6 core disciples towards the distant mountain. Upon scaling the mountain, they found themselves in a valley where over a dozen powerful figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Chu Luo recognized them instantly by the sect robes they wore. They were disciples from 2 of the top factions, Linghai Sect and Yunmiao Holy Land. Among them, a graceful maiden clad in a flowing white dress, possessing extraordinary beauty and an ethereal presence, caught Chu Luo's eye, leaving him momentarily entranced. The pair of snow-capped peaks upon her chest was particularly captivating. Without a hint of doubt, Chu Luo was certain that this extraordinary girl, with her stunning beauty, was a prodigy hailing from the ethereal realm of Yunmiao. For in Yunmiao, no men resided. However, Chu Luo did not recognize this maiden. As for the one battling her, he was a striking young man clad in a blue robe. A formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, asserting dominance over the surroundings. At this moment, the young man stood poised in the void, wielding a cerulean spiritual spear, adorned with swirling runes, resembling a youthful divine king exuding an aura of invincibility. With a mere glance, Chu Luo discerned the cultivation levels of both combatants. Both the representatives of Lingqing Sect and Yunmiao Sacred Land had attained the 6th stage of Divine Soul. Yet, at this moment, the maiden from Yunmiao was gradually revealing her disadvantage, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the other female disciples of Yunmiao Sacred Land were also embroiled in fierce battles. Chu Luo cast a hurried glance at the battlefield, only to have his attention drawn to a gray flower deep within the valley. This gray flower radiated faint glimmers of gray light. The unique medicinal fluctuations emanating from it allowed Chu Luo to sense it even from such a distance. To his astonishment, he recognized this flower. It was the soul-nourishing flower of heavenly grade. Chu Luo was taken aback. He recalled that Elder Zhao had won in his medicinal field, albeit a mere seedling, utterly incomparable to the one in the valley. It seemed that the top prodigies from both factions were vying for this precious soul-nourishing flower. This flower was a remarkable treasure. Consuming it could enhance one's spiritual power and restore a damaged soul. How could he possibly let such a treasure slip by? Chu Shixiao, that is the immortal Yunshin from Yunmiao Sacred Land, ranked 125 on the prodigy list. The other one is Luo Yu from Lingqing Sect, ranked 123. The 6 core disciples, hidden alongside Chu Luo, quickly alerted him upon recognizing the combatants. What? She is Yunshin. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was taken aback, his gaze landing on the retreating figure of Yunshin. Throughout the entire Forbidden Sect, who did not know of the affection between their senior brother Baiyun and Yunshin from Yunmiao Sacred Land, Baiyun, the direct disciple, was renowned for his amiable nature. All disciples revered him greatly. Once, while visiting Elder Zhao's medicinal field, Chu Luo was caught by Elder Zhao. Fortunately, Baiyun was present at the time. With Baiyun's intervention, Elder Zhao merely scolded him and tossed him out without further trouble. Since Yunshin was Baiyun's beloved, he could not stand idly by. What are you waiting for? Arm yourselves and lend a hand. Chu Luo snapped back to reality, addressing the 6 core disciples beside him. Oh. The audacity of those Lingqing Sect ruffians was astounding. Fear not, fair maidens of Yunmiao Sacred Land, for Li Kuei of the Forbidden Sect has arrived, and Wang Sheng of the Forbidden Sect too. The 6 core disciples were momentarily stunned before swiftly drawing their weapons and charging into the fray. Meanwhile, Chu Luo formed hand seals, summoning a powerful spatial fluctuation, his gaze fixed intently on the soul-nourishing flower deep within the valley. Forbidden art, grand spatial relocation. With a hum, Chu Luo's figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, both sides engaged in battle were taken aback, turning their attention toward the mountainside. The 6 core disciples, riding on their formidable aura, plunged into the battlefield. Forbidden Sect. Damn it! How did the disciples of the Forbidden Sect end up here? Curse them! Several disciples of Linghai Sect wore grim expressions, silently cursing. Conversely, the female disciples of Yunmiao Sacred Land, caught in fierce battles, displayed joy upon seeing the arrival of the Forbidden Sect disciples. Junior sisters, its allies from the Forbidden Sect. Fear not, let us drive back this group from Lingqing Sect together. One female disciple, spotting the 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect entering the fray, immediately encouraged her fellow disciples. Boom! The female disciples of Yunmiao Sacred Land joined forces with the 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect to launch a counterattack against Lingqing Sect's members. Forbidden Sect, we shall not be intimidated. Boom. The disciples of Lingqing Sect, seething with rage, prepared to seize victory over the female disciples of Yunmiao's sacred land. Yet, unexpectedly, the Forbidden Sect intervened. The disciples of Lingqing Sect hastily engaged in battle. But at this moment, it was they who found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the void above, after repelling Yunshin with a palm strike, Luo Yu immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the Forbidden Sect disciples. His expression darkened with fury. Yunshin suppressed the surging blood within her, her complexion slightly pale as her ample bosom rose and fell with each breath, upon seeing her junior sisters safe with the assistance of the Forbidden Sect disciples. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Yu, you scoundrel, how dare you bully our senior brother, buys Yunshin. Taste my sword, Wang Xing. Just then, another disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Wang Xing, rushed to Yunshin's aid, launching a surprise attack on Luo Yu with his sword. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed, his battle spear emanating a terrifying intent. Did a mere fourth stage of Divine Soul dare to launch a sneak attack? Boom! With a cold snort, Luo Yu retaliated with a sweeping strike. His overwhelming power instantly shattered Wang Sheng's spiritual sword. An invisible force collided against Wang Sheng's chest, causing him to grunt and stagger back to Yunshin's side. Are you all right, my friend? Yunshin extended her delicate hand, steadying Wang Sheng's form. Cough, cough that I'm fine. I'm fine. Fear not. Yunshin, our Chu Shixiang has also arrived. Wang Sheng waved his hand, clearing his throat, and reassured Yunqian.in the next instant. He turned around, utterly dumbfounded. Huh? Where is Chu Shixiang? Wang Sheng was perplexed to find that Chu Shixiang had not followed. Hearing this, both Luo Yu and Yunshin were momentarily taken aback. They were now acquainted with Chu Luo. After all, it was this very Chu Luo who had nearly ignited an ancient saint war outside the secret realm. Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to sense something and swiftly turned around, directing his gaze toward the soul-nourishing flower. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously vanished Chu Luo had stealthily appeared beside the soul-nourishing flower. Not a single person present had noticed his presence. With practiced precision, Chu Luo plucked the soul-nourishing flower, roots and all, into his spatial ring. You seek death. Boom! Luo Yu, consumed by rage, unleashed a faint glow from the runes on his body. With a swing of his spear, he launched a powerful strike toward Chu Luo from a distance. A phantom golden spear emerged, charged with immense power, tearing through the air with a deafening hum, hurtling toward Chu Luo in an instant. Chu Shixiang, be careful. Watch out, friend. Core disciples Wang Xing and Yunshin urgently warned Chu Luo. With his back turned to the crowd, Chu Luo had already sensed the formidable force approaching from behind that he leaped into the air with a sudden burst. Boom! The golden spear struck down, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that erupted. The violent force radiated outward like ripples in water, instantly snapping nearby trees. The disciples from the three major factions, engaged in battle, paused and turned to defend against the ensuing shockwave. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, everyone present was left speechless. The mountainside deep within the valley had vanished entirely. What a terrifying attack! The disciples of the Forbidden Sect and the female disciples of Yunmiao, sacred land, inhaled sharply, gazing at Luo Yu's figure with trepidation. What monstrous beings were these ranked prodigies? That previous attack had far exceeded the limits of the divine soul realm. What of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect? With our senior brother Luo Yu here, your demise is assured. The core disciples of Lingqing Sect sneered, their confidence bolstered. At that moment, Luo Yu descended before several disciples of Lingqing Sect. Her face was as dark as the water. Fixated on the few disciples from the Forbidden Sect and the Yunmiao Holy Land, Luo Yu's icy gaze sent a shiver down the spines of the core disciples from the two formidable factions. It's you. Hand over the soul-nurturing flower, or today you shall all perish. Luo Yu's eyes radiated a ghostly golden light, and golden runes manifested once more on his body that a chilling, killing intent permeated the air. A mocking voice emerged from behind the disciples of the two factions. Why, good fellow, I merely plucked a single flower. Must you resort to such lethal measures? The disciples of the Forbidden Sect immediately turned, their spirits lifted upon discovering Chu Luo, who had inexplicably appeared behind them. Chu Shixiang. The anxious disciples momentarily forgot about him. What was there to fear? Their Chu Shixiang could even take down those at the primordial realm. The female disciples of the Yunmiao sect recognized Chu Luo as well, their beautiful eyes curiously appraising him. Chu Luo stepped forward, revealing a broad smile that displayed his pearly white teeth, exuding an air of harmlessness. At that moment, the disciple named Wang Sheng landed beside Yun Qianqian. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Upon seeing Yun Qianqian's pale complexion, the female disciples grew concerned. Yun Qianqian waved her hand, casting a glance at Luo Yu, then clasped her hands towards Chu Luo, saying, "Thank you, young Master Chu, for bringing these friends to our aid. Young Master Chu, you are no match for him, and I am also injured. Perhaps you should hand over the soul-nurturing flower to them." "I wouldn't want to implicate everyone else." As soon as Yun Qianqian's words fell, several disciples from the Spirit Sea sect erupted in triumphant jeers. "Ha ha ha, how perceptive of you. Indeed, if you wish to avoid death, quickly surrender the soul-nurturing flower. Hee hee, what of the Forbidden Sect? What of the Yunmyo Holy Land? With senior brother Luo Yu here, you are destined to leave empty-handed, faced with the derision from a throng of Spirit Sea sect disciples." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect could no longer contain themselves. "You insignificant rabble from the Spirit Sea sect, what is there to be so proud of? We have Chu Shixiang with us." "Fairy Yun, do not fear them. Luo Yu is nothing before our Chu Shixiang. Chu Shixiang, take them down." "Yes, yes, Chu Shixiang, let them witness the might of the Forbidden Sect." They clamored for Chu Luo to take action, their enthusiasm unabated. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian and the female disciples from the Yunmyo Holy Land looked on in confusion, perplexed by the unwavering confidence of the Forbidden Sect disciples in Chu Luo, especially since they sensed that his cultivation was merely at the second level of the spirit soul realm. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at his eager disciples. "Fight, fight, fight. That is all you think about. Do you think it's effortless for me to act?" Since defeating Han Wujia in the sect, he had scarcely had a moment's rest, constantly embroiled in conflicts. Those in the know regarded him as a prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, while others might mistake him for a mere beast of burden. Turning his gaze towards the leading Luo Yu, Chu Luo shrugged and smiled innocently. "It's just a little flower. It's not worth all this fuss. You can leave now, as I have no desire to engage you. I fear that if I were to strike, I might inadvertently end your life." Chu Luo's words resonated with an air of audacity, earning him the admiration of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. "Truly formidable, Chu Shixiao. Hee hee, what a character you are, Chu Luo. No wonder the people of the Qiyin Valley harbor resentment towards you. It seems you have no intention of surrendering the soul-nurturing flower." Boom. Luo Yu was enraged to the point of laughter by Chu Luo's words. After a moment of contemplation, an overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the spirit soul realm erupted from his being. Golden runes filled the air with astonishing spiritual power. Luo Yu's eyes shone with golden light as he levitated above the ground. In the next instant, Luo Yu's body radiated with golden brilliance. The spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius surged towards him with frenzied intensity. Then, with a series of hand seals, the runes flickered. Around him, golden light swirled, giving rise to celestial phenomena. Within this spectacle, countless spears manifested, their sharpness evident, ready to dominate the universe. A massive golden spear, hundreds of feet long, erupted from the void behind him with overwhelming force. "Hiss, senior brother Luo truly intends to slaughter them all. He is actually using this move. Quickly retreat." Several disciples from the Spirit Sea sect, upon witnessing the colossal golden spear materializing, turned pale with fear and immediately fled the valley. Saint technique. "Everyone, run. I will hold him off." Yun Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she brandished a spirit sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Luo, staring into the void. Do you think you can escape? Wan Dao Divine Spear. Die." Boom. Luo Yu wielded the long spear in his hand, commanding the terrifying golden spear apparition. Stepping forward with deadly intent towards the crowd, the ground beneath them trembled under the impact of this terrifying force. "Run." Yun Qianqian gritted her teeth, preparing to counter Luo Yu's strike when, from behind her, Chu Luo rolled his eyes and stepped forward first. "Miss Yun, may I borrow your sword?" Chu Luo snatched the spirit sword from Yun Qianqian's grasp, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the incoming Luo Yu. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Buzz. Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, blood-red light swirling in his eyes. In an instant, he bit his finger, letting a droplet of blood fall upon the spirit sword. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the spirit sword in Chu Luo's hand turned an intense crimson. In the next moment, a violent, bloodthirsty, and eerie sword intent surged forth from Chu Luo, ascending skyward. In an instant, the once clear sky above transformed into a realm of blood red. What kind of technique is this? Such terrifying sword intent. Yin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her strikingly beautiful face revealing shock. At this moment, behind Chu Luo, an endless blood-red phenomenon materialized. Within the sanguine depths, myriad souls howled, and bones rattled. The colossal blood-colored figure, wielding a blood sword, emerged from the phenomenon, exuding overwhelming malevolence and immense power, cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens, augmenting Chu Luo's might. At this instant, Chu Luo and the enormous figure behind him seemed to fuse into one, resembling a god of slaughter. Having claimed countless lives, Luo Yu's expression shifted to one of terror, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How could this be? He could hardly believe that a mere second-level spirit soul could unleash such terrifying power, but at that moment, Chu Luo's figure was already upon him, in a fit of rage. Luo Yu summoned all his strength, howling to the heavens, "Die!" Boom! The massive golden spear apparition erupted in dazzling radiance. As Chu Luo approached, he raised the blood sword in his hand. Forbidden Supreme Technique. Blood Slaughter Sword Massacre. Boom! Chu Luo struck with his sword. In that instant, the heavens dimmed, and a blood-red beam connecting earth and sky surged forth. Boom! The powerful golden spear apparition was cleaved in twain by the horrific blood-red sword light. Buzz! It transformed into countless brilliant golden starlights, dissipating into the cosmos. Yet this dreadful sword light, undeterred, raised forward like a celestial phoenix descending from the heavens. Under Luo Yu's horrified gaze, it expanded, ultimately slicing through him, cleaving a distant mountain in half. At this moment, the world fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the two figures in the void. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect gazed at Chu Luo, whose blood light was gradually fading, their eyes shimmering with admiration and awe. Their Chu Shixiang was nothing short of a killer on the celestial prodigy list, having slain yet another prodigy. Moreover, he had unleashed a forbidden technique they had never witnessed before. They were left wondering just how many forbidden techniques their Shixiang had mastered within their sect. It was no wonder he had previously been so fond of elixirs and often frequented the second elder's medicinal fields. Now, everyone finally understood the truth. Impressive. Even Yin Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. Had she been in his place, she certainly would not have been able to withstand that strike. At this moment, Yin Qianqian finally comprehended why the disciples of the Forbidden Sect held such unwavering confidence in Chu Luo. A low hum resonated through the void above, as Luo Yu's formidable aura dissipated. The long spear in his hand clattered to the ground, and a vertical gash appeared on his forehead. The vitality within him swiftly waned. In the fleeting moment before his eyes closed, Luo Yu gazed at the increasingly blurred figure of Chu Luo, his heart overwhelmed with boundless regret. Subsequently, this once illustrious prodigy, ranked 123rd on the heavenly prodigy list, fell. Seeing his opponent collapse into a deep slumber, Chu Luo finally felt at ease. The recent use of the forbidden technique had cost him 300 years of lifespan. Each time he unleashed such a move, it exacted a heavy toll. It seemed prudent to master a few ordinary techniques for future encounters with formidable adversaries. Until he could exchange for the body of eternal life, employing forbidden techniques was a perilous undertaking. Brother Luo, with Luo Yu incapacitated, the few disciples of Lingqing's sect who had prudently evaded the chaos stood at a distance, their faces collectively ashen, unable to believe the scene before them. They had never anticipated that Brother Luo Yu would prove no match for Chu Luo. As they regained their senses, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily fled the scene. Chu Luo noticed the retreating figures of the Lingqing sect disciples, but refrained from pursuing them. Having already slain a prominent prodigy of Lingqing sect, he understood that he had made a formidable enemy. Lingqing sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Allowing these individuals to escape would serve as a reminder to Lingqing sect that it was he who had dealt the blow. In due time, the elders of Lingqing sect would surely come looking for trouble. He chuckled to himself, relishing the prospect of accumulating merit points. With that thought, Chu Luo beamed with satisfaction, concealing his aura as he returned to the group. Those Lingqing sect ruffians fled with remarkable speed. He couldn't help but suspect they had trained for it. They must have. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect also came to their senses, unable to stifle their laughter. Brother Chu, a few core disciples, upon seeing Chu Luo's return, immediately began rummaging through their storage rings. Soon, They produced 1 or 2 medicinal herbs capable of restoring vitality and offered them to Chu Luo. "Brother Chu, these are the spiritual herbs we gathered earlier. Please take them." "We understand." The disciples winked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. Their expression seemed rather unusual, yet a warm current flowed through him, and he grinned. How embarrassing. These herbs must be submitted to the sect. Though he said this, he accepted the herbs from his fellow disciples and began to consume them, replenishing a portion of his lost lifespan. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. They had yet to see Brother Chu appear embarrassed. Observing the camaraderie among the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, Yun Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior sister." Several disciples from Yunyao, Sacred Land, were taken aback. Their faces filled with alarm. "Miss Yun, are you all right? Quickly, fetch the healing elixirs." Chu Luo was startled and hurriedly expressed his concern. If all went well, Yun Qianqian might soon be their senior sister. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect immediately produced a plethora of healing elixirs and offered them to Yun Qianqian. She waved her hand and smiled sweetly. "Rest assured, Master Chu, I'm fine. It's merely an old ailment." Chu Luo focused his spiritual sense on Yun Qianqian, discovering that her soul appeared to be damaged. Sensing this, Yun Qianqian continued with a smile. "It seems Master Chu has noticed. Not long ago, in my haste for advancement, I attempted to forcibly break through my cultivation, only to fail and injure my soul. Upon entering today, I fortuitously found the soul-nourishing flower, only to discover that the Lingqing sect's people were also present. Master Chu, may I exchange something of equal value for the soul-nourishing flower?" At this point, Yun Qianqian seemed somewhat hesitant and bashful. Chu Luo and the other disciples of the Forbidden Sect instantly understood the situation. It turned out that Yun Qianqian had been injured all along. No wonder she was no match for Luo Yu. Regaining his composure, Chu Luo grinned. Since Miss Yun, before he could finish, Yun Qianqian deftly produced a jade vial, presenting it with earnestness. "Master Chu, this is the breakthrough elixir. A high-grade earth-tier pill. Although its value may not surpass that of the soul-nourishing flower, I assure you that I will compensate with other spiritual herbs or elixirs once I return." Unknowingly, Chu Luo had almost blurted out his intention to gift her the soul-nourishing flower, but swallowed the words instead. He shifted his tone. "Miss Yun, you were too courteous. While the breakthrough elixir may not equate to the soul-nourishing flower, you are indeed the object of admiration for our brother Bai. Very well, I am willing to exchange with you." With that, Chu Luo promptly accepted the breakthrough elixir from Yun Qianqian, fearing she might change her mind, and handed her the soul-nourishing flower. Upon mentioning Bai Yun, Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chu." Immediately, she consumed the soul-nourishing flower, refining its medicinal power on the spot to mend her injured soul. While the others formed a protective circle around her, observing this, Chu Luo decided to take the opportunity to enhance his own strength. Thus, he too consumed the breakthrough elixir, channeling his cultivation technique. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the secret realm, the heavenly prodigy list reappeared. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the name of Luo Yu, ranked 123rd, had vanished without a trace on the side of Lingqing's sect. The ancient sage Lan Qing's expression drastically changed as he turned over a shattered life token. His heart filled with despair. "Disciple, who is it?" he thundered. "Who has slain my disciple?" A resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, mingling with a murderous intent that sent chills through everyone present. Many powerful figures instinctively glanced toward Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi of the Forbidden Sect. Noticing the collective gaze, the two elders exchanged wary looks. Surely, this disciple of Lan Qing could not have fallen at the hands of that Chu Luo. At this moment, Lan Qing's icy glare fell upon the two, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity. "What are you looking at?" Zhao Sheng retorted. "What do you mean by that? Do you suspect that my disciples of the Forbidden Sect are responsible? Do you have any evidence?" Elder Zhao met Lan Qing's gaze without a hint of courtesy. Lan Qing furrowed his brow, his face similarly etched with anger. Yet, he could not ascertain whether Luo Yu had indeed perished at the hands of the Forbidden Sect disciples, for the heavenly prodigy list had not revealed anyone taking his place. Lan Qing scoffed. "Once the other disciples of my sect emerge from the secret realm, we will ascertain who has slain my disciple. If it truly is your Forbidden Sect's doing, even if it leads to a fight among ancient sages, I shall seek justice for my disciple." Lan Qing's voice dripped with cold disdain. Ha. Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged knowing smirks, choosing to disregard Lan Qing's words. However, Both elders harbored a flicker of concern in their eyes if it truly was that Chu Luo who took down this old fool's disciple. "We might be in a bit of trouble," Elder Qin murmured discreetly. "Besides these two from Lingqing sect, the old ghosts from Qiyan Valley, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, are also eyeing Chu Luo with great interest. At that time, it will be challenging for just the two of us to handle them." Elder Zhaoxing nodded in agreement. "To be safe, we should discreetly gather reinforcements, just in case if this trouble indeed originated from that lad. Let his stubborn master come to clean up the mess." Elder Zhao nodded in response, his hand concealed within his sleeve producing a jade token. Without hesitation, he crushed it, ensuring he had a plan in place. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Emperor's secret realm, the scorching heat envelopes the world. For dozens of miles around, there is not a trace of life, all consumed by a vast sea of crimson flames. At this moment, outside this infernal expanse, the formidable experts from various major sects have gathered. Their gazes are fixed on the deepest part of the fire sea. There, suspended in the heart of the flames, is a cauldron. Torrents of red flames cascade forth from this cauldron, and a faint aura of imperial might emanates from it. Clearly, this cauldron is an imperial artifact. It is an imperial artifact. Ha! The imperial artifact is mine. As the multitude of powerful beings beyond the fire sea sensed the subtle imperial presence emanating from the cauldron, many rogue cultivators at the initial stage, driven by greed, rushed into the flames, eager to seize the imperial treasure. However, as soon as they set foot in the fire sea, they were engulfed by the terrifying red flames, leaving not a single bone behind. This scene jolted the numerous experts present back to their senses. "Senior brother, that is the burning flame cauldron from our Dan sect's ancient texts. It is the life artifact of the ancient Dan Patriarch. The ancient Dan Patriarch has indeed fallen," among the crowd. A disciple of the Dan sect, upon recognizing the crimson cauldron within the fire sea, paled slightly and whispered to his companion, Dan Shinzi. Dan Shinzi nodded slightly, furrowing his brow. After being separated from Chu Luo, he had felt some mysterious guidance in his mind, leading him, along with several core disciples of the Forbidden Sect and his own Dan sect disciples, to this location. However, shortly after his arrival, powerful figures began to stream in. Thinking of this, Dan Shinzi scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking onto several youths. These youths were the prodigies from the top-tier forces. Among them were the three foremost prodigies of the Flame Valley, accompanied by dozens of disciples. Now, with so many top-tier forces converging here, it would be somewhat challenging for him alone to reclaim the burning flame cauldron for his sect. "Junior brother, is it possible to contact Brother Chu? Perhaps he could come here and lend us a hand. Our Dan sect would be immensely grateful." Dan Shinzi implored a nearby disciple of the Forbidden Sect. "All right, I will attempt to contact Brother Chu right away." The disciple nodded, producing a sect token to try and reach out to Chu Luo and his group. Seeing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Dan Shinzi. He focused intently on the burning flame cauldron amid the fire sea, his eyes narrowing. According to the ancient texts of his sect, the cauldron concealed an entire realm within it. Dan Shinzi surmised that if the ancient Dan Patriarch had indeed left behind an imperial pill recipe, it must be hidden within the inner world of the burning flame cauldron. Therefore, he must retrieve the cauldron at all costs. Suddenly, while Dan Shinzi was lost in thought, the fire sea began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the multitude of powerful beings present witnessed the cauldron quivering, emanating a faint red glow. An imperial presence surged forth. The powerful figures and prodigies in attendance fell to their knees. "What is this?" Everyone was filled with terror. However, among the kneeling crowd, two figures stood out, refusing to bow. One of them was Dan Shinzi. The other was a man appearing to be in his late 20s. Exuding a faint imperial aura that imparted an ancient sensation, Dan Shinzi, on the other hand, showed no signs of any special aura but remained unaffected by this imperial pressure. Even he was unsure of the reason. The man glanced at Dan Shinzi with a look of disdain. Dan Shinzi noticed the man's gaze and turned to look. He discovered that the man stood beside several prodigies from the Lingqing sect. Could this person be a descendant of some great emperor from the Lingqing sect? Just as Dan Shinzi was perplexed, the imperial might from the fire sea coalesced, manifesting into a towering figure. This figure, with a grand gesture, gathered the flames from the sea into its palm, surrounded by wondrous phenomena of ancient times. The imposing figure was an elderly man with white hair. Dan Shinzi's pupils constricted, and he instinctively exclaimed, You are the ancient Dan Patriarch? Ha! After all these years, the world within my body has finally manifested. At last, I have awaited the arrival of a disciple from my Dan sect. The elder smiled gently, his eyes kind as they fell upon Dan Chenzi. Indeed, he was the master of this imperial secret realm, the ancient Dan Emperor, however, at this moment. The ancient Dan Emperor was merely a remnant soul remaining within the secret realm. Disciple of the Dan sect, Dan Chenzi pays respects to the patriarch. Dan Chenzi finally understood why he was unaffected by the imperial might. It was likely due to the ancient Dan patriarch's influence. Alas, I did not expect my Dan sect's younger generation to be so diminished. The Wang family. No wonder. As the ancient Dan Emperor scanned the surroundings, his gaze landed upon the prodigies from other top-tier forces. And he sighed helplessly. He then noticed the man beside him, who also radiated imperial might, resisting his oppressive aura. The imperial presence surrounding the man did not originate from him, but was left behind by another. The man chuckled, seemingly unbothered by the ancient Dan Emperor revealing his identity, maintaining a proud demeanor. Everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated that this man was actually a member of the ancient Wang family. But how could a member of the ancient Wang family be associated with someone from the Lingqing sect? Young ones, this cauldron and the legacy within are specifically prepared for the prodigies of my Dan sect. You may seek other opportunities. The inner realm of my domain contains numerous precious spirit herbs available for your acquisition. The ancient Dan Emperor's authoritative voice resonated in the ears of every powerful being present. Subsequently, this remnant soul of the ancient Dan Emperor reached out towards Dan Chenzi, and both their figures vanished from sight. The imperial might that had filled the heavens dissipated, and once again, the fire sea surged with towering crimson flames. Wonderful! Senior brother Dan Chenzi has obtained the ancient Dan Patriarch's legacy. Indeed. After emerging from seclusion, senior brother Dan Chenzi's strength will surely skyrocket. The group of Dan sect disciples that had risen erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, some rogue cultivators nearby could not help but shake their heads in envy that a few powerful beings discreetly departed to seek other opportunities, while others remained, their eyes glinting with cold light. So it was predetermined. Han Wujie from the Flame Valley glared at the burning flame cauldron in the fire sea, markedly displeased. Brother Han, do not be anxious. That old fellow is merely a remnant soul, on the verge of dissipating completely from this world. Once he is gone, the ownership of this imperial artifact remains uncertain. However, before that, we must settle some scores. That Dusheng sneered, his gaze shifting towards a few disciples from the Forbidden Sect accompanying Dan sect disciples. A ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Just as the three great prodigies of the Flame Valley planned to teach the disciples of the Forbidden Sect a lesson, several hurried figures flew in from the distant horizon. The arriving individuals were clad in the robes of the Lingqing sect. Among the dozen or so individuals from the Lingqing sect, the two leading youths shielded the man from the Wang family. These two youths were also prodigies of the Lingqing sect, named Zhu Yu and El Chongkong. Both were at the initial stage of cultivation, ranked 116th and 119th on the prodigy list. Respectively. Why have you all just arrived now? Where is Brother Luo? As Zhu Yu observed the anxious expressions of several disciples, he noticed the absence of Luo Yu's presence, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Prior to this, Luo Yu had communicated with him through the sect's token, informing him of his discovery of a soul-nourishing flower and his coincidental encounter with Yun Qianqian from the Yun Miao sacred land. Upon seeing these disciples return, Zhu Yu had assumed that Luo Yu had succeeded. Senior brother Zhu, senior brother Luo Yu has fallen, one of the returning disciples exclaimed, panic evident in their voice. The words resonated clearly among those present, eliciting shock and disbelief. Who would dare to be so audacious as to slay a prodigy of the Lingqing sect? What? Who did this? The expressions of Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong, two of the sect's foremost talents, shifted dramatically. The realization that someone had brutally slain their fellow disciple was unfathomable, especially considering Luo Yu was not only a top talent of their sect but also the younger brother of Luo Qingxue. Compounding their distress was the presence of Wang Lin, a young man from the Wang family, who was to wed Luo Qingxue. Wang Lin had recently visited with powerful allies from his family to propose. It was precisely because Luo Yu was Luo Qingxue's brother that Wang Lin had accompanied them into the secret realm that moment. Wang Lin's expression darkened ominously. It was Chu Luo, from the Forbidden Sect. Another disciple quickly responded. How could that be? When I saw Chu Luo outside the secret realm, he was only at the second level of the spirit soul realm. How could he possibly be a match for junior brother Luo? Zhu Yu's face darkened with disbelief. Senior brother Zhu, it is true. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The techniques he employed were terrifying. The disciples recalled the horrifying scene of Chu Luo executing Luo Yu. Fear etched on their faces. Zhi Yu and Lu Chongkong exchanged glances, both turning their gaze toward the lead figure, Wang Lin. Meanwhile, as the Linghai sect disciples divulged the news of Luo Yu's demise, the disciples from the Forbidden Sect began to cautiously retreat. Where do you think you are going, disciples of the Forbidden Sect? At that moment, the three foremost prodigies of the Qian Valley, accompanied by their followers, blocked the path of the Forbidden Sect members. The other powerful factions present began to watch with keen interest. Brother Zhu, Brother Lu, these scoundrels are trying to escape. Heh, perfect. Our Qian Valley has a score to settle with that rascal. Capture these individuals, and naturally, Chu Luo will come to us. The leader, Du Xing, coldly remarked to Zhu Yu and the others that he had not forgotten the elder's directive to eliminate Chu Luo within the secret realm. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhu, the Forbidden Sect is utterly despicable. Let us avenge Junior Brother Luo. Humph, the Forbidden Sect has always been tyrannical. They bullied us during our previous encounters in the secret realm. Now, we shall settle old and new scores alike. Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong's disciples echoed their sentiments. Seize them. Lure that fellow named Chu Luo here. Wang Lin's gaze fixed coldly on the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Zhi Yu and Lu Chongkong nodded slightly, then gestured with their hands. Take them down. The dozen or so disciples behind them immediately armed themselves and charged at the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Du Sheng, too, issued a command, and his followers surged forward. Very well, the Forbidden Sect will remember this. Everyone, attack together. Brother Chu will arrive shortly. A disciple from the Forbidden Sect shouted angrily, leading a counterattack. Fear not, comrades from the Forbidden Sect. We are here to assist you. It must be noted that the Alchemy Sect's disciples displayed commendable camaraderie, promptly extending a helping hand that in the ensuing chaos. As the battle erupted, Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong furrowed their brows, preparing to intervene personally. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, a fierce battle commenced at that critical moment. Chu Luo, who was in the midst of a breakthrough in a valley, sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from himself. Brother Chu is about to break through. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect felt the palpable energy waves emitted by Chu Luo, excitement coursing through them. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Chu Luo sprang to his feet. Break, boom. In the next instant, several female disciples from the Yun Miao sacred land gazed at Chu Luo in awe, as if he were a mythical creature. His cultivation ascended from the second to the third level, and then to the fourth level of the spirit soul realm. A single earth-level breakthrough pill allowed him to shatter through 2 realms consecutively. Truly monstrous. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect had long grown accustomed to such spectacles. Following his breakthrough to the 4th level, Chu Luo's aura gradually weakened. He reveled in the surging power within him, thoroughly satisfied. Truly impressive. Just then, Yun Qianqian, who had been recovering her spirit, opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned back, intending to express his thoughts when suddenly, a disciple from the Forbidden Sect behind him paled, flipping his hand to reveal a sect token that emitted a faint glow. He flicked his finger, sending a stream of light into the token. The next moment, the token burst forth with radiance, revealing a line of ethereal text. Brother Chu, hurry to the depths of the secret realm. We have discovered an imperial artifact. Your assistance is urgently needed. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of an imperial artifact within this great imperial secret realm. Brother Chu, if an imperial artifact has appeared, other powerful factions will surely have arrived as well. We must hasten to support our fellow brothers and sisters. The disciples urged. We will accompany you, young Master Chu. If you seek to contend for the imperial artifact, I can assist you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your kindness today. Yun Qianqian smiled charmingly. Chu Luo nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate it. Miss Yun, do visit our Forbidden Sect more often to spend time with Brother Bai Yun. Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Thus, Chu Luo and his companions swiftly made their way toward the depths of the great imperial secret realm. Upon their arrival, a sea of crimson flames greeted them, while the numerous powerful figures guarding the periphery of the fire seemed to sense their approach, turning to face them. More have arrived. Look, it is the fairy of Yun Miao sacred land. And there are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. That youth is Chu Luo. Chu Luo has come. Strange. How does the fairy of Yun Miao sacred land find herself alongside Chu Luo? As the name Chu Luo was uttered, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere among the powerful figures present, many of whom wore expressions of anticipation. Humph, so they have finally arrived. Han Wujia, gazing at the approaching figures, wore a dark expression, his eyes glinting with cold malice. Beneath his feet lay a badly beaten disciple from the Forbidden Sect, while several other injured disciples from both the Forbidden Sect and the Alchemy Sect were sprawled around him. Each disciple from the two sects bore injuries, their faces bruised, but thankfully, none were in mortal danger. It was evident that even the Qian Valley and Lingqing sect dared not execute these disciples on the spot. For two ancient sage elders from the Forbidden Sect were watching over them outside the secret realm. In the presence of so many witnesses, they refrained from slaying disciples from both sections. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and Lu Chongkong followed the gazes of the crowd. Wang Lin's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes flickering with a glint of hostility. As Chu Luo and his accompanying disciples arrived, they were momentarily taken aback upon noticing their fallen comrades and the dozen or so injured disciples from the Alchemy sect. Chu Luo furrowed her brows slightly, her expression darkening. "Brother Chu, do not mind us. Just leave quickly. The scoundrels from Qian Valley and Lingqing sect are truly despicable." Several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, bruised and battered, lying on the ground, immediately shouted upon seeing Chu Luo and her companions. "Brothers, damn it, these ruffians are ruthless. How infuriating. Very well, Qian Valley and Lingqing sect, we shall remember this grievance." The disciples beside Chu Luo, witnessing their comrades being mercilessly beaten by the people of Qian Valley and Lingqing sect, were engulfed with rage. Chu Luo scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on Han Wujia, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu Yu, and El Chongkong, her expression remaining calm. Yet, deep within her eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. "Young Master Chu, be cautious. The three leaders from Qian Valley are renowned talents on the genius ranking: Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujia. As for the two from Lingqing sect, they too are on the list. Zhu Yu and El Chongkong, both are at the primordial realm," Yin Chanqian reminded Chu Luo, her brows knitted in concern. Chu Luo nodded slightly. In his eyes, their names had become inconsequential, for today, they were all destined to perish here. "Chu Luo, today, you shall not escape," Han Wujia sneered, kicking aside the Forbidden Sect disciple underfoot. "Han Wujia, you seek death." The disciples beside Chu Luo were incensed by Han Wujia's actions. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike. They were halted by Chu Luo, who discreetly transmitted to them, "Brothers, hold your horses. Leave this to me. You find a chance to rescue the other brothers and the disciples of the Alchemy sect. Then retreat far away. I fear you might get caught in the crossfire." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were momentarily taken aback, then nodded and suppressed their fury. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Han Wujia, displaying an innocent smile. A defeated foe, who last time couldn't even recognize his own mother, dares to bark. "I should have finished you off last time. The only reason you can yelp now is that the old fogies from Qian Valley saved your life. This time, however, there is no Yin Jun to protect you." At these words, Han Wujia's anger surged, his face darkening to an extreme. He longed to rush forth and rend Chu Luo into 1,000 pieces. The humiliation of being defeated by Chu Luo was a stain on his life. Simultaneously, he was astonished. This little brat had only been at the beginning realm last time. In just a month, he had advanced to the 4th stage of the Divine Soul realm. No wonder their higher-ups wanted him eliminated. Ha ha ha. You disciples of the Forbidden Sect, each one is sharp-tongued and arrogantly proud. You, a mere 4th stage Divine Soul, dare to speak so insolently? You insult my sect, and today, you shall pay the price. Du Sheng stepped forward, his gaze icy. Immediately, the overwhelming aura of the 1st stage of the primordial realm enveloped the area. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so disciples from Qian Valley surrounded Chu Luo and her companions. Chu Luo merely glanced at Du Sheng, maintaining his harmless smile. No one noticed the two hands concealed within his sleeves, one radiating black and the other purple, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. "Chu Luo, did you kill our disciple Luo?" At that moment, Zhu Yu and El Chongkong stepped forward, staring at Chu Luo accusingly. The disciples of Lingqing sect, alongside those from Qian Valley, blocked their escape route. Witnessing this scene, the powerful figures of other sects reveled in schadenfreude. It seemed the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were unlikely to leave today. Though the people from Lingqing sect and Qian Valley dared not take their lives in front of so many witnesses, a thorough beating was inevitable. They might even lose their cultivation. Chu Luo looked at Zhu Yu and El Chongkong, shrugged, and smiled. "Are you referring to that lad with the spear?" "Yes, I was the one who dispatched him. At that time, I kindly warned him, but he insisted on seeking death. This is not my fault." You see, upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingqing's sect erupted in fury. Zhiyu's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "As long as you admit it, Chu Luo, surrender quietly. The higher-ups of our sect will decide your fate regarding the murder of our core disciple. You need only comply and return with us to Lingqing's sect." Chu Luo shook his head, smiling brightly. "What if I refuse? Do you dare to kill me? My master is an emperor. If you dare to harm even a hair on my head, you shall find yourself confined to your sect for the rest of your life." Ji was taken aback, his expression darkening instantaneously. "I don't dare, but I do. So you did kill Luo Yu?" Exclamation point. "You should take your own life. This is to give the emperor of the Forbidden Sect a face. Otherwise, if I act, you shall die without a corpse." At this moment, Wang Lin, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a grim countenance, addressing Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback, curiously examining Wang Lin, and grinned. "And who might you be? Are you out of your mind, spouting such foolishness? Take your own life? Why don't you do it first? Give my master a face, and take your own life right now. I have seen foolishness, but never such utter stupidity. You are more foolish than a pig." "Ha ha ha, Brother Chu speaks excellently. Ha ha ha. This person looks decent, yet speaks without a brain. Who does he think he is, an emperor?" Chu Luo's companions could not help but burst into laughter. Their brother Chu had a way with words. The surrounding powerful figures were left dumbfounded. They never expected that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect, merely at the 4th stage of the divine soul realm, would dare to insult even a member of the ancient royal family. Truly seeking death. Silence. "Chu Luo, you are courting death. This individual is Wang Lin of the ancient royal family, the grandson of the evil subduing emperor. To insult Wang Xiao is to insult the evil subduing emperor himself. Even your master, the Yin Crow, cannot save you." Zhu Yu scolded furiously at these words. The crowd turned in astonishment towards Wang Lin. They had not anticipated that Wang Lin was indeed the direct grandson of the evil subduing emperor. "Haha, so what?" Chu Luo shrugged. "Even if he is a grandson, I would still insult that old fogey. I care not. You seek death. Kill him. My Wang family will bear the consequences." Wang Lin was seething with rage. Waving his hand, boom, Zhu Yu and El Changkong trembled. Just as they were about to act, Chu Luo also prepared to strike, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Suddenly, from the depths of the tranquil sea of flames, a violent tremor erupted. Everyone was startled and looked up. They saw the flames in the sea once more rolling, rushing towards the burning flame cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the raging sea of fire was drawn into the cauldron, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a white figure soared from the burning flame cauldron. "Senior Brother Dan." The wounded disciples of the alchemy sect exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the familiar figure. Boom. Following this, the aura of Dan Chenzi surged rapidly. This fellow was breaking through in cultivation. He had received the inheritance of the ancient alchemy emperor. The powerful figures present sensed the aura emanating from Dan Chenzi, their expressions shifting dramatically. Some revealed greed, including Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujia. "Ha! Breaking through in cultivation. What a splendid opportunity." Du Sheng let out a cold smile, and a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. At that moment, Chu Luo also took notice of Du Sheng's movements. Casting a glance around, he realized that everyone's attention was now fixated on Dan Chenzi. Chu Luo's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He immediately exchanged glances with several disciples from the Forbidden Sect nearby. The disciples, momentarily taken aback by Chu Luo's gaze, swiftly comprehended his intent and nodded in unison. Buzz, the forbidden ultimate technique, spatial displacement. Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, his figure trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. Han Wujia, who was focused on Dan Chenzi, suddenly sensed a familiar silhouette appear before him. Hastily, he shifted his gaze from Dan Chenzi. The next moment, a harmless smile materialized before his eyes. Han Wujia's pupils constricted, his expression altering dramatically. This time, even the Emperor cannot save you. Forbidden ultimate technique, calamity, poison finger. Boom. Chu Luo grinned widely, swiftly extending a hand from within his sleeve. The fingers came together, aimed directly at the close proximity of Han Wujia. With a flick of his finger, a jet of black light surged forth in an instant. "Han Shidi, be cautious." At this moment, both Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu instantly reacted. By the time they noticed Chu Luo, he had already made his move against Han Wujia. They were struck with horror, utterly oblivious to when Chu Luo had appeared before Han Wujia. Such an eerie technique. They never anticipated that Chu Luo would choose this moment to launch a surprise attack in a fit of rage. The two unleashed their formidable powers, charging toward Chu Luo. At this juncture, Han Wujia had no time to react. The black light shot into his body in an instant. "What have you done to me?" Han Wujia was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain. Akin to countless insects gnawing at his bones, he could vividly perceive his life force and spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. Meanwhile, his flesh began to emit a strange black aura. Gradually decaying, Han Wujia's heart-wrenching cries drew the attention of everyone present. What is happening? What insidious technique has Chu Luo employed? A multitude of powerful figures gasped as they beheld Han Wujia, whose flesh was rotting and writhing on the ground. Struggling in agony, they looked towards the retreating Chu Luo, their faces laden with trepidation. "Han Shidi, Chu Luo, you seek death." Boom. The furious Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu charged toward Chu Luo with unbridled rage. As Chu Luo leaped into action, another hand emerged from his sleeve. The onlookers beheld that this hand was enveloped in deep purple light, emitting a sizzling sound. Chu Luo flashed a smile, feigning an attack towards the approaching Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Forbidden ultimate technique, heart-poisoning purple palm. As Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu rushed forward, their expressions shifted drastically. They immediately halted, veering to the sides. Boom da-da. What is this? My heart aches terribly. Kill me. I can't bear it any longer. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, it became evident that Chu Luo's palm had not struck Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Instead, it had targeted the dozen or so disciples of the Qian Valley and Lingqing sect blocking their retreat. A purple illusory palm imprint erupted amidst the two sects' disciples, sending shards of purple light coursing into their bodies. The disciples from both sects collapsed, unleashing cries of torment. This scene left everyone astounded. Chu Luo had not only seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, but had also executed a clever diversion. Such meticulous planning. Under the gaze of the crowd, the skin of dozens of disciples from both sects turned purple, gradually succumbing to lifelessness amid their wails. As for the Qian Valley's prodigy, Han Wujia, he had already been reduced to a mere pile of rotting flesh. From the surprise attack on Han Wujia to the diversionary strike against the disciples of two formidable factions, the entire sequence transpired within mere breaths. What an opportunity! Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect swiftly rushed forward to rescue their battered comrades and the several disciples from the Dance Sect. Hastily retreating from the battlefield. In that moment, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu, and El Changkong no longer paid heed to the Forbidden Sect disciples. Their gazes, now filled with bloodlust, were fixated on the soaring Chu Luo. Brimming with boundless fury, "Chu Luo, you seek death." Boom. Zhu, El Changkong, Du Sheng, and Zhao Tianyu, the four prodigies, collectively unleashed their formidable auras. Armed with weapons, they manifested towering phenomena around them. With a single step, they simultaneously charged toward the airborne Chu Luo. Zhu, El Changkong, and Du Sheng were all at the Taichu First Realm, while Zhao Tianyu stood at the peak of the Divine Soul Realm. The numerous powerful figures present were collectively taken aback. They never anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. In the blink of an eye, both the Lingqing sect and Qian Valley had suffered significant casualties at Chu Luo's hands. At that moment, whether they were independent cultivators or prodigies from other top factions, none dared to underestimate Chu Luo. Otherwise, facing him would lead to a fate similar to that of the now mangled Han Wujia. In the void above, upon witnessing the four charging at him, Chu Luo silently contemplated. System, how much guardian value is required to break through to the Taichu realm? He intended to leverage the system to immediately ascend to the Taichu realm. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, facing four prodigies at once would be untenable. It requires 10,000 guardian value. Upon realizing the amount needed, Chu Luo felt a pang of distress. After all, guardian value was hard-earned. He still needed to accumulate 200,000 to exchange for the longevity body. But at this moment, he had no time for further thoughts. Exchange, Chu Luo silently declared, flipping his hand to reveal a spiritual sword. Gazing at the four prodigies barreling toward him, Chu Luo laughed heartily, exuding boundless confidence. Since you seek battle, let us engage. Taichu realm, break for me. Boom. With Chu Luo's exclamation, an astonishing aura erupted from him. Surging into the sky, a powerful force bore down upon them. The four prodigies were immediately halted, their expressions a mix of shock as they beheld Chu Luo's figure. To everyone's astonishment, The originally four-realm cultivator Chu Luo had swiftly broken through two minor realms. Attaining the Taichu first realm, the crowd was left agape, their faces painted with disbelief. Chu Luo was nothing short of a prodigy, achieving breakthroughs as he pleased. Moreover, he had accomplished the feat of leaping two minor realms in one go. Incredible! Yun Xianqian, who had been observing the battle, watched in awe as Chu Luo broke through to the Taichu realm, her expression brimming with astonishment. But it was worth noting that Chu Luo had just ascended from the Divine Soul's second realm to the fourth realm. In ordinary circumstances, one would struggle to stabilize their realm at this point, yet Chu Luo had already advanced further. Kill him. Chu Luo, prepare to die. Jiu bellowed in rage, unleashing his formidable power against Chu Luo. The other three prodigies snapped back from their shock and charged forth. In response to this, Yun Xianqian moved with determination. Chu Gongzi, I shall assist you. Buzzing sounds echoed as she declared, Brother Chu, do not fear. I am here to help. At that moment, another voice resonated. The crowd turned to see Dan Shinzi, who had also completed his breakthrough. An aura rivaling that of Zhu Yu and the others emanated from Dan Shinzi. Taichu first realm. Dan Shinzi had also surged through two minor realms, reaching the Taichu realm. His ranking on the prodigy list was bound to be rewritten once again. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as Dan Shinzi, wielding a spiritual sword in one hand and holding crimson alchemical fire in the other, charged toward the four prodigies. You seek death. Chongkong, deal with Dan Shinzi. Tianyu, hold back Yun Xianqian. Leave Chu Luo to me. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng issued their commands without hesitation. El Chongkong from the Lingqing sect and Zhao Tianyu from the Qian Valley immediately positioned themselves to intercept the reinforcements of Dan Shinzi and Yun Xianqian. The fierce battle among the four prodigies erupted in the skies above. As Zhu Yu and Du Sheng approached, enveloped in an aura of divine light and treading upon the void, they advanced toward Chu Luo with lethal intent. With a resounding clash, they resembled youthful deities in their ferocity. One wielded a blazing sword, while the other gripped a mystical spear, both launching formidable attacks at Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo swiftly raised his sword in defense. With a powerful strike, he successfully parried their onslaught. In a fluid motion, he turned and countered with a fierce sweep of his blade. Jiu and Du Sheng's eyes narrowed, fully aware of the danger before them. Having witnessed Chu Luo's uncanny abilities, they regarded him with considerable wariness. To underestimate him again would be sheer folly. In unison, they retaliated, blocking Chu Luo's strike. Come on, let us continue. Chu Luo grinned, taunting them. Unbeknownst to them, a vial of elixir appeared in his hand, an elixir capable of restoring his lifespan. Without hesitation, he consumed it, chewing briefly before swallowing. That he swiftly channeled his energy to refine the potion's power, restoring his vitality to its zenith. Brother Du, let us end this swiftly and subdue this brat. Jiu grunted, his body emanating a formidable aura. Good. Chu Luo, prepare to meet your end. With a determined stride, they surged forward, transforming into two streaks of light. Charging at Chu Luo once more, Chu Luo, undeterred, met their advance with his sword raised high. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, three luminous trails collided violently in the heavens, unleashing waves of potent energy that reverberated outward. The crowd gasped, marveling at how Chu Luo, newly ascended to the primordial realm, could contend against Zhu Yu and Du Sheng with such might. Indeed, the Forbidden Sect had birthed yet another prodigy, as long as Chu Luo did not fall. His future would be boundless. The onlookers, strong individuals in their own right, exchanged glances filled with awe at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. If Chu Luo emerged victorious today, even if he managed to escape, his name would undoubtedly resound throughout the vastness of the 3,000 realms. Observing the murmurs around him, Wang Lin's expression darkened. He gazed at the battling figure of Chu Luo, a cold smirk creeping across his lips. In the next instant, a surge of golden power erupted from his being, and mysterious golden runes began to dance around him, startling those nearby. The second level of the primordial realm. Wang Lin's talent was not to be underestimated. Alas, at his age, he was barred from the ranks of the young talents, or else he would surely have made his mark. Indeed, those on the list of young prodigies were all under 25 years of age. What was Wang Lin scheming? Did he intend to join the fray? Ignoring the gazes fixed upon him, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure vanished from sight. A tremendous sound echoed through the void. The crowd looked up to see Chu Luo and the others swiftly separating. You two are truly exceptional talents. The average primordial realm cultivator stands no chance against you. Chu Luo grinned, his expression innocent and harmless. At that moment, Jiu and Du Sheng gritted their teeth, their murderous intent surging forth. As established talents, they found it disgraceful that they could not subdue Chu Luo in a 2-on-1 encounter. If they failed to defeat him, their reputation would be tarnished, and they would become the laughingstock among other prodigies. Chu Luo did not get too complacent. "This strike shall end you," Ji bellowed, his body trembling with fury. In the next moment, he swung his spear, unleashing an overwhelming intent that enveloped the heavens. Golden energy coalesced into a tangible form, creating a divine halo behind him. With eyes ablaze, Ji leaped into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Waves of invisible ripples spread from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of colossal golden spears, adorned with flowing golden patterns, emerged from the ethereal waves. Descending upon Chu Luo, the sheer force of the attack sent shivers down the spines of all present. This is terrifying power. Is this truly something a first-level primordial realm warrior can unleash? Even a peak primordial realm expert would find it hard to withstand such an assault. The spectators gasped in disbelief, but there was more to come. Following Zhu Yu's astonishing attack, Du Sheng was not one to be outdone. He revealed his own hidden card. Flames of crimson erupted around him, scorching the sky. In that moment, he radiated the brilliance of a sun descended upon the earth. A massive spectral figure, wielding a fiery sword, rose from behind him, treading upon a sea of flames. Dominating the universe, the combined might of the two prodigies cast a shadow over the heavens. Chu Luo, momentarily taken aback, maintained his composure, his eyes flickering with boundless fighting spirit. He sheathed his spiritual sword and swiftly formed seals with both hands. Just then, an immense shadow descended, shrouding the realm of the secret territory. All present paused, instinctively turning to look behind Chu Luo. At that moment, a towering golden avatar, hundreds of feet tall, loomed behind him. This avatar, with its fierce gaze and blazing flames, bore 3 cobalt swords in its right hand and a rosette in its left. Standing firm in the cosmos, the avatar, embodying the unmoved king, radiated an awe-inspiring presence. Wang Lin, surrounded by swirling Sanskrit, raised his hand with a chilling smile. "Chu, be cautious. Young Master Chu, Brother Chu, watch out." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect and the battling Dan Qinzi and Yun Chanqian, all watching from a distance, were alarmed, their faces pale as they shouted warnings. Chu Luo spun around, his pupils narrowing. "He, unmoved king, die." With a thunderous clap, Wang Lin pressed down. The unmoved king avatar descended upon Chu Luo with overwhelming force, conjuring a massive mushroom cloud that erupted into the sky. "Not good. Retreat." At the moment the cloud surged, the assembled powerful beings were thrown into a panic, hastily fleeing to safety. Upon reaching a secure distance, they witnessed the nearby mountains being razed to the ground by the sheer might of the attack. But the spectacle was not over. The crowd looked up to see Zhu Yu and Du Sheng charging toward the heart of the mushroom cloud, launching their meticulously prepared devastating techniques. Soul-subduing spear of the cloud, flame-cleaving sword slash. A torrent of hundreds of illusory golden spears surged forth, accompanied by a blazing sword of fire. The two formidable techniques collided with cataclysmic force. The ensuing explosion was staggering, sending violent shockwaves rippling in all directions. Those who had retreated to safety were compelled to join forces to erect barriers of spiritual energy against the impending blast. Brother Chu, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who had successfully escaped, gazed at the distant explosion, their expressions filled with fury and despair. They longed to rush forth and exact vengeance upon the ambushing Wang Lin, as well as Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. After a prolonged period, as the tumult subsided, countless strong individuals stared into the dissipating smoke, shaking their heads in lament. Alas, what a pity for Chu Luo. Indeed, under such terrifying assaults, even the peak of the primordial realm would find survival a formidable challenge. Yet, Chu Luo's name would endure in honor. Indeed, even Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's combined efforts could not subdue him. Had it not been for Wang Lin's treachery, the outcome might have been different. Despite their victory, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's triumph felt hollow. Wang Lin of the Wang family, while his ambush was despicable. The outcome is now sealed. After today, the 3,000 realms will surely be set abuzz. You are mistaken. Our Brother Chu will not perish. Indeed, how could Brother Chu possibly be defeated by such riffraff? Indeed, I too harbor doubts. Brother Chu is but a bane to our sect. How could such a menace possibly meet his end? Overhearing the murmurs of those around, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were left with reddened eyes, each one profoundly shaken by the impact Brother Chu had imparted upon them throughout their journey. They refused to accept the notion that he could perish. Beside them, the disciples of the Pill Sect and the Yunmiao Sacred Land wore somber expressions, offering words of comfort to the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. They could no longer sense Chu Luo's presence, which likely indicated his demise. At last, the brat has met his end. Du Sheng gazed down at the dissipating smoke. A cold smile gracing his lips. Beneath the onslaught of their formidable trio, not even a newly ascended cultivator like Chu Luo could hope to survive, let alone a peak powerhouse of the primordial realm. This is the fate that befalls those who show disrespect to my Wang family. Wang Lin suppressed his aura, gesturing grandly. His voice, infused with spiritual power, resonated throughout the heavens, echoing in every ear present. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the battlefield where Dan Chenzi and Yun Chuanqian were engaged. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source, only to discover that the clash between these two prodigies had reached its conclusion. El Changkong of the Spirit Clear sect was heavily injured and unable to withstand Dan Chenzi's might, while Zhao Tianyu of the Crimson Flame Valley had similarly fallen before Yun Chuanqian's prowess. Brother Chu, Dan Chenzi's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the dissipating dust. Dan Chenzi, for your own sake, it would be wise to surrender that cauldron, given your status as a prodigy of the Pill sect. I shall allow you to depart unscathed should you relinquish it. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to seize it. Du Sheng was taken aback by Dan Chenzi's triumph over El Changkong, narrowing his eyes with an unfriendly gaze fixed upon him. Zhu Yu and Wang Lin shared similar expressions of scrutiny. You cannot hope to keep that imperial artifact. If you wish to live, hand it over willingly. Wang Lin's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped forward. Boom. A colossal ancient aura erupted from him, golden runes swirling around, reminiscent of a youthful divine king from a bygone era. Witnessing this, Du Sheng's countenance darkened. He felt uncertain about confronting Wang Lin, especially after the overwhelming power displayed during his ambush on Chu Luo. This belongs to my Pill sect. Unless I perish, you shall not lay a finger on it. Dan Chenzi's eyes sparkled with fierce determination, his body trembling as the formidable aura of the primordial realm surged forth once more. Dan Chenzi was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Boom. Wang Lin, filled with disdain, stepped forward once more, just as he was about to strike. A keen-eyed warrior within the onlooking crowd noticed the smoke had completely dissipated, revealing a vast, gaping pit where Chu Luo had once stood. Yet, there was no trace of his body, not even fragments of his clothing. The warrior exclaimed in astonishment, "Everyone, look, there is no body of Chu Luo." His shout drew the attention of the entire assembly. All eyes turning to the deep pit that was utterly empty. Could it be that Chu Luo had survived? Logically, even if he had been obliterated, some remnants of cloth or flesh should have remained. But apart from the disturbed earth, there was nothing. Zhu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin all exchanged bewildered glances, their brows furrowing in disbelief. Could it be that the lad truly lived? This was inconceivable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the crowd's focus was riveted on the pit, the entire secret realm trembled slightly. In the next moment, the very fabric of reality above transformed into a blood-red expanse. The crimson aura enveloped the sky, blocking out the sun like a celestial tide. This is ominous energy. What could have triggered such a terrifying surge of malevolence? Some warriors present gasped in horror, sensing the sinister power shrouding the heavens, an ominous premonition rising within them. This is the once heartbroken disciples of the Forbidden Sect suddenly recalled something upon witnessing the blood-red sky, their sorrow vanishing in an instant. Above them, Zhu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin felt a wave of trepidation wash over them at this sudden change in the world. An unsettling foreboding took root in their hearts, particularly for Zhu and Du Sheng, whose eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. A profound sense of crisis loomed over them. Forbidden absolute art, blood fiend devouring heaven. Suddenly, a voice that resonated with familiarity echoed throughout the realm. Zhu, Du Sheng, and Wang Lin's expressions changed dramatically. It is Chu Luo. That brat has not perished. Du Sheng's face grew grave, his heart pounding with fear. He extended his consciousness to envelop the area, yet he sensed not a trace of Chu Luo's presence. His caution intensifying. Crack, boom, buzz, buzz, buzz. A sudden, crisp shattering sound reverberated. Brother Du, watch out above. Brother Zhu, be careful. The injured Zhao Tianyu and El Changkong noticed a massive rift in the sky directly above them. Their faces blanched as they cried out a warning. Zhu and Du Sheng, startled, instinctively looked up. Their pupils constricted, terror etched across their faces. This is bad. Above them, a blood-red wormhole, spanning several miles in diameter, loomed ominously. A tremendous gravitational force began to devour everything around it. Within the blood-red wormhole, a boundless sea of malevolence coalesced, filled with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. This horrifying sight instilled a paralyzing fear, sending chills down their spines. Zhu and Du Sheng summoned all their strength, desperately resisting the terrifying pull. Yet, the force proved overwhelmingly potent, drawing them inexorably toward the blood-red wormhole. Damn it, Brother Du, let us join forces to disperse this wormhole, Zhu urged, panic-stricken. Agreed. Boom. Break. Both Zhu and Du Sheng unleashed astonishing power once more, launching attacks even more formidable than before. However, as their strikes entered the blood-red wormhole, they were consumed without so much as a ripple. How could this be? What kind of ultimate technique is this? Zhu and Du Sheng's expressions darkened, their apprehension mounting as they realized they would surely be swallowed by the mysterious blood hole if this continued. At this moment, the prodigies from the Spirit Clear Sect and Crimson Flame Valley revealed their fear in front of countless witnesses. Young Master Wang, save me. Zhu turned desperately toward the distant Wang Linat that moment. Wang Lin also gazed up at the enormous blood-red wormhole above, his expression flickering between uncertainty and dread. The power emanating from the wormhole had long surpassed the primordial realm, far beyond his capacity to resist. Thus, he remained indifferent to Zhu plea for help, his heart unmoved, seeing Wang Lin's cold indifference. Zhu was engulfed in despair, resentment boiling within him. Everyone, look, that is Chu Luo. He is still alive. Good heavens, how did he evade the terrifying onslaught from Wang Lin and the others? Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, exclaiming as they noticed the blood sea within the wormhole parting to reveal a crimson river. Chu Luo, enshrouded in overwhelming malevolence, stepped forth from the depths of the blood sea. A familiar face, seemingly harmless, appeared before everyone's eyes. Chu Luo, how could this be possible? Zhu and Du Sheng's faces turned ashen in an instant, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. Wang Lin was equally taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Luo. How could this little beast possibly unleash such a terrifying ultimate technique? Creating a spatial wormhole is a feat achievable only by those above the sage level, is it not? This little creature harbors a significant secret. Wang Lin cursed inwardly, his gaze towards Chu Luo flashing with a hint of intrigue. His expression shifted, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Lin mused that once he exited this predicament, he would compel the powerful members of his family to capture Chu Luo. He was determined to uncover the secrets that Chu Luo possessed. Ha! I told you, Senior Brother Chu could never be defeated by this rabble. Senior Brother Chu is truly formidable. I never expected him to master the terrifying blood-devouring technique. At this moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect could hardly contain their excitement upon witnessing Chu Luo emerge from the wormhole. Their senior brother, a calamity for a millennium, was indeed not so easily vanquished. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were utterly awestruck by Chu Luo's talent. The blood-devouring technique was a forbidden ultimate art that the elders had previously informed them about. Not even the ancestors of the sect had managed to master it. Is this truly your strength, Brother Chu? Dan Chenzi gazed blankly at Chu Luo within the crimson wormhole, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It appeared that during their previous sparring session, Chu Luo had indeed held back. Had Chu Luo unleashed this technique then, he wouldn't have had the courage to resist. Hee, you too. Earlier, I saw you enjoying yourselves while beating me. Now it's my turn. Chu Luo grinned, coldly addressing Zhu and Du Sheng. If it hadn't been for his timely use of the forbidden escape technique, he might have truly fallen victim to Wang Lin's sneak attack. With this thought, Chu Luo glanced at Wang Lin, who stood aloof in the distance, mentally placing him on his list of must-destroy foes. He had already noted Wang Lin's name down. Once he dealt with these two nuisances, he would settle the score with that old trickster. Chu Luo's life motto was to repay enmities on the spot, never allowing them to linger overnight. In a fleeting moment, Chu Luo slowly raised his hand amidst the gazes of countless onlookers. At the instant he lifted his palm, the tumultuous blood sea behind him began to churn violently. Witnessing this scene, Zhu and Du Sheng struggled against the terrifying gravitational pull, swallowing hard, their faces betraying sheer terror. Chu Luo, my master is an ancient saint of creation. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. Indeed, Chu Luo, my master is the ancient saint of infernal flames, and he is right outside. If you kill me, my master will not spare you either. Zhu and Du Sheng hastily invoked the names of their masters, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation in Chu Luo. Upon hearing their words, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect erupted in laughter. These two were facing imminent doom, and yet dared to threaten their senior brother. Did they not realize that their senior brother's master was the newly ascended emperor of their Forbidden Sect? An ancient saint was utterly insignificant before an emperor. Bah, my master is an emperor. Die, boom. Chu Luo found their threats amusing. He then raised his hand and grasped the air towards them. The blood-red wormhole behind him erupted with an even more terrifying gravitational force. In an instant, their bodies were drawn into the crimson wormhole. Two piercing screams reverberated through the heavens, echoing in every listener's ears. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Zhiyu and Du Xing were torn apart into a mist of blood. Thus, two great prodigies fell. Subsequently, the blood-red wormhole behind Chu Luo quietly dissipated, and the crimson hue in the heavens gradually faded. Wang Lin's expression darkened like water, his gaze fixed on Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with thoughts unknown. Just when everyone believed the battle had reached its conclusion, Chu Luo suddenly smiled widely, producing a seal in his hand. The forbidden ultimate art, temporal displacement. Chu Luo unexpectedly launched another attack, his palm adorned with an enigmatic seal reaching out towards the distant Wang Lin. Wang Lin was taken aback, snapping back to reality, yet at that moment, he found himself enveloped by a mysterious force. The next instant, he realized the scenery around him was rapidly shifting, in the blink of an eye. To his horror, Chu Luo's seemingly harmless smiling face was now mere inches away. The entire process transpired in an instant. Boom. Pfft. Wang Lin had just begun to react, about to utter something, when Chu Luo delivered a powerful punch to Wang Lin's abdomen. Blood erupted from Wang Lin's mouth as his body crashed to the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, the world fell silent, not a sound to be heard. What a bizarre technique. On a distant mountaintop, three exceptionally young youths gazed at Chu Luo's silhouette, drawing in cold breaths. These three were also prodigies on the prodigy list. The leader, clad in white, resembled an ethereal being. This youth was Ling Xuanzi from the Tianji Pavilion. At the first realm of primordial beginning, the two beside him hailed from the extreme emperor and immortal Dao lineages, respectively. The trio had been observing the battle for some time. Brother Ling, this Chu Luo is remarkable. He not only possesses overwhelming combat prowess, but is also decisively ruthless. He is someone to be befriended, not offended. The prodigy from the extreme emperor lineage could not help but exclaim. The disciples of Lingqing sect and Qian Valley fall before Chu Luo, without a second thought. Such a ruthless character is not to be trifled with. Now it seems Wang Lin may soon follow in the footsteps of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. The three had previously contemplated seizing the imperial artifact from Dan Shenzi, but now they reconsidered. Ling Xuanzi's gaze flickered as he observed Chu Luo's figure, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as though he were calculating something. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Wang Lin was severely injured by Chu Luo's punch. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, Chu Luo had already appeared before him. Boom da da. Arriving beside Wang Lin, Chu Luo delivered another heavy kick to his dantian. Wang Lin let out a blood-curdling scream, a heart-wrenching cry that sent chills down the spines of all present. They could not help but gasp in astonishment at his merciless methods. You've crippled my cultivation, Wang Lin, enduring the searing pain and drenched in cold sweat. Sensed the absence of spiritual power within him, his face turning ashen, Chu Luo grinned, placing a foot on Wang Lin's chest, cheerfully asking, "How does it feel? What is it like to be ambushed? Damn you. If it weren't for my clever strategies, today you would have truly met your end. I, Chu Luo, have always loathed the likes of you. Chu Luo, you have the audacity to threaten me? Well, let me fulfill your wish." With a shrug and a mischievous grin, Chu Luo unexpectedly kicked Wang Lin away. Boom. Pfft. Wang Lin was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, spitting blood once more. At this moment, Wang Lin was utterly exhausted. Ha ha ha, come on, come kill me. Wang Lin erupted into a fit of manic laughter, bellowing angrily at Chu Luo. The numerous powerful onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief, convinced that Wang Lin's cultivation had been rendered futile, and that he had lost his sanity. Chu Luo revealed his signature smile, conjuring a spiritual sword in his grasp. I have heard that you ancient aristocratic families have always been shrouded in mystery and power, evoking fear in all of the 3,000 great worlds. Today, I, a mere young master, shall set a precedent before all of you. I will slay you, and thus entertain the crowd. As soon as Chu Luo's words fell, he raised his hand and cleaved at Wang Lin with his sword from afar. Boom! A streak of sword light shot forth, directly targeting Wang Lin. The sight left the other powerful figures swallowing hard, astonished by Chu Luo's ruthless decisiveness, and they silently vowed never to provoke this Chu Lao Lu again. Buzz! Just as the blade of light was about to strike Wang Lin, an overwhelming aura of imperial might emanated from him once more. Chu Luo's sword light was instantly crushed beneath this formidable pressure. Ha ha ha. Chu Luo, your demise is imminent. Witnessing this resurgence of imperial power, Wang Lin's eyes glinted with malice as he laughed towards the heavens. His earlier provocations aimed at inciting Chu Luo to kill him were merely a ploy to awaken the life-saving means left within him by his grandfather, the Jinxia Emperor. A wave of imperial might enveloped the realm. In the next moment, a radiant beam shot skyward from Wang Lin's being, followed by the emergence of a towering, ethereal figure that transcended the heavens. This apparition, shimmering with divine light and exuding an otherworldly presence, resembled a supreme deity. The crowd gazed upward, finally recognizing that this spectral figure was an elderly man with white hair, the Jinxia Emperor. Upon seeing this majestic, ethereal figure, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Chu Luo was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Internally, he cursed. What a mess I've gotten myself into. He had not anticipated that this old man would leave behind a life-preserving measure within Wang Lin. Truly, what a devoted grandson. He vowed to be more cautious in future encounters with descendants of such emperors. Grandfather, kill him. He has crippled my cultivation. Wang Lin shouted vehemently towards the Jinxia Emperor's silhouette. At his words, the apparition of the Jinxia Emperor spun abruptly, and his murky eyes burned with a fury that seemed boundless. Grandson, the Jinxia Emperor's ethereal form radiated murderous intent as it turned to fix a chilling gaze upon Chu Luo. In that moment, the entire secret realm was suffused with the terrifying aura of the Jinxia Emperor, causing even Chu Luo to shiver involuntarily. Old man, please allow me to explain. There might be some misunderstanding between me and young Master Wang. Chu Luo forced a smile, discarding his spiritual sword and slowly retreating. At this juncture, he was also feeling quite flustered. How was it that Wang Lin possessed a life-saving measure from an emperor? Why had no one informed him? Had he known in advance, he would have simply crippled Wang Lin and later called upon his master to deal with the boy. He had miscalculated. The powerful spectators watching the confrontation could not help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. This Chu Luo changed his demeanor faster than one could turn a page. Heh, a misunderstanding, you say? Perhaps I should misunderstand you enough to flay your skin and light you up. Boom! The Jinxia Emperor's ethereal figure sneered coldly and lunged at Chu Luo with a ferocious grip, instantly imprisoning him with an irresistible force. WTF? Chu Luo cursed as he beheld the approaching giant phantom hand. Chu Shixiao. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect in the distance turned pale with fear. Yet, at that moment, they were powerless to intervene. Just as the ethereal giant hand of the Jinxia Emperor was about to descend upon Chu Luo, boom! In the astonished gaze of all, an unparalleled imperial might surged forth from Chu Luo. In the next instant, an astonishing force of imperial power erupted from him. Boom! The colossal phantom hand unleashed by the Jinxia Emperor was shattered by this terrifying surge of energy. Following that, a domineering voice resonated throughout the heavens. Dare to harm my dear disciple, you old wretch. Today, I shall slay your grandson and sever the roots of your lineage. Boom! Everyone witnessed blood soaring from Chu Luo's being. And soon a grand ethereal figure appeared above him. The overwhelming imperial might radiated throughout the realm, and the immense aura left all present gasping for breath. Master. Chu Luo looked up to see a familiar visage, his heart swelling with joy that he had not anticipated that his master had also left behind a life-saving measure within him. When had this occurred? How was he unaware? The protective value from his imperial master surged by 10,000. At that moment, Chu Luo's system chimed with notifications. A smile broke across his face as his previously tense demeanor finally relaxed. The onlookers were equally astonished to discover that Chu Luo possessed a life-saving measure left by an emperor. Was this truly the Enya Emperor? Hiss. The Forbidden Sect, indeed, was the pinnacle of powers. Heh. The Enya Emperor had only recently ascended, while the Jinxia Emperor had long since reached that height. From afar, the martial practitioners of various powers, suppressed by imperial might, began to murmur amongst themselves, some expressing skepticism towards the Enya Emperor. Fear not, my dear disciple. This ethereal form of yours is merely a manifestation of an attack. What I have bestowed upon my dear disciple is but a fraction of my own power. Should you dare to harm him, I shall eradicate your lineage today. The Enya Emperor's apparition regarded the Jinxia Emperor's figure with a countenance full of derision and disdain. Enya, how dare you? You are but a newly ascended emperor. If anything happens to my grandson, I shall descend in my true form. The Jinxia Emperor's expression darkened as he spoke with a voice laden with rage. In response to the Jinxia Emperor's threat, the Enya Emperor merely chuckled, dismissing it entirely. Ha! You old wretch, did you not anticipate this? I too possess a life-saving measure from an emperor. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come and kill me. Chu Luo grinned widely, defiantly provoking the Jinxia Emperor's ethereal form. With his master behind him, Chu Luo felt inexplicably powerful. You little beast. The Jinxia Emperor's face darkened to an extreme degree, his terrifying killing intent surging forth. How could a mere ant dare to insult a dignified emperor? Boom! Old ghost, just now you laid hands on my dear disciple. Now receive my strike. At that moment, the Enya Emperor's ethereal figure seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack against the Jinxia Emperor's phantom. The Enya Emperor raised a hand, striking fiercely towards the Jinxia Emperor's figure. The terrifying imperial power sent tremors throughout the secret realm. As if the very fabric of reality could not withstand the might of the Enya Emperor, the surrounding mountains, rivers, and heavens began to collapse and shatter. The Jinxia Emperor's ethereal figure was suddenly filled with shock and dread. Cursed old ghost. The Jinxia Emperor's phantom cursed angrily and hastily countered. Boom. The clash of the two formidable imperial forces sent shockwaves across the entire secret realm. At this moment, the entire realm began to crumble. Not good. The secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Run. After the two imperial phantoms clashed, the oppressive aura of the emperors dissipated. The martial artists present sensed the impending collapse of the secret realm. Their faces filled with terror as they turned to flee towards the exit. However, Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect remained oblivious. The remaining talents of Lingqing Sect, El Chongkong, and the last outstanding disciple of Qian Valley, Zhao Tianyu, took advantage of the chaos to escape towards the exit of the secret realm. Brother Chu, hurry. This place is about to collapse. At that moment, Dianchunzi glanced around and urgently reminded Chu Luo, who was not far away. Chu Luo quickly turned and responded, Brother Dan, Miss Yun, please take the disciples of the Forbidden Sect and leave first. I must go kill that bastard. How dare he plot against me? Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Dianchunzi and Yun Qianxian nodded in agreement. Since Chu Luo claimed he had a way out, he would surely succeed. Moreover, with the phantom of the Incro Emperor present, they had no reason to worry. The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect decisively followed the two prodigies and swiftly evacuated the secret realm. Once everyone had left, Chu Luo approached the weakened Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was filled with fear. Chu Luo, please don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. My grandfather is an emperor. I have imperial-grade techniques, martial skills, and divine medicines. Just say the word, as long as you spare my life. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Chu Luo couldn't help but chuckle, mocking, have you lost your mind? By killing you. Won't I still obtain all those things? As the beloved grandson of the old monster Jinxia, you must possess quite a few treasures. In response, despair flooded Wang Lin's eyes, and no sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Luo acted decisively. Striking Wang Lin's crown with a palm, Wang Lin let out a pitiful scream before collapsing, unconscious. Chu Luo understood that people like Wang Lin would never change, even in death, if he spared Wang Lin's life. Once he returned to the Wang family, he would undoubtedly send powerful individuals to trouble him. Since they were already enemies, it was better to eliminate him now to avoid future complications. Subsequently, Chu Luo stripped Wang Lin of his spatial ring and gleefully collected it. Grandson. In the void above, the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor, engaged in battle with the Incro Emperor, suddenly sensed something. He turned sharply and saw Wang Lin lying lifeless on the ground. The Jinxia Emperor erupted in fury. You little beast. I will slaughter you. With a swift motion, the Jinxia Emperor directed a palm towards Chu Luo. Die. Boom. Just as the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor was about to strike Chu Luo, the phantom of the Incro Emperor erupted in rage. Harnessing the overwhelming power of the Emperor, he struck the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor. Buzz. The phantom of the Jinxia Emperor was instantly shattered. Ah, you old beast, Incro, and you little beast, just wait for me. I will surely avenge my grandson. As the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor was dispelled by the Incro Emperor, his voice, filled with boundless rage and resentment, echoed within the secret realm, seeing the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor being defeated by his master. Chu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, do not fear, my dear disciple, for I am here. This old fool cannot harm you. Quickly leave this place. It is about to collapse. My true form will arrive shortly. The phantom of the Incro Emperor comforted Chu Luo with a wave of his hand. A powerful force enveloped Chu Luo, transforming him into a streak of light that shot towards the impending exit of the collapsing secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was tense. The ancient sage Lan Qinggu of Lingqing Sect, along with another senior elder, the ancient sage Chaohua, accompanied by a group of great sages and saints, descended into the void. The overwhelming aura of holiness enveloped the heavens, filled with chilling intent to kill. In addition, the ancient sages Yin Jun and Ming Yin of Qiyin Valley, along with several great sages and saints, also descended into the void. The powerful figures from both factions were brimming with unquenchable fury, surrounding the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. A holy war was on the brink of eruption. The other top-tier powers present also felt a surge of tension. Not long ago, the talent's ranking had appeared multiple times. On the ranking, the talent Zhu Yu, ranked 116, had been replaced by Chu Luo, ranked 118. Upon witnessing this, the two ancient sages of Lingqing sect immediately understood that Zhu Yu's demise was the doing of Chu Luo. They suspected that the previous incident involving Luo Yu was also orchestrated by Chu Luo. Furthermore, the talent Du Sheng from Qiyin Valley had also vanished from the talent's ranking. Du Sheng was the disciple of the ancient sage Ming Yin. After his name disappeared from the ranking, he discovered that Du Sheng's life token had shattered, indicating his demise within the secret realm. The first suspects for the ancient sages, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, were none other than Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, if your Forbidden Sect does not provide an explanation to both our sects today, we shall seek justice from you, the ancient sage Chao Hua declared with a cold expression, his anger palpable. Humph, your disciples simply lack the skill. Are you only allowed to act while forbidding the disciples of my Forbidden Sect from retaliating? If they died, it serves them right. You old fools cannot handle it. Can you? When the young ones are gone, the old ones jump out? If that's the case, then my Forbidden Sect shall play with you to the fullest. Let's not waste words. Let's fight first. Zhao Sheng, wielding a small cauldron, exuded an overwhelming holy might, his terrifying strength causing the expressions of the four ancient sages from the top two factions to shift slightly. Two of you. I shall lend you my strength. The ancient sage Qing Dan laughed heartily, appearing beside Zhao Sheng and the others. Old ghost Qing Dan, this is no place for your dance sect. Get lost quickly, or do not blame us for being impolite. The ancient sage Ming Yin barked, his expression as dark as water. Ming Yin, my dear friend, the two from the Forbidden Sect are my close friends. I cannot stand idly by, the ancient sage Qing Dan replied with a calm smile. No need to waste words with this old fool. Let's make our move. Boom. The ancient sage Lan Qing erupted with a chilling, killing intent, an astonishing power surging into the sky. The other powerful figures present hurriedly retreated from the area. No one could have anticipated that the ancient sage war, dormant for over 1,000 years across the 3,000 worlds, would erupt today due to a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. However, just as both sides were about to engage, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm suddenly trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. This scene caused the faces of all present to change dramatically. Even the four ancient sages of Lingqing sect and Qiyin Valley were taken aback. In the next moment, disciples from various factions and scattered cultivators surged out from the entrance of the secret realm. Upon seeing that the entering disciples had all emerged, the powerful figures from the top factions let out sighs of relief. Tianyu, Cheng Kong. The four ancient sages of Qiyin Valley and Lingqing sect were momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and El Cheng Kong, who had escaped alongside them. The two talents returned to the sides of their respective sects' elders. Meanwhile, the ancient sage Qing Dan, along with Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, also spotted Dan Chenzi bringing their disciples out. However, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi noticed that Chu Luo was nowhere to be seen, causing their brows to furrow in concern. At this moment, the ancient sage Lan Qing inquired of the returning El Cheng Kong. Cheng Kong, where are the other disciples? All eyes present were fixed upon the direction of Lingqing sect. El Cheng Kong gathered his thoughts and turned to the dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect, stating, Elder Si, Brother Zhiyu, Brother Luo Yu, and the other disciples have all perished at the hands of Chu Luo. Moreover, Wang Shao's fate is likely dire as well. What? The expressions of the ancient saints, Lan Qinggu and Zhao Huagu, changed dramatically upon hearing that Wang Lin might also have fallen to Chu Luo. Yet, the next moment, they could not help but smirk. Elder Ming Yin, Brother Du, Brother Han, and the disciples who entered have all also fallen at Chu Luo's hands. Furthermore, Dan Zong's Dan Shenzi has obtained the legacy of the ancient Dan Emperor, along with an imperial artifact. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyu from Qiyin Valley exclaimed in angered as this statement echoed. The other powerful figures present were left in astonishment. The prodigies from Lingqing sect and Qiyin Valley had indeed met their demise at the hands of Chu Luo. How extraordinary was this lad from the Forbidden Sect? No wonder Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi were so concerned about him. However, upon learning that Dan Qinzi possessed an imperial artifact, many powerful figures turned their gazes toward him. Qing Dan Gusheng's eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively shielding Dan Qinzi behind him. Boom! The four ancient saints, Lan Qinggu, Zhao Huagu, Yanjun Gusheng, and Mingyan Gusheng, stepped forward, their formidable presence palpable. Their murderous glances fell upon the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Zhao Laoge, do you have anything further to say? The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you two old ghosts were here today, you could not protect this little beast. Chu Luo, Lan Qinggu bellowed. Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. They had not anticipated that Chu Luo would prove to be so extraordinary. Having slain so many prodigies, why had they not noticed his exceptional talent sooner? Just then, the entrance to the secret realm completely collapsed. In that instant, a streak of light shot forth from the entrance. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged. The powerful beings present were momentarily stunned. Chu Luo. Boom! You little beast, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Chu Luo, the four ancient saints from the two major factions immediately locked onto him, unleashing their terrifying powers towards him. Chu Luo was taken aback, internally cursing, "Damn it, these old geezers are dishonorable," launching a surprise attack. However, at that moment, two towering figures stepped in front of Chu Luo, blocking the oncoming assault. If you four old geezers wish to lay a finger on Chu Luo, you must first step over us. From Elder Zhao Sheng's protective stance, a value of 5,000 was added, and from Elder Qin Yi's, another 5,000. Humph. Then so be it. Yanjun Dao friend, Mingyan Dao friend, let us join forces to deal with these two old geezers first, and then capture this little beast, Chu Luo, Lan Qinggu declared furiously. All right. The ancient saints Yanjun and Mingyan nodded, their murderous intent surging. Do you fear us four old ghosts? Zhao Sheng shouted in anger. As celestial phenomena emerged around him, Chu Luo gazed at the backs of the two elders, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Yet, he could not help but feel anxious. Where was his unreliable master emperor? Buzz, everyone cease. Just as it seemed a battle among the ancient saints was about to erupt, an ancient voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the skies changed hue, and the winds howled. An overwhelming imperial might suddenly envelop the realm. Upon sensing this familiar imperial pressure, Chu Luo recalled that they had another emperor, the elusive sixth, hiding in the shadows, the medicine emperor of Danzong. Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Imperial might. Hiss, a great emperor is lurking in the shadows. They were unsure which emperor of the Forbidden Sect it was. This unexpected imperial pressure stunned many powerful figures present. Everyone assumed that the Forbidden Sect had secretly dispatched a powerful emperor to accompany them. The four ancient saints from the two factions were likewise taken aback by this imperial pressure. Their faces paling. Buzz. An invisible wave surged forth. In the next moment, the crowd beheld the appearance of a white-haired figure before Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. The benevolent-looking figure radiated imperial power. The Medicine Emperor had arrived. Medicine Emperor. The many powerful beings present immediately recognized him. They had not expected this emperor to be the Medicine Emperor of Danzong, who had not emerged for a long time. Yet today, they were fortunate enough to witness his presence. Medicine Emperor, this matter pertains to the grievances between the Forbidden Sect and my Lingqing sect. I kindly request that the emperor refrain from intervening. Lan Qinggu stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Medicine Emperor, then spoke with a composed demeanor. Lan Qinggu's actions left the crowd astonished, including Chu Luo. How could Lan Qinggu dare to address the Medicine Emperor in such a manner? Was this old fool out of his mind? The saying beneath the emperor, "All our ants," was not mere rhetoric. Chu Luo was quite curious about what had given Lan Qinggu the audacity to speak thus to the Medicine Emperor. The Medicine Emperor shook his head slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "As a disciple of Danzong, I must express my gratitude for the care shown by young friend Chu during this expedition to the secret realm. I shall not allow any harm to come to young friend Chu." Upon hearing this, the disciples from various factions cast envious glances at Chu Luo. Lan Qinggu's gaze flickered, and he took a step back, choosing to remain silent. Yet, the next moment, the Medicine Emperor raised his gaze slightly to the void above Lan Qinggu and Zhao Huagu, casually stating, "Dao friend Baikong, why not reveal yourself?" Hearing this, the expressions of those present changed once again. As they followed the gaze of the Medicine Emperor, boom, another unfamiliar imperial pressure enveloped the realm. There was indeed another emperor hidden in the shadows. Chu Luo couldn't help but exclaim internally. He had not anticipated that besides the medicine emperor, there was yet another emperor lurking in the dark. Truly, the sixth emperor was plentiful today. Medicine Dao friend, it has been many years since we last met. Suddenly, a hunchbacked old man appeared silently before Lan Qinggu and Zhao Huagu. Upon recognizing the old man's face, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi lost their composure. Hiss, that is one of the ancestors of Lingqing sect, the Baikong Emperor. They had not expected that Baikong Emperor would emerge in the world today. What was happening that even the emperors had come forth? Some martial artists present immediately recognized the identity of this old man, their shock palpable. At that moment, Chu Luo finally understood who had provided Lan Qinggu with the confidence earlier. It was this old fellow. Lan Qinggu smiled coldly. The reason their Baikong ancestor had appeared here was due to Wang Lin. Upon learning that Wang Lin intended to accompany them to the secret realm, the higher-ups of Lingqing sect had specifically summoned Baikong Emperor to follow, to avoid any mishaps befalling Wang Lin. However, what Lan Qinggu and the others had not anticipated was that Wang Lin had still perished within the secret realm, falling at the hands of Chu Luo. Little brat from the Forbidden Sect, you are a mystery that eludes my understanding. Since you have slain the prodigies of my sect, you shall accompany me, and I shall not make things difficult for you. To stay in the dungeons of Lingqing sect for 200 to 300 years will suffice. Baikong Emperor chuckled sinisterly, fixing his gaze upon Chu Luo, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi's expressions darkened instantly. Dao friend Baikong, I have already stated that today, you shall not take young friend Chu away. As for the future, I shall not concern myself with it. The medicine emperor emitted an overwhelming aura, countering the imperial might of Baikong Emperor. Medicine emperor, you alone cannot stop me. Anyone I wish to take, you are not fit to oppose. The great emperor of the void cast a meaningful glance at the emperor of medicine, then revealed a set of large yellowed teeth and burst into laughter. Boom! The old immortal of the spirit cleansing sect. You intend to take away my beloved disciple and imprison him for centuries. At that moment, a voice filled with fury resonated from the distant horizon. This aged voice was accompanied by a boundless intent to kill, radiating imperial might. In the next instant, a streak of bloodlight surged forth, descending upon the void above the crowd. It was the ancient Holy One of the Forbidden Sect. No, now he was the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. Hiss, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow has arrived too. My heavens, because of this Chu Luo, 3 emperors have appeared today. TSK. The powerful figures present all turned their gazes skyward at the descending Emperor of the Shadow Crow. Unable to restrain their astonishment, the ancient holy ones of blue cleansing and creation, along with the great Emperor of the Void, also changed countenance upon witnessing the arrival of the Shadow Crow. Particularly, the ancient holy ones of blue cleansing and creation looked as though they had just swallowed something foul. Master, at last, you have come. Chu Luo felt a sense of relief in his heart and couldn't help but shout. Ha ha, my beloved disciple, are you unharmed? The Emperor of the Shadow Crow's gaze fell upon Chu Luo. Upon confirming that Chu Luo was unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. Old Ghost Shadow Crow, if you had arrived any later, you would have had to go find your disciple at the Spirit Cleansing Sect. Also, since you are here, the troubles caused by your disciple are now your responsibility to resolve. Elder Zhao silently breathed a sigh of relief as he shot a displeased glance at the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow chuckled, turning to the great Emperor of the Void, coldly stating, Old Man Medicine, keep an eye on my Forbidden Sect's people. If anyone else dares to act, suppress them first. Rest assured, this Emperor will not make it difficult for you. Once I am free, I will deal with these old fools who bully the younger generation. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow's gaze sharpened as it flicked towards the ancient holy ones of blue cleansing behind the great Emperor of the Void. Under his sharp gaze, the ancient holy beings of the 2 factions felt their eyelids twitch. An ominous premonition surged within them. Ahem, the Emperor of Medicine stammered, rest assured, with this Emperor here, they cannot harm young friend Chu. The great Emperor of the Void's expression darkened, suddenly raising his head. His eyes were filled with boundless fury. He had not anticipated that a mere newly ascended emperor would dare to challenge him. What a bold Emperor of the Shadow Crow! A newly ascended emperor dares to initiate a battle against me. Since you seek war, I shall oblige. Today, I will have your imperial blood stain the heavens. With a furious roar, the great Emperor of the Void waved his sleeve and stepped forward. Boom! An even more terrifying imperial avatar rose between heaven and earth. As this imperial avatar appeared, the surrounding time and space warped chaotically. With every gesture of the great Emperor of the Void, the laws of heaven and earth trembled, elements and myriad laws intertwined, coalescing into a divine halo that loomed over the imperial avatar. Ha ha ha, old ghost void, do you only have a big mouth? Come and fight. Boom, 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 the towering figure of the Emperor of the Shadow Crow loomed above the void, looking down with a cold smile behind him. Boundless blood energy surged like an ocean, suppressing infinite realms. In the blink of an eye, these two supreme emperors vanished from the sight of countless beings in the 3,000 great worlds. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the void outside the 3,000 great worlds. Following that, two immense forces surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the heavens and realms. Under the destructive power of these two imperial forces, the void of the 3,000 great worlds was utterly obliterated. Instantly, darkness shrouded the entire 3,000 great worlds. Fragments of space, akin to stars, twinkled with a faint glow. This scene resembled an apocalyptic event. How terrifying. Is this the horror of an emperor? Beneath the emperor, all are but ants. Countless powerful beings displayed expressions of dread, staring blankly at the heavens where the fragmented space was automatically repairing itself. Although many powerful figures could not witness the battle between the two emperors, the force unleashed during their clash had already instilled a sense of despair. One could only imagine how intense the confrontation between the two emperors was. The protective instinct from the Emperor Master added 10,000 points. At that moment, a prompt from Chu Luo's system resonated. Yet, Chu Luo was fixated on the heavens, his heart filled with worry. Kid, fret not. I have been bickering with your old ghost master for many years and have spent much time in his company. While I cannot claim to know him completely, I can assert with certainty that your master, much like you, harbors a devious mind. He is also quite fearful of death. Without sufficient assurance, this old man would never act recklessly. Elder Zhao spoke slowly, standing beside Chu Luo as they both gazed upwards. Chu Luo was taken aback, looking at Elder Zhao, his mouth twitching wildly. Is the second elder praising him. Thanks, but there's no need for flattery next time. Chu Luo nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief from his worries. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Sect, two ancient figures appeared atop a massive stone point. One of the elders had hair as white as snow, with a kind demeanor that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The other elder, however, was dressed in tattered clothing, his hands and face smeared with dirt, appearing as though he were a beggar from the mundane world. The kind that could beg on the street with nothing but a broken bowl. The contrast in the two elders' appearances was stark. At that moment, both elders gazed up at the battlefield beyond the void. Hee, those who dare to bully my Forbidden Sect. The third elder has just ascended to Emperor, and facing that old immortal from the second realm, it's a bit of a disadvantage. Hee, once the third elder starts to show signs of weakness, I shall intervene and give that old immortal a surprise. The disheveled elder grinned maliciously, a dry wooden stick suddenly appearing in his hand. He seemed eager to jump into the fray. If you strike recklessly and awaken those old fellows who are sleeping inside, you'll have to put them back to rest yourself. Moreover, to strike with such treachery is a most disgraceful act, and I am astonished that you are capable of such a thing. The elegantly poised elder cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled man beside him. Just as the scruffy elder was about to retort, he suddenly noticed something and rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Old fool, do you think you have the right to criticize me? Can you even dispel the forbidden move you are preparing? Shameless wretch, how dare you speak to me like that?" The refined elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly concealed his hand, which was adorned with special runes, and cleared his throat. He had inadvertently been discovered by this old rascal. Ahem. Oh, our esteemed third elder is quite remarkable, he exclaimed, as the outcome of the battle became clear, rendering the interference of two old codgers unnecessary. The elegant elder gazed at the battlefield beyond, his eyes sparkling with delight as he chuckled. The scruffy elder also put away his withered stick, marveling. Indeed, our third elder is truly exceptional. He has severely wounded that old ghost, Baikong, despite being merely at the level of a great emperor. Impressive. Not only is the third elder extraordinary, but his precious disciple is also no ordinary character, remarked the elegant elder. The scruffy elder paused, then inquired, "The disciple of the third elder is that young lad who stumbled in last time?" The elegant elder nodded. Indeed, that lad. He has mastered all of the next 1,000 forbidden techniques. Upon entering, he attempted to surreptitiously learn the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques, but I stopped him in time and kicked him out. At his lifespan, if he were to gaze upon the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques even once more, he might perish on the spot. Hiss, that lad managed to learn all of the next 1,000 forbidden techniques? What a prodigy! The scruffy elder gasped, instinctively turning to look. Not far behind them stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with 3,000 forbidden techniques. It turns out that the forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect are not merely 1,000, but 3,000. Haha. Indeed a prodigy. It's a pity that this lad does not possess an immortal body. Otherwise, our Forbidden Sect would surely give rise to an extraordinary being in the future. The elegant elder shook his head in regret, lifting his gaze towards the desolate Tianzhou. His sight transcended the shackles of time and space, landing upon Chu Luo, who was staring up at the sky alongside Zhao Shang. Buzzing. The battle of the great emperors has concluded. Who has emerged victorious? As tranquility gradually returned to the world, countless eyes turned towards the heavens. Chu Luo, too, fixed his gaze upon the sky. In the next moment, a figure returning from the outer void caused a drastic change in Chu Luo's expression. This figure was none other than the great Emperor Baikong. Baikong had won. At this moment, the powerful beings present also recognized the returning figure as Baikong, their expressions shifting in astonishment as they exclaimed, "Ha!" The ancient saints, Lanqing and Zhao Hua, erupted into raucous laughter. "In no way, Baikong, that old ghost, is injured." At this moment, elders Zhao Shang and Qin Yi narrowed their eyes. Noticing the telltale signs, Lanqing and Zhao Hua seemed to realize something as their smiles abruptly froze. The crowd beheld the hastily returning great Emperor Baikong, his left arm absent to the wound. A terrifying blood and malevolent energy was eroding the imperial blood that flowed forth. The expression of great Emperor Baikong darkened, a glimmer of panic flashing in his eyes. "Old ancestor, the ancient saints." Lanqing and Zhao Hua cried out in alarm. The weakened imperial pressure emanated as great Emperor Baikong soared above the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped Lanqing, Zhao Hua, and several great saints and holy ones from the Lingqing sect. "Let us go." Great Emperor Baikong swept everyone up, tearing open a rift in space. Before the eyes of the crowd, he vanished into the rift to escape. "We must hurry." Just as everyone was still in shock, the ancient saint, Yin Jun of Qiyin Valley, seemed to recall something, his expression changing drastically in a panic. He alerted the still dazed Ming Yin and the great saints behind them. Ming Yin also suddenly came to his senses and, along with Yin Jun, quickly departed with the powerful beings in tow. "They are all leaving." Hiss. "Did you all see that? Great Emperor Baikong lost an arm. Could it be?" But at this moment, many powerful beings seemed to have realized something, raising their heads in unison. A figure, shrouded in overwhelming murderous intent and terrifying malevolent energy, descended from the outer void, hovering above the crowd. "Master." Upon seeing this imposing figure, Chu Luo was overjoyed, especially upon noticing that his master appeared unscathed. He knew that his master had triumphed. "That old fellow certainly runs fast. He must have practiced this." The great Emperor of the Void, Inya, cursed loudly, his chest heaving. He then dissipated his overwhelming aura and returned to Chu Luo's side. At this moment, the other powerful beings present looked at Inya's back with astonishment. They had not anticipated that this newly ascended great Emperor Inya had actually defeated the great Emperor Baikong of the Lingqing sect. Truly unbelievable. "Master, you are incredible." Chu Luo stepped forward, relieved to see his master unharmed, and gave Inya a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha. Of course, my dear disciple, you are unaware that while that old fellow has some tricks up his sleeve, they are few. He is no match for me. Had he not fled quickly, I would have surely dispatched a great emperor for your entertainment today." The great Emperor Inya placed his hands on his hips, a proud expression on his face. It seemed he relished Chu Luo's praise. Moreover, at this moment, the great Emperor Inya exhibited none of the aloof and imposing demeanor typical of a great emperor. Instead, he gave off the impression of a friendly old neighbor. Chu Luo rolled his eyes at his master. "This old fellow is utterly unmodest. Old man, can you not boast for once? If it were so simple to slay a great emperor, you wouldn't have let that old ghost escape." Elder Zhaoxing scoffed. "You old fool, can you not keep quiet? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Seeing Elder Zhaoxing retort as usual, the great Emperor Inya raised his voice in response. "Humph." Elder Zhaoxing snorted lightly, choosing to remain silent. This exchange caused Chu Luo and Elder Qinyi, who were watching, to cover their faces and shake their heads. The daily banter between the two elders also relieved the tension among the 10 or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who couldn't help but chuckle. "Friend Inya, your combat prowess is unparalleled. I admire you. If you have the time, do visit my dance sect. We can discuss and exchange ideas. At this point, Great Emperor Yaming stepped forward, cupping his fist towards Great Emperor Inya with a smile. Ahahaha, friend Yaming, you are too kind. I shall certainly visit your Dan sect when time permits, Great Emperor Inya replied with a smile. This made the expression of the ancient saint, Qingdan, behind Great Emperor Yaming, shift slightly. This old fellow coming to their Dan sect would be quite the affair. Well then, since the matter of the secret realm has concluded, we can return. Qiyin Valley and Lingqing sect will surely not let this rest. We must return now to report this to the sect master, so we can prepare for the actions of these two great forces. Elder Qini advised at this moment. Great Emperor Inya nodded slightly. He was well aware that with the nature of these two sects, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, the cherished disciple of his own household has slain the prodigies of two formidable factions. At this moment, Chu Luo suddenly recalled that he had not only dispatched these two eminent figures but had also taken the life of Wang Lin. The Wang family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, observing the multitude present, Chu Luo chose to swallow his words. After all, his master was already aware. Let us depart. I shall return at once, declared the Dark Crow Emperor, who, along with the Medicine Ming Emperor, boarded the same void battleship as the disciples of the two sects and soared into the expanse. As the formidable beings of the Forbidden Sect and the Pill Sect made their exit, the other elite powers also began to withdraw with their respective disciples. Following the departure of these numerous factions, a young man clad in white stood upon a slowly ascending void battleship. Gazing intently in the direction of the departing members of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes shimmering with intensity. This young man in white was none other than the prodigy of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Ling Xuanzi, Master, I have made my decision. I wish to choose Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect as my protector in battle. Should Chu Luo serve as my guardian, the prospects of my becoming one of the Heavenly Sons would be greatly enhanced. Ling Xuanzi remarked with a slight smile. Beside him stood a white-haired elder, the esteemed ninth elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the ancient sage of mystery, with a furrowed brow. The ancient sage of mystery cast his gaze toward the direction of the Forbidden Sect, offering a wry smile as he said, Disciple, are you certain about selecting this young man as your external aid? He is as unruly as his master, and I fear he may lead you into unforeseen troubles. Ling Xuanzi chuckled lightly in response. Master, you have not witnessed his prowess firsthand. He effortlessly dispatched Zhu and Du Xing. With Chu Luo's assistance, my chances of becoming one of the Heavenly Sons will increase significantly. As it stands, among the top 100 prodigies, none can rival Chu Luo. Upon hearing this, the ancient sage of mystery pondered for a moment, observing his disciple's resolute determination. If you are steadfast in your choice of Chu Luo, I shall accompany you to the Forbidden Sect at an opportune time. However, it is prudent to wait until the Forbidden Sect resolves its ensuing troubles. The Scarlet Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect will undoubtedly not relent. The 3,000 great worlds are about to witness a spectacle. Time is of the essence, my dear disciple. You must hasten your efforts to enhance your strength. The ancestor guarding the Abyssal Sea has recently conveyed a message that the ancient divine ruins connecting our 3,000 great worlds to the Abyssal Sea will open in 5 years. The ancient ruins, which cycle once every 100,000 years, are nearing their next opening. Consequently, the elders of the pavilion have resolved to unite all elite powers of the 3,000 great worlds in 2 years to commence the ranking battle of prodigies. The ancient ruins 5 years hence will rely upon the prowess of you prodigies. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, No wonder, with the opening of the Emperor's secret realm, the top prodigies of other elite factions have all been absent. They are preparing for the ranking battle of prodigies in 2 years. The ancient sage of mystery nodded, gesturing grandly as the void battleship surged forth into the skies. As the various factions returned. In the domain of the Heavenly Gate within the 3,000 great worlds, a medium-sized realm, the most powerful sect therein was the Heavenly Gate sect. Within the Heavenly Gate domain, countless sects of varying sizes existed, all subordinate to the Heavenly Gate sect. At this moment, deep within a floating island of the Heavenly Gate sect, Lu Daoyuan, the sect leader who had returned from the archaic heaven state, knelt before a moss-covered, sealed stone door. Lu Duan's face was etched with fury, his eyes shimmering with boundless hatred as he addressed the stone door. Ancestor, my disciple Feng has fallen at the hands of a wretched creature named Chu Luo. That scoundrel is a disciple of the Dark Crow of the Forbidden Sect. I intended to seek justice from the Forbidden Sect, yet those old wretches have been utterly intolerable. Ancestor, Feng is also your disciple. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lu Duan's words fell, The moss-covered stone door began to tremble violently. Soon after, the entire floating island started to quake. Boom! In the next instant, an overwhelming imperial might shattered the heavy stone door. Instantly, the entire Heavenly Gate domain was engulfed in tumultuous winds and ominous clouds, as a supreme imperial aura filled the heavens and the earth. Emerging from the darkened cavern was an enraged, bald elder, suffused with terrifying imperial might. Ancestor. Upon sighting this elder, Lu Daoyuan hastily rose and bowed respectfully. This elder was none other than the ancestral figure of the Heavenly Gate sect, the Heavenly Gate Emperor. Is it true that Feng fell at the hands of a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? The Heavenly Gate Emperor's face was alight with fury, his tone icy as he pondered. Absolutely, Lu Daoyuan replied. Feng's place on the prodigy ranking has been supplanted by that wretched creature of the Forbidden Sect. Boom, the Heavenly Gate Emperor trembled, a cold murderous intent radiating from him, causing even Lu Daoyuan to shudder involuntarily. What an audacious Forbidden Sect! Do they truly believe they can reclaim their former glory from 100,000 years ago? If not for their contributions to the 3,000 great worlds during the battle at the Abyssal Sea, would they still hold the title of the top elite faction? A farce. The destruction of this emperor's direct disciple and the severing of his legacy is a grudge that cannot be forgiven. Rest assured, I shall venture to the Forbidden Sect to seek justice for Feng. The Heavenly Gate Emperor's gaze turned towards the Forbidden Sect, his voice cold and contemplative. Lu Feng was his most cherished direct disciple. His demise meant he would have to seek out a new prodigious successor, lest his unique teachings be lost forever. Now, with his cultivation stagnating and his lifespan waning, the Heavenly Gate Emperor contemplated using this opportunity to extract something from the Forbidden Sect. Hoping to break through his current limitations, though the Emperor was powerful, eternal life was beyond reach. As his words fell, the Heavenly Gate Emperor stepped forth, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in a vast world that lay beyond the 3,000 great worlds, a realm forged by powerful emperors, was the stronghold of the archaic Wang family. At this moment, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, inside a vast and dim cavern, a hidden paradise awaited. Small floating islands hovered within, each housing a figure seated in meditation. Suddenly, an elder on one of the small islands opened his eyes with a fierce expression, rising in a fit of rage. Curse that Forbidden Sect, curse that dark crow, and curse that wretched creature. A tremendous imperial might surged from his being, causing turmoil throughout the Wang family's realm. This furious, aged voice resonated throughout the Wang family domain. Hiss. Is that the voice of the ancestor, the evil suppressing emperor? What has transpired? The numerous powerful Wang family members were startled by the sudden surge of imperial might. Countless individuals turned their gazes toward the depths of the ancestral grounds. Within a grand palace, a man clad in a dark robe with prominent brows and large eyes abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze also directed toward the depths of the ancestral grounds, his brow furrowing. This man was none other than Wang Aoqian, the head of the Wang family. Wang Aoqian stepped forward, vanishing from his spot. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the ancestral grounds, the figure radiating astonishing imperial might was filled with murderous intent, his eyes glinting with sorrow and vengeance. This individual was none other than the evil suppressing emperor himself. What has happened? What is amiss? The other figures, seated in meditation on the floating islands, were also awakened by the evil suppressing emperor's presence. An elder on a nearby floating island inquired of the evil suppressing emperor. With eyes shimmering with cold light and a countenance dark as thunder, the evil suppressing emperor coldly replied, "My beloved grandson has been slain by a mere scoundrel of the Forbidden Sect." Upon hearing these words, the elders present all changed their expressions dramatically, their faces darkening in unison. They were acutely aware that the lineage of the great emperor of suppressing evil had dwindled to just him and his grandson, Wang Lin. Now that Wang Lin had also perished, it signified a potential complete severance of this lineage in the future. The Forbidden Sect. Do they truly believe they are the apex of the celestial powers simply because they dared to slay someone from the Wang family? An elder uttered coldly, "Haha." Another elder remarked, "Our Wang family seldom intervenes in worldly matters. Those unaware might truly think we fear the Forbidden Sect. Nonetheless, it is high time for our Wang family to traverse the expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. Let our first battle be against the Forbidden Sect. Suppressing evil, I shall accompany you, so the world knows that our Wang family is not so easily vanquished. Furthermore, I wish to see how many of those old fellows from the Forbidden Sect remain after all these years." An elder from the floating island beside the great emperor of suppressing evil slowly rose, his laughter laced with disdain. The great emperor of suppressing evil nodded in agreement. The two then stepped forth and vanished from sight. As they emerged outside the cave, Wang Aoyan appeared closely behind them. Ancestor of suppressing evil, Ancestor Ming Wang. Wang Aoyan exclaimed, astonished at the appearance of the two great ancestors. Elders, what has transpired? He inquired, his senses picking up the palpable killing intent emanating from the great emperor of suppressing evil. The head of the family, my grandson has fallen outside, the great emperor of suppressing evil replied, his gaze somber. What? Wang Aoyan was taken aback, his expression darkening immediately. Not long ago, he had dispatched powerful members of the family, at Wang Lin's request, to accompany him to Lingqing sect for a marriage proposal. He never anticipated that Wang Lin would meet his demise. Elder, who is responsible for this? Wang Aoyan pressed. The Forbidden Sect. The great emperor of suppressing evil replied coldly. Wang Aoyan paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he solemnly suggested, Elders, should I summon the family's strong members to declare war on the Forbidden Sect at once? It is time for the world to recognize the might of our ancient Wang family. No, head of the family, such trouble is unnecessary. The two of us old fellows can handle this. The great emperor of suppressing evil waved his hand dismissively before stepping forth. Disappearing from the ancient Wang family's realm, the Ming Wang emperor followed closely behind. Forbidden Sect. Wang Aoyan watched as the two great ancestors departed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. At the same time, as the Tianmin sect and the Wang family made their moves, the Emperor of Hundred Skies from Lingqing sect and his entourage returned to their sect. The higher-ups of Lingqing sect, upon learning of the events, were equally infuriated. On that day, two more emperors from Lingqing sect emerged, leaving the sect in haste. Shortly thereafter, two red-haired elders stealthily departed from the Crimson Flame Valley, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Above the void where the Pill sect resided, a spatial rift suddenly opened quietly. Following this, a colossal warship, enveloped by a terrifying aura, surged forth from the rift, gradually descending onto a plaza within the Pill sect. On board this warship were the returning Chu Luo and his companions. The Dark Crow said, Daoist Inya, esteemed elders, and young friend Chu, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Shortly, our sect will dispatch someone to deliver an imperial pill and 16 sacred pills to your esteemed sect. The Emperor of Medicine Ming expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards Chu Luo's group. Hehe, Taoist Medicine Ming replied, this is your promise to thank me. I happen to have a small favor to ask of you. Taoist Inya grinned widely. The Emperor of Medicine Ming paused, then smiled. Please, do not hesitate to speak. That as long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly assist. Taoist Inya nodded slightly, producing a spatial ring from his hand. With a flick, he tossed the ring to the Emperor of Medicine Ming. Upon inspecting the contents of the ring, the Emperor's expression shifted noticeably, for within, he sensed dozens of sacred herbs and several divine herbs. The herbs contained within the ring were all capable of restoring one's lifespan and were incredibly rare, typically only found in perilous realms. The herbs within this ring were specifically gathered by me for my dear disciple in a place of danger. I am aware that your pill sect possesses a sacred pill known as the Sacred Longevity Pill. This pill has a gentle potency and can be stacked to extend one's lifespan. I do not trust others to refine this pill, so I must trouble you, my friend, Taoist Inya declared, rubbing his hands together. This. All present were taken aback, especially Chu Luo, who felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing his somewhat stooped master. It became clear that his master had refrained from accompanying him to the Emperor's secret realm precisely to seek out life-restoring herbs on his behalf. The Emperor of Medicine Ming stored the spatial ring and bowed respectfully to Taoist Inya, assuring him, rest assured, my friend, I will personally refine this pill. Subsequently, I will send it, along with the other pills, to the Forbidden Sect. Then I thank you. Taoist Inya clasped his hands together, then waved grandly. The warship once again ascended into the air, departing from the Pill sect and heading towards the Forbidden Sect. Thank you, Master, for all that you have done for your disciple. Chu Luo silently transmitted his gratitude to Taoist Inya. Taoist Inya paused, revealing a sly grin as he responded telepathically. Oh, my dear disciple, when did you become so sentimental? Have you been possessed? Let me have a look. Chu Luo rolled his eyes in response. His master was truly incorrigible. I am merely jesting with you. For so many years, I have been engrossed in seclusion and have not guided you in your cultivation. My dear disciple, your talent surpasses even mine, and thus I cannot interfere too much in your martial path. What I can do is protect your growth. If you insist on thanking me, then strive to become the zero-sequence disciple of the sect and the future young master of our forbidden sect. When the time comes for the sect leader to step down, you shall be the next in line. At that point, your master will enjoy the fruits of your success. Taoist Inya transmitted with a subtle smile. Chu Luo nodded, resolute in his determination. He was determined to seize the position of the zero-sequence disciple, to become the young master of the forbidden sect. As the master and disciple engaged in their heartfelt conversation, the warship arrived at the forbidden sect. Inside the grand hall, Lin Feng and several elders welcomed the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Upon seeing Chu Luo and the others return safely, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. However, when Lin Feng and the elders sensed Chu Luo's current cultivation level, they were all utterly astonished. This young man had ventured into the Emperor's secret realm and had broken through to the first stage of Taichu. This was simply unfathomable. At that moment, the other elders regarded Chu Luo as if he were a rare treasure, contemplating whether they should claim him for themselves. Yet, the next instant, they were intimidated by the glances shot their way by Taoist Inya. Chu Luo, it seems you have reaped significant rewards from this journey to the secret realm, Lin Feng remarked with a slight smile. Expressing his approval, Chu Luo flashed a bright smile, stepping forward to salute. Sect leader, indeed, I have had great gains from this journey. With that, Chu Luo beckoned, and 6 of his junior brothers stepped forward to open a spatial ring. In the next moment, a mound of spirit-rich soil appeared before everyone. Alongside the spirit soil, there was also a collection of spirit herbs. This is spirit soil. Lin Feng exclaimed, young man, you found spirit soil in the secret realm and did not even inform me. I have been guarding you outside the realm all this time for nothing. Upon witnessing the mountains of spiritual soil before him, the second elder Zhao Sheng could scarcely restrain himself from drooling. Leaping forth to address Chu Luo with a tone lacking in cordiality, crouched on the ground, Zhao Sheng cradled the spiritual soil in his hands, inhaling its essence while displaying a visage brimming with excitement and ecstasy. Even Lin Feng and several other elders, upon gazing at the towering heaps of spiritual soil, were profoundly shaken. Spiritual soil was exceedingly rare, and they had not anticipated that Chu Luo would acquire such a copious amount within the secret realm. Ha ha ha, Zhao old ghost, look at your meager aspirations, just a handful of soil, and my beloved disciple is now presenting it to the sect. In the end, it will still be you managing it, in our forbidden sect. Aside from you, this old rascal who idles away his days tending to flowers and grasses, which elder resembles you? The Emperor of Shadows derisively regarded the exuberant Zhao Sheng, deliberately mocking him. Bah! Zhao Sheng retorted. You old ghost of the shadows, if you have the capability, do not set foot in my medicinal fields in the future. He instantly sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at the Emperor of Shadows in a fit of ire. Observing the imminent clash between the two, Lin Feng hastily interjected, All right. These heaps of spiritual soil shall be entrusted to the second elder, Chu Luo. You have made a contribution to the sect this time. Speak. What reward do you seek from the sect? Chu Luo flashed a smile and quickly clasped his hands in respect, stating, This is merely the duty of a disciple. No reward is necessary. However, during my time in the secret realm, I may have caused some trouble that could implicate the sect. I hope the sect will not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged bemused glances. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled, looking at Chu Luo. Isn't it just that you killed the prodigy of the Lingqing sect within the secret realm? What a trifling matter. The people of the Lingqing sect simply lack the skill, if they come seeking retribution. You need not worry, for this sect leader, along with the elders and your esteemed master, shall stand with you, having been stirred by the earlier battle between the Emperor of Shadows and the Emperor of the Void. Lin Feng had little difficulty surmising that this little rascal had likely stirred up trouble once more in the secret realm. Coupled with the recent emergence of the prodigy rankings, it was easy to deduce that Chu Luo had indeed slain the prodigy of the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo nodded slightly and continued, Sect leader, in addition to the Lingqing sect, I inadvertently killed Du Sheng and Han Wujie from the Qian Valley. Lin Feng and several elders paused, exchanging glances. This troublemaker. No worries, it's inconsequential. It's just the Qian Valley. What can they do when two great powers unite? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Besides that, while obtaining the spiritual soil, I encountered Lu Feng, a prodigy from the Tianmen sect. He led people to seize it, and in an unfortunate turn of events, I ended up killing him. Chu Luo nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng. Several elders. It's nothing, not a significant issue, just the Tianmen sect. Lin Feng waved his hand again, taking a deep breath. My dear disciple, you seem to have neglected to mention one more thing. You also killed a young scion from the Huanggu royal family. At this moment, the Emperor of Shadows, seemingly recalling something, hastily added, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Sect leader, I was compelled to kill someone who claimed to be from the Huanggu royal family in the secret realm." Chu Luo quickly supplemented to Lin Feng. Upon hearing the words Huanggu royal family, Lin Feng nearly lost his balance. Boom! Chu Luo, you little rascal, come out and face your doom. At that moment, a voice brimming with murderous intent echoed from above the Forbidden Sect. Following this, a vast imperial might enveloped the entire void of the Forbidden Sect. The expressions of Lin Feng and the gathered individuals changed dramatically. Lin Feng exclaimed to the fourth elder Qin. Fourth elder, quickly summon the ancestor. The fourth elder Qin immediately turned and vanished in an instant. Chu Luo sensed the familiar imperial might that enveloped the Forbidden Sect and couldn't help but curse inwardly. That old ghost from the Wang family has arrived sooner than expected. Let us go. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and led the group outside the Great Hall. Chu Luo hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, outside the Great Hall, countless sect powerhouses and disciples looked up at the sky. They beheld flashes of lightning amidst the void, an overwhelming imperial might rolling forth. The majestic aura spread across a vast expanse, startling the forces of the entire 3,000 great worlds. Which family's emperor has entered the realm? Sigh, with the grand era upon us, emperors frequently descend, and chaos is about to erupt across the 3,000 great worlds once more. That direction seems to be the Forbidden Sect. I've heard that in the secret realm, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect killed the prodigies of the Qian Valley and Lingqing Sect. Could it be that the emperors of these two great powers have come personally to demand an explanation? It must be. Let us go, we must see. Countless powerful figures from various factions stealthily made their way to the Forbidden Sect. Even some hidden old monsters from within sects were stirred, projecting their consciousness. At that moment, above the void of the Forbidden Sect, numerous formidable consciousnesses converged. Crack! Just as Chu Luo, alongside sect leader Lin Feng and the others, emerged outside the Great Hall and looked up, a violent, intangible wave rippled through the void. Following this, a massive spatial rift shattered, extending across a vast expanse. From this rift, two colossal imperial manifestations, towering tens of thousands of feet high, stepped forth, their gazes cast downwards, exuding overwhelming imperial might. In that instant, the surrounding heavens and earth where the Forbidden Sect resided became disordered, as if the very laws of the universe and elemental energy were thrown into chaos. It was the Wang family's Emperor of Suppression and the Emperor of Brightness. Heavens, how has the Emperor of the Huanggu royal family entered the realm and sought out the Forbidden Sect? I've heard rumors that Chu Luo seems to have killed a member of the Wang family in the secret realm. And that individual was supposedly the grandson of the Emperor of Suppression. Wow, this Chu Luo truly is a troublemaker. The sect is indeed unfortunate. Indeed, it's fortunate it's the Forbidden Sect. Had it been any other sect, they would have been obliterated countless times by now. However, before the many powerful figures of the 3,000 great worlds could finish their discourse, suddenly, following the appearances of the Emperor of Suppression and the Emperor of Brightness, several terrifying imperial presences surged from the distant horizon. In the next moment, 5 figures, each accompanied by their imperial manifestations, descended upon the skies of the Forbidden Sect. In an instant, the entire realm trembled violently under the weight of their formidable power, as if even the heavens and earth could scarcely bear the force emanating from these emperors. That is the Emperor of Tianmen's sect, and the Emperor of Fiery Heaven from the Qian Valley, the Emperor of Fiery Baptism, the Wine Saint Emperor of the Lingqing sect, and the Dustless Emperor. Heavens, has this Chu Luo truly violated celestial edicts to provoke the 7 emperors from 3 top-tier powers and 1 first-rate force? My goodness, if Chu Luo manages to escape this predicament today, it shall be an unprecedented feat, destined to be renowned throughout the 3,000 great worlds. How is that possible, unless the Forbidden Sect is willing to fight to the death? Even the Emperor of Shadows cannot protect Chu Luo, amidst the shock resonating within countless powerful figures. Within the Forbidden Sect, facing the 7 emperors descending upon the sect, Lin Feng and the elders could not help but twitch their lips in distress. Yet, those observant would notice that there was not a hint of fear in Lin Feng and the elders' eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng and several elders simultaneously turned their gazes towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo wore a face of embarrassment and helplessness. It seemed that he had truly stirred up a monumental mess this time. Would the sect be able to withstand it? Rest easy, my dear disciple. This is merely a small matter. Just know that our forbidden sect is exceptionally strong. At that moment, the voice of his master reached Chu Luo's ears. Startled, Chu Luo turned to his master, realizing that his master seemed to perceive his unease. Thus, Chu Luo questioned, Master, just how powerful is our sect? There are 7 emperors here. Perhaps I should go with them to prevent implicating the sect. Ha ha, said the cunning disciple, fear not, for today, even if 7 great emperors were to descend upon us, or even 10 or 20, they shall not take you away. Rest assured, our forbidden sect possesses terrifying strength, formidable enough to stand against the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds. The Shadow Crow Emperor grinned, transmitting his voice secretly. Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart greatly shaken. If that were the case, he could act with confidence in the future. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The sect leader, Lin Feng, stepped forward, gazing upward at the terrifying manifestations of the 7 great emperors. Speaking with neither arrogance nor timidity, humph, boom. The Jinxia Emperor's expression turned frigid, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. An overwhelming imperial might surged forth, swiftly pressing down upon Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the elders present felt a sudden heaviness on their shoulders. Ha ha! Just as the Jinxia Emperor's might was about to crush everyone, the Shadow Crow Emperor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the crowd, letting out a strange laugh. In the next moment, an immense pressure emanated from the Shadow Crow Emperor, countering the oppressive force of the Jinxia Emperor. Witnessing this scene, the Mingwang Emperor, Tianmin Emperor, Tianhua Emperor, Yuhua Emperor, Jiusheng Emperor, and Wuchen Emperor all stepped forward simultaneously. Humph! Boom. 6 formidable presences, imbued with murderous intent, surged towards the Shadow Crow Emperor. However, in the next instant, all the emperors present were left aghast. The pressure from the 7 emperors did not cause the Shadow Crow Emperor to falter. He managed to withstand the full brunt of their might. The expressions of the 7 emperors darkened, their gazes fixated on the Shadow Crow Emperor. Could it be that this old fellow had truly only recently ascended to emperor status? Impressive. Chu Luo could not help but exclaim internally. He had never anticipated that his own master would possess such extraordinary prowess. With a single-person strength, he had countered the might of 7 great emperors. Even Lin Feng and the other elders could not help but look towards the figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor. The Shadow Crow Emperor lifted his gaze to the 7 great emperors in the void above, a cold smile gracing his lips. Our sect leader is addressing you. Are you all deaf, you ancient relics? The voice of the Shadow Crow Emperor resonated through the heavens, showing no respect to the 7 great emperors. Humph! Old relic, hand over that little beast. Chu Luo, the Jinxia Emperor, was the first to speak, his tone grave. Indeed, surrender Chu Luo. He has slain a prodigy of our Lingqing sect if you refuse to hand him over today. Your forbidden sect must provide an explanation. The Jiusheng Emperor, leading the Lingqing sect, fixed his gaze on Chu Luo, his murderous intent palpable. And I, from the Qiyin Valley. Chu Luo has slain a prodigy of our Qiyin Valley. This matter must be resolved today, or we shall not rest until it is. The Tianhua Emperor of Qiyin Valley echoed fiercely. And I from Tianmin sect. My disciple perished at the hands of Chu Luo. The Forbidden Sect should also provide an explanation for this. The Tianmin Emperor added with a cold smile. As the words of the emperors echoed, all disciples of the Forbidden Sect looked towards Chu Luo, silently raising their thumbs in admiration. Brother Chu Luo is so powerful. Feeling the gazes of his fellow disciples, Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly as he looked up at the 7 great emperors in the void, mentally noting each of their factions. One day, when he ascended to emperor status, he would surely come to collect debts from each of them. Those who bullied the weak would find the old relics jumping out to confront him. They exhibited none of the dignity expected from such powerful beings. Haha, Tianmin old ghost, I advise you to roll away. Your insignificant sect is no bigger than a sesame seed. Your worthless disciple sought to seize the opportunities of my precious disciple in the secret realm and was rightfully killed in return. Our Forbidden Sect has yet to seek trouble with your Tianmin sect, yet you come knocking on our door seeking your demise. If you have any sense, get lost quickly, or I shall personally lead my people to annihilate your Tianmin sect. The Shadow Crow Emperor berated the solitary Tianmin Emperor. The Shadow Crow Emperor's scolding brought immense satisfaction to Chu Luo. The protection from his Emperor Master increased by 10,000. Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart soaring. You, the Tianmin Emperor, taken aback by the Shadow Crow's tirade, fell silent, his countenance darkening considerably. The Shadow Crow Emperor disregarded him, instead focusing on the Jinxia Emperor and the other two top-tier emperors. Sneering, "And what of you ancient relics who have evaded death for millennia? If I refuse to hand over my precious disciple, what will you do? Ha ha ha. What will we do? Today, I shall declare war on your forbidden sect." The Jinxia Emperor laughed in fury, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the heavens. "Our Lingqing sect feels the same, and our Qian Valley as well. Should you not hand over that little beast Chu Luo? Then let us battle today." The two top-tier emperors spoke in unison. The declarations of these emperors reverberated through the heavens, heard by countless powerful beings who were observing this location. Many were left astounded. They had never anticipated that today, the three top-tier forces would choose to wage war against the Forbidden Sect over a single disciple. This was indeed a declaration of war from the supreme emperors. At this moment, the many powerful entities within the 3,000 great worlds were both anxious and curious as to how the Forbidden Sect would respond. Should such a multitude of emperors engage in battle, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for countless beings across the 3,000 great worlds. Heh, then let the battle commence. The Shadow Crow Emperor chuckled coldly, showing not the slightest fear of the threats posed by the others. His disciple was under his protection. Boom! An overwhelming imperial might emanated from the Shadow Crow Emperor. A blood-red emperor manifestation rose behind him. The protection from his emperor master increased by 10,000. Master, Chu Luo gazed at his master, who was prepared to fight to the death for him, feeling deeply moved and glaring at the 7 great emperors above with glimmers of murderous intent in his eyes that he swore that the day he ascended to emperor status would mark the downfall of these 7 old codgers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the other elders also stepped forward, their expressions steely. "Chu Luo is a disciple of our Forbidden Sect. He has done no wrong. It is your disciples who are simply outmatched. Since you all wish for war, then our Forbidden Sect shall accompany you to the end today," Lin Feng declared, his gaze resolute, showing no hint of fear. "Indeed, let us battle." What of the 3 top-tier forces? "Since you desire war, then let it be. Our Forbidden Sect has never feared you." "Humph, we do not bow to threats from anyone." The elders all stepped forward, confronting the 7 great emperors in the void, voicing their defiance. Battle! Battle! Countless disciples of the Forbidden Sect were inspired by their leaders and raised their arms in fervent cries, vowing to fight to the death against the 3 top-tier sects. The protective values from sect leader Lin Feng, 2nd elder, and 5th elder all increased by 5,000. Chu Luo's system continuously provided notifications. The powerful beings across the 3,000 great worlds were utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that the Forbidden Sect would be so audacious as to declare war against the 3 top-tier forces for the sake of a single direct disciple. In that moment, some powerful entities finally understood why the Forbidden Sect had endured for so long. What a formidable Forbidden Sect! If that is the case, let this emperor be the one to initiate the great battle. Today, you shall all pay a heavy price. Boom! The Jinxia Emperor roared in rage, and the Emperor manifestation behind him unveiled myriad phenomena. Heh, you all possess great audacity. Who granted you the courage to come to my Forbidden Sect and flaunt your might? At that moment, an ancient voice, imbued with supreme authority and laced with boundless murderous intent, resounded from deep within the Forbidden Sect's forbidden grounds. In the next instant, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. Resembling the depths of night, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning around. The ancient ancestors of the Forbidden Sect were finally emerging into the world. That a low hum resonated as 2 immense forces surged upwards from the depths of the Forbidden Sect. In the next instant, a golden pathway illuminated the skies, and myriad extraordinary phenomena alternated in a breathtaking display. Among these manifestations, countless divine beings and demons gazed upon the heavens and earth, their feet treading upon the celestial rivers. From the terrifying spectacle emerged 2 towering figures, stepping forth from the void. As Chu Luo glanced over, he beheld these 2 figures, 2 elders of contrasting demeanor. One was clad in white robes with white hair, exuding an air of elegance and approachability, while the other appeared disheveled, dressed in ragged attire, embodying a carefree attitude. Itsm. Chu Luo's gaze fixated on the refined elder, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was indeed that old man. Previously, when he was mastering the last forbidden art of escape, he had miscalculated his direction and inadvertently arrived deep within the forbidden grounds. Within that forbidden realm, he had encountered a stone tablet, inscribed with the records of 3,000 forbidden arts. It was then that Chu Luo learned that the forbidden arts of the Forbidden Sect were not merely 1,000, but a staggering 3,000. At that time, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to transcribe the remaining 2,000 forbidden arts, but an elder had appeared, seizing him and casting him out of the forbidden grounds. The elder who had thrown him out was none other than this dignified ancestor. This is Shao Chun, the Old Ghost, Dao Yuan, the Old Ghost. The Emperor of Suppression and the other 6 emperors present immediately shifted their expressions upon seeing the 2 elders suddenly appear above the Forbidden Sect. Yet, in the next moment, their countenances returned to normal. The 7 emperors' consciousness surged towards the depths of the Forbidden Sect's forbidden grounds, but a formidable force there obstructed their probing. Hiss! That was the Emperor Shao Chun and Emperor Dao Yuan of the Forbidden Sect. 100,000 years ago, in the Battle of the Dark Sea, these 2 emperors had wreaked havoc, establishing remarkable feats for our 3,000 great worlds, instilling fear in those beings across the Dark Sea, rendering them hesitant to act ever since. Indeed, who would have thought that after 100,000 years, these 2 emperors were still alive? 100,000 years had passed, yet there was not a trace of deathly aura surrounding them, suggesting that their power had only grown more formidable since then. These 2 were the latest generation of ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. It remained uncertain if the ancestors of previous generations were still around. If the ancestors preceding them were still alive, the ambitions of the 7 emperors today would likely be thwarted. Who could know? The countless powerful beings observing this place were also stirred upon witnessing the appearance of the 2 ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. Some reclusive elders, upon seeing them, were unable to suppress memories of the cataclysmic battles from 100,000 years prior, their gazes toward the 2 elders filled with reverence. Ancestor, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, leading the gathered elders and disciples in salutation towards the 2 ancestors. Chu Luo followed suit in respect. No need for such formalities, sect master. Little one, we meet again. The elder Shao Chun, donned in white, smiled at Lin Feng and then turned his gaze to Chu Luo. Youngster, these 7 rascals are your doing, aren't they, you little troublemaker? Holding a wooden staff and dressed in a beggar's garb, Elder Dao Yuan also regarded Chu Luo with a scrutinizing gaze, a flicker of interest in his eyes before he spoke with mild irritation. The 2 elders paid no heed to the 6 emperors, whose expressions darkened across from them, but at this, Chu Luo scratched his head, shrugged, and awkwardly replied, Ancestor, you can't blame me. If I hadn't retaliated, I would have been done in by their disciples. I just didn't expect these top-tier talents from prestigious factions to be so easily overwhelmed. Ancestors, you must stand up for me. As soon as Chu Luo's words fell, the 2 elders erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. You little rascal. Splendid. Splendid. This is the spirit of our Forbidden Sect's disciples, rest assured. Today, no matter who comes, they shall not harm you. Not just you, but anyone from the Forbidden Sect. If anyone perishes at the hands of their peers, it is merely a matter of skill, should they dare to bully you. We old-timers will certainly step in to teach them a lesson. The voices of the 2 elders resonated through the heavens and earth. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were profoundly moved, tears welling in their eyes as they fervently called out the names of their ancestors. As disciples of the Forbidden Sect, they felt exceedingly fortunate. He, Jin Xie, Ming Wang, Tian Hua, Jiu Shang, you 4 have truly grown strong. You have all broken through to the 4th realm of the emperor level. But even if you 4 are 4th realm emperors, do not even think about laying a finger on our Forbidden Sect disciples. If you know what's good for you, scream quickly. I have no desire to kill today. Elder Dao Yuan then turned his gaze towards the 7 emperors, focusing on the 4 leading figures. A grin spreading across his face. As for the remaining Tian Min Emperor, Yuhua Emperor, and Wu Qin Emperor, while they were undoubtedly true emperors, they seemed to garner little regard from the 2 elders, for their cultivation was merely at the 1st and 2nd realms of the emperor level. Dao Yuan, the Old Ghost, it seems your tongue remains as foul as ever after all these years. You 2, after so long, have only reached the 4th realm of the emperor level. With my 4 4th realm emperors present, what confidence do you possess? The Emperor of Suppression scoffed coldly, his killing intent palpable. Upon hearing this, countless powerful beings realized the cultivation level of the 2 ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, 4th realm emperors. Even Chu Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. He had thought that these 2 elders were even more formidable than those 7 old ones. It turned out they were on par with the Emperor of Suppression, the Tian Hua Emperor, the Jiu Shang Emperor, and the Ming Wang Emperor. The opposing 4th realm emperors clearly outnumbered their side. Not to mention the presence of the Tian Min, Yuhua, and Wuchen 3 emperors. How dare these 2 elders act so arrogantly? Sect Master, are these truly the only 2 elders we have? If there are others, please bring them forth, that I fear these 2 may be overwhelmed by the enemy. Chu Luo whispered anxiously to Sect Master Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he coughed lightly. Responding telepathically, do not worry. Our 2 elders were once renowned as invincible at the same realm. However, as he spoke, Lin Feng felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering what on earth Elder Qin Yi was doing. Why had only these 2 weakest elders been summoned? As the sect leader, he was well aware of their sect's foundation. Could it be that those ancient beings in the Forbidden Grounds had truly fallen into a deep slumber? He must personally investigate at some point. Dao Yuan, why waste words with these old ghosts? You know their nature well enough. They are merely past defeated foes. A mere second bout will remind them of their folly. The elegant and amiable elder Shaochen chuckled coldly, brandishing a long spear. With a single step, the very void beneath his feet twisted, and in the blink of an eye, he manifested in the outer void. Accompanied by a colossal emperor's figure, well then, defeated foes, come forth and battle. Elder Dao Yuan chuckled as well, vanishing from sight, reappearing in the outer void above the Forbidden Sect. Shaochen the old ghost. Dao Yuan the old ghost. Let us fight. Today we shall slay you 2 old ghosts. The Emperor of Suppression roared in fury, agreed. With a resounding boom, he stepped forward, commanding a vast emperor's figure that blotted out the sun as he charged into the outer void. As the other 6 great emperors followed closely in the wake of the Jinshi Emperor, they ascended in their majestic forms. In an instant, the entire expanse of the 3,000 great worlds became shrouded in terrifying power. The boundless void of the infinite sky shattered under the onslaught of several monstrous forces, revealing a dim and formless abyss, fragments of space, resembling grains of sand, scattered throughout the void. The entirety of the 3,000 great worlds seemed to have plunged into an apocalyptic state, sending shivers down the spines of countless beings. Fortunately, these emperors had opted for the outer void as their battlefield. Had they chosen the 3,000 great worlds, it would have undoubtedly led to the suffering of myriad lives. A notification from Chu Luo's system echoed once more, indicating, from the old ancestor Xiaoqing, guardian value increased by 10,000. From the old ancestor Dao Yuan, guardian value increased by 10,000. At this moment, Chu Luo perused his attribute panel and discovered that his guardian value had amassed to an impressive 145,000. He was yet another step closer to redeeming the longevity body. My dear disciple, remain by the sect master's side. I shall assist the old ancestor, just as Chu Luo was lost in thought. The Yinya Emperor, who had been observing the battlefield, noticed that his 2 ancestral figures were besieged by 7 foes. He promptly instructed Chu Luo, and then stepped forward, ascending in a blood-red avatar of an emperor to join the fray in the outer void. Boom! At this very moment, within the battlefield of the outer void, the Tianhua Emperor, the Yuhua Emperor, the Wuchan Emperor, and the Tianmin Emperor were collectively attacking the old ancestor Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, the Jinshi Emperor, the Mingwang Emperor, and the Jiuxing Emperor besieged the old ancestor Dao Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. In both battlegrounds, several colossal avatars of emperors blotted out the sky, treading upon the cosmos with myriad laws, suppressing the endless realms. The explosive force of their terrifying assaults shattered the infinite void of the outer regions. Stars within a myriad-mile radius were reduced to dust. The clash between these formidable emperors was frightfully intense, with the energies of both battlegrounds wreaking havoc and colliding, plunging deeper into the chaotic depths of the outer void. The power of the emperors stirred the chaos, inciting dread. The old ancestor Xiaoqing wielded a battle spear, resembling an ancient demonic god on a campaign, utterly unmatched in his prowess. Faced with the combined might of 4 emperors, he showed no signs of yielding. At this moment, the old ancestor Xiaoqing had shed any semblance of his former elegance and amiability, now radiating an aura of murderous intent. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, revealing an invincible stance. In stark contrast, the 4 emperors, witnessing the old ancestor Xiaoqing's terrifying combat prowess, wore expressions of grave concern. As the battle raged on, the Tianmin Emperor, whose lifespan was dwindling, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Conversely, the old ancestor Dao Yuan, single-handedly confronting 3 formidable emperors, appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet, the old ancestor Dao Yuan remained steadfast. His wooden staff emanated black flames, incinerating vast realms. His exquisite staff techniques conjured myriad phantoms. With a single strike, deities and demons trembled in fear, causing the very ground beneath to collapse. Countless powerful beings within the 3,000 great worlds pierced through their constraints. Their gazes fixated on the two epic battlegrounds deep within the outer void. Incredible! These two old fellows exhibit prowess that defies time, exclaimed several elders within the Dan sect, among whom was the Yao Ming Emperor. It was evident that the others were also venerable ancestors of the Dan sect. Alas, that old rascal Dao Yuan, although his combat strength is astonishing, fighting 3 formidable emperors alone is exceedingly strenuous. It won't be long before he succumbs. I wonder if the other old-timers from the Forbidden Sect have perished. If not, why do they delay their appearance? Pondered one elder, observing the frenetic battle. Dao Yuan is nearing his limit, he sighed, casting a glance at the scene of the old ancestor Dao Yuan engaged in a frenzied struggle. The other elders nodded in agreement. Just as everyone marveled at the astonishing power displayed by the two ancestral figures, the silhouette of the Inya Emperor suddenly materialized on the battlefield of the outer void. Old ancestor, this emperor has come to assist you. The Inya Emperor had intended to alleviate the pressure on the old ancestor Dao Yuan. However, as the old ancestor Dao Yuan struck back against the 3 attackers, he glanced at the Inya Emperor and said, "This emperor can still hold on. You should assist Xiaoqing." The Inya Emperor hesitated momentarily before shifting his gaze towards the battlefield of Xiaoqing. Suddenly, he noticed the Tianmin Emperor attempting to withdraw from the fray. With a grin, he stepped forward, exclaiming, "Old Ghost Tianmin, did you not desire an explanation for my Forbidden Sect? I shall provide it now. Die." Boom. The infuriated Tianmin Emperor, blocked from retreat, retaliated with fury, and thus a third battlefield was established between him and the Inya Emperor. At that moment, the Mingwang Emperor, seizing a fleeting opportunity while the old ancestor Dao Yuan was distracted, unleashed the ultimate technique of the Wang family, a colossal avatar of the unmoving Mingwang, towering tens of thousands of zhang. Descended to suppress. The Dao Yuan Emperor was taken aback, his staff entwined in black flames. He swung it in retaliation. Boom! The immense avatar, imbued with destructive power, was shattered by the strike. In the instant, the unmoving Mingwang avatar was obliterated. The Zhouxing Emperor appeared before the Dao Yuan Emperor. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a colossal illusory tower that obscured the heavens, enveloping the old ancestor Dao Yuan within its astonishing might. The expression of the Dao Yuan Emperor shifted dramatically. "Ha ha, old ghost Dao Yuan, today marks your demise." The Jinxia Emperor materialized behind the illusory tower, imprisoning the old ancestor Dao Yuan, launching a devastating assault upon the temporarily confined figure. Old ancestor. At this moment, Lin Feng and the elders of the Forbidden Sect were left aghast. Damn that old fool, what a breach of martial ethics. What kind of emperor resorts to sneak attacks? Chu Luo couldn't help but erupt in fury. However, just as everyone believed the old ancestor Dao Yuan was about to fall victim to the treachery of the Jinxia Emperor. In the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Sect, within an arid expanse, a mound constructed of purple bricks emanated a radiant purple glow. These bricks harbored a unique power. Unlike any ordinary material. Boom! The mound of purple bricks erupted violently. A bronze coffin emerged from within. Crack! The bronze coffin slowly opened, unleashing an unparalleled force that soared skyward, breaking through the confines of the outer void. Boom! This overwhelming power sent chills down the spines of all present. Manifesting at an alarming speed behind the Jinxia Emperor, launching an assault, the Jinxia Emperor, sensing the impending danger, was taken aback and swiftly turned to evade. Boom! This fearsome force obliterated the illusory tower, imprisoning the old ancestor Dao Yuan. The old ancestor Dao Yuan hastily retreated, glancing back toward the depths of the sect's forbidden ground with a grin. Who goes there? At this moment, the Jinxia Emperor, Zhouxing Emperor, and Mingwang Emperor all ceased their actions, their gazes converging upon the Forbidden Sect of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Simultaneously, the Tianhua Emperor, Yuhua Emperor, and Wuchan Emperor, who had been besieging the old ancestor Xiaoqing, also halted, directing their attention towards the depths of the 3,000 Great Worlds. The Yinya Emperor and the Tianmin Emperor, amidst their fierce battle, were likewise startled by the recent surge of power and paused, their gazes drawn to the Forbidden Sect at this moment. Not only did all the great emperors in the outer void shift their focus, but countless powerful beings throughout the 3,000 Great Worlds also redirected their attention towards the Forbidden Sect. Has the sect master summoned the other ancestral figures to take action? Chu Luo mused aloud. Instinctively glancing toward the forbidden grounds, Lin Feng nodded slightly, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, these ancient beings are willing to intervene. In the next moment, an ancient and menacing voice echoed. As the heavens and earth change and countless generations pass, only my forbidden immortal sect remains immortal. Following this ominous proclamation, in the blink of an eye, an old man clad in white, with strands of white hidden among his black hair, appeared silently in the skies above the Forbidden Sect. Wielding a spiritual sword, this elder, dressed in white, emanated an oppressive aura, accompanied by a palpable sense of death. Upon seeing the visage of this white-clad elder, the Supreme Emperor of Evil was momentarily taken aback. And the powerful beings from the 3,000 realms all had their pupils constrict, their faces painted with astonishment, especially the 7 individuals accompanying the Supreme Emperor, who gazed at him with intense apprehension. Who is this ancestor of ours, Sect Master? Is he truly all right? Observing the dense aura of death radiating from the figure in white, Chu Luo felt a sense of unease, sensing that their ancestor seemed to be nearing the end of his life. Sect Master Lin Feng also raised his gaze to scrutinize the elder, his brow furrowed, his heart filled with confusion. He is one of our Forbidden Sect's ancestors, Zhang Yu. Yet, I wonder how he has come to be in such a state. Lin Feng replied quietly to Chu Luo. Zhang Yu. Chu Luo, having spent many years in this realm, was hearing the name of this ancestor for the first time. It was evident that Zhang Yu existed in a very distant era. Otherwise, he would not be enveloped in such a thick miasma of death. Zhang Yu. Indeed, it is Zhang Yu, the sword river of Zhang Yu. The revelation struck with force. Even the legendary Zhang Yu Emperor had descended into the mortal realm. Zhang Yu Emperor had been renowned throughout the 3,000 realms even in the days of my ancient sagehood. How could he now be so suffused with death? Alas, although emperors have long lifespans, if they fail to break through, they are ultimately destined to perish in this world. Judging by Zhang Yu's appearance, he seems to have only a century or so left. After that, this old fellow will surely pass away. Given that even Zhang Yu has entered the realm of the 5 declines of heaven and man, one can only surmise that those even older than him within the Forbidden Sect must have long since perished. This visit from the 7 emperors has finally allowed us to glimpse the current state of the Forbidden Sect. It is indeed in decline. Zhang Yu is the last of the 2 ancient specters, Shaoqin and Dao Yuan, the previous ancestors. With Zhang Yu stepping into the 5 declines, even if some of the older relics still linger, they would dare not emerge. Should those ancient ones take action, they would surely perish. The old fellows of the Forbidden Sect have shorter lifespans than us. Back in the day, they frequently engaged in battles and unleashed forbidden techniques, resulting in a significant depletion of their life force. Once the Forbidden Sect is utterly diminished, I shall watch how they manage to safeguard their 1,000 forbidden techniques. Numerous hidden old monsters emerged from the shadows, covertly observing the battlefield. Upon learning of Zhang Yu Emperor's current condition, these old monsters revealed expressions of greed. The Forbidden Sect's forbidden techniques made many covetous. It was precisely because the Forbidden Sect possessed 1,000 forbidden techniques that it maintained its ancient lineage. However, these hidden old monsters knew that the time was not ripe. Even if some ancient relics of the Forbidden Sect were on the brink of demise, should they provoke the sect to desperation, those old monsters would risk their own extinction to strike back, which would spell disaster for their own factions. In the void above, the eyes of ancestor Zhang Yu slightly lifted. In the next moment, the shattered void, torn apart by the power of emperors, was instantaneously restored under an even more terrifying force. With just a glance, he quelled the chaotic energies above, mending the broken void. This scene sent shivers down the spines of countless hidden old monsters, leaving them deeply apprehensive. Such strength, Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in awe. What level of cultivation has our ancestor Zhang Yu reached? The ancient royal family, Lingqing sect, Crimson Flame Valley, and a lesser sect. How bold of you! Who grants you the confidence to provoke my forbidden sect? The white-clad ancestor Zhang Yu, his robes fluttering without wind, fixed his gaze with intensity. The battlefield beyond the void lay before him, and a resonant voice, imbued with chilling authority, reverberated as if from an ancient era, causing the Supreme Emperor of Evil and his companions to flinch, their eardrums ringing painfully, though they were separated by a great distance. The 7 emperors felt as though ancestor Zhang Yu was right beside them. In an instant, they were all drenched in cold sweat, their resolve nearly faltering. It was known that even in their time, Zhang Yu Emperor was a legendary figure. Despite the current state of the elder, shrouded in death, it also revealed to the 7 emperors the precarious position of the Forbidden Sect. The sect was not far from decline, at most. Within a century, after a century, the Forbidden Sect would no longer stand as a rival to their top-tier factions. Sixth Realm Emperor, retreat. The Supreme Emperor of Evil quickly regained his wits and urged the Ming Wang Emperor beside him. The two turned and fled. The Fire Emperor and the Wine Sage Emperor also reacted swiftly, alerting their respective Fire Emperor and Witching Emperor. The several emperors immediately turned and rent the space, fleeing for their lives. The escape of the emperors from the three top factions jolted the Tianmin Emperor into realization. However, at that very instant, the Yin Crow Emperor acted first, launching a surprise attack. "You old fossil, perish!" Boom! With a powerful strike, the Yin Crow Emperor grievously injured the Tianmin Emperor, sending him flying. "Despicable! You dared to ambush me!" The Tianmin Emperor roared in fury, spewing forth the essence of his imperial blood. Yet before he could recover, the ancestors Shao Chun and Dao Yuan were already upon him. The three emperors besieged the Tianmin Emperor, blocking all avenues of escape. At this moment, the Tianmin Emperor was filled with regret. "Damn it, I will fight you to the death." With a thunderous roar, the Tianmin Emperor braced himself against the onslaught of the three. However, at that moment, the ancestor Zhang Yu above the Forbidden Sect gazed coldly at the fleeing emperors, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe my Forbidden Sect is so easily trifled with?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ancestor Zhang Yu raised his sword, addressing the void beyond, and intoned solemnly, "Forbidden technique, one sword to cross the galaxy." Boom! He then swung the long sword towards the outer void. A blinding radiance erupted from the spiritual sword in Ancestor Zhang Yu's hand. In an instant, the sword light expanded enormously, enveloping the entirety of the 3,000 realms, soaring beyond the void. Countless powerful beings looked up, their eyes widening in terror, their bodies trembling, their faces betraying sheer dread. Before them manifested a colossal river of swords, indescribably vast, where terrifying sword intent materialized, roaring forth. The river of swords, formed from condensed sword energy, shimmered with a starlit brilliance, illuminating the heavens of the entire 3,000 realms. Boom! The sword river surged forth, shattering the void, distorting the fabric of time and space. "Oh my goodness, Ancestor, do you mean to kill us all?" The Yin Crow Emperor, who had cornered the Tianmin ancestor, was also taken aback by the sword river that surged forth from the 3,000 realms. He quickly warned the ancestors Shao Chun and Dao Yuan to flee. As they escaped, he did not forget to strike the dazed Tianmin ancestor, hurling him into the sword river. "Curse you!" The Tianmin ancestor, filled with rage and despair, let out a piercing scream as he was swept into the oncoming sword river. Boom! Soon, the sword river tore through the space, transcending its confines, in pursuit of the few emperors who had fled into the depths of the void. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound resonated from the depths of the outer void. A dazzling beam of sword light pierced through the chaos of the abyss, illuminating the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. The astonishing power caused violent tremors to ripple through these realms. After a considerable time, tranquility returned to the universe. The faint smile played upon the lips of the ancestor of Burial Jade. Boom! 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 Before long, blood clouds enveloped the 3,000 great worlds, and strange phenomena began to manifest. A torrential downpour of crimson rain fell from the heavens. The fall of the great emperor stirred universal sorrow. A great emperor had perished. It was the ancestor of the Heavenly Gate, who had just been ambushed by the great emperor of the Shadow Crow and fell into the sword river of the Burial Jade Emperor. Indeed, we can no longer sense the presence of the ancestor of the Heavenly Gate. A great era is approaching, and with it, the fall of a great emperor. Alas, a great era is also a chaotic era. Even before this grand age has fully descended, a great emperor has already fallen. This epoch is likely to be more tumultuous than any before it. Countless powerful beings gazed at the descending blood rain, each unable to suppress their sighs in times of turmoil. Even the great emperors are stained with blood in the sky, let alone other martial artists. The ancestor of Burial Jade sheathed his spirit sword, and the aura of death surrounding him thickened further, as if he were on the verge of transcending into a state of meditation. This scene did not go unnoticed by many hidden old monsters with ulterior motives. "Master, why did our ancestor, despite appearing so lifeless, still expend his lifespan to invoke forbidden arts just now?" Chu Luo inquired with a perplexed expression. Lin Feng shook his head, filled with confusion. Subsequently, the consciousness of many powerful figures withdrew from above the Forbidden Sect. The ancestor of burial jade descended before the crowd at that moment. The ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan, along with the great emperor of the Shadow Crow, returned to the sect as well. Ancestor Lin Feng and the elders bowed respectfully to the ancestor of burial jade. The ancestor waved his hand, a smile gracing his face, and said, "There is no need for such formalities, sect master. Ancestor, have you entered the state of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Perhaps you should select some divine herbs from the sect's treasury." Lin Feng expressed his concerns, mentioning the deathly aura around the ancestor. Even the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan exchanged glances filled with peculiar expressions. The ancestor waved his hand, and then turned his gaze to Chu Luo, offering a mysterious smile. "Little one, you possess commendable talent. In the future, as you venture forth, pursue opportunities without restraint. Do not let today's events weigh upon your mind. A grand era is upon us. Seize what is yours. Should any old fellows dare to bully you, rest assured that we have not yet perished." Chu Luo was taken aback, then clasped his fists and replied, "I understand, ancestor. I am grateful for the protection from the ancestor and the sect. I shall ensure not to bring shame to the sect in my future endeavors." The ancestor of burial jade nodded slightly, his gaze growing increasingly approving as he regarded Chu Luo. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the other elders were equally astonished. Their ancestor of burial jade seemed to hold this young man in high esteem. The great emperor of the Shadow Crow, observing this, could hardly contain his delight. His prized disciple gaining the favor of the sect's ancestor was more exhilarating than his own ascension to the rank of great emperor. "Youngster, cultivate diligently. The future of the Forbidden Sect may very well rest upon your generation." The ancestor of burial jade chuckled. He then turned and took a step back toward the forbidden grounds of the sect. The ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan cast one last glance at Chu Luo before following suit. "Everyone, you may disperse now." Lin Feng finally relaxed from his earlier tension, addressing the crowd before turning to vanish from sight. The remaining elders departed in kind. Chu Luo gazed into the depths of the forbidden grounds, still in awe of the ancestor of burial jade's sword strike. Coming back to his senses, he decided to return to Ningxia Peak to unwind. Having been thoroughly exhausted from the expedition into the Emperor's secret realm, that was also an opportune moment to replenish the lifespan he had expended. He had yet to recover the lifespan lost from repeatedly invoking forbidden arts within the secret realm. Thus, amidst the adoring gazes of numerous disciples, Chu Luo and the great emperor of the Shadow Crow returned to their mountain peak. Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the Forbidden Sect, upon the ancestor of burial jade's return, a faint radiance began to emanate from him. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan, the deathly aura that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. Furthermore, his skin regained a youthful elasticity, and the white strands atop his head gradually darkened to black. In the blink of an eye, the previously aged ancestor of burial jade transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, garbed in white, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Had outsiders witnessed this scene, they would have surely been left agape. It turned out that the state of decay the ancestor had exhibited was merely an act. He had deceived everyone. As for the current appearance of the ancestor of burial jade, the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan appeared unsurprised. "Ancestor, why did you choose to feign such a state?" Daoyuan ancestor asked. Perplexed, the ancestor of burial jade grinned, gazing skyward. "Another grand era is about to dawn. When such an era arrives, with prodigies emerging in droves, if I and the Forbidden Sect were to display too much strength, those self-important factions would hesitate to act against us. Our generation of geniuses would inevitably miss out on certain trials. Only by exhibiting a facade of decline can we ensure that these presumptuous factions, while unwilling to confront us directly, will devise ways to stifle the younger generation of our Forbidden Sect. Thus, our young talents will have the opportunity to sharpen themselves." "I see," the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan finally comprehended. "So, will you continue your slumber, ancestor?" the ancestor of Xiaoqing inquired. The ancestor of burial jade shook his head slightly, addressing them. "With the grand era approaching, I shall not remain in slumber any longer. That lad named Chu Luo is extraordinary. If he does not meet his end prematurely, our Forbidden Sect may very well give rise to another remarkable existence." Upon hearing this, the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan nodded in agreement. "Thus, I shall not sleep. I will safeguard the younger generation of our Forbidden Sect. Besides that lad named Chu Luo, there are several other promising young talents within the sect. You too must begin to discreetly protect these youngsters." The ancestor of burial jade instructed. The ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan nodded, bowing respectfully before retreating. The ancestor of burial jade slowly turned, a smile gracing his lips. I in his line of sight. 100 tomb mounds made of purple stone bricks came into view. Each tomb housed a bronze coffin within in the depths of the ancient royal family. Within the ancestral land, two weak and disheveled figures returned to their cave abode. As these two figures appeared, all the beings on the small floating islands within the cave rose to their feet. The two who had returned were none other than the great emperor of exorcising evil and the great emperor of the bright king, who had previously fled. However, at this moment, the great emperor of exorcising evil bore a grotesque wound upon his chest, with terrifying sword energy continuously eroding his body. Meanwhile, the great emperor of the bright king was missing an entire arm. Upon witnessing their dismal condition, the elders of the royal family fell silent. They had been discreetly observing the previous battle of the great emperors. The emergence of the burial jade emperor had indeed surprised these royal elders. They had not anticipated that the old ghost of burial jade had not yet perished. Although he had once been unmatched in battle, he had frequently invoked forbidden arts, depleting his lifespan. It was unexpected that he had managed to endure until now. At most 100 years, after a century, that old wretch will surely perish, informed the family head. Our ancient royal family must also re-enter the world. Moreover, let the talented youths of our clan step out of the ancient realm to gain experience. As the aging patriarch of the Forbidden Sect approaches his inevitable demise, it becomes imperative that we thwart the rise of the younger generation within this sect. Indeed, let our own youth rise to extinguish the future of the Forbidden Sect. Esteemed colleagues, let us first assist the great Emperor Jinxie and the great King Ming in expelling the terrifying sword energy from their bodies. The elders of the Wang family promptly sprang into action, aiding the great Emperor Jinxie and the great King Ming in purging the dreadful sword energy that plagued them. That a similar scene unfolded in the Lingqing sect and the Qian Valley. Although the strike from the venerable ancestor Zhongyu did not succeed in slaying the four great emperors, Emperor Tianhua, Emperor Yuhua, Emperor Jiuxing, and Emperor Wuchen, the injuries sustained by these four eminent figures from the two top-tier factions were even more grievous than those of the great Emperor Jinxie and the great King Ming. Both the Lingqing sect and the Qian Valley would need to pay a steep price to heal their respective ancestors' wounds. Simultaneously, following the cataclysmic battle of emperors within the Forbidden Sect, the three dominant factions, the Wang family, the Lingqing sect, and the Qian Valley, were collectively rendered speechless, offering no response to the outside world. However, a tempest of speculation had already erupted beyond their confines. The names of Emperor Zhongyu, Emperor Xiaoqing, and ancestor Daoyuan reverberated across the 3,000 great worlds once more. Accompanied by the infamous Emperor Inya and the instigator of this imperial conflict, Chu Luo, the name Chu Luo had become synonymous with notoriety throughout the 3,000 great worlds, eclipsing even some of the top prodigies on the celestial talents list. In the Tianmin domain, within the Tianmin sect, the sect leader Lu Daoyuan sat despondently upon his throne, his eyes devoid of life. Below him stood 5 elders of the Tianmin sect, 2 of whom possessed the cultivation of ancient saints, while the remaining 3 were at the great saint level. The entire Tianmin sect, including Lu Daoyuan, contained but 3 ancient saints. The atmosphere in the hall was palpably tense. The fall of the great Emperor Tianmin had caught them all unawares. The ancestor of Tianmin was their sole elder and the only emperor safeguarding the sect. With the demise of the great Emperor Tianmin, their sect had plummeted from a first-rate power to a second-rate one. What should the sect leader do now? The foremost ancient saint elder gazed at the forlorn Lu Daoyuan and inquired. Lu Daoyuan pressed his temples in frustration and replied, "What else can we do? Send out a decree. From this day forth, the Tianmin sect shall retreat from the world. Activate the great protective formation of the sect. No disciples or elders are to leave the premises without permission." Understood, sect leader. Just as the 5 elders prepared to exit the grand hall, a dreadful force suddenly enveloped and sealed the skies above the Tianmin sect, isolating them from the outside world. Lu Daoyuan and the 5 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. "It's an enemy attack. Quickly, follow me to confront them." Lu Daoyuan's face darkened as he led the 5 elders outside the hall. In that moment, the disciples within the Tianmin sect were already thrown into chaos under the oppressive holy might. Lu Daoyuan raised his gaze towards the void and spoke with a grim countenance. "Which esteemed friend has come to our Tianmin sect?" A low hum resonated as he finished speaking, and a rift in space tore open above the Tianmin sect. Instantly, 3 majestic figures adorned in the visages of ancient saints stepped through the spatial fissure. Behind these 3 towering figures trailed 10 great saints and 10 powerful sages. upon witnessing this scene. Lu Daoyuan and the Tianmin elders felt their spirits plummet to an abyss. The Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan's expression darkened significantly. Indeed, the formidable beings emerging from the rift belonged to the upper echelons of the Forbidden Sect. The three leading ancient saints were two elderly men and a still graceful woman. These three were renowned high-ranking elders of the Forbidden Sect, Elder Qingyi, Elder Shaozhu, and Elder Jifeng. You dare. Lu Daoyuan's countenance turned frantic. The 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect were legendary across the 3,000 great worlds. Aside from the current Emperor Inya, the other 7 were all at the pinnacle of ancient saint cultivation. Lu Daoyuan could hardly fathom that the Forbidden Sect would dispatch 3 peak ancient saints so swiftly. A mere first-rate faction dares to provoke the Forbidden Sect. Prepare to perish, with a flick of her gaze. The beautiful elder Qingyi's eyes glimmered with frost. The 3 elders, Qingyi, Shaozhu, and Jifeng, led the throng of great saints and sages in launching their assault. The following day, the Tianmin sect was annihilated by a mysterious force, causing an uproar across the realms. As for the identity of this mysterious force, all the powerful beings were well aware. It was the Forbidden Sect. Upon returning to Ningxia Peak, Chu Luo secluded himself in his chamber for meditation. At this moment, golden Sanskrit characters danced across his body, exuding a unique resonance. Suddenly, Chu Luo's eyes snapped open. The golden Sanskrit characters vanished in an instant. Chu Luo grinned, clenched his fists, and picked up a jade tablet from beside his bed. This tablet bore the character for Wang and contained the supreme technique of the Wang family, unmoving Ming Wang. Chu Luo discovered this martial technique while sifting through Wang Lin's spatial ring. Although it could not compare to the Forbidden Sect's ultimate arts, its potency was commendable. Should he encounter other prodigies from the Wang family in the future, he would wield this technique against them. Is senior brother Chu here? A disciple's voice called from outside. Chu Luo paused, surprised. As disciples seldom visited him at Ningxia Peak, that he rose and opened the door to find a core disciple waiting for him. Upon seeing Chu Luo, the disciple's face lit up with admiration. And he hurriedly said, Senior brother Chu, the sect leader requests your presence in the grand hall. The sect leader is looking for me. What is it about? Chu Luo inquired, curious. The core disciple shook his head but leaned closer to whisper. Senior brother Chu, early this morning, the ancient saint of the Tianji Pavilion, along with his disciple Ling Xuanzi, came to pay a visit. They are currently in the grand hall. Senior brother Chu, you haven't had a run-in with Ling Xuanzi, have you? Are they here to cause trouble? Senior brother Chu, the Tianji Pavilion has a decent relationship with our Forbidden Sect. Perhaps you should hide for a bit. I can tell the sect leader you're not here. Chu Luo regarded this disciple thoughtfully. This junior was quite astute. However, recalling the events of the Secret Realm expedition, he realized he had not actually clashed with any disciples from the Tianji Pavilion. No need. I'll go see for myself. They might not even be here to stir up trouble. Just as Chu Luo resolved to head to the main hall, he noticed the disciple appeared to have more to say. Hesitating as if he were holding back, you have something else to discuss. Junior brother Tang? Chu Luo inquired, raising an eyebrow. This disciple, whom Chu Luo somewhat recognized, was named Tang He. They had ventured to the Emperor's secret realm together. The memory of Tang He's relentless efficiency during the spirit soil excavation was still fresh in his mind. Tang He scratched his head, somewhat shyly admitting, Senior brother Chu. A few of us disciples were planning to venture into the Beast Mountains of South Tianzhou for training. We were wondering if you would like to join us. With you along, we would feel much safer. Of course, if you're busy, we completely understand. After considering, Chu Luo realized he had no pressing matters at the moment. So he agreed to Tang He. All right, when are we setting off? Tang He, elated at Chu Luo's agreement, promptly replied, no rush. We'll wait until senior brother Chu meets with the sect leader. If you have matters to attend to, you can finish those first. We can wait. Chu Luo nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Tang He and made his way to the main hall. Upon entering, he discovered that his esteemed master and the other 7 elders were present. To one side of the hall sat an unfamiliar old man accompanied by a youth clad in white. At that moment, both the elder and the young man fixed their gaze upon him. The duo was none other than the Xuanji ancient sage and the Ling Xuanzi of the Tiangui Pavilion. Master, Chu Luo retracted his gaze and respectfully saluted Lin Feng, who occupied the main seat. Today, I summoned you because the Ling Xuanzi of the Tiangui Pavilion wishes to invite you as his external aide to assist him in becoming one of the Tiangzi. What say you? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, winking at Chu Luo. Not only Lin Feng, the sect leader, but even the Inyan Emperor and the surrounding elders exchanged knowing glances with Chu Luo. seemingly urging him not to decline. Startled, Chu Luo instinctively looked towards the Ling Xuanzi. The Tiangzi of the Tiangue Pavilion was akin to the ranked disciples of their Forbidden Sect. Attaining such a position would pave the way for future roles as elders or pavilion masters. Yet, Chu Luo was puzzled as to why the Ling Xuanzi sought him as an external aid, especially since he had never interacted with him before. Seemingly perceiving Chu Luo's confusion, the Ling Xuanzi stepped forward. Clasping his hands in greeting, "Brother Chu, I am Ling Xuanzi. Within the Emperor's secret realm, I witnessed your extraordinary prowess and felt deeply impressed. Thus, I thought it would be fortuitous to befriend you." Coincidentally, the Tiangue Pavilion is about to commence the Tiangzi selection, and I find myself lacking in strength that I desire to compete, but require the assistance of an external aid, and you were the first person who came to mind. Therefore, I am here today to forge a connection and humbly request that you become my protector in battle. Upon hearing the Ling Xuanzi's explanation, Chu Luo finally grasped the situation. This fellow wished for him to serve as his bodyguard and enforcer. Staring blankly at the Ling Xuanzi, he asked, "Is that all?" The Ling Xuanzi, taken aback, replied, "That is all." Chu Luo shot the Ling Xuanzi a disdainful glance. Firstly, he did not know the Ling Xuanzi. Secondly, there was no bond between them. Thirdly, there were no apparent benefits. Such matters were best suited for those who desired them. As for Chu Luo, he was not inclined to partake. Lin Feng and the gathered elders, being shrewd individuals, immediately discerned Chu Luo's thoughts and shook their heads in disapproval. This lad was just as avaricious as his old master, unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Ignoring the Ling Xuanzi's puzzled expression, Chu Luo turned to Lin Feng. Just as he was about to decline, he heard his master's voice echoing in his ears. "My dear disciple, quickly agree to this lad. Assisting him in becoming one of the Tiangzi will grant you the opportunity to enter the celestial spirit pool of the Tiangue Pavilion." The celestial spirit pool is indeed a treasure, my dear disciple. Earlier today, the Xuanji old fellow brought news that in 2 years, the top forces of the 3,000 worlds will hold a ranking battle for the young prodigies. Re-establishing the list of prodigies, with the ancient divine relic opening 5 years later, our sect leader intends to postpone the selection of ranked disciples until after this ranking battle. Gaining access to the celestial spirit pool is a golden opportunity for you to enhance your strength. Seize this chance without hesitation, as I will protect you. Fear not. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the selection of ranked disciples had been postponed. However, since his master had proclaimed the celestial spirit pool to be extraordinary, it must indeed be remarkable. Consequently, Chu Luo clasped his hands and turned to the Ling Xuanzi, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he revealed a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Brother Ling. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today, it is evident that you are truly exceptional. Brother Ling, we are like old friends at first sight. Your affairs are my affairs. I shall assist you wholeheartedly in becoming one of the Tiangzi. Whoever dares to obstruct you shall perish." Chu Luo was brimming with enthusiasm, as if the Ling Xuanzi before him were a long-lost brother. The Ling Xuanzi, caught off guard by this sudden warmth, smiled in delight and responded, "Thank you, Brother Chu. From this day forth, you shall be my good brother. If you ever require assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to aid you." The onlookers could only stare in disbelief at Chu Luo's abrupt change in attitude, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. The Xuanji ancient sage, in particular, felt his face twitch slightly. This lad was truly a reflection of his old master, unwilling to endure any disadvantage. "Ha ha ha. Well said. By the way, Brother Ling, when shall we set off?" Chu Luo inquired. "If Brother Chu has no other matters to attend to, we may depart at once. The Tiangzi selection is but 2 days away," the Ling Xuanzi replied. Chu Luo nodded and was just about to accompany the Ling Xuanzi and the Xuanji ancient sage to the Tiangue Pavilion when the Inyan Emperor produced a crimson jade token and 2 vials of elixirs. Tossing them to Chu Luo. "My dear disciple, as I am now an emperor, it would be inconvenient for me to accompany you to the Tiangue Pavilion. Keep this token with you, should any old fool dare to bully you. My avatar shall appear. As for these 2 vials, they are holy longevity pills crafted by the Medicine Emperor for you." Chu Luo's eyes brightened as he accepted the jade token and elixirs. After all, the protective value he received from both his master's true form and avatar was identical. He couldn't wait for some nearsighted old fool in the Tiangue Pavilion to dare challenge him. "I shall remember this," Chu Luo said, bowing respectfully to the Inyan Emperor. The Ling Xuanzi, hearing the term holy longevity pills, was filled with envy. Brother Chu's master, an emperor, treated him exceptionally well. offering him such precious elixirs. He too wished for a master of that caliber, but alas, his own master was far from breaking through to emperor status. Subsequently, Chu Luo followed the Xuanji ancient sage and the Ling Xuanzi. Departing from the Forbidden Sect a day later, the Xuanji ancient sage led Chu Luo to the stronghold of the Tiangue Pavilion. As they emerged from the spatial rift, dozens of colossal floating islands came into view. Enveloped in mist, the islands featured sprawling mountains and magnificent palaces built into the hills, resembling a realm of immortals. This place was indeed one of the premier forces among the 3,000 worlds, the Tiangue Pavilion. Beneath these floating islands lay an immense city, sprawling endlessly like a colossal beast lying upon the vast earth. This city, known as Tianji City, was directly governed by the Tiangue Pavilion. The relatives of the Tiangue Pavilion disciples resided here. Alongside various affiliated forces, presently, Tianji City had become one of the renowned cities among the 3,000 worlds, bustling with warriors arriving from all corners. My disciple, take Chu Xiaoyu to Tianji City to settle in. Remember to return to the sect punctually tomorrow for the selection. I shall return to the pavilion now, the Xuanji ancient sage instructed. Yes, I shall remember, Chu Luo replied. The Xuanji ancient sage then stepped forward and soared towards one of the floating islands. Brother Chu, let us rest in the city for a while. I will also show you around Tianji City, the Ling Xuanzi suggested. Ling Xuanzi chuckled, and Chu Luo nodded in agreement. He had heard of Tianji City but had never set foot in it. Today was a fortuitous occasion to explore this renowned city. Thus, Chu Luo followed Ling Xuanzi into the heart of the city. As they entered, Chu Luo was immediately captivated by the bustling splendor surrounding him. The streets were teeming with martial artists from all corners, while vendors lined both sides of the thoroughfare, offering a dazzling array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and rare curiosities that left one in awe. While Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi strolled leisurely, a sudden commotion erupted in the city. Countless onlookers craned their necks upward, spotting a formidable beast soaring through the sky. It was a Tianlin horse. Good heavens, a Tianlin horse! Who was the woman upon its back to wield such a precious magical beast as a mount? Legend spoke of the Tianlin horse possessing a trace of dragon blood. It seemed this woman had an extraordinary background. Chu Luo, astonished by the impending arrival of the Tianlin horse, could not help but admire its majestic presence. Perhaps he could persuade his master to procure one for him. It was said that the Tianlin horse, similar to dragons, possessed the ability to traverse the void. Look out! A cry pierced the air as the crowd realized the Tianlin horse was descending rapidly. The spectators scattered in frantic haste. However, in the next instant, a little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, stood transfixed, gazing up at the descending beast. Child, move! The nearby martial artists rushed forward to rescue the girl. But it was too late. The golden hooves of the horse were already poised to land atop her head. Countless martial artists instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending disaster. Forbidden technique. Spatial movement. Just as the golden hoof was about to make contact, an enormous black hole materialized behind the little girl. From within it, an ethereal hand emerged, imbued with tremendous power, swiftly enveloping the child. Thud. Boom. The Tianlin horse's hoof landed upon the phantom hand, creating an astounding ripple of energy. In the next moment, the hoof was repelled by the overwhelming force emanating from the hand, causing the Tianlin horse to rear back in shock. The woman on its back paled, her delicate hands gripping the reins tightly, pulling to the side to prevent the horse from toppling over. The 2 hooves that had been raised fell to the side, while the phantom hand grasped the little girl and pulled her into the black void behind it. You seek death, daring to startle my Tianlin horse, the woman declared coldly, her gaze fixed upon Chu Luo in the distance. I shall spare your life for now, but you shall pay the price for your insolence. Hearing her icy, haughty voice, the surrounding martial artists slowly opened their eyes, only to see Chu Luo cradling the little girl. Chu Luo paid no heed to the woman, instead comforting the tearful child in his arms. The other martial artists were bewildered. They could hardly fathom how Chu Luo had managed to save the girl from such a perilous situation. It was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even Ling Xuanzi could not help but cast a look of admiration at Chu Luo. Brother Chu, what a remarkable display! Ling Xuanzi exclaimed. Realizing that choosing Chu Luo as his protector was indeed the wisest decision he could have made. Child. At that moment, a woman rushed out from a nearby shop. Mother, the little girl waved her arms, seeking comfort from the woman. Seeing the child's reaction, Chu Luo confirmed that the woman was indeed her kin. He handed the child over, adding, "Do keep a closer watch on your daughter next time." "Thank you, benefactor." The woman took the child, wiping away her tears before hurriedly departing. "Oh, you not hear me speaking, you deaf fool?" Boomed at that instant. The woman on the Tianlin horse, noticing Chu Luo's disregard, darkened her expression. A formidable force radiated from her, sending shockwaves through the crowd. They were taken aback, for this young woman possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Taichu. Is that Yi Qingxue, ranked 79th on the talented ones list? The prodigy of the ancient Yu family. What? She is Yu Qingxue, the prodigy of the ancient Yu clan. I thought the ancient aristocratic families seldom intervened in worldly affairs. Yi Qingxue must have been invited by the Tianji Pavilion as a protector. Especially with the Tianji child selection happening tomorrow. If the person she guards becomes one of the Tianji children, both she and her charge shall gain entry to the Tianji Pavilion's Tianling pool. It is no wonder the Yi family has emerged. Wait, isn't that the Tianji Pavilion's prodigy, Ling Xuanzi? But who is that young man beside him? Unclear, but he must be a protector brought by Ling Xuanzi. He seems quite formidable as well. Hearing the discussions around him, Chu Luo glanced at Yi Qingxue atop her horse. He had not anticipated that this fierce woman was a prodigy of the ancient Yu family. It dawned on him that individuals from these ancient clans shared a common trait. Ling Xuanzi's expression also darkened. He had not expected someone to invite Yi Qingxue as a protector. This selection process for the Tianji children was turning out to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. With a grin, Chu Luo stepped forward, his demeanor deceptively innocent. The surrounding martial artists assumed he recognized Yi Qingxue as a member of the ancient Yi family and sought to ingratiate himself. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Yi Qingxue and unleashed a torrent of invective. "You deranged woman, your entire family must be deaf. You may possess an exquisite exterior, but your heart is as venomous as a snake's. That innocent child nearly met her demise at your hands. And you expect me to sever my own arm? Have you struck your head against a door? Clearly, those from the ancient aristocratic families have lost their minds in seclusion. Do you think beauty alone suffices, neglecting to cultivate your intellect? Such mindless words, and yet you dare utter them. I feel second-hand embarrassment on your behalf." Chu Luo's outburst left everyone present in stunned silence. Behind him, Ling Xuanzi regarded Chu Luo's back with a look of deep admiration. "Brother Chu, what an eloquent tongue you possess." Hiss. Who is this young man? Not only does he dare to berate Yi Qingxue, but he also insults the entire Yi family. Unclear, but for some reason, I find his insults exhilarating. Shush, are you trying to court death? Be cautious, or Yi Qingxue will have your head. Ah, right. At that moment, Yi Qingxue, momentarily taken aback by Chu Luo's tirade, quickly regained her composure. Her expression darkened, and murderous intent surged within her. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner. A glint of malice flashed in her beautiful eyes as she coldly retorted, "You dare insult me, and you dare insult the Yi family. Today, I shall let you experience the taste of despair. Where life is a yearning and death is a futile hope, the sect behind you and your family will also feel my wrath. Forbidden technique, shadow shift, forbidden technique, bloodthirsty poison." Before Yi Qingxue could finish her words, Chu Luo silently chanted within his heart, and in an instant his figure vanished, moving with unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared atop Yi Qingxue's steed, though Yi Qingxue wielded the power of the 5th realm of Taichu. She was momentarily unable to perceive the terrifying speed of Chu Luo. By the time she reacted, a hand swiftly magnified before her terrified gaze. In the next instant, crack, boom, the crowd heard a resounding, crisp sound, and then all present witnessed Yi Qingxue being flung from her horse. A few snow-white teeth, stained with blood, splattered out to this moment. The world fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed in horror at Chu Luo, who stood atop the Tianlin horse. Even the diviner was agape, feeling an indescribable shock and admiration. Chu Luo wore a harmless smile as he gazed at Yi Qingxue, who had just been sent flying by his slap, and cheerfully remarked, "Those who court death are merely verbose. I not only dare to scold you, but I also dare to strike you." As his words fell, no one noticed the faint red glow that flickered across the palm he had just used to strike Yi Qingxue. Silent and unnoticed, then, before the eyes of the crowd, he casually retrieved a vial of pills. This vial contained the holy longevity pills crafted for him by his master, the medicine emperor. As he uncorked the bottle, a terrifying restriction sealed the opening. Chu Luo looked down to see the vial filled to the brim with plump, thumb-sized holy longevity pills. It seemed there were dozens within. A peculiar aura surged forth. Goodness, so many holy longevity pills! Chu Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Before the multitude, he poured one out. In the next moment, the overwhelming force of the restriction and the aura emitted by the divine-grade pill instantly snapped everyone back to reality. They all gazed at Chu Luo, astonished, exclaiming, "Who on earth is this kid? What audacity to strike even the fairy Yi! So ruthless, so merciless, and to sneak attack as well. What kind of movement technique did he just employ? His speed is terrifying. Look, that lad is holding a divine-grade pill. By the heavens, this boy dares to strike someone from the Yu family and casually produces divine-grade pills. Who exactly is he?" Hearing the discussions around him, Chu Luo flashed a grin at the crowd. "Oh, divine-grade pills. Would you like to take them?" His words left the assembly speechless, rolling their eyes collectively. Although some present had already revealed greedy expressions, reason told them that this youth, who could stand alongside the diviner and slap Yi Qingxue, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He must have significant backing, especially since they were on the territory of the Tianji Pavilion. With a smile, Chu Luo tossed a divine-grade pill into his mouth. The next instant, his pupils constricted. He had just utilized 3 forbidden ultimate techniques, expending 1,200 years of lifespan, and in a flash, it was fully restored. Chu Luo was astonished. With these holy longevity pills, before he exchanged for the longevity body, he could finally unleash his full potential without restraint. Indeed, products from the Emperor are always of the finest quality. Chu Luo carefully stored the pills. At that moment, Yi Qingxue, who had been sent flying by his slap, staggered to her feet. The crowd turned to look, their mouths twitching uncontrollably as they inhaled sharply. This boy was truly ruthless. Did he not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Yi Qingxue's once delicate cheek was now swollen on one side, a clear handprint evident, accompanied by a searing pain. Moreover, a row of her front teeth had vanished, leaving her mouth stained with blood. This scene struck the onlookers as somewhat comical. They wanted to laugh but held it in. I will make you pay." Yi Qingxue glared venomously at Chu Luo, her words escaping with a breathless hiss, fury radiating from her being. He, Chu Luo, noted the malice in Yi Qingxue's gaze, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Just as he prepared to raise his hand to invoke the forbidden ultimate technique he had secretly instilled within Yi Qingxue, a chilling voice, filled with murderous intent, reverberated through the crowd. "Swear, do not move." In an instant, a spatial rift split open above Yi Qingxue's head. From within the rift descended a woman clad in white, adorned with 2 massive peaks reminiscent of snow-capped mountains. The sight of those towering formations made even Chu Luo steal a glance. They were so grand that he felt they could crush him instantly. As for the surrounding martial artists, they had long since displayed expressions of awe. However, an overwhelming sacred might emanated from this woman. Enveloping the heavens and the earth, all present martial artists averted their gazes, cold sweat trickling down their brows. That is the Yi family's ancient saint, Yi Luo. So it turns out the ancient saint is Yi Qingxue's protector. If this boy lacks backing, he is surely doomed today. Just wait and see. With the ancient saint's appearance, we will soon learn of this boy's background. At that moment, Yi Luo had already landed beside Yi Qingxue. And Yi Qingxue was taken aback. She did not expect her aunt to appear at this moment. In the Yi family, there was a rule that protectors must not intervene unless the lives of family members were in grave danger. Yi Luo's expression turned frigid, her icy intent locking onto Chu Luo. What a venomous little beast. Yi Luo paused momentarily, then pressed her jade hand onto Yi Qingxue's back. Aunt. Yi Qingxue was somewhat puzzled. "Swear, do not move. This little beast has just secretly inflicted a very vicious technique upon you." Yi Luo spoke coldly. "What?" Yi Qingxue's complexion paled as she turned her gaze towards Chu Luo, filled with malice and murderous intent. Chu Luo sensed Yi Luo's murderous aura but felt no fear. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. This was the feeling, the familiar formula, the familiar scent. He seemed to detect the fragrance of maternal instinct. However, what surprised Chu Luo was that he had not anticipated the bloodthirsty nether poison to be so covertly applied. Yet it was discovered by this old hag, Yi Li. Thus, a thought flickered through his mind. And in an instant, Chu Luo secretly detonated the bloodthirsty nether poison he had implanted within Yi Qingxue. Boom! Just as Yi Luo was about to completely eradicate the remaining eerie power within Yi Qingxue, the residual sinister force suddenly erupted. It transformed into strange patterns, integrating into Yi Qingxue's energy seed. Yi Qingshue's face turned ashen as she emitted a piercing scream that a wave of intense pain surged from the depths of her soul. Fortunately, Yi Luo had already eliminated a significant portion of the unactivated eerie power in that fleeting moment. Otherwise, Yi Qingxue would have perished on the spot. It is a forbidden ultimate technique, little beast. You are from the Forbidden Sect. Yi Luo's expression tightened as she sensed the bizarre forbidden power erupting within Yi Qingxue, her gaze abruptly shifting to Chu Luo, her murderous intent palpable. What? This boy is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. My heavens, could it be that he is the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo? It must be him. Only Chu Luo would have the audacity to strike against those from the ancient aristocratic families. Indeed, he is undoubtedly Chu Luo, who is said to have even dared to slay the grandson of the Wang family's demon suppression emperor. The recent battle of the emperors was ignited solely by this boy. The assembled martial artists regarded Chu Luo as if he were a monster. Chu Luo shrugged, revealing an innocuous smile as he addressed Yi Luo. Fairy sister, I don't understand what you are saying. Do not presume that just because you are an ancient saint of the Yi family, you can casually slander me. I, Chu Luo, as a disciple of the Forbidden Sect, am upright and honorable. How could I resort to such insidious and vile tactics? Old woman, puffed. Fairy sister, do not slander me. As she spoke, no one noticed. Chu Luo concealed a blood-red jade token within the palm of her sleeve. Humph! Yi Luo let out a cold snort, her hand pressing forcefully against Yi Qingshue's body. A terrifying force surged into Yi Qingshue's being. In the next moment, Yi Qingxue gasped for breath, her pallid face gradually regaining color. Yi Luo swiftly withdrew her hand. A strange, blood-colored energy was extracted from Yi Qingshue's body by Yi Luo. Yi Qingshue's sighed in relief. Yi Luo's delicate hand gently caressed Yi Qingshue's face. The side of Yi Qingshue's face, swollen from Chu Luo's strike, instantly returned to its original state. However, the tooth that Yi Qingshuo had lost to Chu Luo had yet to regrow. Auntie, he has been crippled. There is no need to kill him. I want to torment him thoroughly. Yi Qingshue's eyes brimmed with resentment and malice as she pointed at Chu Luo and shouted fiercely. Yi Luo nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with murderous intent as she coldly remarked, at such a tender age, your heart is already so vicious. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Forbidden Sect. I shall spare your life, lest the world accuses me of bullying the weak. However, I will cripple your cultivation as a form of punishment. Upon hearing Yi Luo's words, Chu Luo inwardly exclaimed at her audacity. You old hag, isn't this the very definition of bullying the weak? How shameless. Furthermore, who, in fact, is the truly malicious one? Boomed. Yi Luo's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming sacred might bore down upon Chu Luo. Brother Chu. The expression of the diviner behind Chu Luo changed dramatically. He thought to himself, why has my master appeared yet? With Yi Luo's arrival, the elders within the pavilion cannot possibly be unaware. Just as the surrounding martial artists believed Chu Luo was doomed, he immediately raised the blood-red jade token in his hand, shouting in terror, Master, save me. Someone is bullying your disciple. Boom. The blood-red jade token in Chu Luo's hand erupted with dazzling crimson light. Following that, an unparalleled imperial might enveloped the entire Tianji city in an instant. Countless powerful figures within Tianji city found themselves unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and collectively knelt down. The might of a great emperor. Hiss, which supreme emperor has descended? In other parts of Tianji city, numerous martial artists looked on in horror, their gazes filled with trepidation as they stared in Chu Luo's direction. At that moment, within the scene, Yi Luo's sacred might, imbued with dark energy, was instantly shattered by this overwhelming imperial pressure. Wretched woman, how dare you bully my obedient disciple? Above Chu Luo's head materialized a phantom figure of a blood-red emperor. The avatar of the Crow Emperor had appeared. With a sharp gaze, the Crow Emperor berated Yi Luo. Great Emperor. The faces of both Yi Luo and Yi Qingshuo changed dramatically, especially Yi Qingshuo, who was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect would have an emperor-level protector. Boom. Auntie. In the brief moment of Yi Luo's distraction, the avatar of the Crow Emperor suddenly struck at her from afar with a powerful palm. The force of this strike, controlled by the Crow Emperor, sent Yi Luo flying on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Chu Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. From my great Emperor Master, my protection value has increased by 10,000. At this moment, the world fell silent. Countless martial artists present gazed up at the Emperor avatar hovering above Chu Luo, swallowing hard in astonishment. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, The Crow Emperor was exceedingly protective of his disciples. Today, they finally witnessed this firsthand. Even the ancient and emotionless sage of the ancient Leaf clan was easily swatted away. Truly, a reflection of Chu Luo's master. As the saying goes, like master, like disciple. The diviner behind Chu Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief and genuinely felt envious of him. A great wretch, a little wretch. My obedient disciple is not someone you can bully. The Crow Emperor cast a cold glance at Yi Qingxue, berating her mercilessly. Under the Crow Emperor's gaze, Yi Qingxue felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. Struggling to breathe as she involuntarily took a step back. Simultaneously, the imperial might of the Crow Emperor surged with astonishing speed towards the Tianji Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the void outside Tianji City, a white-haired elder wore a grim expression. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s. This young man, known as Yusuanzi, was also a prodigy of the Tianji Pavilion. Had it not been for Yusuanzi's age exceeding 25, he would surely have had a place on the prodigy list. The elder beside Yusuanzi was his master, the 8th elder of the Tianji Pavilion, the ancient sage of spirit interpretation. Yi Qingxue was precisely the protector Yusuanzi had summoned, after Yi Qingxue arrived in Tianji City. The two of them had noticed that when Yi Luo descended, the ancient sage's pressure was secretly blocked by the ancient sage of spirit interpretation. Otherwise, if an ancient sage were to descend upon Tianji City, the high-ranking officials of the pavilion would have noticed long ago. However, the imperial might of the Crow Emperor was not something a single ancient sage could withstand. Master, what should we do now? Yusuanzi furrowed his brow and spoke. The pavilion master and those old geezers in the pavilion have surely noticed. Let's go. The ancient sage of spirit interpretation pondered for a moment before waving his hand, leading Yusuanzi out of the void. Within the Tianji Pavilion, a cultured middle-aged man was discussing matters with several elders in a grand hall. This refined man was the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, the ancient sage of Tianyu. The elders present were the senior officials of the Tianji Pavilion, including the master of Yusuanzi, the ancient sage of Xuanji. Suddenly, as the discussions progressed, everyone abruptly stood up, their faces reflecting surprise. Pavilion master, this imperial might belongs to the Crow Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. The ancient sage of Xuanji sensed the familiar imperial presence and hurriedly addressed the ancient sage of Tianyu. He recalled that when Chu Luo had come to the Tianji Pavilion, the Crow Emperor had given him a jade token. Now, with the imperial pressure of the Crow Emperor manifesting in Tianji City, it was likely that Chu Luo was in trouble. Let us go. Follow me to meet the Crow Emperor. The ancient sage of Tianyu nodded slightly, rising from his seat and vanishing in a single step. The other elders followed suit. Back in Tianji City, after Yi Luo was sent flying by the Crow Emperor's palm, she clumsily rose from the ground amidst the gazes of countless martial artists. The two towering snow-capped mountains were also stained with dirt. At this moment, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. For now, Yi Luo resembled Yi Qingxue earlier, with half of her exquisitely beautiful face swollen and red. A prominent palm print was imprinted on one side of her face. The searing pain filled her with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Did this pair of master and disciple not know the meaning of cherishing beauty? No wonder they both remained single. You Crow Emperor, do you intend for the Forbidden Sect to go to war with my Leaf clan? Yi Luo exclaimed, both astonished and furious, addressing the Crow Emperor with a stern voice. Heh, the Crow Emperor scoffed. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Boom. With a cold laugh, the Crow Emperor's gaze sharpened, and the newly risen Yi Luo was instantly suppressed by the imperial pressure, causing her to kneel on the ground. War? What of it? Just a few days ago, my Forbidden Sect clashed with the Wang clan. What do you want? For your Leaf clan's great emperor to generously offer a sacrifice to our ancestral tomb. Don't think that just because you are from the Leaf clan, I wouldn't dare to kill you. That last palm of mine was merely to give your Leaf clan some face. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak to me now. The Emperor of Shadow Ravens gazed down upon the subdued Yi Luo, letting out a peculiar chuckle. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Emperor, Yi Luo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. At that moment, two figures appeared before Yi Luo and Yi Qingxue. The newcomers were none other than the Lingyan ancient sage and Yusuanzi, who had previously concealed themselves within the void of Tianji City. The appearance of the Lingyan ancient sage stirred the scene once more into a flurry of commotion. Approaching the Emperor of Shadow Ravens, the Lingyan ancient sage offered a respectful bow. Heh, the old man sneered. Have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself after hiding for so long? If my precious disciple had been incapacitated by this wretched woman earlier, Even the Tianji Pavilion would find it difficult to shield you from my wrath. The ethereal form of the emperor cast a fleeting glance at the Lingyan ancient sage. His gaze deep and enigmatic. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed the eyes of the powerful figures present. Chu Luo grasped the implication behind his master's words. In no wonder the higher-ups of Tianji Pavilion had delayed their arrival. It seemed this old rascal was pulling strings behind the scenes. Noticing Yu Xuanzi beside the Lingyan ancient sage, Chu Luo discreetly communicated with Ling Xuanzi. Ling brother, will that fellow also participate in your Tianji selection tomorrow? At this moment, Ling Xuanzi finally understood why his master had been absent for so long. Nodding slightly at Chu Luo's words, he replied, Indeed, this individual is Yu Xuanzi, a disciple of Elder 8. I surmise that Yi Qingsheng is an external ally summoned by Yu Xuanzi. Although Yu Xuanzi had not made it onto the list of prodigies due to his age, his strength was not to be underestimated. Chu Luo wore an innocent smile and nodded in response, mentally noting Yu Xuanzi down. Since he was also a competitor, that would make things easier, the emperor jested. Upon witnessing your divine presence, I knew that young friend Chu would be safe. Thus, I dared not interfere in your affairs. Your Majesty, however, I must remind you that Wanqing ancient sage is of the Yi family. Should she fall within the Tianji Pavilion, it would be difficult for us to account to the Yi family. The Lingyan ancient sage said with a flicker of unease in his eyes, addressing the Emperor of Shadow Ravens with utmost respect. At that moment, both Yi Qingxing and Yi Luoyi dared not utter a word. Even though their hearts brimmed with resentment and fury, they could only suppress their emotions for the time being, terrified that the Emperor of Shadow Ravens might decide to end their lives. Haha! The Emperor of Shadow Ravens let out a cold laugh, dismissing the Lingyan ancient sage's words with indifference. Ha ha, he continued, Emperor's avatar descends, and we have failed to offer you a proper welcome. I implore your forgiveness. Just then, a light-hearted laughter echoed through the air. Following closely, several figures materialized from the void. Descending before the crowd. It was the master of Tianyu Pavilion, along with several high-ranking elders from Tianji Pavilion. It was unexpected that they had come forth in person. Upon hearing the whispers of those around him, Chu Luo turned his gaze towards the master of Tianyu Pavilion. So, this is the master of Tianyu Pavilion? Chu Luo had only heard tales of this figure before, never having seen him in person. Heh, the Emperor of Shadow Ravens remarked, if it weren't for the fact that my avatar did not arrive, my precious disciple would have been harmed by these two wretches today. Furthermore, has your Elder 8 accepted any favors from this Yi Luoyi? Before my avatar's arrival, this old scoundrel watched the show for quite some time without intervening. Just as I was about to teach this woman a lesson, lo and behold, your Elder 8 decided to jump in. Old man, did this woman grant you some sort of benefit in bed? The Emperor's expression shifted more rapidly than the turning of pages, his authoritative demeanor dissipating entirely as he leered at the Lingyan ancient sage with a lascivious grin. At this declaration, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. No one had anticipated that a supreme emperor would utter such words. However, as they recalled the earlier events, many began to wonder if the Lingyan ancient sage truly had an affair with Yi Luoyi. Countless pairs of eyes sparkled with curiosity, casting sidelong glances at the Lingyan ancient sage and Yi Luoyi, whose expressions resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Chu Luo, standing behind the emperor, nearly burst into laughter, silently giving his master a thumbs up. What a cunning maneuver! Although it was inappropriate to reprimand the Lingyan ancient sage in front of so many high-ranking officials from Tianji Pavilion, it was still quite satisfying to humiliate him a little. Your Majesty, this is no jest. I assure you that I and Wanqing ancient sage are entirely innocent. This is merely a misunderstanding. The Lingyan ancient sage bit down on his silver teeth, suppressing his boundless rage. Meanwhile, Yi Luoyi was so angered that she nearly fainted on the spot. Her gaze directed at the emperor and Chu Luo, her hatred reached its zenith. The master of Tianyu Pavilion and the attending elders could only shake their heads in secret. Oh, Elder 8, why did you provoke this old rogue? At that moment, the Xuanji ancient sage reflected on all the most difficult moments of his life, struggling to suppress a smile. He found a certain delight in witnessing the Lingyan ancient sage's humiliation at the hands of the emperor, even surpassing his happiness at his own disciple becoming one of the Tianji candidates. Earlier, the Xuanji ancient sage had been concerned that Ling Xuanzi's choice of Chu Luo would bring them trouble. Yet now, he wholeheartedly approved of his disciple's decision. The master of Tianyu Pavilion was caught between laughter and tears as he glanced at Yu Xuanzi and Yi Qingsheng, then back at the Lingyan ancient sage, quickly piecing together the situation. However, As the Lingyan ancient sage was a member of Tianji Pavilion, he did not wish to make things too difficult for him. Thus, he addressed the Emperor of Shadow Ravens with a bow. Your Majesty, indeed, today was a lapse on the part of Tianji Pavilion. However, since these two from the Yi family were invited by us, they are, like young friend Chu and Your Majesty, esteemed guests of Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, with the Tianji selection drawing near, I kindly request Your Majesty to exercise restraint. The Emperor of Shadow Ravens, grinning impudently, replied, Tianyu, your words are indeed pleasant to hear. No wonder you were chosen by those old fellows. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor dissipated the oppressive aura that had been bearing down on Yi Luai. Thank you, Your Majesty, the master of Tianyu Pavilion said, casting a glance at Elder 8. Hurry and escort the two from the Yi family away to settle in Tianji City. Yes, Pavilion Master, the Lingyan ancient sage took a deep breath, promptly cupping his hands in acknowledgement, and then led the resentful Yi Luo and Yi Qingsheng away. Just as Yi Qingsheng reached for the Tianlin horse, the Emperor of Shadow Ravens shot her a lewd smile. Little girl, you bullied my precious disciple, and you think you can just leave like that? I have taken a liking to this Tianlin horse. If you wish to reclaim it, send your old folks from the Yi family to request it from me. Both Yi Qingsheng and Yi Luai were instantly filled with fury but dared not voice their anger. After all, who was truly bullying whom? The Emperor of Shadow Ravens was unperturbed by their expressions, grinning widely. Precious disciple, lead the horse. All right, Master. Chu Luo's grin revealed a set of pearly whites as he dashed over to Yi Qingsheng. Beaming as he said, Fairy Yi, please release your grip on the reins of my horse. Yi Qingsheng glared at Chu Luo, her face contorted in indignation, wishing she could peel the skin off his face. Schwer. Yi Luai hesitated, gently shaking her head at Yi Qingsheng. Humph. Yi Qingsheng let out a cold snort, releasing her grip on the reins with great reluctance before turning away. The Tianlin horse had been tamed by her for quite some time. Once tamed, the Tianlin horse would remain loyal to its master for a lifetime. She could not believe that Chu Luo could tame it. In due course, the Tianlin horse would naturally return to her. Thereafter, Yi Qingsheng followed Yi Luo to leave the scene. He, Tianyu, my dear disciple has just arrived at your Tianji Pavilion and has already been bullied. This emperor is quite worried. In light of this, I shall personally visit Tianji Pavilion tomorrow to protect my dear disciple. You have no objections, do you? The shadow of the Enya Emperor withdrew its gaze and smiled at Pavilion Master Tianyu. Tianyu was taken aback and bowed to the Enya Emperor, saying, Ha ha ha. We await the Emperor's arrival. The Enya Emperor nodded slightly, looking at Chu Luo, who was affectionately stroking the Tianlin horse, and said with a smile, My dear disciple, should anyone dare to bully you again, feel free to summon me at any time. Furthermore, I entrust my horse to your care. The Enya Emperor winked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned widely, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. All right, rest assured, Master. The shadow of the Enya Emperor chuckled and gradually vanished under the gaze of countless onlookers. The oppressive aura of the Emperor that had pervaded Tianji City also dissipated. The surrounding warriors immediately relaxed, rising unsteadily from the ground, their legs numb from kneeling for too long. Pavilion Master Tianyu and several elders of Tianji Pavilion exchanged profound glances with Chu Luo, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Then, alongside the elders, they turned and disappeared from sight. Disciple, take good care of your friendship with Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Xiaoyu, I entrust my disciple to you for tomorrow's Tianji Z selection. The mysterious Xuanji Z, who had yet to depart, instructed Ling Xuanzi. Subsequently, he produced a heavenly-grade spirit herb and tossed it to Chu Luo with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Luo received the herb, realizing it was of heavenly quality, and promptly stored it away, cupping his hands toward the ancient sage Xuanji, saying, Rest assured, Elder, Ling Xiong will undoubtedly become one of the Tianji Z. In truth, Chu Luo had a further thought he did not voice. If he failed to secure a position, then he would consider his earlier statement null. The ancient sage Xuanji nodded, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Chu Xiong, I will rely on you tomorrow. Ling Xuanzi bowed to Chu Luo with a smile. Following today's events, Ling Xuanzi had even greater confidence in Chu Luo's abilities. After all, even Yi Qingsheng, at the 5th stage of Taichu, had been struck by Chu Luo's palm. Who else among the top prodigies on the list could rival Chu Xiong? Ha ha ha. Chu Luo waved his hand, increasingly fond of the Tianlin horse before him. Suddenly, Chu Luo paused. Sensing several waves of killing intent, he swiftly turned around and glanced toward the distance. There, outside a tea house, 2 handsome youths were coldly staring at him. From their attire, Chu Luo instantly recognized them as disciples of Qi Yin Valley and Lingqing Sect. Ling Xuanzi also noticed Chu Luo's expression. Following his gaze, he was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing as he gravely remarked. Chu Xiong, the individual from Yin Valley is Xiaoxinga, ranked 78th on the prodigy list. The other is Zhao Kongming, ranked 86th from Lingqing Sect. I never expected them to be invited here as well. This upcoming selection for TNGZ is likely to be the most intense in history. Chu Luo squinted slightly, meeting the gazes of the two youths with an innocuous smile. He perceived the members of Yin Valley and Lingqing Sect as mere flies in a cesspool. Ubiquitous in their presence, if these fellows dared to provoke him tomorrow, he would not hesitate to ensure the two factions lost another pair of prodigies. After all, his master would be personally arriving the following day. He had nothing to fear. Humph. Noticing Chu Luo's gaze, both Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming let out cold huffs and turned to leave. Xiaoxiong, I never expected to encounter that little brat Chu Luo here. Our sect's higher-ups have issued orders for us disciples to eliminate that little brat from the Forbidden Sect on sight. However, that little brat's previous speed was indeed terrifying. Even Yi Qingxue at the 5th stage of Taichu couldn't react in time. Zhao Kongming recalled Chu Luo's previous terrifying speed and could not help but feel apprehensive. Beside him, Xiaoxinga nodded slightly, pondering, I did not anticipate that this little brat, merely at the 1st stage of Taichu, could possess such incredible speed. Yin Valley has similarly commanded us disciples to annihilate Chu Luo on sight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming paused, a smirk forming on his lips as he suggested, Xiaoxiong, how about we join forces tomorrow? I heard that the first trial of the Tianji Pavilion selection involves entering the secret realm created by the Emperor of Tianji. Within that realm, we may have the opportunity to slay him. Xiaoxinga nodded, a cold smile gracing his features as he replied, excellent. However, to ensure greater safety, we could also seek out some allies. Who? Zhao Kongming inquired curiously. Hehe, the enemy of my enemy is naturally my ally, the ancient Yu family, Yi Qingxue. Additionally, I heard that someone from Tianji Pavilion has also invited the prodigy Wang Xiaojie from the Wang family as a protector. Xiaoxinga said with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up, revealing a similarly devious smile. Watching the two depart, Chu Luo smirked. Ling Xiong, let us find an inn to stay at. Chu Luo grasped the reins of the Tianlin horse, addressing Ling Xuanzi. All right, please follow me, Chu Xiong, to Tianxiang Tower. It is the finest inn in Tianji City. Ling Xuanzi invited. Chu Luo nodded slightly. Yet just as he was about to lead the Tianlin horse away, the horse suddenly rooted itself in place, letting out a loud neigh. It seemed to resist Chu Luo, shaking its head from side to side, attempting to break free. Oh dear, you little beast, you dared not resist when my master was present. Now you choose to defy me. Are you coming with me, or not? Chu Luo rolled up his sleeves, grinning at the Tianlin horse. Roar. The Tianlin horse let out a roar toward Chu Luo. Its voice infused with a hint of draconic resonance. No wonder it possessed a trace of dragon bloodline. However, the next moment, the Tianlin horse was met with a hefty slap from Chu Luo, nearly toppling over. Before anyone realized how it happened, Chu Luo produced a spirit sword and held it against the horse's neck, leaning close to its ear as he whispered with a grin. Oh, dear horse, do not hold it against me. You are but a delicacy in this realm. Steamed, fried, braised, choose one, will you? Hee. I know that beings like you, with your spiritual intelligence at the realm of divine soul, have certainly awakened your consciousness. Upon hearing this, the Tianlin horse fell silent, its large eyes filled with panic and fear. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Tianlin horse suddenly knelt down on all fours, reaching out to tug at Chu Luo's clothing, signaling for him to mount. Seeing this scene, the many powerful figures present took a long time to regain their senses. Was it not said that once a Tianlin horse was tamed, it would only recognize one master for life? Hee, you do have some sense. Chu Luo chuckled, sheathing the spirit sword and promptly mounting the saddle of the Tianlin horse. Let us go, Ling Xiong. Chu Luo gripped the reins, smiling at the still-dazed Ling Xuanzi. Oh, all right. Chu Xiong, follow me. The spirit of the calculating master came to a realization and led the way ahead, while Chu Luo leisurely followed on his celestial steed. The onlookers observed the two departing figures, feeling a sense of strangeness and awkwardness. It seemed as though the calculating master of the heavenly machine pavilion was akin to Chu Luo's groom. Not far off, in the loft of an inn, a young girl clad in a golden dress sat by the window, gazing at Chu Luo atop his celestial steed, a slight smile gracing her lips. This maiden, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, her luminous eyes and exquisitely sculpted cheeks, appeared as if crafted by divine hands. Her lustrous hair cascaded down to her waist, a beauty beyond compare. Indeed, Chu Luo was as audacious as the rumors suggested. However, witnessing Yi Qingxue being dealt with by him brought her a measure of joy. Beside her stood a young man in white, whose heart sank at the sight of her radiant smile. A flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes, this young man was Ling Shuzi, a prodigy of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, ranked 101st at AS for the girl. She was none other than Jiang Loli, the gifted defender he had invited from the ancient Jiang family. When he extended the invitation to her, he never anticipated she would accept and become his protector. Miss Jiang, should we encounter this Chu Luo tomorrow? What shall we do? His earlier speed is beyond my reach. He is indeed a formidable opponent, Ling Shuzi remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Jiang Loli smiled lightly. Rest assured, my friend Ling, if we cross paths with Chu Luo, I shall handle him. Then I must trouble you, Miss Jiang. Ling Shuzi replied with a knowing smile, finally feeling at ease. Meanwhile, Chu Luo had just slapped Yi Qingxue, and the avatar of the Dark Crow Emperor descended. Fiercely protecting its own, the incident of slapping the emotionless ancient sage quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Machine City. Under the guidance of the calculating master, Chu Luo arrived at the most bustling area of the city. Before him loomed a grand tavern, the finest establishment in Heavenly Machine City, Tianxiang Tower. As Chu Luo, mounted on his celestial steed, and the calculating master approached Tianxiang Tower, passers-by immediately gathered to gawk at them. Whispers filled the air. Is that Chu Luo? Who would have thought he would come to Tianxiang Tower? He's a disciple of the emperor, daring enough to offend even the Yi family, with such status and strength. Does he not deserve to stay at Tianxiang Tower? Oh, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but you might not be aware that the Yi fairy he slapped is also residing at Tianxiang Tower. Ah, I see. But that's not all. I've heard that the 100 calculators have invited the prodigy of the ancient Wang family, Wang Xiaojia. Some have even spotted him at Tianxiang Tower. Chu Luo previously killed the grandson of the Jinshi Emperor, igniting a battle between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. What do you think will happen when all those offended by Chu Luo gather in one tavern, if a conflict arises? The owner Lu of Tianxiang Tower might just weep in despair. These individuals were not to be trifled with, their backgrounds far beyond what we mere mortals could provoke. The murmurs of the crowd reached Chu Luo and the calculating master. Brother Chu, shall we consider another establishment? There are more taverns in Heavenly Machine City than just Tianxiang Tower, the calculating master suggested tentatively. Chu Luo grinned. Brother Ling, this tavern suits my fancy perfectly. After all, I've traveled a great distance to assist you. Are you reluctant to let me enjoy Tianxiang Tower? No. You misunderstand. Brother Chu, I merely fear it may be awkward, considering Yi Qingxue is also staying at Tianxiang Tower. The calculating master explained. Chu Luo shrugged dismissively. Fear not. As long as we are unembarrassed, the awkwardness shall fall upon others. Let us proceed. As Chu Luo dismounted and led his celestial steed toward Tianxiang Tower, a middle-aged man with a pronounced belly suddenly rushed out. Upon seeing Chu Luo and his steed, his expression fell. How did this scourge end up at his Tianxiang Tower? This rotund figure was none other than Lu Shoutsai, the proprietor of Tianxiang Tower. Lu, prepare a fine guest room for Brother Chu, and set out some exquisite food and drink. The calculating master waved his hand, revealing heavy bags of spirit stones. Upon seeing the weighty spirit stones, Lu Shoutsai gulped but quickly adopted a troubled expression. Young Master Ling, your timing could not be worse. All the guest rooms are full. Perhaps you could take this esteemed guest to another establishment? Brother Chu, what do you think? The calculating master turned to Chu Luo for his opinion. Just as Chu Luo was about to suggest looking elsewhere, a warrior passed by and entered Tianxiang Tower. Waiter, bring me the finest guest room, and prepare delicious food and drink. Certainly, esteemed guest. The waiter's voice rang out. A guest room and a feast were promptly arranged. Chu Luo and the calculating master exchanged incredulous glances. Both focused intently on Lu Shoutsai. He would immediately dismiss the previous waiter. Chu Luo grinned, instantly comprehending Lu Shoutsai's intentions. Ahem, young Master Ling, young Master Chu, allow me to explain, Lu Shoutsai began. But before he could finish, Chu Luo snatched the bag of spirit stones from the calculating master's hand and stuffed it into Lu Shoutsai's embrace, together with the reins of the celestial steed, leaning close to Lu Shoutsai's ear. He spoke softly, take good care of my steed. If it goes astray, I shall break your legs. Also, my steed does not eat grass. It only consumes spirit herbs, so see to it. With that, Chu Luo swaggered into Tianxiang Tower. The calculating master glanced back at Lu Shoutsai, who stood dumbfounded, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Chu Luo inside. Lu Shoutsai stared at the spirit stones in his arms, his expression a mix of pained amusement. Perhaps he was caught in a bittersweet predicament. Upon entering Tianxiang Tower, Chu Luo indeed sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of the guest rooms. It seemed this room belonged to Yi Qingxue. However, a formidable barrier had been set at the door, radiating a sense of sanctity. Furthermore, Chu Luo detected powerful barriers at several other guest room doors. It appeared the upcoming selection of the calculating masters at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion would not be as simple as he had anticipated. Chu Luo's arrival also left many patrons in the tavern utterly astonished, yet he paid them no heed. Lu Shouzai, ever courteous, arranged a lavish feast for Chu Luo and the calculating master, personally attending to their needs. Wary of inciting the displeasure of this living calamity, after 3 rounds of drinks, the calculating master bid farewell to Chu Luo and returned to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Once the calculating master departed, Chu Luo planned to rest in his guest room, but upon remembering that Yi Qingxue was also at Tianxiang Tower, he requested Lu Shouzai to take him to the backyard where the celestial steed was kept. With the forbidden technique, beast binding and spirit imprisonment, Chu Luo unleashed a powerful spell upon his celestial steed. Among the 1,000 forbidden techniques, this particular one was designed specifically for dealing with spiritual beasts. Whether they took on human form or belonged to the more formidable dragon and phoenix clans, once ensnared by this technique, they would be bound to the wielder for life. Even emperors would find it difficult to break free. Chu Luo was unaware who had created this technique, but it was remarkably useful at this moment. Hehe, you shall never return to the Yi family. Should you stray from my side, death awaits. Rest assured and follow me. Chu Luo, with a cheerful demeanor, gently patted the head of the Tianlin horse. After consuming a holy longevity pill, he turned and retreated to his chamber. The Tianlin horse sensed a connection with Chu Luo. Bowing its head to gaze at the low-grade mundane spiritual herbs in its trough, shaking its head repeatedly, its once spirited eyes now appeared listless. Upon returning to his room, Chu Luo closed the door behind him. To ensure his safety, he specially invoked a jade token to summon the avatar of the Incro Emperor, instructing it to set up a barrier within his quarters, with the protective enchantment laid out by his master. Chu Luo felt no fear of the old woman Yi Luai attempting a stealthy ambush at night. Once the avatar of the Incro Emperor vanished, Chu Luo entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room of the Tianxiang building, Yi Qingxue learned of Chu Luo's presence there. And, why not secretly eliminate that Chu Luo? He is utterly detestable, Yi Qingxue declared fiercely. The humiliation she felt from the day's events made her wish to flay Chu Luo alive. Sitting beside her, Yi Luai's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes glinting with an endless killing intent. Swear, that little wretch is far too cautious. He summoned the old Incro to personally set up a barrier in his room. I am powerless against it, Yi Luai replied coldly. Not long ago, she had attempted to probe Chu Luo's room with her consciousness, only to be thwarted by a terrifying and familiar barrier force. Had she not withdrawn her consciousness in time, that force would have likely strangled her. And, are we to let this go unchallenged? Yi Qingxue asked, momentarily taken aback and filled with unwillingness. Yi Luai snorted coldly, her eyes narrowing. How could that be possible? That little wretch, alongside the old Incro, has insulted us so grievously. I will not let this matter rest. By the way, did that Swansea not inform you that the first trial tomorrow will be conducted within a secret realm created by those old fellows at the Tianji Pavilion? I heard that the genius Wang Xiaojie from the Wang family has also been invited as a protector by the Tianji Pavilion. You might consider teaming up with Wang Xiaojie in the secret realm to deal with that little wretch. I believe Wang Xiaojie would be more than willing to cooperate with you. As for the old Incro, you need not worry. I shall return to my family now to summon a powerful ancestor. At that time, even if you slay that little wretch, the old Incro will not be able to harm you. Yi Qingxue nodded, a glint of venom flashing in her eyes. The night passed quietly. The next morning, within his guest room, Chu Luo was enveloped in a golden radiance. Slowly opening his eyes, the light abruptly dissipated. Stretching lazily, he rose and opened the door, causing the barrier within the room to dissolve. Stepping outside, he sensed that the barriers of several other guest rooms had also vanished. The guest rooms were now empty, including the one occupied by Yi Qingxue. It seemed that everyone had hurried to the Tianji Pavilion. Thus, Chu Luo quickly made his way to the backyard, where he saw the Tianlin horse munching on spiritual herbs, smiling broadly. With a leap, he mounted the Tianlin horse, just as he was about to depart. A graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Yi Qingxue. What have you done to my Tianlin horse? Yi Qingxue glared at Chu Luo, her voice seething with anger. Not long ago, she had intended to set off for the Tianji Pavilion when she spotted a servant carrying a pile of spiritual herbs to the backyard. Following him, she indeed found her Tianlin horse. Yi Qingxue had planned to take the Tianlin horse away, only to discover it stubbornly refused to follow her. even nearly injuring her in the process. Hee hee, ye fairy, what do you mean by your Tianlin horse? Do you truly believe it would heed your call? Chu Luo grinned, a cheerful demeanor in his tone. Humph, the little wretch. This Tianlin horse originally belonged to my cousin Yiming. He later gifted it to me. If you do not return it, just wait until my cousin Yiming emerges. You shall face dire consequences. Yiqing Xue retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was taken aback. He had certainly heard of Yiming, the strongest prodigy of the Yi family, ranked among the top 10 on the genius list, known as the young god king. He had not anticipated that this foolish horse under him had once been the steed of the young god king Yiming. Hee hee, ye fairy, it seems that yesterday's slap did not teach you any manners. With your beauty, it appears today will be quite a spectacle for you. Chu Luo grinned, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he slowly raised his hand. Yiqing Xue was momentarily stunned, a flicker of apprehension flashing through her beautiful eyes. She had considered slaying Chu Luo, but upon reflection, her aunt was not present. If this little wretch were to summon the Yin Crow Emperor again, she would have no one to protect her. Humph, you just wait. Yiqing Xue snorted coldly, turning on her heel and leaping toward the Tianji pavilion. Chu Luo had indeed contemplated ending Yiqing Xue's life. But after summoning his master to set up the barrier using the Jade token, the token had shattered. The power his master had left within the Jade token was now exhausted. Considering that Yiqing Xue was accompanied by the old woman Yi Luai, he refrained from taking action. What Chu Luo did not know was that Yi Luai had left Tianji City the previous night. Let us go, foolish horse. Chu Luo tugged on the reins, and the Tianlin horse soared into the air, flying towards the massive floating island above Tianji City. Watching Chu Luo, the living nightmare, depart, Lu Shoucai of the Tianxiang building slumped into his chair, releasing a long sigh of relief. He had spent the night on edge, fearing that Chu Luo, the living nightmare, might clash with Yiqing Xue again. Now, it seemed, these troublesome spirits had finally departed. Before long, Chu Luo arrived at the floating island of the Tianji pavilion atop his Tianlin horse. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Surrounding the floating island were countless disciples of the Tianji pavilion. In the center of the largest floating island's plaza, dozens of small floating islands hovered. On each small floating island sat a stone chair, upon which resided formidable figures exuding a sacred aura. The pavilion master Tian Yu and the 9 elders of the Tianji pavilion sat among them, along with some ancient holy strongmen from other top-tier forces. Gathered in the plaza were nearly 2,000 strong individuals. Among them, half were young disciples from the Tianji pavilion, while the other half were young powerhouses from other factions. It seemed these individuals, like him, had been invited as external support by the geniuses of the Tianji pavilion. Hiss, that is the Tianlin horse. Chu Luo has arrived. Oh, that is Chu Luo. I heard he fought with Yiqing Xue from the Yi family yesterday. The Tianlin horse he rides was snatched from Yiqing Xue. Ha ha ha, I was present at the scene yesterday. This guy not only seized Yiqing Xue's Tianlin horse but also slapped her. Not only that. After Yiqing Xue was struck, the forgetting emotion ancient saint appeared, intending to teach Chu Luo a lesson, but unexpectedly, this sly one summoned his great master, and even the forgetting emotion ancient saint was left with a slap. Indeed, Yiqing Xue should not have provoked this fellow for no reason. It is said that this fellow dares to slay even the grandson of the evil emperor from Wangjia town. Unexpectedly, Chu Luo has also been considered as an external aid. When encountering this individual on the competition stage, we should keep our distance. Indeed, it is rumored that this person kills without blinking, consuming flesh without a hint of seasoning. In the square, nearly 2,000 individuals raised their heads, captivated by the Tianlin horse. However, upon spotting Chu Luo atop the horse, a chorus of murmurs erupted. Some gazes darted toward a particular direction. In that direction stood Yiqing Xue, her face darkened, with her jade-like hand clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her flesh, revealing the depth of her hatred for Chu Luo. At this moment, Chu Luo, suspended in the void, had become the focal point of attention. Even the dozens of figures on the small floating islands cast their gazes upon him. Seated upon the Tianlin horse, Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly. He overheard the discussions of the crowd. What nonsense! When have I ever consumed human flesh? And without seasoning, how could one even swallow it? At that moment, Chu Luo detected several icy glimmers of murderous intent. Following the source of this intent, he observed figures on 3 floating islands directing their cold gazes and subtle hostility towards him. Among them were 2 elders he recognized well, Yanjun Guxing from Qian Valley and Lan Qing Gusheng from Lingqing Sect. As for the remaining ancient powerhouse, Chu Luo could easily surmise his identity, an elder from Wangjia. Indeed, his guess was correct. The last ancient figure harboring animosity towards him was none other than the ancient sage from Wangjia, known as Jitian Gusheng. So, this is Chu Luo, he remarked with a cold smile. The Wangjia clan leader had issued an order, since they could not deal with the old fellows from the Forbidden Sect for the time being. They would eliminate the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect instead. Any Wangjia prodigy encountering a prodigy from the Forbidden Sect must ensure their demise. Chu Luo glanced at the three ancient powerhouses who bore murderous intent towards him, and then broke into a grin. Descending onto the square while riding the Tianlin horse. Foolish horse, find a patch of grass to graze on. Wait for me. Chu Luo dismounted and patted the Tianlin horse's head. The horse shook its head and galloped off towards another floating island to graze. Brother Chu. At that moment, Ling Xuanzi, who had been in the square, approached Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Ling Xuanzi. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to Yi Qingxue, who stood beside a handsome young man. This young man gazed at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Chu Luo furrowed his brow. What is wrong with this guy? I don't believe I have offended him. Brother Ling. Who is that person? Chu Luo inquired. Ling Xuanzi was taken aback, but followed Chu Luo's gaze and noted Yi Qingxue and the young man beside her. Brother Chu, that person is Wang Xiaojie, an external aide invited by our esteemed guest, Tianju Bai Quanzi. Ling Xuanzi quietly informed him. Chu Luo nodded and smiled. So, he is from Wangjia. That explains everything. Subsequently, Chu Luo raised both middle fingers towards Yi Qingxue and Wang Xiaojie. Turning away to disregard them, Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light. Miss Yi, is he indeed Chu Luo? Yi Qingxue maintained her frosty demeanor and nodded. Indeed, this little beast is he. This little beast possesses some rather peculiar methods. He should not be underestimated. Wang Gongzi, let us join forces to eliminate him in the first round of the secret realm. Otherwise, my heart's resentment shall remain unresolved. Wang Xiaojie sneered disdainfully. Miss Yi. He is merely a Tai Chu first stage cultivator. There is no need for such trouble. If I encounter him in the secret realm, I alone shall suffice. Yi Qingxue cast a glance at Wang Xiaojie, choosing not to argue further. Initially, she had thought the same. However, after enduring Chu Luo's strike, her perspective had drastically changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ha ha ha. Just then, a majestic imperial aura enveloped the heavens. A hearty laughter resonated from the skies above. Moments later, a towering scarlet figure materialized in the void. Hiss. It was the Enya Emperor. Indeed, the Enya Emperor had personally descended. Upon recognizing the arrival, all eyes in the square turned towards Chu Luo. A slight smile graced Chu Luo's lips, while the expressions of Yanjun Gusheng, Lan Qing Gusheng, and Jitian darkened instantaneously. They had not anticipated that this old fellow, Enya, would choose to appear in person. This was troublesome. Ha ha ha. Enya Emperor, please take a seat. Tianyu rose and invited the Enya Emperor. The Enya Emperor restrained his imperial might and stepped forward, taking a seat on a floating island with his legs crossed. Noticing Yanjun Gusheng and Lan Qing Gusheng, he grinned lewdly. Oh, look who it is. Old acquaintances. Last time, you two old ghosts fled rather swiftly. I wonder if you can escape again this time. He uttered his words. Both Yanjun Gusheng and Lan Qing Gusheng broke into a cold sweat. Their faces turning grim. This old fellow seemed to have set his sights on them. Tianyu and the elders of Tianji Pavilion exchanged silent glances, shaking their heads. Tianyu rose and addressed everyone in the square. Now that we are all gathered, I, the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, hereby announce the commencement of the Tianji Z selection. This selection will only yield 7 Tianji Zis from among our disciples. Those who succeed in being selected, along with their invited guardians, shall gain entry into the Tianling pool. Furthermore, I would like to clarify, during the selection process, our disciples are prohibited from harming their fellow disciples, leading to their demise. Otherwise, they will forfeit their eligibility. Should any grievances arise between guardians, Tianji Pavilion shall not intervene. However, if any guardian chooses to withdraw from participation, our powerful individuals will ensure their safety. Moreover, no one is permitted to interfere with the Tianji Z selection of Tianji Pavilion. Upon this declaration, a wave of commotion surged through the square. Tianyu's final words were also directed at the ancient powerhouses from other top factions on the nearby floating islands. As soon as Tianyu concluded, the 9 elders of Tianji Pavilion rose and formed hand seals. The 9 elders pointed toward the sky above the square. Buzz. In the next moment, a spatial entrance quietly opened in the void. Behind this entrance, a vast world unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. Tianyu's gaze flickered as he addressed the 1,000 disciples of Tianji Pavilion in the square. Within the secret realm, there are 100 distinct divination stones, each divided into several fragments scattered throughout the realm. You need only find one fragment, and it will guide you to locate the remaining fragments, allowing you to assemble a complete divination stone. Once you successfully deduce the secrets contained within one complete divination stone, you may advance to the next round. Should all 100 divination stones be deduced, the 100 of you shall progress to the next round. While the rest shall fail, go forth. As soon as Tian Yu's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Chu Luo felt that the Tianjizi selection was unusually daunting. Among the 1,000 disciples participating in the selection, most were core disciples, with only a handful being direct apprentices. The first round would eliminate over 900 individuals. Let us hurry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, as Chu Luo was lost in thought, several core disciples of Tianji Pavilion swiftly took their invited guardians and soared into the secret realm. Witnessing this, the others quickly followed suit. Brother Chu, let us enter as well. To avoid losing the opportunity, Ling Xuanzi hastily spoke. Chu Luo nodded, and together they stepped forward, making their way towards the entrance of the secret realm overhead. Before long, the floating island square became deserted, leaving only countless disciples from both the inner and outer sects gazing up at the secret realm. At that moment, Tian Yu, along with several elders and the ominous Emperor Inya, also looked on, observing the performance of the participants within the secret realm. Buzz, beneath a certain mountain range, a ripple of ethereal spatial fluctuations emerged. The figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi quietly materialized. Chu Luo raised his gaze to the void above and then scanned the surroundings, remarking lightly, "It seems, much like the Emperor's secret realm, your higher-ups have scattered us across different locations within this secret world." Ling Xuanzi nodded, following suit in his scan, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face. "Brother Chu, it appears our luck is lacking. We entered only to find no fragments of the divination stone." Chu Luo chuckled, offering reassurance. "No worries, Brother Ling, rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed in your ascension. By the way, where is your Tianji Pavilion's Tian Xuanzi? I didn't see him at the square earlier. Is he not participating in the selection for Tianjizi?" The Tian Xuanzi mentioned by Chu Luo is the pinnacle prodigy of the Tianji Pavilion, ranked 13th on the talent list. Ling Xuanzi smiled, explaining as they walked. "Brother Chu, you may not be aware, but senior brother Tian Xuanzi and another prodigy from our pavilion, senior brother Shin Xuanzi, have long been designated as candidates for Tianjizi. They are currently in seclusion and thus do not require participation in this selection process. Our Tianji Pavilion has a total of 9 Tianjizi candidates, excluding the 2 designated spots. We are selecting 7. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo suddenly understood. It was no wonder he had not seen such a top-tier prodigy participating in the selection. It turned out their sect had already preordained it. Boom! Just as Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi were chatting, a powerful wave of aura surged forth from ahead. Someone was fighting. Ling Xuanzi exclaimed excitedly. "Hee, the fragments of the divination stone are right here. Let us sneak over and take a look." Chu Luo grinned, taking Ling Xuanzi along as they stealthily approached the source of the battle. Soon, they found themselves behind a large tree, witnessing a clearing ahead where 2 core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion and their respective external allies were locked in fierce combat. One of the Tianji Pavilion disciples held a fragment of the divination stone, glowing faintly in his hand. These 2 core disciples, along with their external allies, were all at the spirit realm level. It was indeed a fragment of the divination stone. To their surprise, it was Feng Yu, a junior brother, who had obtained the fragment first. "Brother Chu, since we've discovered the fragment, shall we make our move?" Ling Xuanzi suggested, his eyes narrowing in excitement. Just as Ling Xuanzi was about to act, Chu Luo stopped him. "Hee, Brother Ling, why the haste? Let them fight it out. Your other junior brother and his accompanying protector are no match for Feng Yu. Once they finish, we can deal with this Feng junior brother. Wouldn't that be more efficient? If we intervene now, and they join forces, we might have to expend unnecessary effort." Ling Xuanzi paused, then nodded in agreement. Boom! On the battlefield, the core disciple Feng Yu struck back against his opponent, sneering. "Junior brother Li, you are no match for me. Why waste time here? If you insist on persisting, I shall not show you any mercy." Hearing this, the other core disciple's eyes flickered, revealing a look of unwillingness. Yet, he had no choice. Feng Yu spoke wisely. Since he was not a match, why waste time? Thus, this disciple, brimming with reluctance, turned to leave with his protector. Seeing his opponent retreat, Feng Yu's gaze fell on the fragment of the divination stone in his hand, a smile breaking across his face. "Ha ha ha. Let us quickly use this fragment to seek out the remaining ones." The protector accompanying Feng Yu was a genius from a first-rate force. Although he had not made the talent list, he had still managed to break through to the 6th realm of the spirit realm at just over 30 years of age. All right, just as Feng Yu was about to follow the guidance of the divination stone to search for the remaining fragments, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "You two, please wait. We're here to rob you." Feng Yu paused, Turning with his protector. In the next moment, their faces drastically changed. Chu Luo, the notorious Old Six, emerged slowly from behind the tree with Ling Xuanzi. Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi. Feng Yu's expression soured, internally cursing his misfortune. How did he end up encountering Chu Luo? The first-rate genius beside Feng Yu also grew immensely tense. Recently, tales of Chu Luo's exploits had spread like wildfire across the 3,000 great worlds. Within these realms, Chu Luo had even garnered a nickname, the assassin of the talent list. The number of top-tier talents who had perished at his hands was nearly a handful. Boom. Chu Luo grinned, a terrifying force emanating from his being. In the next moment, intricate patterns appeared on his skin, shimmering with golden light. An extraordinary sight manifested behind him. Then, before the horrified gazes of Feng Yu and his protector, a towering golden Dharma form, over 100 feet tall, began to rise. It was the indomitable Vajra, the immovable king. The overwhelming power radiating from it left even Ling Xuanzi in shock. Isn't this the Wang family's supreme technique? The immovable king. He had witnessed Wang Lin perform it once within the Emperor's secret realm. Now then, let's be friends, shall we? Hand over the divination stone fragment, and I shall keep it safe for you. Unless you wish for me to demonstrate my understanding of a few martial techniques, Chu Luo said, extending his hand towards Feng Yu, his expression innocuous and harmless, faced with Chu Luo, who had unleashed such a formidable technique right from the start. Feng Yu and his protector's faces turned ashen. This level of power was beyond their capacity to contend with. Thus, Feng Yu reluctantly tossed the fragment to Chu Luo, turning to leave with his protector. Simultaneously, the spectators observing the secret realm from the outside also beheld the imposing immovable king rising behind Chu Luo. Isn't that the Wang family's supreme technique, the immovable king? Indeed, how could Chu Luo wield the immovable king of the Wang family? Moreover, it appeared he was quite proficient. The well-informed disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were utterly astonished. Some of them cast glances towards the ancient sage of the extreme heavens, seated in a stone chair. Not only the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, but even the pavilion master Tianyu and several elders were taken aback, casting sidelong glances at the extremely grim-faced extreme heaven ancient sage. It was well known that the Wang family's supreme technique, the immovable king, was never to be taught to outsiders. Should anyone learn it, they would be pursued by the Wang family's formidable experts. This little rascal, Chu Luo, had transgressed all of the Wang family's taboos in one fell swoop. Oh dear, my gifted disciple is truly exceptional. The Emperor Inya, crossing his legs, deliberately smiled at the extreme heaven ancient sage. Isn't my disciple's immovable king quite impressive? Doesn't it carry that distinctive flavor of the Wang family? I dare say, the younger generation of your Wang family may not wield it as adeptly as my disciple. The extreme heaven ancient sage's expression darkened, a blend of shock and fury coursing through him. He immediately surmised that Chu Luo must have learned the immovable king from Wang Lin. Consequently, the extreme heaven ancient sage discreetly transmitted this matter back to his family through a communication jade tablet. Humph! The ancient sage of extreme heaven let out a cold snort, paying no heed to the Incro Emperor. His gaze was fixed upon Chu Luo in the secret realm, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It was well concealed. Observing the ancient sage's disgust, the Incro Emperor could not help but laugh aloud, showing no restraint, even in the presence of other formidable powers. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Chu Luo dissipated his immovable king behind him and handed the fragments of the divination stone in his hand to the calculating master. Receiving the fragment, the calculating master looked at Chu Luo with admiration, exclaiming, I never imagined that you, Brother Chu, have even mastered the immovable king of the Wang family. Truly impressive. Chu Luo grinned and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, there's nothing to admire. It's just that group from the Wang family who treat this martial art as a treasure. What divine skill is the immovable king? Its power pales in comparison to my Forbidden Sect's ultimate techniques. He continued, Isn't it just a matter of having a brain to grasp the Wang family's ultimate techniques? Is there even a need to learn it? Upon hearing this, the calculating master's mouth twitched violently, feeling as if he had been insulted, and he managed a bitter smile, saying, If only I could possess half of your insight, Brother Chu. Chu Luo chuckled, patting the calculating master on the shoulder, encouraging him. Don't belittle yourself. Gold will always shine. Wouldn't you agree, TZ? The calculating master nodded, suddenly feeling that there was something amiss with Chu Luo's words. Who is this TZ he's referring to? Chu Luo looked at the divination stone fragments in the calculating master's hand and suddenly asked, Brotherling, is the purpose of your Tianshu Pavilion disciple seeking outside help solely to assist in gathering these divination stone fragments? The calculating master nodded and replied, "Indeed. Besides that, once we piece together a complete divination stone, we must decipher the heavenly secrets left by the higher-ups to advance to the next level. However, during the process of divination, it is inevitable that other disciples will attempt to seize them. That is why we seek outside assistance, not only to help find the fragments but also to ensure we can focus on our divination without being interrupted by others trying to snatch the stones." Chu Luo suddenly understood and nodded. An idea flashed through his mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. "Brotherling, I have come up with a brilliant idea. Follow me." Before the calculating master could react, he was pulled away by Chu Luo. They wandered throughout the secret realm, and along the way, they encountered disciples engaged in fierce battles over the fragments. Thus, Chu Luo, the cunning strategist, led the calculating master to take advantage of the chaos, either stealthily stealing the divination stone fragments or, as they had done before, waiting for both sides to weaken each other before making a bold move to rob them. Alternatively, they would sneak up behind those who had just obtained fragments, incapacitating them along with their protectors in less than half a day. Chu Luo had helped the calculating master gather 6 types of divination stone fragments, each comprising 1 piece. Satisfied with their haul, Chu Luo led the calculating master to a secluded valley. "Brother Chu, we only need 1 type of divination stone fragment. Why gather so many different kinds?" the calculating master questioned, puzzled. Chu Luo smiled and placed the 6 fragments on a stone before him, explaining, "Brotherling, since these fragments possess guiding functions, why should we exhaust ourselves searching? As long as someone obtains a fragment of the same type as ours, they will naturally come seeking us. These 6 different types of fragments will serve as our bait. We merely need to patiently await the catch." Upon hearing this, the calculating master's eyes sparkled with realization. "Right? How did I not think of that? Brother Chu is truly clever." With excitement building, the calculating master wondered which 6 unfortunate souls were on the verge of collecting their 6 types of divination stone fragments. Thus, the 2 concealed themselves, preparing for a waiting game. After 2 or 3 hours had passed, suddenly, 2 powerful presences rapidly approached from the distance. "Brother Chu, they're coming," the calculating master whispered, alerting the drowsy Chu Luo, who, upon sensing the 2 presences, grinned and signaled for the calculating master to conceal his aura. Soon, 2 streaks of light descended into the depths of the valley. As the light faded, 2 youthful figures appeared. "It's him. Hee, what a coincidence." Upon recognizing one of the figures, Chu Luo wore an innocuous smile, for among the 2 who had arrived was Wang Xiaojie, the prodigy he had encountered in the plaza. Beside Wang Xiaojie stood Bai Xuanzi, another genius from the Tianshu Pavilion. At this moment, Bai Xuanzi was holding a nearly complete divination stone, with the last fragment tantalizingly close. Why are there 6 types of divination stone fragments here?" Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of caution. What is so strange about that? If you comprehend and advance sooner, I can follow you into the heavenly spirit pool to enhance my strength." Wang Xiaojie scoffed, dismissing Bai Xuanzi's wariness. "Brotherling, I'll handle that person from the Wang family. You can take care of Bai Xuanzi. After all, he is your fellow disciple, and your pavilion master is watching from outside. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me to harm him." Chu Luo whispered to the calculating master. The calculating master smiled subtly, his spirit sword already drawn. Chu Luo swiftly formed seals with both hands. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie stepped forward, grasping the 6 fragments in front of him. He tossed one to Bai Xuanzi with a cold laugh, saying, "What danger could there be? Start the divination." Bai Xuanzi caught the last fragment. But just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Forbidden ultimate technique. Great heaven plucking heart palm." Boom! Bai Xuanzi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Brother Wang, be careful." Wang Xiaojie turned abruptly, and a familiar figure emerged in his line of sight, followed by a blood-red phantom hand rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Boom! The blood-red phantom hand struck Wang Xiaojie. A terrifying mushroom cloud, hundreds of feet high, erupted instantly, and the overwhelming force flattened the entire valley. Bai Xuanzi was also sent flying by the violent energy, propelled far from the explosion's epicenter. However, before Bai Xuanzi could steady himself, a spirit sword suddenly surged toward him from the front. Startled, he quickly drew a spirit sword of his own to block. Bang! The tremendous force made Bai Xuanzi stagger, calculating master. Bai Xuanzi's eyes widened in shock upon seeing a familiar face before him. Boom! Yet, before Bai Xuanzi could fully process the surprise, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite. The complete divination stone he had just assembled flew from his grasp, Perfectly caught by the calculating master. Calculating master. Bai Xuanzi rose from the ground, exuding an astonishing aura as he glared at the calculating master. His face filled with rage. Senior brother Bai, this divination stone, I shall graciously accept. The calculating spirit retracted the divination stone, taking a step back and merging into the rising clouds of dust. Boom. At that moment. Just as the calculating spirit vanished into the haze, it suddenly sensed an exceedingly faint aura emanating from the center of the explosion below, dispersing the smoke. Startled, the calculating spirit retreated in haste. Returning to the side of the successfully ambushed Chu Luo. At this moment, Chu Luo held 5 fragments of divination stones in his hand. However, upon witnessing the feeble aura emanating from the great pit before him, he felt a profound sense of surprise. Logically, that strike should have been sufficient to claim Wang Xiaojie's life. Why then, Brother Wang? Bai Xuanzi, observing Chu Luo, wore a grim expression, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Yet, upon seeing Wang Xiaojie, bloodied and clad in tattered robes, emerging from the pit, Bai Xuanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That detestable wretch. I shall slay you. Wang Xiaojie's eyes blazed with crimson fury as he glared at Chu Luo, a tempest of rage igniting within him. At that moment, both Chu Luo and the calculating spirit noticed that beneath Wang Xiaojie's tattered garments, he was surprisingly donning a soft armor. This armor radiated a subtle glow. Clearly of no ordinary grade, at least of heavenly quality. It appeared that most of the force from Chu Luo's previous strike had been absorbed by this armor. Otherwise, Wang Xiaojie would have long since met his end. Yet, despite this, the meticulous Chu Luo noticed that the armor had already begun to crack. Brother Wang, do not act impulsively. Bai Xuanzi hastily stepped forward, attempting to dissuade Wang Xiaojie. Get lost. Today, I shall personally execute you. You little wretch. Wang Xiaojie forcefully shoved Bai Xuanzi aside. With a swift motion, he produced a jade vial from his hand. Pouring out a pill that exuded astonishing medicinal power, he consumed it. In the next moment, Wang Xiaojie's injuries visibly began to heal at an alarming rate. Boom. Wang Xiaojie rapidly formed hand seals, golden Sanskrit appearing around him. The terrifying power of the 5th realm of Taichu surged forth with wild abandon. Shortly thereafter, a familiar golden emerged from behind Wang Xiaojie, radiating golden light and treading upon the earth. Vajra, with fierce eyes, the immutable king. You little wretch, die. With a roar, Wang Xiaojie leaped into the air, riding the immutable king towards Chu Luo and his companion. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie was utterly consumed by rage. Chu brother, we must flee. The calculating spirit urgently warned Chu Luo. Ling brother, you should find a place to hide and calculate the heavenly secrets. Wait for me to send him down to meet his ancestors, and then I will come find you. Chu Luo instructed, similarly leaping towards the oncoming Wang Xiaojie, riding the immutable king, without a word. The calculating spirit turned and departed, for he trusted in Chu Luo's strength. Chu Luo flashed a grin, forming hand seals as golden Sanskrit surged forth from his body. In the next moment, an immutable king rose behind him as well. What? How could you possess my Wang family's ultimate technique? Wang Xiaojie was taken aback, his face paling. Hee. Boom. Chu Luo let out a cold laugh. He immediately propelled his immutable king to collide fiercely with Wang Xiaojie's. Another earth-shattering explosion resounded. A terrifying mushroom cloud billowed upwards. Watching the figures of the two enveloped in dust and smoke, Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow slightly, then sighed helplessly, believing Wang Xiaojie to be exceedingly irrational. He had heard of Chu Luo's exploits, knowing him to be the kind of person who would dare to strike even Yu Qi Shui. If Wang Xiaojie were to be defeated, Chu Luo would undoubtedly show no mercy. With that thought, Bai Xuanzi turned and left, opting to search for other fragments rather than entangle himself with Chu Luo, as there were indeed more divination stones than just that one. He had no desire to become enemies with Chu Luo. Ha ha ha. You little wretch. I possess the ancient body of Vajra. Not long after, as the dust settled, Wang Xiaojie's figure emerged. At that moment, his muscles flowed with golden light, exuding an ancient aura, while the surroundings manifested extraordinary phenomena from an age long past. However, Chu Luo's figure had vanished without a trace. Wang Xiaojie presumed that Chu Luo had been consumed by the massive explosion. My friend, you might be rejoicing a tad too soon. Forbidden ultimate technique. Annihilation Lotus. Forbidden ultimate technique. Devouring body poison. Boom. Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Xiaojie's expression shifted drastically, instinctively looking up, his pupils dilating, above him, in the heavens. Chu Luo's figure had inexplicably appeared. A colossal dark purple phantom lotus, brimming with destructive power, descended rapidly upon him. As the dark purple lotus passed, the very fabric of space trembled, and clouds dissipated. Wang Xiaojie's face was painted with terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how this little wretch, possessing but the cultivation of the first realm of Taichu, could unleash such a terrifying attack. Was the forbidden ultimate technique of the Forbidden Sect truly that fearsome? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion and the guardians of various factions looked on in horror at the gigantic dark purple lotus. I surrender. Seeing the annihilation lotus descending upon him, Wang Xiaojie finally revealed a look of terror, hastily shouting to the heavens. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, a smirk playing on his lips as he softly uttered, "Explode." Boom. The dark purple lotus erupted in an instant. Wang Xiaojie gazed in despair at the radiant explosion before him. Boom da da. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Following this, a mushroom cloud hundreds of feet tall rose into the sky. In a radius of several hundred miles, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna were instantaneously obliterated. Outside, Tianyu and the 9 elders stood in shock. They could hardly believe that this Chu Luo, possessing merely the first realm of Taichu, could unleash such a terrifying technique. Xiaojie? How infuriating. Xiaojie had clearly surrendered. Why did Chu Luo still choose to strike? He must have done so with intent. Tianyu, Pavilion Master, you should have acted sooner to intervene. If anything were to happen to Xiaojie, your Tiangong Pavilion must provide my Wang family with an explanation. The ancient saint of extreme heavens rose from his seat, his expression dark as he shouted angrily. Hey, what do you mean by intent? Speak carefully, old man. What do you mean by intent? At that moment, my obedient disciple was in the heavens, while your Wang family scion was below, separated by such distance. Who could hear anything? The Emperor of Shadows crossed his legs, a grin on his face. You. The ancient saint of extreme heavens felt his face flush with anger, his heart ablaze. Yet, he dared not retort in front of the Emperor of Shadows. Just then, a powerful imperial aura emanated from within the secret realm. Buzz. Sensing this imperial might, the Pavilion Master of Tianyu revealed a joyful expression. Their Tiangong Pavilion's ancient ancestor had made a move. Seeing this, Tianyu and the elders felt a wave of relief. At this moment, within the secret realm, an imperial might suddenly envelop the heavens and the earth. Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, and in the next moment, he saw the rising fireball rapidly dissipate. Following that, an elderly man with white hair appeared, cradling the bloodied and grievously injured Wang Xiaojie. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie's face was pale, having fallen into a state of unconsciousness. The golden light flowing through his muscles gradually faded, giving way to strands of black lines. Seeing this scene, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. This fellow will no longer be able to act tough in the future. The elderly man holding Wang Xiaojie is evidently a formidable emperor himself. With a gentle wave of his hand, most of Wang Xiaojie's injuries begin to heal progressively. The forbidden art of the devouring heavenly poison from the Forbidden Sect. This young man possesses quite ruthless methods. The elder perceives the terrifying poison within Wang Xiaojie's body and cannot help but cast a glance at Chu Luo. Noticing the elder's gaze, Chu Luo displays an innocuous smile, scratching his head in bashfulness, resembling a child who has committed a mistake. However, the elder is astonished by Chu Luo's abilities. At such a young age, he has actually mastered these 2 formidable forbidden skills of the Forbidden Sect. Regaining his composure, the elder lightly taps Wang Xiaojie's chest and then shakes his head helplessly, turning back to Chu Luo, and says, "Little rascal, this young man has just surrendered. Why do you still intend to strike with such lethal force?" Chu Luo appears bewildered, exclaiming, did he surrender? Perhaps the wind was too strong just now, and I couldn't hear." The elder looks at Chu Luo, his smile laden with profound meaning, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Soon after, the elder disregards Chu Luo entirely, cradling the unconscious Wang Xiaojie and vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appears before the ancient sage of extreme heaven. Still holding Wang Xiaojie, the ancient sage of extreme heaven hastily takes Wang Xiaojie, probing with his divine sense, and his expression changes drastically. He discovers that Wang Xiaojie's diamond ancient body has been destroyed. Old ancestor. At this moment, Tianyu and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion also approach. The elder nods and addresses the ancient sage of extreme heaven. I intervened just in time to save this young one's life. However, his surrender came a tad too late. Although I acted promptly, he was still affected by the explosion's might. I have preserved his life for now, but this young man is afflicted with the devouring heavenly poison of the Forbidden Sect. Even I can only suppress it. You must take him back and let the old fellows from the Wang family handle it. What? The devouring heavenly poison. This little wretch employs such vicious methods. The ancient sage of extreme heaven's murderous intent surges as he glares at Chu Luo within the secret realm, gritting his teeth. In the ancient times, a member of the Wang family fell victim to the devouring heavenly poison. Ultimately, that emperor could not bear the devastation of being rendered powerless and chose to end his own life. What did you just say, old fool? Just then, a chilling murderous aura sends a shiver down the ancient sage of extreme heaven's spine. In his rage, he had forgotten that the Incro Emperor was still present. Thus, the ancient sage of extreme heaven turns to the elder and says, "Thank you, Emperor of Fortune, for your intervention." After speaking, the ancient sage of extreme heaven tears open a spatial rift, taking the unconscious Wang Xiaoji away. The Emperor of Fortune turns to the Incro Emperor, cupping his hands in gratitude before vanishing in a single step. At this very moment, the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion on the floating islands are left in astonishment. Truly, a killer from the list of prodigies. Had it not been for their ancestors' intervention, Chu Luo might have eliminated yet another prodigy from the rankings. Humph. If the younger generation lacks skill, does the elder still dare to scold my obedient disciple? Sooner or later, I will deal with this old fool. The Incro Emperor sneers, showing no signs of restraint. The pavilion master Tian Yu and the surrounding powerful figures can only express their bemusement. The protective value from the Emperor's master has increased by 10,000. Hearing the notification from his internal system, Chu Luo is momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Just as Chu Luo intends to contact the fortune teller, a buzzing sound suddenly emanates from several directions, bringing forth numerous familiar yet powerful auras. In the next moment, streaks of light rush in from all sides, revealing their true forms. Chu Luo. Upon seeing this individual, Chu Luo's mouth twitches uncontrollably, and with a flick of his hand, 5 different pieces of divination stones materialize in his palm. Surrounding him are Yi Qing's, the prodigy of the Yi family, Xiao Xinga from the Qian Valley, and Zhao Kongming from the Lingqing sect. Additionally, there is an exceptionally beautiful woman among them. Observing this woman, Chu Luo realizes she is no ordinary person. Each of the Tianji Pavilion prodigies accompanying them holds a piece of the divination stone, just 1 shard short of completing it. The pieces they each lack are precisely 4 of the 5 shards in Chu Luo's possession. What a coincidence. Do you all want shards? Allow me to gift them to you. Chu Luo remains unfazed, smiling at the group. He then turns and swiftly throws the shards in a specific direction, sending them flying like meteors deep into the secret realm. Chase. Seeing the woman accompanied by a prodigy of the 3rd stage of Taichu pursuing the shards, Chu Luo breathes a sigh of relief. That woman is Jiang Luoli from the Jiang family. You all hurry as well. We will be there shortly. At this moment, Yu Qing's, Xiao Xinga, and Zhao Kongming exchange glances with their respective Tianji Pavilion prodigies. Contemplating their next move, the 3 Tianji Pavilion prodigies immediately grasp their intentions and swiftly pursue the shards. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qing's, Xiao Xinga, and Zhao Kongming surround Chu Luo with unfriendly gazes. Humph. Little wretch, today I shall seek vengeance. Yu Qing's expression darkens, and she coldly laughs at Chu Luo, her eyes glimmering with boundless killing intent. What? Are you all attempting to take advantage of your numbers? Chu Luo chuckles, casting a glance at Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming. Concealed within his sleeve, a sacred longevity pill appears in his hand. Little wretch, today you are undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Xinga produces a spiritual spear, his gaze fixed on Chu Luo with a calm yet ominous intensity. While assisting the Tianji Pavilion prodigies in their search for the divination stone shards, Yu Qing's approached the two, proposing an alliance against Chu Luo. Without a second thought, Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming agreed. As the commotion caused by Chu Luo's annihilating lotus had drawn their attention, they followed the noise and indeed found Chu Luo. Boom. Yu Qing's body trembles slightly, emanating the overwhelming aura of the 5th stage of Taichu. Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming also reveal their formidable powers. The 3 of them surround Chu Luo, and a fierce battle is imminent. Meanwhile, outside, the Incro Emperor's face contorts with rage as he gazes at the ancient sage of the Qian Valley and the ancient sage of Lingqing, his eyes dark and brooding. Very well. Very good. I grant the Tianji Pavilion a favor. You 2 had better never leave the Tianji Pavilion for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, in the face of the Incro Emperor's overt threat, the ancient sage of Qian Valley and the ancient sage of Lingqing wear grim expressions, yet they dare not retort or leave the Tianji Pavilion, fearing that this old fool is not merely jesting. Within the secret realm, Chu Luo grins broadly, promptly swallowing the sacred longevity pill. The protective value from the Emperor's master has increased by 10,000. The system informs Chu Luo again, but he finds little joy in it at the moment. I mean, come on. Is this really necessary? We have no grievances, no enmity. Why must you drive me to my demise? A spiritual sword appears in Chu Luo's hand as he grins. Die. Boom. Yu Qing's, wielding her spiritual sword, has no intention of wasting words with Chu Luo. She lunges at him with her sword drawn. Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming swiftly follow suit. launching a joint assault on Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo leaps into the air, narrowly evading their combined attack. Standing in the void, Chu Luo's expression turns icy. Very well. If this is how you wish to play, then so be it. With a chilling smile, Chu Luo declared, then I shall indulge you in this game. In an instant, he lifted his sword, and a resonant hum filled the air. Suddenly, an unparalleled sword intent permeated the celestial dome of the secret realm. The sky above transformed dramatically, shrouded in ominous clouds. In the next moment, a vast expanse of the universe materialized behind Chu Luo, stars twinkling amidst a torrent of sword energy. This is the ultimate technique of the Burial Jade Emperor, the sword crossing the galaxy. Hiss. This young lad has even mastered the Burial Jade Emperor's secret art. Emperor, your disciple is extraordinary. The master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion gazed at Chu Luo in the secret realm, their expressions betraying their astonishment as they marveled aloud. Emperor chuckled, his mood instantly lifted upon hearing praise for his beloved disciple. Meanwhile, Yanjun Guxing and Lanqing Guxing began to worry for Xiaoxinga and his companion. They had not anticipated that this little rascal, Chu Luo, would have received the true teachings of that old coot, Burial Jade. Surrounding them, countless disciples of Tianji Pavilion eagerly watched the battle of geniuses unfold within the secret realm. Lady Yi, Brother Zhao, let us three strike together and vanquish him. Sensing the terrifying sword intent emanating from Chu Luo, Xiaoxinga's face turned ashen as he spoke to the two other prodigies. Agreed. Boom. The three of them trembled as extraordinary phenomena erupted behind them. One sword toppling the heavens, the dragon flame suppressing evil spear, sword falling from the 9 heavens. Boom. Little rascal, perish, they roared in fury. Stepping forward, the spiritual sword in Yi Qingshue's hand emitted a resonant hum, signifying its immense power as it swung towards Chu Luo. Behind Xiaoxinga, a massive fiery spear's phantom entwined with a spectral fire dragon. Meanwhile, a white, illusory sword shadow, exuding a murderous aura, hovered behind Zhao Kongming. In the face of the trio's formidable moves, Chu Luo remained composed, raising his sword to meet their overwhelming might with a single stroke. The forbidden ultimate technique, sword crossing the galaxy. Boom. A dazzling starry sword river, stretching hundreds of zhang, erupted from the spiritual sword in Chu Luo's hand. The sword river cascaded down like the Milky Way. Mesmerizing and perilous, boom, before the astonished eyes of countless spectators, the sword river collided with the combined assault of the three prodigies. Crack, boom, the trio's attacks were utterly obliterated by the sword river, brimming with terrifying power. Yi Qingxue, Xiaoxinga, and Zhao Kongming's pupils constricted as their faces paled. How is this possible? How can this little rascal be so strong? Quick, defend yourselves, Zhao Kongming exclaimed in panic as he beheld the sword river descending upon them. In an instant, as the sword river threatened to engulf them, each of them activated their life-saving techniques. Boom, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles trembled violently. Blinding sword light surged skyward from the earth. The watching disciples of Tianji Pavilion stared, dumbfounded, at the soaring sword light within the secret realm. They had never imagined that Chu Luo, from the Forbidden Sect, could be so extraordinarily powerful. It shattered all their preconceived notions. One must understand that Yi Qingxue and her companions were renowned prodigies, with cultivation levels surpassing that of Chu Luo. Those who knew them as celebrated prodigies might think otherwise, believing they were utterly useless. Unable to even withstand Chu Luo's combined onslaught, after a considerable time, the sword light faded. Under the gaze of countless witnesses, a chasm stretching hundreds of miles appeared beneath Chu Luo's feet. Damn it. They survived that. Chu Luo furrowed his brow, sensing 3 extremely feeble auras from the depths of the chasm, cursing loudly, buzzing. At that moment, 3 disheveled figures emerged from the depths of the chasm. Yi Qingxue, Xiaoxinga, and Zhao Kongming were drenched in blood and utterly exhausted. As soon as they surfaced, they collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any fighting strength. Their faces were grim, and panic began to set in. They had used every last resort to withstand Chu Luo's sword strike, barely managing to save their lives. Hee, still daring to gang up on me. I'll send you 3 down to meet your ancestors. Chu Luo grinned, sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, causing Yi Qingxue and her companions' expressions to change drastically. They hastily shouted, "We surrender." Just as the words "we surrender" left Yi Qingxue's lips, Chu Luo's face hardened. The forbidden ultimate technique, instant teleportation. Buzz. Pfft. Stop. Just as Yi Qingxue uttered the word surrender, Chu Luo appeared before her in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he drove his sword through her throat. Yi Qingxue's face contorted with terror and rage as she fell to the ground, lifeless, slipping into an eternal slumber. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Luo's mouth. This madwoman cannot be left alive. At the moment Yi Qingxue fell, the external rankings of prodigies reappeared, shocking countless factions. Why Yi Qingxue's name vanished without a trace. Buzzing. Two figures materialized beside Chu Luo. Oh dear, this isn't my fault at all. She was simply a step slower than these two gentlemen. Look, these two are surrendering. I didn't harm them. Chu Luo exclaimed innocently, casting a glance at the two figures that had just materialized. These two figures were high-ranking elders of Tianji Pavilion. One of whom was the 8th elder, Elder Lingyan. The other elder was unfamiliar to Chu Luo. Chu Luo, why did you not cease? Elder Lingyan's expression darkened as he regarded the now cold body of Yi Qingxue. She had been brought to the Yi family at his behest, accompanied by his disciple, Yi Xuanzi. Now that Yi Qingxue lay dead in Tianji Pavilion, he bore a share of the responsibility. Elder Ling, it's a grave misunderstanding. Look at these two gentlemen. They are perfectly fine. This madwoman only cried surrender after I struck her down. Chu Luo pleaded, glancing at the dazed Xiaoxinge and Zhao Kongming behind the two elders. Upon meeting Chu Luo's gaze, the two felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a trace of murderous intent and regret. They instinctively recoiled, vowing never to provoke Chu Luo again. As for dealing with Chu Luo, they would rather not participate at all. You did this on purpose. Elder Lingyan was infuriated that he knew well that Chu Luo had intentionally killed Yi Qingxue. Had they not intervened, the two prodigies from Qian Valley and Lingqing Sect would likely have met the same fate. This little rascal had the audacity to feign innocence. Chu Luo cast an innocent glance at Elder Lingyan, his mind racing with thoughts of revenge against the elder before him. All right, old man, I haven't settled the score from yesterday. And now you come to target me again. Hee. Chu Luo plotted his revenge against the elder of Tianji Pavilion. Suddenly, his thought shifted to his disciple, Yi Xuanzi. The corners of his mouth twitched. In a certain part of the secret realm. Yi Xuanzi, who had just seized a fragment of a divination stone, inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the other elder was equally troubled, for Enya Emperor was still watching. And he could not exert force against Chu Luo. Thus, the other elder advised Elder Lingyan, 8th elder, perhaps we should let the pavilion master decide on this matter. Elder Lingyan discerned the expression of the elder before him. Suddenly, a chill ran through his heart as he recalled that this young man's master was still outside. Consequently, his previously grim countenance transformed instantaneously, his face became impassive, and he nodded slightly. The two turned and waved their hands, escorting the slumped figures of Xiaoxinge and Zhao Kongming away. Once they departed, Chu Luo appeared unfazed, finding a stone to sit upon, extracting a Shinsho pill to consume as he awaited the outcome. Should he lose his qualification, it would be a significant loss. However, with the presence of the Enya Emperor outside, Chu Luo felt reassured. As Chu Luo awaited the results, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the secret realm. Countless disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion deeply etched Chu Luo's image in their minds. If they were to encounter this living embodiment of the underworld in the future, they would certainly choose to avoid him. Even the stunningly beautiful Yi Qingxue took action against him without hesitation. No wonder this fellow remained single. At this moment, upon the floating island, the Lord of Tianyu and several elders of the Tiangong Pavilion were filled with bitterness. They could perceive that Chu Luo had indeed acted with intent. Yet, the Enya Emperor was present. Should they declare the revocation of Chu Luo's qualification, that old rascal would certainly turn their Tiangong Pavilion upside down. Lord, at this juncture, Elder Lingyan and another elder emerged from the secret realm, bringing Xiaoxinge and Zhao Kongming with them. The two ancient saints, Yin Jungu and Lan Qinggu, observed the return of the two without uttering a word. As it was not their own prodigies who had perished, the Enya old devil and that little brat Chu Luo could just await the retribution from the Yi family. Unbeknownst to the Enya Emperor, he was currently wearing a beaming smile as he addressed Tianyu, saying, Tianyu, my dear disciple speaks truthfully. That little girl surrendered just a tad slower than those two knaves. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Trust me, my eyes are like a measuring stick. The Emperor's words caused the corners of the Tiangong elders' mouths to twitch uncontrollably. Trust you. You old rascal, your wickedness knows no bounds. Throughout the vast 3,000 great worlds, who does not recognize your shamelessness? With a resigned smile, the Lord of Tianyu waved his hand and solemnly addressed Chu Luo within the secret realm. Enough is enough, Chu Luo. This shall be your first and last warning. Should there be another incident, I shall personally strip you of your protector's qualification. Suddenly, a notification from Chu Luo's system chimed in, indicating that his protective value from the Emperor's master had increased by 10,000. The voice of Lord Tianyu echoed in his ears. Chu Luo flashed a broad grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, exuding an aura of innocence as he quickly rose and bowed repeatedly towards the heavens above the secret realm, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Tianyu. I shall remember this. I assure you, there will not be a next time. With that, Chu Luo turned and flew off into the distance. Ah, Tianyu, you truly are the one chosen by those old fellows. With you in this generation of the Tiangong Pavilion, it is bound to flourish. The Enya Emperor laughed heartily, unabashedly showering praises upon the Lord of Tianyu. The latter could only smile helplessly. Feeling a headache coming on. Emperor, perhaps you should consider how to explain this to the Yi family. Heh, the Yi family? What explanation do I owe them? It was not I who killed anyone. That little girl merely spoke recklessly, fumbling over her words of surrender, leading to my dear disciple's mishap, and nearly causing you all to misunderstand. What does that have to do with us? The Enya Emperor reclined with a smirk. His legs crossed. The Lord of Tianyu and the elders of the Tiangong Pavilion stood speechless, realizing that the Enya Emperor was nothing but a rogue. Once again, everyone's attention shifted back to the secret realm. At this very moment, within the secret realm, competition was fierce. A disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion had already gathered a complete divination stone and commenced the deduction of its mysteries. After leaving the battlefield, Chu Luo contacted Ling Xuanzi, and soon they were reunited. Brother Ling, why have you not begun deducing the mysteries? Are you unable to? Chu Luo inquired with curiosity. Ling Xuanzi shook his head, filled with admiration, and replied, I observed that Brother Chu had the intention to eliminate his opponent, so I refrained from proceeding with the deduction. Otherwise, if I succeeded, you and I would be transported out, thus ruining your plans. Ling Xuanzi wore an expression of understanding. Cough. Brother Ling, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. No, Brother Chu, you certainly did. I did not. Very well, if you say so. Brother Ling, may I ask a favor? Please, Brother Chu, speak. I want you to deduce the mysteries last. Why? I wish to see your master, you Xuanzi, leave in tears. Let us go. I have long found him displeasing. You rascal. Let us go. Deep within the secret realm, at a certain location, a figure clad in white gazed at the complete divination stone in hand. A smile playing upon their lips. This figure was none other than Ling Yan Elder's prized disciple, Yu Xuanzi. Chu Luo, did you ever imagine that the shards you discarded would perfectly allow me to complete the divination stone? Yu Xuanzi chuckled with pride. One of the 5 shards previously cast away by Chu Luo was precisely the last piece he required. Now, all he needed was to successfully deduce the mysteries within the stone to advance to the next stage. However, Yu Xuanzi chose not to rush into the deduction. For the sake of caution, he decided to wait for Yi Qingshue's return to serve as his protector. Little did Yu Xuanzi know that the very Yi Qingxue he awaited had long since met her demise. Who? Yu Xuanzi's expression suddenly shifted, darkening as he turned sharply toward the woods ahead, issuing a cold shout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures emerged from the trees, surrounding Yu Xuanzi. The 6 individuals were all core prodigies of the Tiangong Pavilion, each possessing the cultivation of the divine soul realm. Senior brother Yu, hand over your divination stone. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The leading young man stepped forward, brandishing a spiritual sword. All 6 of their protectors had surrendered in advance, losing their qualifications. Thus, these disciples, having lost their guardians, banded together, for their chances of advancing to the next stage were slim otherwise. Upon seeing these 6 core disciples, Yu Xuanzi smiled. Junior brother Fu, do you really think you can dare to seize my divination stone? Though I have not made it onto the prodigy ranking. Yu Xuanzi paused, a slight tremor running through him as he continued. But, boom, a powerful aura erupted from Yu Xuanzi, showcasing his cultivation at the 2nd stage of the primordial beginning. Were it not for his age, he would undoubtedly have secured a place on the prodigy ranking. So what if you were at the 2nd stage of the primordial beginning? Everyone, charge, boom, the leading disciple from the Tiangong Pavilion launched himself at Yu Xuanzi. With the 5 others following suit without hesitation, boom, a fierce battle ensued. Not long after, the tumultuous waves of combat subsided. Yu Xuanzi sheathed his spiritual sword, surveying the 6 figures sprawled on the ground. Their faces contorted in pain, and he wore a look of disdain. So self-important, Yu Xuanzi coldly scoffed, preparing to leave in search of Yi Qingxue, when suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Senior brother Yu. You may have gone a bit too far. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Xuanzi paused mid-step, swiftly turning around. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically, fear etched across his features, for the 2 figures appearing behind him were none other than Ling Xuanzi and Chu Luo. Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo, why are you stuttering a bit? How did you end up here? What about Yi Qingxue and the others? Are you surprised? I, your humble servant, did not perish at the hands of that madwoman. Chu Luo grinned widely, his hands reaching out. Yu Xuanzi gulped nervously, preparing to flee. However, Ling Xuanzi discerned Yu Xuanzi's intent and swiftly blocked his escape route. Hand over the divination stone you possess. If you refuse, I possess a modicum of martial skills. While I may not dare to kill you, I can certainly humiliate you. Just imagine if I were to strip you bare and hang you from a tree. Hee. Chu Luo's smile was innocuous, yet it sent a chill down Yu Xuanzi's spine. The thought of numerous junior brothers watching from outside the secret realm made him shudder. You are indeed ruthless. Seeing Chu Luo's intent to strike, Yu Xuanzi reluctantly tossed the divination stone to him. Now can I leave? He asked, his expression darkening. Chu Luo caught the divination stone and stepped aside, saying, Please, young master, you. Take your leave. With a single step, Yu Xuanzi transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Chu Luo handed the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi, who then passed it to the 6 core disciples who had risen from the ground. The lead disciple, surnamed Fu, looked at the divination stone with a puzzled expression. Rest assured, junior brother Fu, I have secured the divination stone. I merely disapprove of young master Yu's usual conduct, since we are all fellow disciples. I gift this stone to you. As for the rest, it is up to you, Ling Xuanzi declared. Upon hearing this, the 6 core disciples expressed their profound gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Ling, they said, clasping their hands in thanks. Quickly, we must catch up to your senior brother. He is about to escape, Chu Luo urged. All right. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi transformed into streaks of light, pursuing the direction in which Yu Xuanzi had fled. The 6 core disciples gazed at the retreating figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, feeling a wave of sympathy for Yu Xuanzi. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xuanzi learned of Yi Qingshue's demise at the hands of Chu Luo, leaving him utterly distraught. However, he could not dwell on that for long, as many had begun to complete their divinations and exit the secret realm. Soon, Yu Xuanzi collected several fragments to assemble a divination stone. Just as he sought a place to hide and secretly conduct his divination, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, who had been shadowing him, seized the opportunity to leap out and snatch away his divination stone. This happened several times, nearly driving Yu Xuanzi to madness. Sect Master, Ling Xuanzi's actions are utterly lawless. His qualifications should be revoked, Elder Ling Yin exclaimed, watching his disciple repeatedly lose divination stones to Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. Though he dared not confront Chu Luo in the presence of the Dark Crow Emperor, he could target Ling Xuanzi. The Sect Master of Tianyu smirked, his lips twitching. Before he could speak, the ancient sage of mystery chuckled coldly. Addressing Elder 8, my disciple and young friend, you have neither harmed the innocent nor inflicted injury upon our fellow disciples. Furthermore, your disciple has not suffered a scratch. Why should my disciple's qualifications be revoked? The ancient sage felt a wave of relief. He had awaited this moment for long. His words prompted the other elders to nod in agreement. Indeed, Ling Xuanzi has not harmed your disciple, and thus has not violated any rules. The Sect Master of Tianyu remarked calmly. Elder Ling Yan's face darkened, his expression reddening with indignation. He found himself at a loss for words, but he knew that it was that wretched Chu Luo who was seeking revenge. Soon, among the core disciples, aside from Yu Xuanzi and Ling Xuanzi, the remaining disciples successfully completed their divinations and were sent back to the plaza. As dozens of core disciples emerged victorious, the number of available spots dwindled to just one. That solitary spot belonged to Ling Xuanzi. Once he successfully completed his divination and exited, the first round would conclude. At that moment, the 99 successful disciples in the plaza, along with countless others surrounding them, could not help but shake their heads at the sight of Yu Xuanzi furiously shouting into the void of the secret realm. Simultaneously, they all understood that, by no means, should they provoke the vengeful Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as Yi Qingxue and their senior brother Yu Xuanzi. Chu Luo, the living embodiment of vengeance, bore a grudge within the secret realm, upon learning that 99 disciples had advanced. Ling Xuanzi sought a secluded spot to begin his divination while Chu Luo stood guard. With Chu Luo personally safeguarding him, Ling Xuanzi successfully completed the divination of the stone. A hum resonated as he succeeded, and both he and Chu Luo were transported out of the secret realm. The first round concluded. The 100 disciples who successfully divined advanced to the next selection round. An ancient voice, imbued with authority, echoed throughout the secret realm. Upon hearing this venerable voice, the remaining disciples still within the secret realm felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. In the following moment, the protectors and disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were also brought forth. Among the core disciples, only Yu Xuanzi had failed to pass the first round. As one of the 9 grand elders, Elder Ling Yan's face turned ashen. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned to leave, unwilling to remain any longer. Curse Chu Luo, you will pay for this. Yu Xuanzi glared at Chu Luo in the plaza, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. While conversing with Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo suddenly sensed Xuanzi's murderous aura. Turning to look, he noticed Xuanzi departing from the plaza. Narrowing his eyes at Xuanzi's retreating figure, Chu Luo mused, "This brat dares to harbor murderous thoughts against me. He cannot be spared. It seems that if I encounter Xuanzi again in the future, I shall have to eliminate him." Unbeknownst to Xuanzi, he was currently on Chu Luo's mind. Boom! Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the vast floating island plaza shook violently. 7 stone tablets rose at the edge of the plaza, each embedded with a gemstone. At that moment, the sect master of Tianyu stepped forward, addressing the 100 disciples of Tianji Pavilion. "Our pavilion specializes in divination. The 7 tablets are embedded with 7 stones of heavenly secrets, containing the 7 mysteries left by our sect's higher-ups. You need only successfully divine them all and illuminate the 7 stones to become one of the children of Tianji. You may also enlist the help of protectors to seize the tablets. However, do not harm your fellow disciples. Those who violate this will have their qualifications revoked. You may begin now," as the sect master's words faded. The disciples of Tianji Pavilion rushed toward the 7 stone tablets. Boom! The battle for the tablets began. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi quickly occupied one of the tablets. Standing beneath the tablet, Chu Luo surveyed the core disciples who hesitated to approach and said calmly, "Brother Ling, you focus on your comprehension. I shall handle the rest." Ling Xuanzi, seated with his back to Chu Luo, nodded and began to meditate. The disciples who initially sought to contend for this stone tablet, as well as the guardians, upon seeing the formidable Chu Luo before them, could only resolutely abandon their ambitions. They hastily turned their attention to other stone tablets to join the fray. What a jest. Engaging in combat with Chu Luo, the living embodiment of death, would leave one utterly oblivious to their own demise. The core disciples did not perceive themselves as superior to Yi Qingxue or Wang Xiaojie. Among the 7 stone tablets, Chu Luo's was the most tranquil, devoid of any rivals. "Brother Si Ling possesses truly discerning eyes," someone remarked. "Indeed, had I known earlier, I would have sought Chu Luo as my guardian." You likely wouldn't even be able to approach the gates of the Forbidden Sect, would you? Moreover, does someone of Chu Luo's caliber even regard you? What on earth, can you not speak, if you cannot articulate? Kindly close your mouth. What the hell? Care to engage in a duel? Come at me. I fear you not. Observing the tranquil calculations of the diviner, the disciples eliminated in the first round couldn't help but feel envy. The diviner had become one of the celestial calculators, a certainty. The ancient sage of mysteries atop the floating island radiated with a vibrant glow. The surrounding elders extended their congratulations in advance. In the square, the diviner had successfully ignited a celestial stone. Others remained entangled in chaos. "Oh, what is this?" Bored, Chu Luo watched the contention over the other 6 stone tablets. He noticed Jiang Luoli, whom he had encountered in the secret realm, adorned with a string of beads that struck him as eerily familiar. Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her closely. At this moment, Jiang Luoli, wielding the cultivation of the 5th stage of primordial beginning, assertively claimed a stone tablet for the celestial calculators. Alongside Ling Xuzi. As Ling Xuzi settled down to decipher the celestial stone, Jiang Luoli breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense something amiss and turn to look. Her gaze met Chu Luo's, and in that instant, she realized he was fixated on her wrist. Instinctively, she glanced down at her wrist, where a string of golden glass beads adorned her. Jiang Luoli seemed to recall something. Her exquisitely beautiful face abruptly shifted, concealing her beaded wrist within her sleeve, turning away to avoid further eye contact with Chu Luo. Noticing Jiang Luoli's reaction, Chu Luo inhaled deeply. It could not be mistaken. Absolutely undeniable. This stunningly beautiful maiden, with that very string of glass beads, he had seen before. They belonged to Yin Xiaofeng, the second-ranked prodigy on the Forbidden Sect's list, renowned for his exceptional prowess. Yin Xiaofeng was a disciple of the Grand Elder of their sect. Highly regarded as the potential zero-sequence disciple, Chu Luo had fortuitously encountered him once, witnessing Yin Xiaofeng lost in thought over a similar string of glass beads. How astonishing! Yin Xiaofeng had secretly entered into a romantic entanglement. Yin Xiaofeng, I have uncovered your grand secret. Chu Luo grinned, his eyes sparkling with gossip. Soon, all 7 stone tablets were claimed. Of the 7, 6 were seized by the direct disciples of the celestial calculators, while the final one was taken by a core disciple who had recently entered the primordial beginning stage. 6 days later, as the first rays of sunlight broke through, the diviner suddenly rose. The last celestial stone on the stone tablet before him had been successfully ignited. Chu Luo beamed with delight. The celestial spirit pool, here I come. Brother Ling had succeeded. He had become one of the celestial calculators. Incredible! The disciples of the celestial calculators cast envious glances toward the diviner. "Thank you, Brother Chu." The diviner, with a calm demeanor, turned to Chu Luo and bowed respectfully. He understood that without Chu Luo, his chances of becoming a celestial calculator would have been slim. Chu Luo waved his hand, intending to express something, when suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as several more stone tablets were ignited, just as the selection for the celestial calculators was nearing its conclusion. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a middle-aged man knelt within a cave, utterly heartbroken before several floating islands. Before him lay the unconscious Wang Xiaojie. This man was Wang Xiaojie's father. Wang Zhondao, revered in the outside world as the ancient sage of warfare, old ancestor. Could it be that Xiaojie's diamond body truly cannot be restored? Wang Zhondao lamented. The several ancient ancestors on the floating islands sighed collectively. Each elder's eyes flickered with fury. Last time it was Wang Lin, the grandson of the demon-suppressing emperor. Now, it was their family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojie. That little wretch from the Forbidden Sect is indeed despicable. Alas, Wang Zhondao continued. Fortunately, that old fellow with the fortuitous opportunity acted promptly, and now Xiaojie's life is no longer at risk. As for the diamond body devouring heavenly poison, you are aware of its malevolent nature. Though that little wretch's cultivation is not high, the devouring heavenly poison does not merely belong to a category of martial arts, it resembles a curse. Over the years, we have sought a means to dispel it. Long ago, when an old fellow from the Forbidden Sect mastered such a vile technique, our Wang family, the Yi family, and the Ji family, the three ancient clans, secretly allied with those from the other side to successfully eliminate him. After all these years, who would have thought that this little wretch from the Forbidden Sect would have also learned such a wicked technique? We must act swiftly to eradicate him. Otherwise, when this little wretch grows stronger, he shall become a formidable heavenly poison emperor. An elder gently shook his head, speaking solemnly. His words prompted nods of agreement from the surrounding Wang family elders. Meanwhile, Wang Zhondao felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Gazing at the unconscious Wang Xiaojie before him, his pain deepened. Their lineage had finally produced a diamond body, only to have it destroyed by Chu Luo. Wang Zhondao implored the elders, "Please, descend to seek justice for Xiaojie. I desire that little wretch's life. Not only that little wretch, but also that old crow, Inya. Elders, if our Wang family does not respond, we shall become a laughingstock among the 3,000 great worlds. Everyone will believe that our Wang family fears the Forbidden Sect." Wang Zhondao bowed repeatedly before the figures on the floating islands. "Alas," one elder sighed, "I too have not ventured out in over 100,000 years. Today, I shall take the opportunity to stroll about. Perhaps I shall pay a visit to those old coots of the celestial calculators, or even meet with that old immortal, Zhang Yu. An elderly man. His hair as white as snow, rose from a floating island, brushed off the dust from his garments, and stretched lazily. The remaining elders nodded in acknowledgement as Wang Zhondao bowed repeatedly in gratitude to this elder. With a single step, the elder vanished without a trace, leaving no trace of his presence. Simultaneously, in a grand world opened by an emperor, a middle-aged man accompanied by a beautiful woman approached the entrance of an ancient palace. This tall, handsome man bore an air of solemnity and authority, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of sanctity. This striking middle-aged figure was none other than the head of the ancient Yi family. Yi Tiandi. Beside him stood his younger sister, Yi Luochang. At this moment, Yi Luochang's eyes were red-rimmed, her face a canvas of grief and indignation. "Tiandi, I beseech to see father. Luochang, I implore to see father." Their voices echoed before the grand entrance. The colossal ancient palace was the secluded retreat of their family's ancestral sage. "Tiandi, Luochang, what brings you both here?" A voice resonated from within the ancient palace, sounding as if its owner were in his 30s or 40s. "Father, your granddaughter, Shuer, has been harmed." Yi Luochang sobbed loudly. After Yi Luoyi's voice fell, there was a moment of silence. Buzz. The ancient grand doors of the palace before them slowly creaked open. At the instant the doors parted, a terrifying imperial might surged forth, overwhelming all. Beyond the doors lay a miniature world. Immediately, a man, bearing some resemblance to Yi Tiandi, quietly appeared outside the entrance. With a single step, he crossed the threshold and stood before Yi Tiandi and Yi Luochang. This man was none other than Yi Tiandi and Yi Luochang's father, Yi Jianquang, reverently known in the outside world as the Sword-Mad Emperor. "Father." Yi Tiandi and Yi Luochang hurriedly bowed in greeting. "What happened? Who was responsible for Shuer's demise?" Yi Jianquang furrowed his brows, a chilling expression washing over his face. "Father, a few days ago, Luoyi accompanied Shuer to the Tianji Pavilion, hoping to participate in the selection for the Guardian Warriors and enter the Tianling pool. However, upon arriving at Tianji City, Shuer encountered Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, who harassed her. Luo stepped forth to teach that scoundrel a lesson, but unexpectedly, he invoked his master, the old crow Inya. Luo was also bullied by that old man, who even snatched away the Tianlin horse gifted to Shuer by Tianming. Just as Luo returned to seek justice from an elder, Shuer's life plate shattered. As she recounted this, Yi Qingshang was overcome with sorrow and began to weep. After hearing Yi Luochang's words, Yi Jianquang's expression darkened ominously. Father, the pair from the Forbidden Sect have gone too far. And as for the Tianji Pavilion, if they do not provide us with an explanation, our Yi family will definitely not let it go. Yi Tianji declared coldly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, contemplating. It seems our Yi family has been absent from the world for too long, leading others to believe we are easy to bully. Rest assured, my dear daughter, I shall certainly seek justice for Shuer. Her death will not be in vain. With that, Yi Jianquang stepped forward and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as the Wang and Yi families began to take action, within the Tianji Pavilion, the selection for the Tianji Z had concluded. The 7 Tianji Z, including Ling Xuanzi, had been successfully chosen. Among them, 6 were direct disciples, while the remaining one was a core disciple. At this moment, within a grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion, Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi, Ling Shuzi, Jiang Luoli, and several other prodigies stood at the center of the hall. The pavilion master, Fan Yu, surveyed the 7 Tianji Z with satisfaction and nodded, stating, "From today onward, you shall be the Tianji Z of our Tianji Pavilion, and we will focus on your cultivation. As a reward, you may enter the Tianling pool within our pavilion. As for the guardian warriors you brought, they too shall have the privilege of entering the Tianling pool." Upon finishing, the pavilion master waved his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A spatial entrance materialized above them, revealing a small world beyond. Go forth. The extent of your gains depends on your efforts. With a grand gesture, the pavilion master enveloped everyone in a powerful force, propelling them into the small world beyond the spatial entrance. Observing his precious disciple finally entering the Tianling pool, the Inya Emperor couldn't help but feel elated. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him. The Inya Emperor paused slightly, his eyelids twitching, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Simultaneously, upon entering the small world, a formidable imperial might suddenly envelop the entire realm. Moments later, 2 figures materialized before the crowd. One of the elders was familiar to Chu Luo. He was the emperor who had intervened to save Wang Xiaojie within the secret realm, the Opportunity Emperor. The other elder was also an esteemed ancestor of the Tianji Pavilion. Elder, senior, the gathered individuals, whether they were Tianji Pavilion's prodigies or guardian warriors, all bowed respectfully to the 2 elders. The 2 emperors nodded slightly. The Opportunity Emperor's gaze fell upon Chu Luo, a smile emerging as he amiably remarked, "Ah, the little fellow from the Forbidden Sect, we meet again." Chu Luo chuckled sheepishly. "Hee, I didn't expect you to remember me, senior." The gaze of the other elders shifted to Chu Luo, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He then addressed the crowd, "Follow me." As soon as he spoke, the 2 emperors turned and led the group deeper into the small world. "Ling, what are these 2 esteemed elders called? They seem rather amiable." Unlike the old curmudgeons from the Wang family in the Qian Valley, who were simply insufferable, Chu Luo inquired in a hushed tone. Chu, you must refer to them as Emperor. The one is our Tianji Pavilion's Opportunity ancestor, while the other is our Extreme Tyrant ancestor." Ling Xuanzi whispered back. "What? Extreme Tyrant ancestor?" Chu Luo exclaimed in surprise, nearly bursting into laughter. "Extreme Tyrant Emperor? How could anyone have such a peculiar preference? Quite unique indeed." His exclamation left everyone in stunned silence, astonished. Did Chu Luo really have the audacity to mock the Extreme Tyrant Emperor? Fortunately, Ling Xuanzi reacted swiftly, quickly covering Chu Luo's mouth, preventing him from laughing aloud. Chu Luo, realizing his gaffe, immediately broke into a cold sweat. The Extreme Tyrant ancestor, who was walking ahead, had halted in his tracks, his face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Beside him, the Opportunity Emperor's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Did this young man not know that the Extreme Tyrant despised misunderstandings of his title? Esteemed Extreme Tyrant, I did not mean to offend. Please do not misunderstand. I was just scolding Ling Xuanzi. Yes, I was indeed just reprimanding that rascal Ling Xuanzi. This fellow only informed me now of your esteemed names, truly deserving of a scolding." Chu Luo wriggled free from Ling Xuanzi's grasp, hurriedly apologizing. "Ah yes, please forgive me, esteemed ancestors." Chu Luo was indeed just reprimanding Ling, not referring to your title. The crowd collectively raised their eyebrows, their expressions conveying disbelief. "Ha ha ha. Young friend Chu truly has a sense of humor. Has the old fellow's temperament been so easily unraveled after all these years by you?" The Opportunity Emperor chuckled, attempting to defuse the situation, patting the extreme tyrant emperor's shoulder and teasingly remarking, "Huh, you old ghost, how could I possibly be swayed by a mere child? You, young man, are truly humorous. I quite like you." The extreme tyrant emperor turned to Chu Luo, flashing a grin, as if to say, "I shall remember you, boy." Feeling awkward, Chu Luo smiled sheepishly, goosebumps rising on his skin. After this little interlude, the group continued onward. Soon, two pools, one large and one small, came into view. The larger one resembled a small lake, while the smaller could only accommodate a handful of people. These two pools were the Tianling pools of the Tianji Pavilion, filled with the precious Tianling liquid. The rich spiritual energy enveloped the newcomers, invigorating them with a single breath. Is this the Tianling pool? It is said that the liquid within is born of the heavens themselves. Apart from being absorbed by the strong, it can also refine one's essence and marrow. Several members of the Tianji Pavilion, known as Tianjizi, exclaimed in excitement. This place is the heavenly spirit pool of our Tianji Pavilion. Once you enter the heavenly spirit pool, the amount of heavenly spirit liquid you can absorb depends solely on your own fortune. Furthermore, regardless of who you are, you must not damage the heavenly spirit pool of our Tianji Pavilion. Should any protector violate this, they shall be executed on the spot. If any disciple of our pavilion disobeys, their title of Tianjizi will be revoked, and they will be expelled from the Tianji Pavilion. The extreme overlord ancestor warned everyone. We shall remember this. The crowd responded, bowing respectfully. The Emperor of Opportunities stepped forward and spoke slowly to Chu Luo and his companions. The 7 Tianjizi shall enter the larger heavenly spirit pool, while the other 4 friends will enter the smaller one over here. You may proceed. After 2 hours, regardless of how much you have absorbed, you will all be sent out of here by me. Upon hearing the Emperor of Opportunities' words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the smaller heavenly spirit pool that could barely accommodate a dozen people. Then he looked at the larger pool, resembling a small lake. This was an unmistakable display of favoritism. As soon as the Emperor of Opportunities' voice fell, everyone began to disperse towards the 2 heavenly spirit pools. "Young man, you are headed the wrong way." The extreme overlord ancestor's expression darkened as he watched Chu Luo, who was following Ling Xuanzi. His gaze was filled with a deep sense of foreboding. Haha, my apologies." Chu Luo awkwardly scratched his head, casting a reluctant glance at the large pool. Turning around, he pouted and followed Jiang Luoli into the smaller heavenly spirit pool. Fortunately, apart from himself, the only other guardians entering were Jiang Luoli, a prodigy of the Undying Tao, and another prodigy from the Extreme Emperor Tao. Upon entering the heavenly spirit pool, the heavenly spirit liquid soaked Jiang Luoli's garments. Her alluring figure caused the 2 prodigies from the Undying Tao and Extreme Emperor Tao to blush, quickly suppressing their inner desires and closing their eyes to circulate their techniques, beginning to absorb the heavenly spirit liquid. However, Chu Luo was completely oblivious to this captivating scene. Once inside, Chu Luo directly closed his eyes and began to circulate the forbidden primordial technique. Boom! Immediately, both the extreme overlord ancestor and the Tianji ancestor were drawn to the remarkable commotion caused by Chu Luo. The 2 ancient emperors displayed looks of astonishment that a faint golden glow emanated from Chu Luo's body. Golden specks rapidly converged around him, spinning with incredible speed. The heavenly spirit liquid in the pool surged violently into Chu Luo's body, as if being devoured by a voracious beast, centered around Chu Luo. The heavenly spirit liquid formed a swirling vortex. The liquid in the heavenly spirit pool visibly decreased at an alarming rate. This fellow, Jiang Luoli's exquisite face revealed a look of shock. She never anticipated that Chu Luo would absorb the liquid at such a terrifying speed. Is this guy a monster? This is bad. If Chu Luo continues, he will drain the liquid entirely, a prodigy from the Undying Tao exclaimed. They hurriedly closed their eyes again, circulating their techniques to compete with Chu Luo for the heavenly spirit liquid. Jiang Luoli and the other prodigy from the Extreme Emperor Tao immediately began to do the same. If they were any slower, they might only be left with a mere broth. This lad has actually cultivated the forbidden primordial technique to the 4th layer. But even so, after absorbing so much heavenly spirit liquid, he should have broken through by now, right? The Extreme Overlord Emperor remarked in astonishment. The Emperor of Opportunities' gaze shifted repeatedly as he observed Chu Luo, who was voraciously absorbing the heavenly spirit liquid. He then turned to the 7 Tianjizi in the large pool and couldn't help but shake his head, addressing Chu Luo. This child possesses an extraordinarily solid foundation, unlike anything I have ever seen. Even when I was his age, I was far inferior to him. What a pity that such a prodigy is not a disciple of our Tianji Pavilion. The Extreme Overlord Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Emperor of Opportunities' words. Although he thought Chu Luo was a bit of a braggart, The talent displayed by him was indeed astonishing. As their conversation unfolded, the heavenly spirit liquid in the pool was nearing depletion due to Chu Luo's relentless consumption. The Emperor of Opportunities and the Extreme Overlord Emperor exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. The designated 2 hours were still far from over. Surely, they couldn't just expel Chu Luo and the others at this point. Thus, the Emperor of Opportunities reached out toward the heavenly spirit liquid in the large heavenly spirit pool. With a single motion, he summoned the liquid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The liquid surged skyward, forming a water dragon that plunged into the smaller heavenly spirit pool where Chu Luo and the others were situated. The liquid in the smaller pool was instantly replenished, but it was quickly absorbed by Chu Luo once more. What kind of monster is this child? Inviting him to our TNG pavilion is a tremendous loss. The Extreme Overlord Emperor cursed as he watched the nearly dry pool. Once this matter is over, I must discuss with the other old fellows in the pavilion to ensure this child is placed on the blacklist. The heavenly spirit pool shall never be open to him again. What else can we do? We can only accept our fate. Otherwise, word might spread, and people would think our TNG pavilion cannot handle it. Fortunately, the liquid in the main pool can regenerate. The Emperor of Opportunities couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He then reached out again to summon more liquid from the large heavenly spirit pool to fill the smaller one. Yet, it was soon drained by Chu Luo once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli and the other 3 prodigies could only absorb a small fraction due to their inability to compete with Chu Luo. The forbidden primordial technique was simply too overpowering. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Opportunities and the Extreme Overlord Emperor became intrigued. They were eager to discover the limits of Chu Luo's abilities. Thus, after summoning the heavenly spirit liquid 4 times in succession, Chu Luo's rate of absorption and refinement finally began to slow down. Is this lad approaching his limits? The Extreme Overlord Emperor sighed in relief. Still astonished, the Emperor of Opportunities nodded, curiously watching Chu Luo. Just how far can this young man break through? At this moment, Chu Luo felt the heavenly spirit liquid he had been compressing and refining, surging through the meridians of his body like a mighty river, causing an involuntary smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. He deeply appreciated the strength of his sect's techniques. The forbidden primordial technique of his sect truly revealed its power once it reached the 4th layer. This technique could refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth thousands of times, compressing and stacking it to forge a solid foundation of spiritual power. This was also the reason why Chu Luo could continuously unleash forbidden arcane arts without exhausting his spiritual energy. Since he began practicing the forbidden primordial technique, he had discovered its miraculous nature. Thus, over the years, unlike other disciples who rushed to break through their cultivation, Chu Luo focused on tempering, compressing, and stacking his spiritual energy from a young age, establishing an exceptionally robust foundation. Moreover, he realized that the forbidden primordial technique was perfectly complementary to the forbidden arcane arts, even if he expended all his spiritual energy while using the forbidden arts. As long as he circulated the technique, he could swiftly extract and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The forbidden primordial technique was as defiant as the forbidden arcane arts. However, its true extraordinary nature only began to manifest after breaking through to the 4th realm. Buzz. Chu Luo looked within and saw his spiritual sea brimming with an incomparably rich power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaping into the air, and shouted towards the heavens, "Break, boom!" The Emperor of Opportunities, the Extreme Overlord Emperor, and all those present turned their gazes toward Chu Luo. In the next moment, everyone sensed Chu Luo's aura rapidly ascending. 1st realm of Taichu, 2nd realm, 3rd realm, 4th realm, boom. Chu Luo surged from the 1st realm of Taichu, breaking through 3 minor realms in one breath, reaching the 4th realm of Taichu. Wow, Brother Chu is amazing. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. What a remarkable kid. At this moment, even the Supreme Emperor could not help but express his astonishment, breaking through 3 minor realms in one breath. This young man's talent is even more monstrous than that of the renowned Tianjizi from their Tianjik. As Chu Luo sensed the power coursing through his meridians, a smile crept upon his face. This journey to Tianjik had indeed been worthwhile. Kid, conceal your aura and come down quickly after your breakthrough. You're disturbing others. The Supreme Emperor scolded irately. Chu Luo merely pouted. This old man certainly held grudges. Thus, he descended beside the 2 emperors, behaving like a well-behaved child, refraining from speaking for fear of offending the Supreme Emperor once more. Following Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi and several other Tianjizi also made breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli had advanced 2 minor realms, elevating her cultivation to the Nirvana realm. Chu Luo couldn't help but be astonished. Yin Shixiang's little lover possessed considerable talent as well. Subsequently, everyone made their breakthroughs and exited the heavenly spirit pool. The Supreme Emperor, as if dispatching a plague, was the first to kick Chu Luo out of this small world. As everyone emerged from the heavenly spirit pool, the prodigies from other factions also departed from Tianjik in succession. Ha ha ha, my obedient disciple, you've done well, the Yin Crow Emperor exclaimed, noticing Chu Luo's current realm with great delight. However, before he could finish his words, the Yin Crow Emperor's expression suddenly changed. In front of the Tianyu Pavilion Master and several elders, he directly seized Chu Luo, tearing open a spatial rift. Obedient disciple, hurry and flee. Tianyu, we'll take our leave first and thank you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin Crow Emperor dragged the dazed Chu Luo into the rift. Vanishing without a trace, the spatial rift healed at an astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment of closure, a voice emerged from within the rift. Ling brother, take care of my horse. I will definitely return. Ling Xuanzi was somewhat puzzled. Why was the Yin Crow Emperor in such a hurry? Not only was Ling Xuanzi bewildered, but even the Tianyu Pavilion Master and the assembled high-ranking elders wore expressions of confusion. Buzzing. Just then, the Supreme Emperor and the Fortune Emperor made their appearance. Old Ancestor. Everyone bowed respectfully. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor and the Fortune Emperor gazed gravely into the void, their eyes narrowing slightly. An invisible divine consciousness surged forth. Moments later, their gazes finally returned. Old Ancestor, what has transpired? The Tianyu Pavilion Master inquired, his brow furrowed. The serious expressions of the two ancient ancestors indicated that something significant had occurred. It's all clear now. The emperors from the Yi and Wang families just came but have since left, likely pursuing the Yin Crow Emperor and his companions, the Fortune Emperor explained briefly before vanishing alongside the Supreme Emperor. At this moment, the Tianyu Pavilion Master and the gathered crowd finally understood why the Yin Crow Emperor had departed so hastily. It turned out that the emperors from the Wang and Yi families had come seeking them. Tianyu Pavilion Master, we must take our leave as well. With the absence of the Yin Crow Emperor, Yanjun Gushing and Lanqing Gushing hurriedly bid farewell to Tianyu and swiftly exited Tianjik. Meanwhile, in the turbulent void, a tempest raged. An elderly man stood within the void, unaffected by the surrounding chaos. This elder was the worldly ancestor of the Wang family. They fled quite swiftly, he mused with a faint smile. Suddenly looking up towards another direction, casually remarking, since my friend has arrived, why not show yourself? As soon as the elder's words fell, a figure enveloped in overwhelming sword energy materialized out of thin air. Yijin Kuang, greetings, esteemed Jiuyo Sr. Yijin Kuang cupped his hands in respect to the elder. Oh, you were that young lad from the Yi family back then. I never imagined you would grow to such a degree. If this continues, you might soon surpass this old man, the Jiuyo Emperor chuckled, jesting. Senior is jesting. Yijin Kuang slightly shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he pierced through the constraints of space. Catching sight of the Yin Crow Emperor fleeing with Chu Luo, it seemed the Yin Crow Emperor also sensed Yijin Kuang's gaze upon him, for he turned mid-flight and made a comical face at him, grinning and grimacing in a most unseemly manner. Are you also in pursuit of the Forbidden Sect's master and disciple? The Jiuyo Emperor inquired with a gentle smile, resembling an exceedingly benevolent elder. Yijin Kuang nodded and pondered. I just learned from the Fortune Emperor that my granddaughter met her demise at Chu Luo's hands. In that case, my friend, let us proceed together. I happen to have some matters to discuss with them as well. The Jiuyo Emperor replied with a light chuckle. Yijin Kuang nodded slightly, and the two stepped forward, their figures vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, the Yin Crow Emperor, hurriedly dragging Chu Luo, turned his head back. Master, what are you looking at, and why are we fleeing? Have the emperors from the Wang and Yi families arrived? Chu Luo suddenly recalled having slain Yi Qingxue and crippled Wang Xiaojie. Given the nature of these families, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Indeed. My clever disciple, a 6-realm old ghost from the Wang family has come, and a 4-realm emperor from the Yi family has also arrived. Your master alone cannot withstand it. Fortunately, I took you and fled in advance. Otherwise, we would surely be doomed. As long as we return to our sect's territory, we shall be safe. The Yin Crow Emperor scoffed. Upon hearing that the opposing faction had dispatched a 6-realm and a 4-realm emperor, Chu Luo regarded his master seriously and asked, Master, can we escape? The Yin Crow Emperor patted his chest with one hand, swearing, Rest assured, my obedient disciple, I excel in evasion and subterfuge, especially in fleeing. I have trained specifically for this. That's good to hear. Seeing his master so confident, Chu Luo felt reassured. However, in the next moment, the Yin Crow Emperor suddenly turned his head. His expression shifting dramatically. He spotted Jian Kuang Emperor and Jiuyo Emperor approaching them at an alarming speed. It seemed they would soon catch up. Obedient disciple, you go on ahead. The Yin Crow Emperor snapped back to reality, pushing Chu Luo forward with one hand towards the spatial front. Boom da da, master, you just hit my waist. Chu Luo transformed into a streak of light, shooting ahead with even greater speed. The In-Crow Emperor immediately turned, gathering a force devoid of any aura. Forbidden technique, Blood Fiend Miasma. In a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the Forbidden Sect. The void suddenly shattered. A streak of light rushed down, plunging into a small grove within the mountains. Ouch, that hurts. In the grove, Chu Luo leaned against a tree trunk with one hand while clutching his waist with the other. Grimacing in pain, his master's recent push nearly shattered his kidney. Once Chu Luo regained his composure, he scanned his surroundings and leapt up, stepping into the void. After surveying the mountainous terrain, Chu Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. He had returned to his sect's territory at last. Continuing eastward for several thousand miles would lead him to the Forbidden Sect. Boom. Just then, Chu Luo witnessed the void in the distance shatter once more. A blood-red streak of light shot forth from the ruptured void, plummeting rapidly. Master. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the blood-red glow, Chu Luo's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurried towards the source. Boom. The crimson radiance cascaded down upon a mountainous region, exerting tremendous force that carved a deep pit into the earth. Damn it. He cursed. This old wretch has caused me great pain. From the depths of the pit emerged a ragged, dirt-covered elder. A closer inspection would reveal that this disheveled figure was none other than Chu Luo's master, the Emperor of Shadow Crow. Master, are you all right? Chu Luo exclaimed as he arrived at the scene. His heart filled with concern upon seeing the battered visage of the Emperor of Shadow Crow, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Disciple, what are you doing here? We must flee at once. As long as we escape back to our territory, we will be safe. The Emperor of Shadow Crow was equally astonished to see Chu Luo. He immediately grasped Chu Luo's arm, intent on tearing through the fabric of space once more. Master, we are already within the confines of our sect's territory. If we proceed eastward for several thousand miles, we shall reach our sect. Chu Luo hastily interjected. The Emperor of Shadow Crow paused, surveying his surroundings with newfound clarity. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity in the vicinity. They had returned home. Ha ha ha. Then all is well, he exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief as he unleashed his imperial might, enveloping the realm for thousands of miles. Just then, the void once again shattered, and two figures descended silently. Among them, Yi Jianquang gazed down at the Emperor of Shadow Crow with unbridled fury and murderous intent. If anyone were present at that moment, they would surely be struck with terror. Yi Jianquang's entire left arm had vanished, and a surging power emanated from his shoulder, staunching the flow of blood from his wound. The incision on his shoulder was clean, indicative of having been inflicted by a sharp weapon. The long sword in his grasp dripped with golden blood infused with imperial power. Ha ha. The Emperor of Shadow Crow sneered coldly, casting a glance at the severed arm of Jianquang, for he was the one responsible. After sending Chu Luo away, he had swiftly launched a surprise attack with a forbidden technique, decisively striking at Yi Jianquang, who was only at the 4th level of imperial cultivation. The attack had succeeded, landing a blow on his arm. However, what the Emperor of Shadow Crow had not anticipated was that upon sensing the strange poison coursing through his arm, Yi Jianquang had immediately wielded his sword and severed his own limb. You old fool, today I shall end your life. Yi Jianquang seethed with unrestrained rage, his icy killing intent solidifying into a palpable force, causing the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature. He could hardly believe that he, a dignified 4th-level emperor, had been ambushed by a mere 1st-level emperor. As this thought crossed his mind, he raised his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that was wild, fierce, and bloodthirsty, which surged upward like a tempest. In the next instant, the skies and clouds shifted dramatically, and countless powerful beings across the vast 3,000 great worlds sensed this overwhelming sword intent. That figure is Yi Jianquang of the Yi clan. How did Jianquang enter the fray? Look, he is injured. What happened to his other arm? Who is he battling? Countless powerful figures from various factions gazed at the distant celestial phenomena, unable to suppress their astonishment. At that moment, as the expressions of the Emperor of Shadow Crow and Chu Luo grew grim, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted behind them. Both Jianquang and the Emperor of Nine Hells narrowed their eyes. Buzz, the void collapsed, releasing a dense aura of death. Within this miasma, an astonishing imperial aura surged forth. 3 ancient figures emerged from the rift in space. Upon seeing them, Jianquang lowered his sword, and the divine might along with the celestial phenomena surrounding him vanished, replaced by a solemn and vigilant demeanor. Even the Emperor of Nine Hells grew exceedingly grave upon witnessing the arrival of these 3 individuals. Chu Luo and the Emperor of Shadow Crow turned abruptly, their faces lighting up with joy. Ancestor. Indeed, the 3 figures that appeared behind Chu Luo and the Emperor of Shadow Crow were none other than the Emperor of Buried Jade, Emperor of Sky Dust, and Emperor of Dowsource from the Forbidden Sect. Leading the trio, the Emperor of Buried Jade, clad in white, was enveloped in an aura of death. His aged visage appeared remarkably pale, as if he might succumb to the void at any moment. "Ancestor, save me!" Chu Luo hastily retreated behind the three elders. The Emperor of Shadow Crow approached, rubbing his chest and bowing slightly to the three venerable figures. "Cough, cough," the third elder remarked, examining the Emperor of Shadow Crow with concern. "Are you all right? Rest assured, Ancestor, I am not yet dead. However, do be cautious of that old wretch from the Wang clan. His cultivation is exceedingly formidable." The Emperor of Shadow Crow offered a warning, retreating behind the three elders just as Chu Luo had done. "Young man, I understand the Wang clan's old ghost is targeting you, but why has the Emperor of the Yi clan come after you as well? Have you perhaps slain one of their prodigies?" The Emperor of Dowsource inquired, fixing his gaze on Jian Kuang with a look of bewilderment. "Indeed," Chu Luo exclaimed. "You see, that mad girl from the Yi clan is utterly despicable in the secret realm of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. She conspired with the prodigies of the Qian Valley and Lingqing sect to assault our disciples. However, those three were no match for our disciples. But alas, that mad girl from the Yi clan delayed her surrender just a tad too long. And one of our disciples inadvertently killed her. Ancestors, please help us." Chu Luo lamented with palpable grievance. "Ah, I see." The Emperor of Buried Jade replied coolly. "It appears to be a matter between the younger generation. Fear not. With me here, they shall not harm you." The protective values from the Emperor of Buried Jade, Emperor of Sky Dust, and Emperor of Dowsource surged within Chu Luo, each adding a significant measure of assurance. At that moment, Chu Luo's internal system relayed 3 notifications, and he was overwhelmed with joy, quickly checking his protective values. They had amassed over 200,000. Yet he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the target of 2 million. Matters of the younger generation are merely a demonstration of skill. Those who perish do so because they lack the means to defend themselves. Yet, it is rather excessive for you old fools to pursue and slay the elders and disciples of my Forbidden Sect. The Emperor of Buried Jade maintained a calm demeanor, the aura of death around him intensifying as he cast a sidelong glance at Jian Kuang before fixing his gaze on the Emperor of Nine Hells. Seemingly dismissing Jian Kuang entirely, Jian Kuang's expression darkened ominously. "Buzz." He raised a hand towards the wound where his arm had been severed, and with a flick of his finger, blood and flesh began to coalesce, swiftly forming a new arm. Buried Jade, it has been over 100,000 years since we last met, yet you remain as arrogant as ever. The only difference is that you have aged more than I have and are nearing your end. I have come not for you, but for that young man behind you. That young man has slain our Wang clan as prodigy and obliterated his sacred body. If you hand him over, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to engage you in combat. I wonder how much lifespan you shall have left after our confrontation." The Emperor of Nine Hells smirked sinisterly. "Despicable. The old man truly embodies treachery. Ancestor, shall we not just hand this boy over? After all, having him around is nothing but trouble." The Emperor of Dowsource cursed vehemently, glancing at Chu Luo before addressing the Emperor of Buried Jade. "What? No. Ancestor, I have a sacred longevity pill here. Perhaps it would be of use to you. Ancestor, please take the medicine." Upon hearing the words of the venerable Dao Yuan, Chu Luo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Hastily, she stepped forward, pleading earnestly before the Emperor of Morning Jade, extending the sacred longevity pill she held in her hand towards him. "Esteemed Ancestor, this cannot be allowed. This is my cherished disciple." At that moment, the Emperor of Dark Crows also exhibited a change in countenance, quickly interjecting. The Emperor of Morning Jade cast a disdainful glance at Dao Yuan and smiled at Chu Luo, saying, "Little one, your good intentions are duly noted. But the sacred longevity pill holds no value for me. It is best that you keep it for yourself. Furthermore, Dao Yuan was merely jesting with you. There is no cause for concern, with the ancestors present. Even that ancient wretch from the Nine Hells cannot harm you." Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor of Morning Jade suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, a sword materializing in his hand as he lifted his gaze to fixate on the Emperor of Nine Hells. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luo was deeply moved, only to instinctively glance at Dao Yuan, who was chuckling to himself. Chu Luo was rendered speechless. This Dao Yuan was truly unreliable, even at such a critical juncture. He still found amusement in jesting. Sigh, the Emperor of Nine Hells lamented, "In that case, Morning Jade, let us battle in the void beyond." As he spoke, a fearsome aura emanated from his being, and a colossal imperial visage rose behind him, obscuring the heavens. With a single step, the Emperor of Nine Hells vanished into the void beyond. "Morning Jade, come forth to battle." His voice reverberated across the 3,000 great worlds, striking terror into the hearts of countless formidable beings. The war between emperors was about to commence once more. That was the Emperor of Nine Hells from the Wong family. Good heavens, it was indeed the Emperor of Nine Hells, just moments ago. He had mentioned the Emperor of Morning Jade from the Forbidden Sect. The Forbidden Sect and the Wong family were clashing again. Surely this was instigated by that rascal Chu Luo? That old coot is remarkably astute. I heard that Chu Luo nearly dispatched Wang Xiaojie, the prodigy of the Wong family, during the selection of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Not only that, but Yu Qing's the prodigy of the Yi family, has also fallen victim to Chu Luo's ruthless hand. Henceforth, there shall be no more Qing's in this world. The many powerful beings within the 3,000 great worlds gazed towards the void beyond, where the imposing imperial visage, shrouded in a haze of deathly energy yet exuding an ethereal elegance, emanated boundless power. In that moment, Yi Jianquang, feeling utterly dejected, tore open a rift in space and departed. Boom! Simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed throughout the 3,000 great worlds. Deep within the void beyond, the battle between emperors had commenced, escalating in intensity. The Emperor of Nine Hells wielded a battle blade radiating a grayish light. A terrifying blade intent intertwining with Morning Jade's supreme sword intent, engulfing the infinite cosmos. The convergence of blade and sword intent obliterated the stars within a billion-mile radius, forging a realm of blades and swords. The two emperors engaged in a frenzied clash within this realm. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power infused with blade light and sword chi surged forth like ripples upon a tranquil surface, sweeping outwards through the cosmos. The chaos stirred by the two emperors was unfathomably potent. The tumultuous clash between two 6th-rank emperors naturally drew the attention of many hidden old monsters from the top-tier forces. All these ancient beings believed that the confrontation between the Emperor of Morning Jade and the Emperor of Nine Hells would only hasten the depletion of Morning Jade's vitality. Even the Emperor of Nine Hells himself held this belief, intending to exhaust Morning Jade to his demise. However, the course of this battle defied all expectations. It raged on for an entire day and night. Each time the Emperor of Nine Hells and the numerous hidden elders thought Morning Jade was on the brink of collapse, as if his lifespan was waning, they were met with the shocking realization that the Emperor of Morning Jade remained steadfast, always appearing just a fraction away from defeat. Ultimately, Morning Jade unleashed a terrifying killing move, clashing head-on with the Emperor of Nine Hells. After this strike, the Emperor of Nine Hells was struck by a sword and fled back to the Wong family. Once the Emperor of Nine Hells retreated, the deathly aura surrounding Morning Jade intensified, as if he would soon succumb to the void. In that moment, Morning Jade sensed the murderous intent emanating from the gazes of numerous ancient beings directed towards him. Haha, he chuckled. What? Do you wish to test whether the blade in my hand is still sharp? Though I may be aged, the edge of my sword remains. Even in death, I shall take a few with me. If you doubt it, feel free to come and test it for yourselves. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yu sensed the presence of these wandering thoughts from the void beyond, imbued with murderous intent. Thus, he took a deep breath, his chest heaving slightly, and spoke with a hint of frailty to the myriad powers of the 3,000 great worlds. Upon hearing his words, some reclusive old spirits hesitated for a moment, ultimately withdrawing their thoughts. It was not without reason. These old fellows were wary of Zhang Yu and preferred not to be the first to expose themselves, allowing others to reap the benefits. Upon sensing the retreat of these thoughts, Zhang Yu felt an inexplicable disappointment. He then took a step forward and returned to the Forbidden Sect. At that moment, Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect had already returned to Nianxia Peak. Seeing Zhang Yu, who had returned enveloped in a shroud of deathly energy, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. Young man, come to the Forbidden Grounds. Just then, Zhang Yu's aged voice echoed beside Chu Luo's ear. Stunned, Chu Luo was filled with confusion. What could the ancestor Zhang Yu want with him? Was it to punish him for causing trouble everywhere? Though a twinge of anxiety gripped his heart, he resolved to visit the Forbidden Grounds to meet ancestor Zhang Yu. Just as Chu Luo was about to leave the peak to head to the Forbidden Grounds, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Chu Shixiang. Following the sound, Chu Luo turned to see a streak of light rushing towards him from afar, landing right before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, as a memory flickered in his mind. This person was Tang He, who had once invited Chu Luo to train in the southern celestial state's Beast Mountain. Chu Luo recalled that he had indeed promised him. Just moments ago, he had heard from other junior brothers that Chu Shixiang had returned, and now he was truly here. Chu Shixiang, the other junior brothers have been waiting for you. When do you plan to depart for the southern celestial state? Tang He scratched his head, looking at Chu Luo with eager anticipation. Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tang Shitty, Ancestor just asked me to go to the Forbidden Grounds. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang He's eyes, yet he still smiled cheerfully. No worries, Chu Xixiang, if you truly have no time, then forget it. We can go on our own. Although Tang He's disappointment was well concealed, it did not escape the keen eyes of Chu Luo. Unable to bear it, Chu Luo grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. Tang Shitty, I promised you all that I would go, so I will indeed go. Wait for me a moment, I will visit Ancestor first. Without giving Tang He any opportunity to reply, Chu Luo swiftly turned and soared towards the Forbidden Grounds. Tang He watched as Chu Luo's figure disappeared, a smile breaking across his face as he hurried to share this good news with the other junior brothers. Soon, Chu Luo arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Sect's Forbidden Grounds. However, just as he stepped forward, his foot crossing the threshold, he coincidentally ran into Elder Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin Yi, who were passing by together. The three of them exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Elder Zhao, if I tell you that the Ancestor sent me here, would you believe me? Zhao Sheng's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Luo, just about to unleash a tirade when, suddenly, a voice rich with imperial authority echoed from deep within the Forbidden Grounds. Young man, since you are here, why not come in? Hearing this voice, imbued with a faint imperial might, Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin Yi hastily clasped their hands in respect towards the depths of the Forbidden Grounds and then completely disregarded Chu Luo. Chatting and laughing as they departed, Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly as he turned to gaze into the depths of the Forbidden Grounds, taking a deep breath before stepping inside, shortly after entering. The stone tablet inscribed with the forbidden techniques of the 3,000 sects came into view. Before this stone tablet stood Ancestor Dao Yuan and Ancestor Xiao Qing, guarding it. Chu Luo approached the two ancestors and bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. In that moment of bowing, Chu Luo's gaze kept darting towards the stone tablet behind the two ancestors. Young man, if your eyes wander any further, I shall turn them into black eyes right now. Ancestor Dao Yuan said with a smile, watching Chu Luo. Chu Luo hurriedly averted his gaze, his mouth twitching slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Ancestor Dao Yuan. Ancestor, are you two here simply to prevent me from learning? Ha ha ha. Young man, congratulations, you guessed it right. Ancestor Dao Yuan laughed heartily, finding Chu Luo increasingly to his liking. Hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily incensed, cursing inwardly. The sect harbors so many ultimate techniques. Are they not afraid they will be lost? Enough, Dao Yuan, you old ghost. Do not bully this young lad. Off you go. Ancestor Zhang Yu is waiting for you. Elder Xiao Qing, who exuded an air of elegance and amiability, could no longer bear the sight and scolded lightly. Gesturing towards a nearby mountain peak, Chu Luo nodded, bowed to Elder Xiao Qing, and then made a face at Ancestor Dao Yuan before hastily flying towards the aforementioned peak. This young man is quite interesting. Ancestor Dao Yuan chuckled as he watched Chu Luo's retreating figure, feeling a wave of amusement wash over him. At the very least, Chu Luo was far more entertaining than the other prodigious disciples of the sect. This young man possessed astonishing talent, decisiveness in battle, yet was also quirky and cunning. He perfectly matched Dao Yuan's taste. Sometimes, Ancestor Dao Yuan even considered personally taking Chu Luo under his wing as a disciple. Before long, Chu Luo arrived at the peak before him. Atop the peak stood an ancient tree, towering and lush, its leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Beneath the ancient tree lay a thatched house and a courtyard. Outside the house was a stone table, adorned with tea utensils. At this moment, Ancestor Zhang Yu, clad in white and exuding a faint aura of death, was seated on a stone chair preparing tea. Chu Luo descended before the stone table, bowed to Ancestor Zhang Yu, and with a disarming smile revealing his bright white teeth, said, Ancestor, your disciple has arrived. Ancestor Zhang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Luo and replied with a slight smile. Young one, since you are here, feel free to sit. I dare not. May I inquire as to why the Ancestor has summoned me? Chu Luo inquired with a respectful bow. Ancestor Zhang Yu scrutinized Chu Luo with a knowing smile. Can you not help but put on a show? You dare to act in front of me? Sit down quickly. Saying this, Ancestor Zhang Yu placed a cup of tea before him. Ha ha ha, since you discovered me, I shall not be courteous. Chu Luo chuckled, scratching his head as he sat down at the stone table, cradling the cup of tea that Ancestor Zhang Yu had handed him. He examined and sniffed the tea carefully. Given Ancestor Zhang Yu's status and cultivation, this tea could not possibly be ordinary. Yet, Chu Luo, at that moment, could not discern what was special about it. Could it be that my cultivation is too low to perceive the subtleties of this tea? He mused inwardly. After finishing a cup of tea, Ancestor Zhang Yu noticed Chu Luo staring blankly at the cup in his hands. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Young man, this is just an ordinary cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This is just an ordinary cup of tea. I thought these ancient emperors consumed only the finest. Was he jesting with him? After realizing that the cup in his hand was merely an ordinary brew. Without further thought, he gulped it down in one go. Blinking a couple of times, he found he couldn't discern any flavor. Ancestor, I've had my tea. May I ask what you summoned your disciple for? If there are no objections, I shall take my leave first, as my fellow disciples are awaiting my company to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training. Chu Luo mustered his courage to inquire. What an impatient little fellow. Very well, follow me, he chided with a smile, gradually rising and turning towards the humble tiled house. Filled with curiosity, Chu Luo had noticed this house upon his arrival. Thus, he rose and followed the ancestor Zongyu. The two arrived before the door of the tiled house. Ancestor Zongyu gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. As Chu Luo entered, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. In the living area of the tiled house stood an altar, adorned with a multitude of spirit tablets. Chu Luo discreetly counted and found exactly 200 spirit tablets. In front of these tablets rested a large jade vial, which bore a formidable seal. Ancestor Zongyu approached, adjusted his garments, and respectfully bowed before the 200 spirit tablets. Chu Luo, standing beside him, also bowed in deference. He speculated that these 200 spirit tablets likely represented the ancestors of their Forbidden Sect who had perished over the ages. Notably, one of the spirit tablets bore the name of the heavenly poison emperor. A thought crossed his mind. This name certainly does not evoke a sense of benevolence. Gathering his courage, he asked Ancestor Zongyu, "Is it true that these individuals on the spirit tablets are the ancestors of our Forbidden Sect who have fallen throughout history?" Ancestor Zongyu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Our Forbidden Sect has lost 200 ancestors from ancient times to the present. We old-timers are not far behind. Perhaps it won't be long before we too find our names among these tablets. The future of the Forbidden Sect rests upon your generation." A hint of melancholy and reluctance flickered in Ancestor Zongyu's eyes, which did not escape Chu Luo's notice. "Rest assured, Ancestor, we shall ensure that our Forbidden Sect continues to stand tall among the myriad worlds," Chu Luo declared earnestly. He had long regarded the Forbidden Sect as his home, and he would never stand idly by as it declined. Ancestor Zongyu laughed heartily, expressing his satisfaction. "It is delightful to hear you say that if the spirits of our ancestors could hear your words, they would surely feel comforted." Chu Luo scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful at the ancestor's praise. By the way, Ancestor, did the heavenly poison emperor fall as a result of being besieged? Ancestor Zongyu paused, regarding Chu Luo with curiosity. "How did you know?" "Indeed, the heavenly poison ancestor was once besieged by a group of over 10 emperors, leading to his grievous downfall." As he spoke, a glimmer of terrifying killing intent flickered in Ancestor Zongyu's eyes. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this ancestor had truly met his demise due to such circumstances. He scratched his head and replied, "I merely guessed. The name of our ancestor does not sound like that of a virtuous person. He must have been the sort that those so-called righteous figures sought to eliminate. Thus, I speculate that he likely perished from being besieged." Upon hearing Chu Luo's explanation, Ancestor Zongyu's lips twitched uncontrollably, and his expression darkened. Without further words, Ancestor Zongyu stepped forward, grasping the large jade vial from the altar. He gently tapped it with his finger, causing the seal to dissipate entirely. Then, Ancestor Zongyu handed the vial to Chu Luo. "What is contained within this vial, Ancestor?" Chu Luo inquired with curiosity, promptly opening the vial. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying green vitality surged forth from the vial. What an overwhelming force of vitality! Chu Luo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Soon, the vitality that had erupted from the vial gradually subsided. Chu Luo gazed into the vial and discovered 10 emerald pills radiating a verdant glow, imbued with rich life energy. These are the longevity pills, crafted from the essence of martial artists with longevity bodies, combined with dozens of precious spiritual herbs. Although called longevity pills, they cannot grant eternal life. However, anyone who consumes one can be revived as long as they still draw breath. You, having mastered 1,000 forbidden arts, need only consume a single longevity pill. The life force contained within will sustain you for an entire month without worrying about losing your lifespan due to the use of forbidden techniques. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the 10 longevity pills with fervor. He had not anticipated that the ancestor possessed such treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Noticing the deathly aura surrounding Ancestor Zongyu, he cautiously asked, "Ancestor, why do you not consume such a miraculous pill?" Ancestor Zongyu waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to Chu Luo. "I have already consumed it long ago. It is ineffective for me now. The longevity pill is an ancient relic, and now only these 10 remain. all of which I give to you. Take your pills and quickly depart." Chu Luo was taken aback. Unsure why Ancestor Zhang Yu had suddenly become irate, his lips twitched slightly. These ancestors truly possess peculiar tempers, fluctuating between moods. "I take my leave, Ancestor," Chu Luo quickly replied, clasping the jade vial and bowing respectfully. He then turned and swiftly departed the mountain peak, soaring towards the forbidden territory, fearing that Ancestor Zhang Yu might change his mind and reclaim the 10 longevity pills. After Chu Luo's departure, Ancestor Zhang Yu exuded a faint glow, shedding his disguise to reveal his youthful, graceful appearance. Yet, at that moment, there was no trace of the calm demeanor he had previously displayed. He hastily bowed before the spirit tablet of the heavenly poison emperor, saying, "Ancestor, please do not take offense. Innocent words spoken in jest may blow away like the wind." Chu Luo did not intend any disrespect. "If one day you encounter him in the afterlife, please do not hold it against him." Just as Ancestor Zhang Yu finished speaking, the spirit tablet inscribed with the heavenly poison emperor's name trembled twice before falling silent once more. Witnessing this, Ancestor Zhang Yu finally sighed in relief. In a certain dark realm, an ominous, eerie, and bloodthirsty aura permeated the air, but on a mountain peak, an extraordinarily towering figure gazed skyward. Time seemed to freeze around him, and the laws of the universe roared chaotically. An unfathomably terrifying presence emanated from this figure, enveloping the entire dark realm. "He, Chu Luo, is it? The ancestral realm remembers you, young lad." The vast 3,000 great worlds evoke a profound sense of nostalgia. This towering figure, though obscured, remains indistinct in visage. Yet, from the tone of his voice, one can discern that this individual is likely not of advanced years. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies of the dark realm. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, cleaved through the shrouded heavens. The blinding luminescence of the lightning illuminated the darkness that clung to the towering figure's back. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing glimpse revealed that behind this formidable silhouette lay a sea of corpses, a gruesome testament to a million lives lost, with rivers of blood flowing endlessly. Each lifeless body exuded an oppressive aura, suffocating in its intensity. Then, with a single step, this grand figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, the entire dark realm trembled violently, before dissolving into nothingness, forever erased from existence. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a spatial rift quietly opened. A figure, exuding an overwhelming imperial might, emerged from the fissure. This figure was none other than the returning emperor of the Nine Nether. A wound marred the shoulder of the Nine Nether emperor, from which golden light surged forth as terrifying sword energy incessantly invaded the injury. With a delicate gesture, the Nine Nether emperor placed his palm over the wound, emanating a soft glow from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished, and in its place, a formidable sphere of sword energy materialized in his grasp. A faint smile graced the lips of the Nine Nether emperor. With a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, with a gentle squeeze, the massive sword energy was instantly crushed. Within the cave, the indistinct faces of several Wang family ancestors bore various expressions. They had been closely monitoring the previous battle between the Nine Nether emperor and the Burial Jade emperor. The elders had presumed that the confrontation would exhaust the lifespan of the Burial Jade emperor. However, to their astonishment, the Burial Jade emperor proved far more resilient than they had anticipated, enduring the clash without succumbing. Nevertheless, the aftermath of the battle had rendered the Burial Jade emperor increasingly frail. Having been pushed to such limits, the other ancient figures of the Forbidden Sect had yet to reveal themselves. It appeared that the situation within the Forbidden Sect was even more dire than they had imagined. One venerable ancestor, enveloped in a powerful aura, spoke gravely. The others nodded slightly, their eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. "Heh," they chuckled. Under the influence of the deathly aura, the strength of the Burial Jade Emperor had diminished compared to their last encounter. Were it not for the fear of him resorting to desperate measures, the Emperor would have preferred to prolong the confrontation with that old foe. Yet time was running short. The Burial Jade Emperor could not withstand many more battles. The Forbidden Sect was no longer the same as it had been hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Nine Nether Emperor let out a cold smile, casting his gaze towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The 1,000 forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect had caught the attention of the top forces across the entire 3,000 great worlds. Soon after, the Nine Nether Emperor turned and stepped forward, returning to his small floating island, where he sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. Within him still lingered a trace of sword energy. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the returning sword-mad emperor bore a despondent expression. The sword technique he had painstakingly studied was rendered utterly ineffective before the burial Jade Emperor, if his sword intent was likened to a rushing river. Then the sword intent of the burial Jade Emperor was akin to a boundless ocean. Before the burial Jade Emperor, he lacked even the courage to wield his sword. Ha ha ha, the sword-mad Emperor lamented. What significance did his 10,000 endeavors hold in the face of such overwhelming might? Sitting upon his mat, his aura unstable, it seemed he might plunge into madness at any moment. The blow to his spirit was profound, and it felt as if his resolve were on the verge of shattering. Sword-mad, you have disappointed us gravely. Just a mere burial Jade, and yet, over 100,000 years ago, numerous emperors fell to that old wretch's hands. Yet none of those emperors displayed such weakness as you. As a fourth realm emperor, how can you be so fragile? We had high hopes for you. Yet at this moment, you have let us down immensely. Behind the sword-mad emperor, towering figures of emperors materialized, one of whom, with downcast eyes, gazed upon the sword-mad emperor seated on the mat and rebuked him fiercely. Indeed, another voice interjected. Sword-mad. The burial Jade has one foot in the grave. His terrifying sword intent is not surprising. You are still young, a prodigy of the Yi family's sword path. If you are so easily shaken in your resolve, then you are unworthy of that title. Sword-mad, there are always greater peaks. You should strive to surpass that old man, rather than return like a stray dog, wallowing in despair and destroying your own resolve. Indeed, sword-mad, you are still young, and you have ample time ahead. The figures of the emperors spoke in unison, their voices resonating with supreme authority, echoing like ancient bells in the ears of the sword-mad emperor. A spark ignited within the eyes of the sword-mad emperor. Yes, he was still young. He had plenty of time to catch up, to surpass, even to transcend. With this thought, the aura surrounding him began to stabilize, and his crumbling resolve gradually solidified. The sword-mad emperor slowly rose, deeply bowing to the figures of the emperors behind him. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. Sword-mad, remember, as his words fell, the sword-mad emperor turned and took a step into the void, heading towards a towering mountain peak in the distance. A more terrifying, violent, and bloodthirsty sword intent erupted from the sword-mad emperor, soaring into the heavens. The entire ancestral realm was enveloped by this powerful sword intent. The figures of the emperors were taken aback, their gazes turning towards the sword-mad emperor, who sat atop the mountain peak, eyes closed in concentration, each filled with a sense of satisfaction. The elders of the Yi family had not anticipated that the sword-mad emperor would, through misfortune, gain enlightenment. The matter with the Forbidden Sect was far from over. Those who had slain members of the Yi family had nearly shattered the resolve of their emperor. This enmity was irreconcilable. The leading figure among the emperor's manifestations cast a terrifying gaze, as cold as the nine nether, fixated on the direction of the Forbidden Sect, exuding an aura of murderous intent, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Forbidden Sect. The burial Jade Emperor, having just exited his humble abode, seemed to sense something. His gaze drifted towards two disparate directions, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. The two directions he observed were those of the Wang and Yi families. Moments ago, he had sensed two potent auras of murderous intent emanating from these directions. Withdrawing his gaze, the burial Jade Emperor stepped forward, vanishing from his original position. In an instant, he appeared beside the Xiaocheng Emperor and the Daoyuan Emperor. Old ancestor, the two venerable emperors were momentarily taken aback, hastily bowing to the burial Jade Emperor. With hands clasped behind his back, the burial Jade Emperor regarded the stone tablet behind the two, which recorded the 3,000 forbidden techniques, and smiled lightly, saying, Daoyuan, the third elder is in seclusion to heal. That young lad has quite a knack for stirring up trouble. For the time being, you shall be responsible for secretly protecting him. The Daoyuan Emperor smacked his lips, laughing as he replied, Old ancestor, that troublemaker Chu Luo stirs up chaos wherever he goes. Let us simply confine him to the forbidden grounds and personally instruct him. This way, he won't be out causing trouble every day. The key is that this little rascal specifically targets those top forces. With our personal guidance and his terrifying talent for comprehension, his future accomplishments will be remarkable. At the very least, he will become an emperor. The burial Jade Emperor chuckled and shook his head. Between life and death lies great terror. Only under such circumstances can prodigies grow swiftly. If that lad were to be confined and meticulously taught by us, what difference would he have from the delicate flowers in a greenhouse, beautiful to behold but utterly ineffective? Moreover, compared to causing trouble, this little brat pales in comparison to our ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. Which of our ancestors was ever the obedient type in their youth? The lips of Daoyuan Emperor twitched slightly. Upon reflection, it seemed indeed to be the case. The troubles that Chu Luo had recently caused were hardly comparable to those instigated by those old fellows in their youth. Chu Luo was as docile as a little lamb, quite like the venerable Zhongyu ancestor before him, who had in his younger days committed grievous calamities on no less than 10 occasions, prompting the sect to reluctantly engage in several sect wars. Each sect war was accompanied by a deluge of blood and the fall of emperors. Yes, ancestor, Dao Yuan Emperor replied and turned to vanish without a trace after leaving the ancestral land. Chu Luo intended to fulfill his promise to seek out his junior disciples Tang He and a few others to accompany them to the Demon Beast Mountain Range in southern Heaven Province for training. Chu Luo had initially wished for his master to join them, especially since the Wang and Yu families had already set their sights on him. However, to his dismay, his master was in seclusion, healing from injuries. Yet, before entering seclusion, Emperor Inya had bestowed upon him a token, ensuring that his avatar would manifest to extricate him from peril should danger arise. Nevertheless, Chu Luo remained apprehensive before seeking out Tang He. Chu Luo first visited sect leader Lin Feng, hoping to secure the covert protection of one or two of the 8 elders. Upon learning of Chu Luo's plans to travel to southern Heaven Province, Lin Feng reprimanded him with irritation. "You brat. After causing such a tremendous disaster for the sect, you dare to venture out. No, from this moment forth, you shall remain at your Ningxia peak." Lin Feng's concerns stemmed from Chu Luo's safety, now that Emperor Inya was in seclusion for healing. Had he accompanied Chu Luo, Lin Feng would not have opposed. Moreover, southern Heaven Province was quite distant from their Forbidden Sect. Should anything happen to Chu Luo, it would take time for an emperor to arrive. Hearing this, Chu Luo's expression fell. Would he once again stand his junior disciple Tang He up? Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. "He, sect leader, let this lad go. I shall protect him from the shadows." This figure was none other than Dao Yuan Emperor. Lin Feng was taken aback, then nodded slightly, helplessly addressing Chu Luo below. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. However, the other elders are either preoccupied or in seclusion. So I shall assign an outer sect elder to accompany you. Southern Heaven Province is rather remote. As long as you keep a low profile and refrain from causing trouble, having one outer sect elder accompany you should suffice. Thank you, sect leader. Chu Luo hastily took his leave, fearful that Lin Feng might change his mind. Although only an outer sect elder was assigned to accompany them, Chu Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, Lin Feng's words held merit. Southern Heaven Province was relatively isolated, and top-tier powerhouses seldom ventured there. Having a sage-level expert alongside was indeed sufficient. Observing Chu Luo depart, Lin Feng rubbed his temples and sighed with a wry smile. Hoping this lad would not cause any more trouble for the sect, after leaving the Great Hall, Chu Luo contacted Tang He. Outside the sect, Tang He and 5 core disciples had long been waiting. "It's senior brother Chu Luo. Senior brother has arrived." The disciples, upon seeing the figure soaring towards them from within the sect, could not hide their excitement. The one approaching was indeed Chu Luo. "Senior brother Chu Luo?" Upon reaching them, Tang He and the 5 core disciples bowed respectfully. Chu Luo beamed, his gaze falling upon the 5 core disciples behind Tang He, who he recognized vividly. The 6 of them, including Tang He, were the ones who had accompanied him in the Emperor's secret realm, gathering spirit herbs and excavating spirit soil. Ha ha ha. No need for formalities, my fellow disciples. I remember you. You are Wang Xing, you are Lu Dali. You are Li Xian, and you two are Qi Hao and Song Jie. You two are the most diligent in digging spirit soil. The 5 core disciples were pleasantly surprised that Chu Luo still remembered them, their admiration for him deepening further. Ha ha. I've heard that the Demon Beast Mountain Range is teeming with spirit herbs and countless opportunities. With senior brother Chu Luo leading us, our expedition will surely yield abundant rewards. Indeed, just look at what kind of person our senior brother Chu Luo is. Senior brother, we will follow your commands. If you tell us to head east, we will certainly not venture west. Senior brother, it's getting late. Shall we set off? Tang He interjected, revealing a wooden boat that had appeared in his hands. Chu Luo waved his hand toward Tang He. Hold on. There's still someone. Tang He and the 5 core disciples were momentarily taken aback. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chu Luo finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy suddenly emerged behind him. Following that, a benevolent elder clad in a dark robe with graying hair appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing this elder, Tang He and the 5 core disciples hurriedly bowed. We greet Elder Qingwei. This Elder Qingwei was the outer sect elder dispatched by Lin Feng to accompany Chu Luo and the others to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. His cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the Sage Realm. With a smile, Elder Qingwei scanned the 6 disciples before fixing his gaze on Chu Luo. The aura emanating from Chu Luo did not escape the notice of the sage. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Truly, he was the direct disciple of Emperor Inya. He recalled that when Chu Luo had first emerged in the sect, he had only possessed the cultivation of the primordial stage. How long had it been? He had already advanced to the 4th stage of the Taichu realm. What an extraordinary prodigy! Regaining his composure, Elder Qingwei nodded slightly and cautioned Chu Luo and the core disciples. The sect leader has sent me to protect you little ones. However, I must make it clear that since this is a training expedition, I will not intervene lightly unless your lives are in grave danger. In response, Tang He and the core disciples nodded eagerly, instinctively looking towards Chu Luo. They understood that it was precisely because senior brother Chu Luo was accompanying them that the sect leader had sent a sage-level expert to protect them. After all, their senior brother Chu Luo was now a renowned prodigy across the realm. In essence, they were riding on Chu Luo's coattails. Ha ha ha. Now that we are all gathered, let us set off. Chu Luo laughed heartily, turning his gaze to Tang He. Tang He tossed the wooden boat into the void. Then, with swift hand signs, he pointed a finger, causing the small boat to enlarge instantly. The group leapt aboard. Following that, Tang He and Wang Xing took charge of steering the vessel, propelling it swiftly towards Southern Heaven Province. Southern Heaven Province was quite distant from the Forbidden Sect, and at their current speed, it would take them at least half a month to arrive. Thus, once aboard the warship, the remaining disciples sat cross-legged to enter a state of cultivation, along with Elder Qingwei. Only Chu Luo stood idly at the bow, enjoying the cool breeze. At that moment, Chu Luo noticed red dots of light emanating from Elder Qingwei. However, at this moment, there were no signs of spiritual or energy fluctuations from the Elder. Chu Luo was not unfamiliar with these red dots. They were indicative of someone practicing a certain forbidden technique. Elder Qingwei was cultivating a forbidden technique. Chu Luo meticulously scrutinized the situation and finally discerned which forbidden secret art Elder Qingwei was cultivating. A wild twitching emerged at the corners of Chu Luo's mouth. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle and amiable Elder Qingwei was, in fact, practicing such a malicious and forbidden technique. Just imagine, beneath that benevolent facade lies a most insidious ultimate move. Truly, he is another old six. Elder Qingwei, you are cultivating the forbidden secret art of the silent blood curse, are you not? Chu Luo remarked with a faint smile. At that moment, the blood-red points of light enveloping Elder Qingwei dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. Several core disciples who had entered a state of cultivation also opened their eyes, looking at Chu Luo in astonishment. Indeed, Chu Luo, you have mastered this technique as well? What insights do you possess? Elder Qingwei did not exhibit the aloof demeanor typical of an outer sect elder. Instead, he gazed at Chu Luo with a kind expression, inquiring earnestly. He had heard that Chu Luo had grasped several forbidden secret arts of the sect. These forbidden secret arts are of an imperial grade and exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Without sufficient talent, even those of their saintly caliber would find it challenging to enter the threshold of mastery over a single art. Thus, it was evident that Chu Luo was exceptionally gifted. Elder Qingwei's interest was piqued at this moment. Chu Luo grinned and addressed Elder Qingwei. Elder Qingwei, is it not true that when you perform this ultimate technique, the results are not as favorable as expected? Aside from the significant consumption of blood energy and lifespan, your enemies have ample time to react and evade your trump card. Furthermore, have you been practicing this technique for some time yet remain unable to fully master it? Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Luo in disbelief. How do you know? He inquired. 2 years ago, I faced an old ghost of the Saint Realm from the Crimson Flame Valley. I aimed to slay him and utilize this ultimate technique. Yet, unexpectedly, that old fellow managed to evade my attack, ultimately allowing him to escape. At this point, Elder Qingwei paused, looking at Chu Luo with eyes aglow and an excited expression. Have you discerned my shortcomings in this technique? Please, enlighten me. In that moment, Elder Qingwei bowed deeply to Chu Luo in front of the several core disciples. This scene left the core disciples utterly astounded. A saint was actually seeking guidance from Brother Chu. They could hardly believe their eyes. Elder Qingwei spoke with gravity. How could a junior dare to instruct a senior? I merely have some insights regarding this technique. In truth, Elder Qingwei, you have been mistaken from the very beginning. Mistaken? Where have I erred? Elder Qingwei was taken aback, resembling an eager student. Chu Luo smiled and continued. Elder Qingwei, our sect's silent blood curse is an art of the shadows, primarily relying on surprise and striking when the enemy is unprepared. Earlier, I observed that you ignited your blood energy and lifespan before forming the seals, by burning your blood energy and lifespan first. You inevitably create fluctuations in your aura, which is why your opponent was able to predict and evade your trump card. When executing the silent blood curse, one should first ignite a trace of blood energy. The fluctuations produced by burning a mere sliver are nearly negligible. Using this as a precursor, swiftly form the seals, then expend your lifespan as the price to unleash the blood curse, ultimately striking unexpectedly. Like this. As soon as Chu Luo's voice faded, He rapidly formed the seals with his hands. Throughout the process, not a single fluctuation of aura was produced. In the span of a breath, Elder Qingwei witnessed a familiar illusory seal materialize at the tip of Chu Luo's fingers. Chu Luo's demonstration left Elder Qingwei profoundly shaken. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed each of Chu Luo's movements. After a considerable time, Elder Qingwei took a deep breath. Seemingly enlightened, he then swiftly formed the seals with both hands. Buzz. In the next moment, a blood-red seal also appeared at the tips of Elder Qingwei's fingers, identical to the one in Chu Luo's hands. However, compared to Chu Luo's seal, there was a hint of awkwardness in Elder Qingwei's execution. Clearly, Elder Qingwei had not yet mastered the silent blood curse to the same degree as Chu Luo. Nevertheless, he had made significant progress, having crossed over the threshold of initial understanding. Elder Qingwei, regaining his composure, once again bowed deeply to Chu Luo. "Thank you. I have learned greatly." Simultaneously, he could not help but reflect on Chu Luo's talent, which was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even the top 10 prodigies on the list. Fortunately, Chu Luo was a direct disciple of their forbidden arts. Had he been a disciple of another top-tier force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang He and the other 6 core disciples were utterly in awe of Chu Luo at this moment. They could hardly fathom that Brother Chu could actually provide guidance to a saint. It was simply outrageous. However, as they considered the prospect of receiving insights from Brother Chu, they felt their own strength could soar to new heights. With this thought, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples became increasingly excited. Chu Luo waved his hand, displaying an innocent smile. "Elder Qingwei, you flatter me. However, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you, with your benevolent demeanor, are practicing such a secret art behind the scenes. Elder Qingwei, you two are quite the old 6. Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's lips twitched slightly. How could this lad be so sensitive to flattery? Just moments ago, he had praised him, yet now he was being called old 6. Elder Qingwei cleared his throat, his gaze becoming somewhat evasive. As an outer sect elder, I naturally must possess a deep understanding of the sect's secret arts. How could I possibly be that kind of insidious person? You mustn't slander me. Young M.A.N.S. Elder Qingwei spoke these words. Tang He and the others could not help but exchange knowing glances, silently rolling their eyes at him. "We believe you, old man. You're quite the crafty one." The core disciples finally saw through Elder Qingwei's true nature, a quintessential old 6. Who else would practice such a shadowy technique? "Oh, I see. In fact, I have some insights regarding another, even more insidious secret art of our sect, the soul enchantment curse. I had intended to discuss it with the elder, but it seems I misjudged him. Let it go for now." Chu Luo feigned a sigh. Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly flashing with excitement, though he swiftly masked it. For at that moment, Tang He, Wang Xing, and the other core disciples were also looking at Chu Luo with eager expressions, as if they too wished to learn. Elder Qingwei's expression shifted, and he adopted a stern demeanor, addressing Tang He and the other 6 core disciples with grave seriousness. "The forbidden secret arts of our sect are exceptional. Merely cultivating them consumes one's lifespan. With your current cultivation and lifespan, you cannot hope to grasp them. Go focus on your cultivation." "Understood, Elder." Facing the stern Elder Qingwei, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples bowed respectfully and obediently returned to their cultivation. After dismissing Tang He and the others, Elder Qingwei's expression changed again as he leaned closer to Chu Luo and whispered, "Chu Luo, a few days ago, I obtained several bottles of top-quality spirit wine from Elderly Tian. Would you care to try some?" Elder Qingwei winked at Chu Luo. A knowing smile immediately spread across Chu Luo's face. This old man was indeed crafty. If he wanted to learn, he should just say so. Chu Luo did not refuse, nodding eagerly. "All right, then I humbly accept your invitation. Let's go drink in the cabin. By the way, Chu Luo, is the soul enchantment curse difficult to master?" "Elder, rest assured, it is not difficult at all. Others may glance and falter, but you, Elder, will undoubtedly master it." "Is that so? Then I feel at ease." Half a month swiftly passed. South Heaven Continent, situated in a remote area, is characterized by its sprawling mountain ranges and towering peaks, with the second largest monster beast mountain range lying within its borders. This mountain range is also one of the perilous terrains among the 3,000 Great Worlds. It is rumored that deep within the monster beast mountain range resides an immensely terrifying entity, prompting even the most formidable powers to tread cautiously in its depths. Despite the treacherous nature of the monster beast mountain range, it is home to countless rare medicinal herbs, drawing martial artists from across the 3,000 Great Worlds. Nestled within South Heaven Continent is a vast city known as South Heaven City, the only one of its kind in the region, due to its proximity to the monster beast mountain range. South Heaven City is perpetually bustling with martial artists arriving from various corners of the 3,000 great worlds. Brother Chu, this is South Heaven City. We shall enter through the southern gate, rest for the night, and set off towards the Monster Beast mountain range from the northern gate at dawn, Tang He remarked, gesturing towards the city gate not far away. Chu Luo, leading the group, nodded, a benign smile gracing his face. After a fortnight of travel, they had finally arrived at South Heaven Continent. Meanwhile, Elder Qingwei concealed himself in the shadows. I didn't expect South Heaven City to be so lively. Chu Luo observed the throngs of martial artists entering and exiting, feeling somewhat surprised. Brother Chu, this city is near the Monster Beast mountain range, attracting countless strong practitioners daily. Hence, it has become a resting station for these warriors. Tang He explained. Chu Luo nodded in agreement. Let us proceed into the city for a night's rest before we embark on our journey tomorrow. As they approached the city gate, Chu Luo suddenly noticed a large crowd of martial artists gathered before it. As if witnessing some spectacle, Brother Chu, it seems something has occurred up ahead, Wang Xing remarked, his spirit sense probing the crowd, detecting a surge of powerful energy fluctuations, with a grin. Chu Luo expressed his delight in witnessing the commotion. Let us go and take a look. We must enter the city anyway. As they drew closer, they observed 5 groups of young individuals clad in varying attires, seemingly disciples from 5 different factions. Among them, dozens of disciples from 3 factions blocked the city gate, while a dozen from the other 2 factions were stranded outside. From his vantage point, Chu Luo noticed that the disciples stranded outside bore varying degrees of injury. Utilizing his spirit sense, he discreetly scanned the situation. Among the disciples blocking the gate, the 3 leading youths, 2 males and 1 female, were all at the realm of the divine spirit. The 2 factions stranded outside had their leading disciples, a male and a female, who were similarly at the same level. While the girl beside the male possessed a cultivation of the 6th realm of the beginningless, these 5 individuals exhibited commendable talent compared to the disciples trailing behind them. What has transpired? Elder brother, Chu Luo inquired with keen interest of a nearby onlooker. The man paused, glancing at Chu Luo before replying. Young brother, you must be an outsider as well? Chu Luo nodded. The man continued. No wonder you are unaware. Chu Luo silently rolled his eyes at the man's obviousness. If he were aware, he wouldn't be asking. The man pointed discreetly at the disciples blocking the gate. Those 3 factions are from the Poison Heaven Sect, the Raging Demon Cult, and the Enigmatic Sect. You see the 3 leading disciples. They're the prodigies Su Jingong, Fang Guangqiang, and Zhu Mei from those factions. The other 2 factions stranded outside are from the Boundless Sect and the Huasin Pavilion, led by Shiran and Yi Linger, respectively. Originally, South Heaven City was jointly governed by these 5 factions, but just yesterday, the strong practitioners from the Poison Heaven Sect, the Raging Demon Cult, and the Enigmatic Sect injured the members of the Boundless Sect and Huasin Pavilion, driving them out of South Heaven City. Now, this city is under the control of the 3 factions. Today, Shiran and Yi Linger attempted to bring their disciples into the city, but were unexpectedly blocked by the 3 prodigies. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo quickly grasped the situation, an internal conflict among sections Su Jingong. Do not overstep your bounds. Our higher-ups have already reached an agreement. We are merely here to escort our disciples away. Yi Linger of Huaxian Pavilion exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Yi Linger, if you wish to take your people away, you have 2 options. Either defeat us in battle or pay 10,000 spirit stones each to enter. Or you can spend the night with me, and I shall permit your entry at once. What say you? Su Jingong of the Poison Heaven Sect replied with a cold smile, his gaze lingering on Yi Linger's graceful form, a flicker of desire glinting in his eyes. Yi Linger, incensed, gripped her spirit sword tightly, wishing she could vanquish this scoundrel with a single strike. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, recognizing the deliberate provocation by the 3 factions against the Boundless Sect and Huasin Pavilion. Haha, Su Jingong speaks the truth. Yi Linger, Shiran, if you wish to enter, you must either defeat us or pay the entry fee of 10,000 spirit stones. Zhu Mei, exuding an alluring charm, smiled seductively at Yi Linger, her enchanting aura palpable. Su Jingong, feeling stirred by Zhu Mei's allure, licked his lips, his heart racing with excitement. Shiran, Yi Linger, it is futile to resist. You are no match for us 3. Surrender and pay the entry fee. Or should anything happen to your disciples after today, we shall not bear the consequences. Fang Guangqiang from the Raging Demon Cult interjected coldly. Despicable. Prepare to fight, with a furious shout. Shiran brandished his spirit sword and charged forward once more. The trio, Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiang, merely scoffed at his approach. Watch out, Gongzi! Yi Linger exclaimed in alarm, rushing to warn him. But in the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, sending ripples of powerful energy outward, causing the onlookers to stagger back. Then, they beheld Bai Shiran spitting out blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Senior brother. Several disciples from the Boundless sect rushed forward to assist the severely injured Bai Shiran. Su Jingong regarded the fallen Bai Shiran with disdain, then turned to the surrounding crowd, coldly declaring, "From this day forth, South Heaven City shall be governed by our 3 factions. All martial artists entering this city must pay an entry fee of 10 spirit stones." His proclamation sent shockwaves through the gathered martial artists. What? 10 spirit stones? How dare the 3 factions impose such a fee? Indeed, they might as well rob us. Although the 3 major factions possess substantial power in our Southern Heaven Prefecture, they are merely third-rate forces. You may not be aware, but it is rumored that the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa cult, and the Enigmatic Sect have all latched onto the coattails of the Celestial Sect. Furthermore, the Celestial Sect is an affiliated force of the top-tier faction, the Crimson Flame Valley. Hiss. Now it makes sense why they have the audacity to impose city fees. Indeed, it appears that a shift is imminent in our Southern Heaven Prefecture. As it stands, the Endless Sea Sect and the Hua Fairy Mansion are being suppressed by these 3 major factions. Upon overhearing the discussions of those around her, Chu Luo's eyes glimmered, and she curled her lips in disdain. How is it that she encounters these top-tier forces wherever she goes? Since these 3 major factions have now become lackeys of the Crimson Flame Valley, she cannot remain idle. Let us proceed into the city. Chu Luo smiled broadly and addressed her companions, Tang He and the others. Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the 6 core disciples were momentarily taken aback, but a smile instantly spread across their faces. Their senior brother Chu was about to stir up trouble again. Rather than feeling apprehensive about Chu Luo's intentions, the 6 became increasingly exhilarated. Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other core disciples immediately began to shout, clearing a path for Chu Luo. The onlookers were astonished and quickly stepped aside. Chu Luo and her 6 disciples strode directly toward the city gate. At that moment, Su Jingong, gazing at the gravely injured Bai Shiran on the ground, was overtaken by a glimmer of murderous intent. He slowly approached, intent on incapacitating Bai Shiran. Several disciples of the Endless Sea Sect hurriedly positioned themselves in front of him. Meanwhile, Yilinga from the Hua Fairy Mansion grew increasingly anxious. Heh. Su Jingong scoffed. You think you can stop me? Just as he was about to make his move, a mocking voice emerged from behind Bai Shiran. Hey buddy, are you dead yet? If not, get up and take a few steps. You're blocking my way. Bai Shiran, whose face had turned ashen, suddenly froze, turning around with his disciples to see Chu Luo approaching with her 6 companions. That Su Jingyong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiong also shifted their gazes toward Chu Luo and her entourage. With the assistance of 2 disciples, Bai Shiran slowly rose and clasped his hands in salute to Chu Luo, saying, "My apologies." Chu Luo nodded in acknowledgement and continued toward the city gate with Tang He and the 6 disciples. The crowd of onlookers was rife with curiosity about the identities of Chu Luo and her companions. Just who were these individuals bold enough to enter the city at such a time? Before the spectators' eyes, Chu Luo and her 6 companions walked past Su Jingong without acknowledging him. Su Jingong was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he coldly remarked, "Hey, kid, didn't you hear what I just said? Everyone must pay 10 spirit stones to enter the city. There are 7 of you, which amounts to 70 spirit stones." Simultaneously, other disciples from the 3 major factions blocked Chu Luo's path. Chu Luo paused, a grin spreading across her face as she slowly turned around. The 6 disciples behind her stifled their laughter. Su Jingong was truly living on borrowed time. How dare he demand an entrance fee from their senior brother? The living embodiment of terror, it was akin to lighting a lantern in a dung pit, inviting disaster. When the crowd assumed Chu Luo would comply with the demand for spirit stones, she approached Su Jingong with an innocent demeanor and smiled. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Jingyong's gaze turned icy as he coldly replied, I said, slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap silenced the crowd. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they stared at Chu Luo. How dare he? It was known that Su Jingong was the young master of the Poison Heaven Sect. The slap left Zhu Mei, Fang Guangqiong, Yilinga, and Bai Shiran utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that this audacious individual had just struck Su Jingong. At that moment, Su Jingong was stunned by the unexpected blow. A prominent handprint marked his right cheek, and swelling began to take shape. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, regaining his composure. Su Jingong's cold aura surged as he darkly declared, You little brat. You slap. Boom. Su Jingong had barely begun his retort when Chu Luo dealt him another sudden slap. This time, Her strike was far from ordinary. It sent Su Jingong flying, crashing heavily against the city wall. Unable to extricate himself, a few bloodied teeth remained scattered on the ground. This, Yilinger and Bai Shiran were left speechless, utterly astonished, not only them. But even Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing were momentarily rendered speechless. The onlookers could only gawk in shock. Who were these young individuals? They had just made a grave mistake. This was the territory of the three major factions. After striking Su Jingong, there was no doubt he would seek revenge. Young master, capture these brats. Dozens of disciples from the Poison Heaven sect quickly regained their wits and charged toward Chu Luo. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing also snapped back to reality. Boom. In an instant, powerful auras erupted from the two. They stepped forward, aiming to subdue Chu Luo. Watch out, young master, Yilingo quickly warned. Boom. At that moment, Tang He, Wang Xing, Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie unleashed their auras. In an instant, 6 formidable high-level spiritual energies enveloped the area. The 6 moved in unison, becoming mere shadows. With a tremendous crash, the air was filled with anguished cries. The onlookers, witnessing the bloody scene before them, turned pale with fear. Outside the city gate lay severed limbs and bloodied corpses, as Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie ruthlessly dispatched the disciples of the three major factions. Meanwhile, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing's attempt to confront Chu Luo was swiftly thwarted by Tang He and Wang Sheng, who quickly subdued them. The defeated Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing were left ashen-faced, staring in awe at the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Despite their youth, these individuals possessed high-level spiritual prowess. They realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Impressive. Yilinger and Bai Shiran couldn't help but inhale sharply, astonished as they gazed at Chu Luo and her companions. At that moment, even the slowest of minds understood that Chu Luo and her group were backed by an extraordinary force. In full view of the crowd, Chu Luo approached the city wall and, with a single hand, yanked Su Jingong from the wall as if he were a mere chick. Su Jingong, barely clinging to life, looked at Chu Luo's seemingly harmless smile. Terror etched across his face. I am the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. My father is the sect master. Please, spare me. Su Jingong was not foolish, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Tang He and the others. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly pleaded with Chu Luo. Chu Luo flashed a smile, patting Su Jingong's other cheek. Buddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know who I am? How dare you demand an entrance fee from me? Su Jingong gulped nervously, tentatively inquiring, who are you? At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, and every ear strained to hear the answer. They were eager to learn the identity of this formidable individual. Chu Luo. With a calm smile, Chu Luo replied, I am Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. The voice of Chu Luo was not loud, yet it resonated with clarity for all present to hear. He is indeed a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, the apprentice of the Dark Crow Emperor. My heavens, so it is he, Chu Luo. Truly, as the rumors suggest, he kills without a flicker of an eye. Su Jingong was doomed. Why provoke anyone but this living demon king? Indeed, Chu Luo dares to slay even the prodigies of the top-tier forces, let alone a mere junior master of a third-rate power. If Chu Luo wished to end his life, not even his father could save him. Surrounding warriors were left in utter shock. They had not anticipated that the seemingly harmless youth before them was the infamous living demon king. The assassin of the prodigy list, Chu Luo. The subdued Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing turned pale, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear, trembling as they stood. They never imagined they would encounter the Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect here. Upon realizing his identity, Yilinger and Bai Shiran were equally astonished. They exchanged glances, a spark of realization flashing in their eyes. Conversely, Su Jingong, upon learning of Chu Luo's identity, nearly fainted from terror. Chu, young master, please do not kill me. I was blind to your greatness. I can give you anything you desire. Su Jingong pleaded desperately. Chu Luo grinned, his gaze languid as he remarked, My friend, have you lost your wits? If I were to slay you, wouldn't your possessions simply become mine? How dare you demand an entrance fee from me? The last prodigy who attempted to rob me now lies beneath 3 feet of grass. By the way, I've heard you've committed quite a few heinous acts in this city. At this proclamation, several voices erupted from the throng of onlookers. Young Master Chu, kill him. My daughter was defiled by this beast. Indeed, eliminate him. The Poison Heaven sect's actions are utterly despicable. Su Jingyang's subordinate stole my storage ring and left me injured. Hearing the outcries from the crowd, Su Jingyang's complexion turned grim, terror etched across his face. Chu Luo's eyes glinted ominously as he smiled. My friend, you see, it's not that I wish to spare you. It is your own folly that has incited the wrath of the masses. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice. With that, Chu Luo raised his hand and struck Su Jingyang's head with a decisive blow. No. Su Jingyang's pupils constricted, but his protest was cut short as his skull was shattered by Chu Luo's palm. Excellent. Well done. Cheers of satisfaction erupted from the crowd. Brother Chu, what shall we do with these two? Tang He inquired, glancing at the subdued Zhu Mei and Feng Guangqiu. Chu Luo turned, his gaze falling upon the two captives. A flicker of cold intent in his eyes. He approached them, and the curious crowd wondered how he would deal with Zhu Mei and Feng Guangqiu. No, young Master Chu, I beg you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Feng Guangqiu trembled before Chu Luo, fear evident in his demeanor. Chu Luo smiled, surveying Feng Guangqiu with a critical eye. With your character, you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Do you know my moniker in the outside world, the living demon king? You dare to lay a hand on me, and now you come begging for mercy? Yes, I am at fault. I was blind to your greatness. Please, young Master Chu. Boom. With a swift motion, Chu Luo struck Feng Guangqiu's forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. The onlookers swallowed hard, awed by Chu Luo's ruthlessness. This fellow was indeed, as the rumors claimed, a true embodiment of a living demon king. Did everyone hear? This fool proclaimed that he deserved death, and I merely fulfilled his request. To be honest, I have never encountered such a foolish demand in my life. Chu Luo shrugged, feigning innocence. The crowd could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Indeed, we all heard it. It was his own request, unrelated to our brother Chu. Isn't it remarkable? In this vast world, there are still those who seek death. Alas, brother Chu, you are too merciful. This scoundrel should truly experience the agony of death to satiate his desires. Wang Xing and others chimed in agreement. Upon hearing the words of the Forbidden Sect disciples, the spectators finally realized their mistake. It turned out that the living demon king was not solely Chu Luo. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all incarnations of living demons. Chu Luo turned and lowered his gaze to Zhu Mei, who was under Tang He's foot. With an amiable smile, he inquired, "Little fairy, it is your turn. Do you have any requests?" Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with boundless terror. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Chu Luo's seemingly harmless smile appeared to her as if a demon were whispering in her ear. Please do not kill me. Zhu Mei stammered, her eyes brimming with tears. The invisible allure she exuded stirred pity among the surrounding warriors, some even contemplating rushing forward to rescue her from the clutches of this living demon king and comfort her. However, recalling Chu Luo's decisive actions, those with such thoughts reconsidered their strength and broke into a cold sweat. Ultimately, fear triumphed over desire. In the face of Zhu Mei's charms, Chu Luo could only chuckle. A mere spirit realm cultivator dared to wield seduction against him. Moreover, Zhu Mei was not nearly as attractive as Yi Qingxue, that madwoman. How could she possess such confidence? Little fairy, do change your lines. Those pleas for mercy have already been uttered by the last two. My ears are becoming calloused. Chu Luo pretended to clean his ears, dramatically flicking away some earwax as he smiled. Zhu Mei was taken aback. Realizing her allure had no effect on Chu Luo, a cold sweat broke out on her back. Young Master Chu, if you spare my life tonight, I will submit to your every whim. Zhu Mei's tone shifted to a sweet, delicate plea, her voice dripping with honeyed allure. This scene incited fervor among some of the onlookers, their blood boiling. The second-in-command's spirit soared, envy for Chu Luo growing in their hearts. Is that so? Well then. I never strike women, Chu Luo said with a lascivious grin, waving his hand dismissively. Tang He froze, exchanging glances with Wang Xing and the others. Brother Chu, could it be that you truly have an interest in this woman? However, upon reflection, they remembered that Brother Chu had remained within the sect all along and had yet to take a partner. He had never indulged in the pleasures of the flesh. This seemed normal for a man. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang He removed his foot from Zhu Mei's back. Zhu Mei's heart soared. If she could win Chu Luo's favor, her status within the sect would be unparalleled. With this in mind, Zhu Mei sprang to her feet, rubbing her chest and adopting a pitiful demeanor. Young Master Chu, your junior brother has treated me so harshly. Tonight, you must show me some tenderness. Beside her, Tang He's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he instinctively cast a glance at Chu Luo. Surely, Brother Chu would not hold this against him. Oh dear, Brother Tang, you truly are reckless, using such force. Little fairy, come here and let me see where you've been hurt. Chu Luo reproached Tang He, his gaze fixated on Zhu Mei's bosom, revealing a lecherous expression. Zhu Mei's lips curled slightly upwards. What of the esteemed disciple of the Forbidden Sect? In the end, she too fell under the sway of her pomegranate skirt. At this moment, Yi Linger and Bai Shiran's faces darkened. They never expected that this Chu Luo was also a lecherous scoundrel. If Zhu Mei were to manipulate Chu Luo against them, it would spell great trouble. Just as Zhu Mei approached, intending to leap into Chu Luo's embrace, His expression shifted instantaneously, his gaze turned icy, and a look of disdain marred his face. In the next instant, everyone stood in stunned silence. Chu Luo had, unbeknownst to anyone, produced a dagger that he thrust directly into Zhu Mei's heart. Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen as she looked at the Chu Luo before her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and venomous resentment. I did say I wouldn't strike you, but I never claimed I wouldn't kill you, Chu Luo retorted. Those who dare to lay a hand on me are already 6 feet under, to dare to cast a spell of seduction upon me even as death approaches. No matter, do take heed in your next life. A faint smile graced Chu Luo's lips as he gently pushed Zhu Mei. She collapsed instantly, entering an eternal slumber. The surrounding martial artists were at a loss for words. Chu Luo was indeed as notorious as rumored, an unflinching killer. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he truly devoured flesh without seasoning. Hidden within the void, Elder Qingwei, who had been monitoring Chu Luo, felt a slight twitch on his face. Chu Luo was indeed a troublemaker. No wonder the sect leader had dispatched him. However, the individuals from the 3 major forces were certainly deserving of death. They had become mere lackeys of the Qian Valley. It appeared that this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Elder Qingwei let out a resigned smile, continuing to covertly protect Chu Luo and his entourage. All is well now. The 3 brigands who obstructed our path have been dealt with. There is no need for concern, Chu Luo announced, casting a smile at the martial artists around him. He then led Tang He and the others, striding boldly into the city under the gaze of the crowd. The surrounding martial artists finally came to their senses, glancing at the lifeless bodies of the 3 renowned figures on the ground. Their faces twisted in smirks. These 3 prodigies of the major forces had met their just end today. Nonetheless, the crowd expressed their gratitude for Chu Luo's actions. Thus, those who had come to observe the spectacle began to make their way into the city. Let us first rescue the disciples imprisoned from our 2 sects, Bai Shiran exclaimed, realizing the urgency as he gazed at Chu Luo's departing figure. Agreed. Linger nodded, rallying her group alongside Bai Shiran's. Hastily entering the city. Soon, news of the demise of Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiang, the prodigies of the 3 major forces, at the hands of Chu Luo spread throughout Nantian City. Some, in disbelief, rushed to the southern city gate. Upon witnessing the cold corpses of the 3, the entire populace of Nantian City was convinced. However, it was not long before members of the 3 major forces arrived to retrieve the bodies. Who would have thought that this living harbinger of death would truly set foot in our Nantian City? One remarked. Indeed, just half a month ago, the conflict between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect was stirred up by Chu Luo. Yet, what brings him to Nantian City? Surely all martial artists here are drawn toward the Monster Beast Mountain range. It seems likely that Chu Luo and those disciples of the Forbidden Sect intend to hone their skills there. Indeed, the show is far from over. Su Jingong is the son of Su Huan, the leader of the Poison Heaven Sect. Just now, I witnessed several disciples of the Poison Heaven Sect hastily depart with Su Jingyang's corpse. I saw it too. Not only that, but the stewards of the Mijing Sect and the Luocha Sect stationed in Nantian City also hurriedly left with their respective followers. And what of it? Chu Luo is not only a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, but also a protege of the Shadow Crow Emperor. I highly doubt the 3 major forces would dare retaliate. Quite right. As the entirety of Nantian City buzzed with discussions of Chu Luo, no one noticed the discreet departure of Bai Shiran from Weizong and Lingo from Waxianfu, each leading dozens of injured disciples away. Meanwhile, thousands of miles from Nantian City, a grand sect known as the Poison Heaven Sect stood majestically. Within its great hall, several figures sat, a faint aura of sanctity emanating from the seated figures. The entire hall was shrouded in a weighty atmosphere. Qing Shui, it is settled then. 3 days hence, we shall obliterate Weizong and Waxianfu. A white-haired elder seated at the head of the table addressed another elder seated below him, rising to clasp his hands in respect. This elder was none other than the founding patriarch of the Poison Heaven Sect, the Poison Sage. Beside the Poison Sage stood a middle-aged man, the sect leader. Su Huan, the elder referred to as Qing Shui, was an elder from the Tongdian sect of the Jitian prefecture. Since Weizong and Waxianfu are so unwise, let them be extinguished. The Qing Shui sage nodded, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Very well, my Mijing sect shall lend our full support, proclaimed the alluring matron, the Mijing sect's ancestral sage. Our Luocha sect shall also mobilize our entire sect, echoed the hunchbacked elder. The ancestral sage of the Luocha sect, the Qing Shui sage inclined his head slightly. Just as the Mijing and Luocha sages prepared to depart, an elder of the Poison Heaven Sect rushed in, cradling a headless corpse. Leader, the young sect leader is in trouble. Upon entering, the elder carefully set down the headless body, which belonged to Su Jingong. whose head had been shattered by Chu Luo's strike. Younger, Su Huan's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the familiar attire on the corpse, his pupils constricting. He hurriedly rushed down, cradling Su Jingyang's lifeless form, his eyes reddening with grief. The Mijing sage and the Luocha sage, who had intended to leave, were taken aback that Su Huan's son had been slain. Who was responsible? The poison sage's countenance darkened immediately. A terrifying aura radiated from him as he spoke coldly. The elder, nearly suffocated by the pressure from his ancestral sage, clasped his hands and bowed deeply, sweat beading on his forehead. Reporting to the ancestral sage, it was the Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. He is the one who killed the young sect leader. Not only him, but also Zhu Mei of the Mijing sect and Fang Guangqing of the Luocha sect have all perished at the hands of that very Chu Luo. What? The elder's words sent a ripple of shock through all present. At that moment, the Mijing sage and the Luocha sage's expressions darkened, their faces reflecting profound dismay. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing were their most gifted disciples, and now they had been slain by Chu Luo. In the depths of despair, Su Huan's countenance darkened upon learning that Su Jingyang had been ruthlessly slain by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Were it any other faction, he would possess myriad means to avenge his son. However, confronting a behemoth like the Forbidden Sect, even its ordinary disciples were beyond his capacity for retaliation, let alone a direct disciple like Chu Luo provoke the Forbidden Sect would spell doom not only for him, but for the entire Poison Heaven sect as well. At that moment, both the grieving Su Huan and the venerable elders of the three major factions fell into a profound silence. They had lived long enough to be astute, fully aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Given that this atrocity was committed by Chu Luo, the three factions could do little but swallow their indignation. After all, his master was none other than the formidable Enya Emperor. Beside them, the Saint of Clear Water's eyes glimmered with intrigue, pondering why Chu Luo had appeared in the southern heaven continent. He turned to an elder and inquired, "Pray, enlighten us about the circumstances." His voice shattered the oppressive silence. Drawing the attention of all present, the elder, not daring to be vague, recounted the events he had uncovered with meticulous detail. Upon hearing the elder's account, Su Huan's sorrow deepened, and he exclaimed in indignation, "This wretch is truly heartless. My son had already begged for mercy. Why did he not spare him?" Su Huan's face was a mask of fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. Alas, the Saint of Clear Water lamented. Chu Luo, emboldened by his status as a disciple of the Emperor and a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, dares to strike down the elite of top-tier forces like the ancient royal family, the ancient Yi family, the Crimson Flame Valley, and the Spiritual Clarity sect without hesitation, let alone the disciples of your three factions. However, he continued, if Su Zongzhu seeks vengeance, it is not beyond possibility. The Saint of Clear Water sighed. Then abruptly shifted his tone. Su Huan was taken aback, gazing at the Saint of Clear Water with fiery eyes, demanding, "What scheme do you propose?" Zongzhu, the Saint of Poison Heaven, interjected, his expression shifting with urgency. Su Huan fell silent, his fist clenched tightly within his sleeves, brimming with a sense of helpless defiance. "Fear not, dear friend from Poison Heaven. This may very well present a tremendous opportunity for you." The Saint of Clear Water smiled faintly. "Perhaps, leveraging this instance, my Tongtian sect and your three factions could soar to unprecedented heights. It is conceivable that your powers may ascend as well." The Saints of Poison Heaven, Enchantment, and Rakshasa exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. While all three were wary of the Forbidden Sect, fearing annihilation for their own sects, the prospect of advancing their own powers was a different matter altogether. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Sometimes, sacrificing a few things is indeed worthwhile. "Pray, do share," the Saint of Poison Heaven urged. Breaking the silence, Su Huan reignited with vengeful fervor, eagerly awaiting the response of the Saint of Clear Water. With a calm demeanor, the Saint of Clear Water elaborated, "The audacious Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect, as I have learned, has long been a target for the Crimson Flame Valley. However, they have yet to find a suitable opportunity. If we were to inform them of Chu Luo's presence in the southern heaven continent, you would merely need to coordinate with the experts of the Crimson Flame Valley. You could avenge your son and gain their favor. Surely, the benefits of such an alliance require no further elaboration." At this juncture, the eyes of those present lit up with realization. "I shall relay this matter immediately to my sect." Urging Zongzhu to establish contact with the Crimson Flame Valley, the Saint of Clear Water noted the nods of agreement from the three venerable elders. He produced a token and dispatched the message forthwith. Meanwhile, in the realm of Extreme Heaven Continent, within the Grand Hall of the Tongtian sect, a tall middle-aged man regarded the communication jade token in his hand, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This man was none other than Qin Xian, the sect master of Tongtian.to. Think that the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, has appeared in the southern heaven continent, he scoffed, flipping his hand to reveal a crimson token, with a deft motion of his finger. A beam of light surged into the token. Moments later, the token radiated a crimson glow, accompanied by a wave of heat and a faint aura of sanctity. Shortly thereafter, a phantom-like elder materialized before Qin Xian. Qin Zhongzhu, what business brings you to summon me? The ethereal elder's gaze shimmered with indifference. Elder Yin, I have just received news from our elder of clear water in the southern heaven continent. It appears that the disciples of the three minor factions have been slain by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. It is rumored that Chu Luo intends to venture into the Monster Beast Mountains for training. Qin Xian reported swiftly. Upon hearing this, the elder from the Crimson Flame Valley was taken aback, scrutinizing Qin Xian intently. Is this information credible? Absolutely certain. The elder nodded slightly. His voice cold. I never imagined that this wretched beast would venture into the southern heaven continent. Indeed. Await my news. I shall report this to the Valley Master without delay. Yes. Within the Crimson Flame Valley, a venerable elder of the Saint Realm hurried into a grand hall. Inside, the senior elders of the Crimson Flame Valley were engaged in discussions with a middle-aged man seated at the head, a figure exuding an aura of authority without any discernible fluctuations of energy. This man was none other than Qi Wujie, the Valley Master of Crimson Flame Valley. Among the esteemed elders present were the well-known Yin Jun Ancient Saint and Ming Yin Ancient Saint. Elder Yin, what brings you here? Qi Wujie inquired, his gaze narrowing slightly. Elder Yin quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Valley Master. A subordinate faction known as Tongtian Sect has just relayed news stating that in the southern heaven city of the southern heaven continent, they have discovered the whereabouts of that wretched beast, Chu Luo. Furthermore, the talented disciples of those three minor factions have been slain by him. Qi Wujie was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing further. I never expected that wretched beast would venture into the southern heaven continent. It seems he seeks to brave the Monster Beast Mountains. Valley Master, this presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate that wretched beast. It is said that the Jiuyou Emperor of the Wang family and the Sword Mad Emperor of the Yi family pursued Enya and this wretched beast, with Enya sustaining injuries and currently in seclusion to recuperate. After all, an emperor's recovery is no trivial matter. This implies that Chu Luo currently lacks the protection of an emperor, Elder Yin remarked, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. The other senior elders present nodded in tacit agreement. Qi Wujie also nodded, a terrifying glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he addressed the outer sect elder. Inform the three factions of Tongtian Sect in the southern heaven continent to immediately eliminate that wretched beast. They need not fear the Forbidden Sect, for Crimson Flame Valley shall ensure their safety. Furthermore, assure them that whoever manages to eliminate that wretched beast will be rewarded with resources and elevated to a second-tier or even first-tier faction. Should they refuse, let them face annihilation. Qi Wujie's proclamation resonated with the senior elders, who instantly comprehended his intentions. The Valley Master sought to use these sects to gauge whether any formidable protectors were guarding that wretched beast. Astute indeed. Yes, the Elder Yin promptly exited the grand hall. Elder Yin, I must trouble you to make a trip. Please inform the Wang family and the Yi family of that wretched beast's movements. Should that wretched creature truly perish, these two ancient clans would undoubtedly alleviate the wrath of the Forbidden Sect directed at our Crimson Flame Valley. Moreover, upon learning of the creature's presence in South Sky Prefecture, these clans are certain to dispatch a multitude of formidable warriors to the scene. The creature's demise is thus assured. Upon hearing this, the ancient Saint of Flame Monarch's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and a devious smile crept across his face. Indeed, Valley Master, the ancient Saint of Flame Monarch promptly departed from Crimson Flame Valley, hastening towards the locations of the two ancient clans. As night descended, in a certain inn within South Sky City, Chu Luo sat by the window of his guest room, sipping a modest drink and gnawing on a chicken leg while admiring the resplendent moon hanging in the sky, thoroughly relishing the moment. Yet, the entire South Sky City was engulfed in silence. Suddenly, a powerful divine consciousness surged from afar, followed by an invisible force sweeping towards South Sky City, enveloping the very inn where Chu Luo resided. Sensing this unexpected force laden with a sacred might, Chu Luo's eyelids twitched slightly, and he immediately became alert. This force also bore an astonishing intent to kill, one that was directed solely at him. Who goes there? Chu Luo bellowed at the heavens. No sooner had his words echoed than a violent spatial fluctuation rippled through the cloudless night sky. Subsequently, a spatial rift opened quietly. Boom, in the instant the rift appeared. 3 terrifying waves of sacred might engulfed the entirety of South Sky City. Following this, 3 towering figures, treading upon the river of spiritual energy and accompanied by 3 manifestations of saints, descended from the void like deities gracing the mortal realm. Saints. Chu Luo gasped, his complexion shifting as he discerned the faces of the 3 saints hovering above him. What a formidable sacred presence. Saints had indeed descended. What in the world was happening? Those 3 appeared to be the Poison Heaven Saint, the Enchantment Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint. My heavens, the ancestral saints of 3 major powers had come in person, undoubtedly seeking retribution against Chu Luo. Under the oppressive waves of sacred might, the denizens of the city, who had been resting, were abruptly awakened. People rushed out to witness the figures in the void above, all exclaiming in astonishment. Chu Luo gleaned from the cacophony that these 3 saints had come for him. He had not anticipated that the ancestral saints of 3 major powers would personally seek him out. For Chu Luo, who had experienced grand spectacles before, the presence of these 3 saints did not incite panic. Where is Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect? Come forth at once, or I shall take matters into my own hands. The Poison Heaven Saint lowered his gaze, fixing his sights on the inn where Chu Luo was located, and spoke slowly. His voice, laced with immense power, reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the martial artists in the city to experience a piercing pain in their eardrums upon hearing the Poison Heaven Saint call him out by name. Countless powerful individuals expressed their bewilderment. Did they dare to retaliate against Chu Luo? Were the ancestral saints of the 3 major powers not afraid of retribution from the Forbidden Sect? At that moment, everyone was wide awake, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Brother Chu. At this juncture, Tang He, Wang Xing, and Lu Dali arrived in Chu Luo's room. These old geezers truly had no shame. The conflicts among our younger generation should not involve these old-timers. How infuriating. Brother Chu, do not go out. Elder Qingwei will surely not stand idly by. The 6 core disciples of Tang He glared at the 3 figures outside the window, filled with indignation, inviting the old to deal with the young. How dare they? Chu Luo could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Unbeknownst to him, a blood-red jade token had appeared in his hand. He needed to be ready to summon the avatar of his master at any moment. Yet, he wondered whether Elder Qingwei could withstand these 3 old geezers. The jade token given to him by his master could only be used twice, and he felt it would be too extravagant to employ it against 3 saints. It seemed he would have to personally draw you out. The Poison Heaven Saint chuckled coldly, locking his gaze on the inn below. Chu Luo, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the Poison Heaven Saint's voice. Stay here for the time being, do not venture out. Should the situation turn dire, make your escape at once. Chu Luo cautioned his 6 disciples. They nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice. Chu Luo leaped out of the window, soaring into the void. It's Chu Luo. As he emerged, the martial artists in South Sky City looked on with anticipation. It remained uncertain whether the Shadow Crow Emperor was lurking in the shadows to protect him. Esteemed seniors, I apologize. I was in a deep slumber just now. May I ask what brings you to seek me? Chu Luo alighted in the void, stifling a yawn as he inquired respectfully of the 3. He appeared as if he had just awakened from a deep sleep. As they gazed at Chu Luo, the Poison Heaven Saint, the Enchantment Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint narrowed their eyes slightly, all harboring astonishment within. They had not anticipated that this young man before them possessed the cultivation of the 4th realm of primordial beginning. Truly, he was worthy of being a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. His talent was indeed terrifying. Humph. Chu Luo, you are the one who personally killed the young master of my Poison Heaven Sect. The Poison Heaven Saint's expression darkened, fixing his gaze on Chu Luo with a penetrating stare. So that young man from earlier was your sect's young master? Esteemed senior, this is a misunderstanding. It was your young master who charged at my palm with his face. I had no intention of killing him. It was entirely his own doing. Chu Luo exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance. Observing the Poison Heaven Saint's increasingly dark expression, Chu Luo barely refrained from uttering the words asking for death. His words, however, caused the countless powerful individuals in the city to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths as they watched Chu Luo, who appeared utterly serious in his absurd claims. Chu Luo, do you think that just because you are a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, you can act with impunity? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sects you have humiliated. Boom! The Poison Heaven Saint's gaze swept around, as if he sensed something amiss. His countenance turned icy as he uttered a deep rumble, raising his hand to grasp at Chu Luo from afar. A powerful force instantaneously surged toward Chu Luo. Brother Chu, the 6 core disciples in the inn were aghast upon witnessing the Poison Heaven Saint truly attack Chu Luo. Even Chu Luo himself began to curse inwardly. This old coot must die today. Buzz, Poison Heaven, Enchantment, And you, Rakshasa, do you three old geezers truly believe you are invincible? You dare to lay hands on the disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor, just as Chu Luo prepared to summon the avatar of his master. Two waves of sacred might surged above his head, neutralizing the Poison Heaven Saint's attack. Chu Luo was taken aback and silently withdrew the jade token from his hand. Who? The Poison Heaven Saint, the Enchantment Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint all became tense at that moment. Raising their gazes to the space above Chu Luo's head, the three began to mobilize their spiritual power, seemingly preparing for a hasty retreat. In the eyes of the multitude, a spatial rift opened above Chu Luo's head. Following this, two white-haired elders descended. Chu Luo squinted his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the two suddenly appearing saints. He did not recognize them. They were the Endless Saint of the Endless Sect and the Huasian Saint of the Huasian Pavilion. He had not anticipated that these two saints would intervene. How curious. Why would these two choose to rescue Chu Luo? Did he have some connection with these two great powers? You wouldn't understand, would you? The enemy's enemy is a friend. The murmurs of some warriors in the city were overheard by Chu Luo. It turned out that these two old men were the ancestors of Huaizong and Waxianfu. This Holy One thought it was someone else. Oh, it is you two old geezers, upon seeing the two who had descended. The Poison Heaven Saint, the Passionate Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint all breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, the three had feared that a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect had appeared. Now, it seemed that there were no hidden experts from the Forbidden Sect lurking beside Chu Luo. A thought flashed through their minds, and the three great saints exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Chu Luo noticed the expressions of the three men. His eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that these three old fellows had come with ulterior motives. These three were undoubtedly cunning old foxes who had lived for an extensive time and were the ancestors of formidable factions. How could they not anticipate that taking action against him would provoke the wrath of the Forbidden Sect? There was definitely something amiss. Chu Xiaoyu, are you injured? Just as Chu Luo was deep in thought, an aged voice reached his ears. He turned to find the Huaizong and Waxianfu saints had approached him without him noticing. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for coming to my aid. Chu Luo expressed his gratitude, cupping his hands. You are too polite, young friend. These three old geezers have been targeting us as well. Today, we cannot allow them to have their way. Moreover, as long as we save you, these three will inevitably face the wrath of the Forbidden Sect or your master, the Shadow Emperor. After today, this is undoubtedly aiding ourselves as well, so there is no need for such formality. The Huaizong Saint waved his hand, speaking candidly to Chu Luo. The honesty of the Huaizong Saint instilled a sense of goodwill in Chu Luo. At least he was forthright and did not beat around the bush. Huaizong and Waxianfu, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Perhaps then your two sects may survive a few more days. Otherwise, tonight will see the annihilation of both your sects. The Poison Heaven Saint pointed at the Huaizong and Waxianfu saints, his face dark as thunder. At present, the three great sects had already drawn their bows and could not turn back. They could only capture or slay Chu Luo. Poison Heaven, old ghost, I am not afraid to tell you. With the two of us here today, you shall not harm Chu Xiaoyu. The Huasan Saint laughed heartily, showing no fear of the Poison Heaven Saint's threats. Then we must trouble you two esteemed seniors. If nothing befalls me today, the three great sects shall be obliterated. If you can slay these three old ghosts, from now on, the two of you will be revered in the Southern Heaven Prefecture. I promise this on behalf of my master. Chu Luo grinned and said, gazing at the three great saints opposite him. Thank you, Chu Xiaoyu. Both the Huaizong and Huasian saints' eyes brightened with joy. It seemed their decision to intervene was indeed the right one. Today, they had been troubled by the joint targeting of the three great forces. The returning disciples, by Shiran and Linger, had informed them of Chu Luo's presence in Southern Heaven City and of his slaying of Su Jingyong and the others. Thus, the two old ancestors had come to a mutual agreement to ally with the Forbidden Sect through Chu Luo. However, what the two old ancestors did not anticipate was that upon their arrival in Southern Heaven City, they would witness the three great ancestors demanding an accounting. Hence, they seizing this opportunity to lend their assistance. Two fellow Taoists, I leave the two old ghosts of Huaizong and Waxianfu to you. This Holy One will go and deal with that brat. Boom. The Poison Heaven Saint sent a secret message to the Passionate Saint and the Rakshasa Saint beside him. Immediately, an astonishing aura erupted from his body. Good. Boom. Huaizong old ghost. Huastan old ghost. Die. The Passionate Saint and the Rakshasa Saint charged toward the Huaizong duo with terrifying power. The Huaizong and Huastan saints were taken aback and instantly stepped forward to confront the two saints. Meanwhile, the Poison Heaven Saint seized the opportunity to dash toward Chu Luo. The Huaizong and Huastan saints forced themselves to strike. each launching an attack against the poison heaven saint. Boom. Chu Xiaoyu, run, the Huaizong saint shouted, turning to counter the troublesome passionate saint. However, at that moment, their two attacks were intercepted by the poison heaven saint. Amidst the rising smoke, the poison heaven saint's figure suddenly lunged toward Chu Luo with a grasp. Brat, die, buzz buzz buzz. Chu Luo's pupils constricted as he felt a sense of suffocation, as though he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his back. It seemed that in the next moment, he would be crushed by this impending force. Elder Qingwei, save me. Murder. I'm going to die. Are you not going to act? Hiding in the shadows, Chu Luo suddenly recalled Elder Qingwei, who had yet to reveal himself. Thus, he shouted out loud. Hearing this, the poison heaven saint was taken aback. Was there an elder of the Forbidden Sect hiding in the shadows? Forbidden technique, breathless blood curse, just as the poison heaven saint was momentarily stunned. A voice full of mockery rang out beside him. The poison heaven saint's eyelids twitched, a sense of unprecedented danger rising within him. He swiftly turned his head. A finger pierced through the void. With a blood-red seal swirling at its tip, whoosh. In an instant, a stream of blood light erupted from that finger, hurtling toward the poison heaven saint. The poison heaven saint reacted quickly, unleashing a terrifying attack in an attempt to block this move. However, to everyone's astonishment, the blood light bizarrely penetrated the attack launched by the poison heaven saint. Boom. The blood light struck the poison heaven saint's chest. Immediately, a spatial rift opened at the fingertip, revealing a kind-eyed old man smiling at the poison heaven saint. This person was none other than the long-hidden Elder Qingwei, saint of the sixth realm. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Elder Qingwei, the poison heaven saint exclaimed in shock, his face paling drastically. The ancestors of their three great forces had merely reached the fourth or fifth realm. The passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint, who were engaged in battle, were equally taken aback. They had not expected a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect to be guarding Chu Luo. What is happening? At this moment, blood-red patterns began to spread across the poison heaven saint's face. His spiritual power was dissipating at a terrifying speed. His flesh and blood began to rot away. What have you done to this Holy One? The poison heaven saint was filled with dread. He could sense that his life force was vanishing at an astonishing rate. His once-aged cheeks rapidly became gaunt, and his white hair gradually fell out. Soon after, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, presenting a horrifying sight. At this moment, the world fell silent. Everyone was petrified by the terrifying spectacle of the poison heaven saint. Such a bizarre method was utterly unheard of. Meanwhile, Elder Qingwei maintained a benevolent demeanor, watching the terrified poison heaven saint with excitement gleaming in his eyes. The breathless blood curse, I have finally perfected it. The struggles among juniors are of no concern to my Forbidden Sect. However, if the young lack skill and the old dare to emerge, do not blame my Forbidden Sect for lacking reason. Mere trifling third-rate forces dare to bully my Forbidden Sect's disciples. If you do not perish, who will? Elder Qingwei radiated an overwhelming aura of sanctity, enveloping him from head to toe, beneath the oppressive weight of his divine presence. The starry night sky was swiftly shrouded by dark clouds. The formidable warriors of South Sky City found themselves gasping for breath under the might of Elder Qingwei's sanctity. A notification from the system echoed, indicating a protective value of 3,000 from Elder Qingwei. Chu Luo, observing the towering figure of Elder Qingwei, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man, possessing the strength of a peak saint, had lurked in the shadows for so long, only to make his appearance now. What was even more infuriating was that despite his ability to crush 3 great saints, he resorted to ambush tactics. How despicable. As a saint, aren't you ashamed of sneaking attacks? If you have the ability, face me openly. How dare you? The poison heaven saint, realizing he could not suppress the bizarre force within him, shrieked in terror at Elder Qingwei, attempting to provoke him into releasing this strange power so they could battle fairly. Should Elder Qingwei fall for this ruse and free him from this force, he would escape immediately, concealing his identity forever. The martial artists in South Sky City regarded Elder Qingwei with trepidation. They were astonished to discover that this seemingly benevolent elder of the taboo sect would resort to such a vicious ambush. This sect's ultimate technique is beyond even its user's comprehension. You might as well lie back and await your demise. Boom. My friends, assist me in subduing these 2 old fools. Elder Qingwei sneered at the poison heaven saint, casting a glance at the passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint. Instantly, a golden avatar of a saint rose behind him, stepping forth with an overwhelming divine presence, charging at the passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint. Ha ha ha. Very well, we shall lend you our aid. Die. With a thunderous roar, the endless saint and the celestial fairy saint erupted in laughter, also wielding tremendous divine might as they besieged the passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint. At that moment, the expressions of the 2 saints darkened, their hearts filled with boundless regret. Yet, it was too late for words. They had no opportunity to escape. They could only fight desperately. Boom! In the void above, a battle of saints erupted. 5 saintly avatars enveloped the heavens. Resembling deities, the overwhelming force surged like a boundless ocean, suppressing the universe. Boom, boom, boom. All eyes were fixated in astonishment upon the conflict of saints unfolding in the depths of the void. Curse you, even if I perish. I shall take you down with me. At that moment, countless powerful observers were drawn by the anguished cry of the poisoned heaven saint. They turned to see him, his body horrifically mangled, exuding a thick aura of death. The poisoned heaven saint understood that his time was short. He cast a vengeful glance at the still-standing Chu Luo. With the last of his strength, he lunged at Chu Luo. Yet, as the poisoned heaven saint approached, Chu Luo remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. With the silent blood curse activated, his demise would come swiftly. Buzz. Just as the poisoned heaven saint reached Chu Luo, his pupils constricted. The blood energy within him surged violently under the influence of a bizarre force. His entire body began to swell rapidly. Witnessing this, Chu Luo stepped back, distancing himself. Just as Chu Luo's foot left its original position, boom, the poisoned heaven saint's inflated body exploded in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Even his soul was obliterated by the blood curse. The onlookers in the city gasped in horror, swallowing hard. A formidable saint had fallen before their very eyes. At the moment of the poisoned heaven saint's demise, unbeknownst to Chu Luo, an ancient figure stood atop a mountain 1,000 miles away from South Sky City. It seems only a 6th realm saint accompanied this lad. This is quite manageable. This figure chuckled coldly, the moonlight illuminating his aged visage. He was none other than the elder of the Tongtian sect, Saint Qingshe. He was indifferent to the fall of the poisoned heaven saint. Promptly retrieving a jade tablet to murmur a few words before pocketing it, Saint Qishui raised his gaze, observing the battle of saints in the depths of the universe, a cold smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, piercing through the fabric of space to lock onto Chu Luo, a murderous intent surfacing. Chu Luo, just wait. Saint Qishui smiled sinisterly before vanishing from sight. Boom. Ah. A tremendous crash resonated from the battlefield deep within the void, followed by 2 chilling cries that echoed across the heavens. The myriad phenomena and massive saintly avatars in the void vanished without a trace. Within South Sky City, all present held their breath in anticipation. Was it over? Who had emerged victorious? The martial artists in the city stared intently into the depths of the void. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Luo's mouth. Without a doubt, Elder Qingwei had triumphed. Sure enough, 3 beams of light returned from the depths of the universe. These 3 figures were none other than Elder Qingwei, the Endless Saint, and the Celestial Fairy Saint. Elder Qingwei was enveloped in the aura of a saint, and those with keen eyes could see that his hands were smeared with saintly blood, clearly not his own. The Endless Saint and the Celestial Fairy Saint gazed at Elder Qingwei with profound reverence. Although they had aided him, only they understood the true extent of Elder Qingwei's terrifying strength. In the recent battle of saints, they had merely played the role of bystanders, ensuring the passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint did not flee. Elder Qingwei had single-handedly subdued the 2, leaving them utterly defenseless, ultimately slaying them with overwhelming force. Let this elder warn you once more. In battles among peers, regardless of the outcome, my taboo sect shall not interfere. If you perish, it is merely a reflection of your inferiority. However, should the younger engage, and the older intervene, then their fate shall be yours. With a grand gesture, Elder Qingwei let fall 2 severed heads, still emanating the aura of saints. The crowd recognized these heads belonged to the passionate saint and the Rakshasa saint. Martial artists from all corners of South Sky City collectively inhaled sharply, bowing deeply to Elder Qingwei, proclaiming, "We shall remember." In their hearts, they swore that should they encounter the living nightmare that was Chu Luo in the Monster Beast Mountains, they would steer clear at all costs. My esteemed friends, you not only came to my aid against the traitorous Chu Luo, but also assisted me in vanquishing the 2 saints. Out of gratitude, my taboo sect owes you a debt. I have heard that your factions are under pressure from the 3 major forces, which recently aligned themselves with the Tongtian sect, becoming lackeys of the Crimson Flame Valley. Fear not, for the Crimson Flame Valley has long been at odds with my taboo sect. I shall shortly convey this to my sect leader, and your factions will receive the protection of my taboo sect. This shall serve as repayment for your kindness. Elder Qingwei smiled faintly at the Endless Saint and the Celestial Fairy Saint. Upon hearing this, the 2 great saints were filled with elation and hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, friend." Elder Qingwei waved his hand, his expression warm and benevolent. The onlookers in the city could not help but feel envious. The Endless Sect and the Celestial Fairy Mansion had truly soared to new heights. They had successfully allied with the formidable Taboo sect. From this moment forth, the Huaizong and the Huastin Pavilion shall hold an unparalleled position in the southern celestial continent, beyond the reach of any other force. Elder Qingwei, may I inquire how we should address the three factions of the Dushangang, the Miqing Valley, and the Luocha sect? At this moment, the Huaisheng hesitated for a brief moment, clasping his hands in inquiry. Although he was eager to rush towards the three major factions and eradicate them, he felt it imperative to seek counsel from Elder Qingwei before taking any action.